Chapter 1. Rebirth. The apocalypse erupts. Fake coin used successfully. Obtain the myth quality unique item. Regret medicine. Does even heaven want to give him another chance? A smile broke through the bloodstained face of Lu Li as he used the last ounce of strength in his body to swallow the potion. Living again, all traitors must die. Data panel generated. The global apocalypse will begin in 10 seconds. Please prepare, players. A cold voice echoed in everyone's minds. Lu Li suddenly raised his head, and what came into view was the once familiar classroom. The regret medicine took effect. He really came back. At this moment, the classmates in the room were looking around at each other with confused expressions. Hey, did you hear any strange sound just now? Damn, you heard it too? I thought I was the only one. Global apocalypse? I just finished today's homework. Ha ha, forget the test. My awaken ability is lightning arrow. Diamond rank. I'm invincible. Ha ha ha. Damn, what a misfortune. My talent ability is reconnaissance. Only black iron rank. Reconnaissance? Black iron rank? Lu Li turned his head at the sound and saw Xing Anlin sitting by the window, complaining with a mournful face. If his memory served him right, this person would be killed by a monster in the first second of the apocalypse. Sure enough, before this unlucky guy could finish his sentence, the sound of shattering glass suddenly rang out. A mantis monster, about the size of a child, charged into the classroom, and with a swift swing of its blade-like arm, it directly severed most of Xing Anlin's head. The previously noisy classroom fell silent. Monster, half a head is gone. It's turning around. A greater panic erupted in the class as students scrambled towards the door. But Lu Li instead moved forward, slowly approaching the mantis monster. He recognized the monster in front of him. Blade Arm Mantis, as the first type of monster to appear when the Apocalypse game started. The Blade Arm Mantis, although possessing terrifying lethality, was quite fragile. Just by attacking its slender neck, it could be easily killed. Having lived once, Lu Li understood this point and was already gripping a chair, ready to attack. Before he could act, a dazzling lightning arrow struck the Blade Arm Mantis face first. Lu Li was taken aback and immediately put down the chair in his hand. He almost forgot about Zhao Hui, the lucky guy who awakened a diamond rank ability. Everyone get the hell out of the way. Watch my lightning arrow. Seeing his attack had taken effect, Zhao Hui's fear instantly faded, replaced by extreme arrogance. He was a genius who awakened a diamond rank ability. The mantis monster before him was nothing to fear. However, unfortunately, Zhao Hui did not know that the weakness of the Blade Arm Mantis was its neck. The lightning arrow he had thrown earlier not only failed to kill the monster, but instead completely enraged it. Seeing the Blade Arm Mantis pounce fiercely, Zhao Hui could only keep throwing lightning arrows to block it. Sparks flew, and the entire classroom turned into chaos. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lu Li quietly approached Xing Anlin's corpse. It wasn't that he had any perverse hobbies, but because Lu Li's awakened ability was very special. Soul Devour. This ability could not act on living beings and had no rank rating in his previous life. Lu Li thought he had awakened a useless ability, but later he discovered that Soul Devour was incredibly powerful because it could devour the souls of corpses. Ignoring rank, ignoring tears. As long as it was a corpse, Lu Li could devour its soul and convert it into soul points, plundering talents for his own use. At this moment, Lu Li had already placed his hand on Xing Anlin's corpse. Ability activated, devouring LV.0 player's soul. Soul points 1. Plundered ability reconnaissance, black iron. Do you want to retain soul consciousness? Yes, no. Lu Li pondered for a moment and chose yes. There was a chance that devouring a human soul would retain consciousness. Xing Anlin was a decent person. There was no need to erase his consciousness by devouring his soul in this life. Once his own soul was strong enough, he might be able to refine him into a soul guardian to aid him. Thinking of this, Lu Li turned his gaze to a short distance away. It must be said that diamond rank abilities are indeed impressive. Even though Zhao Hui's aim was extremely poor and he hadn't hit the Blade Arm Mantis' weakness once, under his bombardment, the monster was already missing limbs and covered in wounds. With a final mournful cry, the Blade Arm Mantis met its demise. Seeing the battle end, Lu Li immediately approached the corpse. His Soul Devour ability could not only act on human corpses, but was also effective on monster corpses. Devouring LV.1 monster soul. Soul points 2. Plundered ability blade, arm bronze. Unlike humans, monster souls typically did not have the option to retain consciousness. Luli felt that perhaps it was because these creatures had not evolved intelligence. Luli, what are you doing? Just as Luli was retracting his hand from the blade arm mantis's corpse, a harsh voice rang out from behind him. This person was usually Zhao Hui's lackey, and now, seeing Zhao Hui awaken a powerful ability, he had transformed into a sycophantic follower. Zhao Hui also turned his gaze towards Luli, his expression fluctuating. Having already thought of a countermeasure, Luli remained calm. Oh, nothing much. I just wanted to test my ability. Test your ability? What rank? Black Iron rank, reconnaissance. Luli casually reported Xing Anlin's ability. Hearing this, Ing Zian showed a mocking expression. I thought it was something, turns out it's just a useless black iron. Go scout somewhere else. Don't touch Zhao, guess loot. Get lost, get lost. Zhao Hui raised his hand, interrupting. Hey, let him finish. Luli put on a grateful look. My reconnaissance ability can locate the origin of the elemental crystal. Origin of the elemental crystal? Zhao Hui's eyes narrowed. Where? When the apocalypse descended, everyone's minds were filled with information, including the uses of elemental crystals. Elemental crystals could form within monsters and were necessary materials for players' growth. Head. Luli spoke, simultaneously stepping back. This small action pleased Zhao Hui, who nodded at Ing Zian. Go, bring out the elemental crystal. Ing Zian's awakened ability was Claw, a silver rank ability, initially low in combat power, but unexpectedly suitable for gutting. In no time, a gray-black elemental crystal was dug out. Looking at this elemental crystal, greed flashed in Ing Zian's eyes, but ultimately, he handed it over to Zhao Hui. Zhao Go, it's a first-tier elemental crystal. Players can level up by absorbing elemental crystals. A first-tier elemental crystal provides 1 point of experience. A second-tier elemental crystal provides 20 points. A third-tier can provide 100 points, and so on. What seems like a very ordinary upgrade channel actually contains hidden secrets, because players can only absorb 10 elemental crystals per week, but there's no limit on the tier of the elemental crystals absorbed. For the same 10 elemental crystals, a player who absorbs all first-tier elemental crystals will definitely lag behind a player who absorbs second-tier elemental crystals. Of course, only Luli was aware of the secrets behind this. Zhao Hui unhesitatingly absorbed the elemental crystal, striking a pose of superiority. Good. We need to find a way to obtain more elemental crystals so we can grow stronger. Quickly, Ing Zian immediately echoed. Right. Everyone split up, and all the elemental crystals we get will be given to Zhao Ge. Hearing this, discontented voices arose from the crowd. Why should the elemental crystals we risk our lives to obtain be given to Zhao Hui for free? Why? Zhao Hui sneered, his gaze locked on the dissenters, arcs of electricity crackling in his palm. Just because I have awakened my diamond tier ability, and you have not. Chapter 2. Develop cautiously first. The sound of lightning arrows crackled throughout the classroom. The earlier dissenters were directly struck down, turning into charred corpses, dead beyond revival. How could you kill someone? He's our classmate. Zhao Hui, are you crazy? Wow, mommy, I want to go home. As the crowd began to stir again, Zhao Hui frowned and raised his hand to cast another lightning arrow. Another body fell to the ground. Now the crowd was completely silent. Everyone dared not make a sound. Zhao Hui nodded in satisfaction and continued. Now who else is against me? Everyone was mute. Luli quietly retreated behind the crowd, dragging the 2 charred corpses aside. Though it seemed like a sycophantic act, it actually earned him 2 soul points. Moreover, he gained 2 abilities, Speed Silver and Mighty Strength Silver. Unfortunately, there was no option to retain consciousness during these 2 soul devourings, so Luli had to give up. Zhao Hui noticed Luli's actions and smiled proudly, continuing to address the crowd. Everyone, the world has changed now. Strength is paramount. If you want to survive, you must know how to adapt. Learn from Luli. Although he is just a worthless black iron, by following me, he can survive in this apocalypse. The crowd turned their complex gazes towards Luli. Some were confused, some envious, but more were disdainful. Naturally, Luli did not care about their looks. He had his own plans. Although the soul-devouring ability was extraordinary, it was very weak in the early stages. So Lu Li planned to develop cautiously until his strength was sufficiently strong. Whispers of discussion spread through the crowd, and soon someone made a decision. Zhao Ge, my awakened ability is healing, gold tier. Let me stay by your side. As she spoke, Wang Xuyan threw a flirtatious glance at Zhao It. Was obvious that going out to hunt monsters was no different from seeking death. Staying by Zhao Hui was the only way to truly preserve one's life. Even Lu Li, a worthless person, was accepted by Zhao Hui. Why couldn't she? With her gold tier healing ability, stay. Sure enough, when Zhao Hui heard that Wang Xuyan had awakened a healing ability, he immediately accepted her. Another voice rang out from the crowd. Zhao Ge, my ability is also reconnaissance, but it's bronze tier. I can replace Lu Li. Hearing this, Lu Li glanced again at the crowd. It was Tian Yuhao. In the last life, this person coveted Lu Li's soul devouring ability and acted as his lackey. In the end, however, he chose betrayal due to interests. In this life, because Lu Li had not directly exposed his ability, Tian Yuhao actually chose to compete with Lu Li for resources in the face of benefits. Tian Yuhao must die. Oh, your reconnaissance ability is bronze tier, not bad. Then you can stay by my side. Lu Li, go outside the classroom and hunt monsters, and bring me the elemental crystals when you're done. Zhao Hui raised an eyebrow, issuing orders to Lu Li. He was now completely inflated with power, not worried at all about Lu Li's dissatisfaction. In this apocalypse where strength was paramount, his rules were his rules. Laughter erupted in the crowd, as everyone thought Lu Li would be furious. However, Lu Li merely replied calmly and obediently walked out of the classroom. In fact, Lu Li was worried that Zhao Hui would keep him by his side, because that would prevent him from hunting monsters outside. The priority was still to increase his strength. Now was the early stage of the apocalypse. Every moment was incredibly precious. Next, more and more people stepped forward to recommend themselves. But Zhao Hui only picked a few pretty girls, while the others were all kicked out of the classroom. Lu Li followed his memory and quickly headed to the back mountain of the school. He remembered that there was a mantis nest there. As time passed, the mantis nest would grow rapidly until it evolved into a domain that required hundreds of people to clear. But now, the apocalypse had just descended, and there should only be one mantis queen and a nest of unhatched mantis eggs. In the capital city, the Zhao family. An old man with a long beard stood in the center of the room, his expression dark. In front of him was a blue holographic projection, featuring 3 individuals, 1 woman and 2 men. Among them, the youngest man in athletic attire spoke. Patriarch, the other 2 families have already obtained elemental crystals. Why not ignore that broken book and just let our subordinates level up? The old man's face turned cold as he reprimanded. Broken book, broken book. If we hadn't seized this ancient manuscript from the Lu family, do you think our Zhao family could stand firm in this resurgence war? If you insist on being stubborn, don't blame me for kicking your branch out of the family. Another man, dressed as a scholar, advised. Patriarch, please calm down. The 3rd son is considering the whole family. If we can showcase our strength at the first opportunity, perhaps other families will reassess our Zhao family. Right, little sister? After saying that, he glanced at the woman in military attire beside him. To his surprise, she first nodded, then shook her head. Showcasing strength is correct, but I think if we want to be stable, we should follow the patriarch's advice. Seeing his suggestion rejected, the scholar didn't get angry. Instead, he showed a curious expression. Little sister, is there any news from military? The woman in military attire remained silent for a while before responding. I only know that the resurgence process is accelerating and the higher-ups are waiting but haven't given specific orders for action. Waiting? What are they waiting for? Don't know. My rank is too low to access the core. The woman in military attire answered truthfully. But one thing is certain, the higher-ups are currently prohibiting anyone from absorbing elemental crystals to level up. What we are doing is merely killing monsters and collecting elemental crystals. In that case, the military also has high-level individuals. The ancient book's prophecy is pretty accurate. The scholar swiftly turned his stance, immediately opposing the athletic man. Humph, you're a fence-sitter. The athletic man rolled his eyes. Words that don't match. Zhao Jin, keep your mouth clean no matter what. I'm still your brother. The scholar's expression darkened, and for the first time, a hint of hostility appeared on his usually kind face. Damn. Zhao Jin was about to retort, but was interrupted by the old man's furious shout. Enough. The resurgence has just begun. Every second is crucial. If you want to bicker, let's wait until the Zhao family becomes a top-tier family. Zhao Jin, put away your short-sighted mentality. If you really want to strengthen the family, it's better to collect more elemental crystals and discover a few potential seeds. Zhao Jin's face showed difficulty. Patriarch, there are only a few branches of the Zhao family in Young City. They have all been explored, and I can't just randomly recruit people. Can I? Randomly recruiting isn't allowed, but you could develop collateral descendants. After all, one stroke cannot write two Zhao characters. The old man took a deep breath, and the clouds of gloom on his brow finally dissipated somewhat. If there are Zhao family members above Platinum tier, they can be recruited and cultivated. Chapter 3: Two Mother Bugs. Quietly climbing up the hill, Lu Li quickly found the mantis nest. Just as he expected, the nest was still in its infancy and had no guards. Lu Li casually picked up a stone and threw it at the cave entrance. Soon, a sharp screech came from inside. A mantis monster, fully purple and the size of an adult, charged out of the nest, glaring around. Its information instantly appeared on Lu Li's panel. Name: Mantis Mother Bug, Lord Creature. Level: LV 5. Tip: this creature's level is far higher than the player. Immediate retreat is advised. Lu Li completely ignored the last line of the tip and boldly stepped into the Mantis Mother Bug's line of sight. Although his current level was LV 0, he was confident that this LV 5 Mantis Mother Bug was no match for him in a one-on-one fight. The terrifying aspect of Lord Creatures lay in their endless minions, but the Mantis Mother Bug's minions were still unhatched eggs with no attack power. With a thought, Lu Li's right arm quickly transformed into a 3-foot-long blade. The talent ability Blade Arm of the Blade Arm Mantis activated, and as he walked slowly, both mighty force and speed were triggered, further enhancing Lu Li's combat power. However, Lu Li didn't rush to attack. Instead, he provocatively threw stones at the Mantis Mother Bug. Acting rather sneaky, he was waiting for an opportunity, a chance for the opponent to show a flaw. Finally, the Mantis Mother Bug could no longer tolerate it and screeched as it lunged at Lu Li. At that moment, Lu Li swiftly sidestepped and dropped to the ground. The blade formed from his right arm stabbed straight into the Mother Bug's abdomen, creating a gash with the help of inertia and the amplified power of mighty force. The Mantis Mother Bug, not knowing that this level 0 player could be so formidable, immediately turned to flee back to the nest. But Lu Li would not give it a chance. With an accelerated charge, he swung down and directly beheaded the Mother Bug. Victory in the first battle. A pleasant notification sounded in his mind. Player Lu Li detected as the world's first player to kill a Lord-level creature. Would you like to make a global announcement? Yes, no. Note: a first kill treasure chest will be awarded after the global announcement. The uniqueness of the Apocalypse game was revealed for the first time. When players achieved a certain pioneering accomplishment, the option for a global announcement would appear. If they chose to forego the announcement, they would miss out on the pioneering rewards. Lu Li decisively chose to forego the reward. Before his own strength was solidified, showing off would only bring trouble. Raising his hand, he split open the Mother Bug's head and retrieved a red elemental crystal. A second-tier elemental crystal, it could provide the player with 20 experience points. However, Lu Li did not absorb it, but instead placed it in his pocket. He then activated his Soul Devouring ability on the Mother Bug's corpse. Devoured LV 5 Monster Soul. Soul points 10. Acquired ability Blade Arm Silver. Acquired ability Swarm Intimidation Gold. Detected ability Blade Arm can be upgraded. Would you like to trigger the upgrade quest? Yes, no. Lu Li raised an eyebrow and directly chose to trigger quest. Without relying on items, the grade of abilities could not be upgraded. But Lu Li was different. His Soul Devour was very special. Any ability obtained through Soul Devour would trigger an upgrade quest if a similar ability appeared. Completing the quest would allow the ability to upgrade smoothly. Failure would only result in the ability disappearing, with no effect on Lu Li himself. Ding! Ability upgrade quest has been triggered. Quest content: kill 100 Blade Arm Mantis within 24 hours. Quest reward: Challenger's Treasure Chest 1. Ability Blade Arm upgraded to gold grade. Kill count: 0-100. The upgrade quest was still unreasonable. Luli felt helpless. Killing 100 Blade Arm Mantis on the first day of the apocalypse was simply impossible. It seemed that he would have to give up on the Blade Arm ability before he even got to use it. However, Luli didn't mind. At worst, he could devour another Blade Arm Mantis's soul and reclaim the ability. He also needed to clean out the nest. Those unhatched mantis eggs were valuable. Although they didn't drop elemental crystals, each egg could provide him with a small amount of soul points. Accumulated together, it would be a considerable wealth. Subconsciously scanning the cave, Luli prepared to enter. But at that moment, a dangerous aura suddenly emanated from the cave entrance. There were still monsters inside the mantis nest. Luli quickly recoiled. A strong wind passed in front of him, leaving a shallow cut on his chest. A mother bug, even larger than the previous one, burst out of the cave, baring its teeth and lunging at him. Damn, there's another mother bug. Luli was horrified. He performed a roll to quickly distance himself from the mother bug. If it weren't for the good habit developed in his previous life of scouting ahead, Luli would have likely been dead by now. Just as Luli adjusted his breath and prepared to use the previous method to kill the mother bug in front of him, he suddenly heard a shout from behind. Luli, run over here. Su Xiao. Luli was slightly taken aback, then immediately retreated toward the direction of the voice. 3 figures quickly appeared in his field of vision. The leading girl had her hair in a ponytail and a beautiful face. It was undoubtedly Su Xiao. How did she end up here? Following me? Luli frowned slightly. In his previous life, he had little interaction with Su Xiao. After surviving the early days of the apocalypse and leaving school, he had never seen her again. Later, he heard that she had formed her own team. And then came the news of her tragic death during a swarm attack. Luli only knew that this girl was strong, but he wasn't clear about her specific abilities. Luli, why did you come here alone? Seeing Luli approaching, Su Xiao quickly asked, pressing her palms down, causing shimmering light particles to emanate around her. A halo of light spread out, making the girl look like a fairy. An amplification ability? Seeing this, Luli's pupils contracted, immediately understanding why Su Xiao could form her own team in his previous life. Amplification abilities could temporarily raise the ability grade of all players within a certain range, making them very precious after the apocalypse struck. A team leader with an amplification ability could easily recruit suitable teammates. I thought there would be fewer people in the back mountain, so I came to try my luck. Luli casually fabricated a reason. You are really loyal. With Zhao Hui treating you like that, you still work so hard. Su Xiao was somewhat exasperated. However, she still kept Luli protected behind her. Wang Fu, Mo Han, block that monster. Got it, class leader. A chubby and a thin boy responded in unison, revealing their abilities one after the other. The chubby one, Wang Chao, had his skin hardened, resembling a turtle shell. The thin one, Mahan, pulled back his arms and drew a fiery longbow. Although their coordination was still a bit clumsy, they had already formed the beginnings of a team, thanks in part to Su Zhao's leadership. Wang Chao, hold your ground, don't take it head-on. Mahan, aim for its head, shoot while retreating. With Luli already beside Su Xiao, he felt the changes within him and quietly inquired, how did you come to the back mountain? Isn't it obvious? I'm worried something might happen to you. Chapter 4. Swarm deterrence. As she spoke, Su Zhao's face turned slightly red. Before Luli could react, she hurriedly explained, I'm a class leader, and it's my duty to take care of every student in the class. Oh, so you're a saint? You want to last long in the apocalypse. Luli teased, then quickly reminded, let Mahan try to attack the mother bug's neck. What? Su Xiao was about to refute, but hearing Luli's reminder, she immediately ordered, Wang Chao, try to restrain the mother bug's movements. I'll do my best. Wang Chao shouted angrily and charged at the mother bug. Mahan, attack the mother bug's neck with all your might. Damn it, fatty, don't move. I can't aim. Mahan cried out anxiously, but the arrow in his hand was still not released. Seeing the situation about to be reversed by the mother bug, Luli frowned and secretly activated his ability. Swarm deterrence. Deterrent effect on insect-like creatures, causing paralysis. Duration depends on level difference and talent grade. Even though Luli was LV0 and the mother bug was LV6, the gap was a full 6 levels. However, due to Su Zhao's ability, the golden grade swarm deterrence was automatically upgraded to platinum. So even a mother bug experienced a moment of paralysis. Good opportunity, Mahan exclaimed in surprise as he shot his arrow, hitting the mother bug's neck hard. The vital point was struck, and the enraged mother bug tilted its head and immediately fell to the ground, dead as could be. Did we just kill it? Wang Chao and Mahan were stunned. The mother bug before them was clearly a LV6 lord creature, yet it had been killed by the 3 LV0 players? Was it really that easy to defeat a higher-level opponent? Su Xiao looked at the fallen mother bug, amazed, and turned to Lu Li. How did you know the neck was its weak point? Lu Li shrugged. I have a scouting ability, as long as the target's level doesn't exceed 10 levels. I can find out its weaknesses. The 3 of them suddenly understood. It seemed that the black iron grade ability wasn't entirely useless. As long as it was utilized properly, it could also have a huge impact. Ignoring the dazed trio, Lu Li approached the mother bug's corpse and activated his soul devouring ability. Devour LV6 monster soul. Soul points 15. Plundered ability knife arm, golden. Plundered ability swarm deterrence, golden. Detected ability knife arm can be upgraded again. Automatically upgrade to platinum after completing the upgrade task. Detected ability swarm deterrence can be upgraded. Do you want to trigger the upgrade task? Yes, no. Looking at the options before him, Lu Li fell into contemplation. The upgrade task for swarm deterrence wouldn't require him to kill 100 mother bugs within 24 hours, would it? After all, swarm deterrence was quite useful against insect-like creatures, and he was a bit reluctant to let the ability disappear if he failed to upgrade. Just as Lu Li was struggling with his thoughts, Su Xiao suddenly asked, Lu Li, can your scouting see the location of the source crystal? Lu Li instinctively replied, yes. As a result, the task interface that had not yet closed was directly triggered by this answer. Ding! Ability upgrade task has been triggered. Task content. Kill 1 player of a higher level within 24 hours. Task reward. Challenger's treasure chest X3. Ability swarm deterrence upgraded to platinum grade. Number of kills 0-1. Damn! Su Xiao saw Lu Li curse quietly, and his face changing rapidly. Thinking he was unwilling to point out the location of the source crystal, and couldn't help but murmur in her heart, this Lu Li is really stingy. On the surface, however, she put on a businesslike demeanor, saying, don't worry, although we killed the mother bug, you discover it first, and since you pointed out the weak point, we'll split the source crystal evenly. Lu Li, still contemplating how to complete the upgrade task, didn't hear what Su Xiao said at all, and just nodded absent-mindedly. The source crystal is in the mother bug's head. Upon hearing this, Wang Chao raised his fist and began to smash the mother bug's head. In less than a moment, an orange source crystal dropped out. It turned out to be a 3rd-grade source crystal. Absorbing it would probably grant about 100 experience points. Mahan smacked his lips, his face full of excitement. So far, no player had advanced to LV1. After all, at the onset of the apocalypse, there were many people and few monsters, and killing monsters didn't grant experience. Players had to obtain it by absorbing source crystals. Most players had an innate fear of monsters. Even those who were bolder and managed to kill 1 or 2 monsters only obtained 1st-grade source crystals, which provided just 1 experience point, not enough to advance to LV1. As for the military, although they could obtain enough source crystals to level up, due to centralized allocation, no one would quickly advance to LV1. It took 10 experience points to go from LV0 to LV1, and 20 experience points to go from LV1 to LV2. If they absorbed this source crystal, they could probably jump straight to LV3. Wang Chao's eyes were filled with excitement, but in the end, he took the source crystal from Mahan and handed it to Su Xiao, class leader. You are the head, you decide how to distribute it. Before he finished speaking, Lu Li, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up. If you don't want to die, it's best not to touch that source crystal. What do you mean by that? Su Xiao looked at Lu Li, her eyes showing confusion. Does Lu Li really want to repay kindness with enmity and hoard the 3rd-grade source crystal for himself? It means exactly what I said. Lu Li didn't have the time to explain further to Su Xiao and walked towards the direction of the bug nest. He couldn't let anyone else know his secret of being reborn, and continuing to explain would just waste time. At this moment, having triggered 2 upgrade tasks in a row, Lu Li was very busy. Su Xiao never expected Lu Li's attitude to become so cold. and her fingers gripping the source crystal turned slightly pale. She was the class leader and had awakened a rare amplification ability after the apocalypse. Even though she wasn't the type to crave vanity or seek praise, feeling Lu Li's cold demeanor still made her very uncomfortable. What are you being so smug about? You just awakened a scouting ability. If it weren't for my liking you, you'd have been eaten by the mother bug by now. Wang Chao and Ma Han looked at Su Xiao as Lu Li walked away. Class leader, are we still splitting this source crystal? Let us hold on to it for now. Follow Lu Li and see what he is going to do. Su Xiao tucked the source crystal away securely and quickly caught up with Lu Li. After walking a short distance, the three saw the entrance of the bug nest, resembling a small hill, and another mother bug's corpse lying at the entrance. Although this mother bug was smaller, it was clearly not the kind of LV-1 or LV-2 minion. Another mother bug? Did Lu Li kill it? Su Xiao was astonished, but when her gaze fell on the neatly cut wound on the mother bug's head, she involuntarily dismissed the idea. Lu Li's ability was scouting, and this mother bug was obviously killed by a sharp weapon, so it should not have been Lu Li's doing. It was likely that two lord creatures had fought, and the larger one had killed the smaller one, with Lu Li just happening to pass by and pick up the spoils. Ma Han stroked his chin and speculated. That makes sense, old Ma. You're really clever. Wang Chao gave Ma Han a thumbs up. While the three were talking, Lu Li was already preparing to enter the bug nest. Seeing this, Su Xiao immediately called out, Lu Li, what are you going to do? Hiss. Why is this woman still following me? Lu Li glanced at Su Xiao, feeling a bit speechless. Think about it with that smart head of yours. Big class leader. After saying that, he ignored Su Xiao and plunged into the bug nest. Chapter 5. The Suppressed Rank You. Su Xiao was choked by Lu Li's words, feeling a sudden heaviness in her chest. She stomped her foot and followed him angrily. The tunnel of the insect nest wasn't very long. After bending down and moving forward for several dozen meters, the surroundings suddenly opened up. Ma Han set up his flame longbow and used the firelight to survey the area. To his surprise, once he looked, he was almost scared out of his wits. The vast underground space was filled with a dense mass of insect eggs. Each of these eggs was the size of an adult head, slowly wriggling under the glow of the fire. So many insect eggs, if they all hatch. Su Xiao murmured, not daring to think further. At that moment, she finally understood what Lu Li was trying to do and couldn't help but feel a bit ashamed. Lu Li, once these insect eggs hatch, they will pose a huge threat to the school. We are here to help you clean them up. Whatever. Lu Li did not stop them. After all, his goal was to increase his soul points. Having 3 more people to help clean would also save him some stamina. Unhatched insect eggs, aside from being a bit disgusting, had no attacking power. After a busy session, Lu Li gained nearly 20 soul points. Beep. Detected that player Lu Li's soul points have reached 50 points, unlocking Soul Soldier. Soul Soldiers, as the name suggests, are soldiers reshaped from collected souls. Every 1 point of soul points corresponds to 1 point of experience. With Lu Li's current soul points, he could reshape a LV, 2-blade arm mantis. Moreover, as long as Lu Li's soul points do not drop to 0, the soul soldier will be immortal and will exist forever. There was also an unexpected surprise. Unhatched mantis eggs could actually be classified as blade arm mantis, which made it easy for Lu Li to complete the advancement task. Detected that player Lu Li has killed 100 blade arm mantises. Advancement task completed. Task reward. Challenger's treasure, chest X1. Ability blade arm advances to platinum tier. Choosing to temporarily set aside the reward, Lu Li stretched contentedly. Just as he was pondering where to go next to kill monsters, an announcement suddenly appeared on the data panel. Congratulations to player Zhao Hui for becoming the first player in the world to reach LV-1. Rewarded with 1 black iron tier upgrade chest. Zhao Hui? Zhao Jin, who was unsure how to complete the clan task, stared at the announcement on the panel, a hint of joy appearing between his brows. The name was unfamiliar, not a direct descendant of the Zhao family. The announcement's coordinates were located at number 1 middle school in Yong City, which was very close. This was a very good candidate to recruit. Ahow! Zhao Jin called out. A scar-faced bald man appeared at the door. Brother Jin, you called for me? Have you seen that kid Zhao Hui? Go and bring him back for me, and ensure his safety. I want him alive and whole. The bald man named Ahau nodded and was about to leave. Zhao Jing called him back. Hey, wait a minute. It's a special period now. Bring your weapon. Ahao looked expressionless. Is it necessary, Brother Jean? Those insects won't threaten me. Just bring it, and also take 10 essence crystals. If you encounter an emergency, use them to level up. Okay. In the classroom. Damn it, what kind of egg setting is this? Only 10 essence crystals can be absorbed in a day. Zhao Hui cursed at the panel in front of him. He had thought that with the essence crystals he had gathered, he could at least level up 2 or 3 times. He didn't expect that after absorbing 10 first-tier essence crystals, the system would actually notify him that he had reached the absorption limit for the week. With his levels so tightly suppressed, how could this genius grow strong? Seeing Zhao Hui suddenly explode in anger, Wang Xuyan, who was serving him, rolled her eyes and flattered, Brother Zhao, don't be angry. I actually think the system's level suppression is very friendly to you. Oh, why? Zhao Hui, feeling the comfort coming from his body, asked. Think about it. Since everyone has a limited absorption of essence crystals each day, it essentially forces everyone to start from the same line. And you have awakened a diamond tier ability, which those useless ones will never obtain. In a situation where levels are the same, you will always stay ahead. That's true, so the upgrade restriction is actually beneficial to me. After listening to Wang Xuyan's explanation, Zhao Hui's face showed joy, and he tossed the essence crystals he hadn't absorbed yet forward. You can absorb these 3 essence crystals. Stick with me, and you won't suffer. Wang Xuyan hurriedly caught the essence crystals, her smile becoming even more obsequious. Thank you, Brother Zhao. Seeing all the essence crystals fall into Wang Xuyan's hands, Ying Xian's expression darkened a bit. As if to assert his presence, he flattered, Brother Zhao, you are now the first LV1 player in the world. I saw that the announcement mentioned an upgrade chest. Why not open it and let the brothers see? You want to see? Zhao Hui said with a half-smile. Ying Xian immediately realized he had misspoken, cold sweat soaking his back. Brother Zhao, I didn't mean that. Before he could finish, he was struck by an electric arc on his shoulder, sending him flying and crashing into a large number of desks. Wang Xuyan, heal him, don't let my brother die like this. Zhao Hui ordered. Wang Xuyan obediently nodded, and the next second, green light particles fell on Ying Xian. The injuries he sustained from the lightning arrow quickly healed, showing no signs. However, the pain didn't dissipate so quickly. Cough, cough. Brother Zhao, I was wrong. The recovered Ying Xian stammered, crawling towards Zhao Hui on his knees. Brother, if you want to be a dog, you have to have the awareness of a dog. Don't act smart. Zhao Hui spoke indifferently, exuding an air of arrogance that treated Ying Xian as less than human. Go guard the door. I don't want to see your miserable face right now. Yes, I'm Brother Zhao's dog. I won't dare again, I won't dare again. Ying Xian rolled and crawled out of the classroom. I'm in a good mood today, so I'll let you all have a look. Zhao Hui seemed quite satisfied with Ying Xian's attitude, displaying the upgrade chest he obtained in front of everyone. With a click, the pitch-black chest opened, bursting forth with dazzling red light. Wow, what a dazzling light. It really is a chest opened by the great Zhao Hui. It must have something amazing. Brother Hui is so powerful. Before the chest was fully opened, the flattery came in waves. Once the red light faded, everyone could see the item inside the chest. It was a blood-red essence crystal. It actually was a second-tier essence crystal. Tian Yuhao was the first to speak, his voice loud enough for even Ying Xian outside the classroom to hear clearly. As the only player under Zhao Hui with the scouting ability, he had prepared for this moment even before the chest opened, aiming to showcase his usefulness and flatter Zhao Hui. I thought essence crystals only came in black and gray. I didn't expect there to be red ones. Brother Zhao really opened our eyes. Wang Xuyan immediately added, a hint of barely noticeable greed flashing in her eyes. She knew Zhao Hui had already reached his absorption limit this week, and if she worked hard, she might just get her hands on the second-tier essence crystal. Sure enough, after Zhao Hui checked the properties of the second-tier essence crystal, the joy on his face waned significantly. It just has a bit more experience, no special attributes, and besides, I can't level up today. Keeping it on me is useless. It's better to... A charming figure appeared in Zhao Hui's mind. If I could use this second-tier essence crystal to get Su Xiao to join, that should be good. That woman's ability is very useful. It's just a pity that she misunderstood my initial thunderous methods. But that's okay. Women, after all, can be easily won over with gifts. Thinking of this, Zhao Hui couldn't help but reveal a lascivious smile. Successful men like him must have several beautiful women standing behind them, right? Just as Zhao Hui was enjoying a bright future, he suddenly heard Ying Xian's voice coming from the corridor outside the classroom. Zhao Go, Lu Li is back. Chapter 6, The Fallen Genius Lu Li. How did this waste come back? Let him in. After a while, Lu Li and Ying Xian walked in one after another. Zhao Hui stretched his neck to take a look and found that Su Xiao and the other three were still standing at the door, their expressions somewhat strange. Lu Li is mingling with Su Xiao. Not surprising after all, that woman is too soft-hearted and takes in all kinds of waste. Glancing at Lu Li, who was covered in dirt, Zhao Hui's disdain grew even stronger. Look at this pathetic appearance. He must have been scared out of his wits by the monsters outside and wants to beg me to take him in again. However, after Lu Li entered the classroom, he didn't speak. Instead, Ying Xian had a flattering expression and said, "Brother Zhao, this kid Lu Li has brought something good." "Good stuff?" Zhao Hui frowned. "What good stuff?" "It's this." Ying Xian took out an object, stepping quickly towards Zhao Hui. The latter was completely unprepared. His attention focused entirely on what was in Ying Xian's hand. It was a crystal, as red as blood. "This is a second-tier crystal?" Zhao Hui was somewhat stunned and instinctively looked at the one in his hand. However, Ying Xian did not respond. To be precise, he did not respond with the previous flattering attitude. Instead, it was the sudden strike of claws. Since Zhao Hui was completely unguarded, Ying Xian's claws pierced through his neck without hindrance. Blood sprayed out like a fountain, instantly covering most of the classroom. You go die. Ygrikinajizien screamed hysterically. His face contorted to the extreme with a mix of humiliating anger and the ecstasy of a successful ambush. Ying Xian, stop it. Wang Xian was terrified and instinctively wanted to use her ability to heal Zhao Hui. But Ying Xian didn't give her a chance at all, pulling out his claws and stabbing repeatedly, almost mashing Zhao Hui's neck to pieces. "Whoever helps him, I will kill them." Ygrikin loved maniacally, his bloodshot eyes fixed on Zhao Hui's. "You treat me like a dog? Do you think you're worthy?" Tian Yuhao shouted to stop. Ying Xian, if you kill Zhao Hui, who will protect us? Protect? Ying Xian suddenly turned around, dragging Zhao Hui's neck bone with one hand and holding the second-tier crystal with the other, stepping towards Tian Yuhao. "Do you really expect him to protect you? He is just using you, then enjoying himself. I can kill those monsters too." After saying that, Ying Xian threw Zhao Hui's corpse forward, roaring defiantly, "Are you still going to stand up for this dead man?" The classroom fell silent. Zhao Hui was already dead, and even with Wang Xian's healing ability, it was impossible to resurrect a dead person. Tian Yuhao's ability was scouting, which couldn't contend with Ying Xian's claws. The other girls had no combat abilities at all. After all, Zhao Hui had chosen them just to build a harem. Zhao Hui lost to his own arrogance. While everyone was silent, Lu Li, who had been in the background, suddenly stepped forward and brushed his hand across Zhao Hui's face. The corpse that could not close its eyes finally closed them, looking a bit more peaceful. "Lu Li, stop pretending. Don't think I don't know what you're plotting." Ying Xian did not release his ability and wiped his bloodied claws across his face. "What else do you know? Just say it. Let's cooperate and make a name for ourselves in this apocalypse together." Hearing Ying Xian's words, everyone in the classroom looked at Lu Li with some surprise. So this change was all planned by this black iron waste? Lu Li sighed and spoke calmly. "Nothing, I just happened to get lucky and obtain this second-tier crystal. If you don't believe me, you can ask Su Xiao." Before he finished speaking, Su Xiao came in with Wang Chao and Ma Han. The class leader first glanced at the corpse on the ground, then frowned tightly. That's right. It was an internal fight among monsters. LV. 6 Mother Bug killed LV. 5 Mother Bug, and the second-tier crystal came from that LV5. When we found Lu Li, he was being chased by the LV. 6 Mother Bug. Everyone gasped at this. LV. 6 Mother Bug? There are such high-level monsters outside the teaching building. Chung Duo exclaimed, covering her mouth. She was also one of the teammates chosen by Zhao Hui, her ability being storage space. This ability, as its name implies, can open a space to store items. without any attack power, making it somewhat useless. At the beginning of the apocalypse, players like her could still serve as human backpacks due to their abilities. But as players continued to level up, an item called a space ring would replace the role of these players. By then, they would completely lose their value and be ruthlessly abandoned by their teammates, whether to comfort the girls or to show off his masculinity. Wang Chao chuckled. What are you afraid of? That LV-6 Motherbug has already been taken down by us, and the crystal is in the class leader's hands. Class leader, take it out for them. Before Wang Chao could finish his sentence, Ma Han had already covered his mouth with his hand. Scolding, you think you're the only one who can talk? Just be quiet. Seeing Ma Han's reaction, the somewhat slow-witted Wang Chao finally understood and quickly closed his mouth. No longer speaking. That's right, this is the apocalypse. The last person who showed off is still cold in their grave. Su Xiao raised her hand to signal everyone to be quiet. Speaking seriously, we are all classmates, and there is nothing to hide. The truth is just as Wang Chao said, the LV-6 Motherbug behind the teaching building was indeed killed by us. However, it was not as you imagine, a solo battle, but the result of teamwork. Seeing Su Xiao confirm this, Wang Xuyan immediately approached flatteringly. Sister Xiao, you are so amazing. Can you let me join your team? My healing ability is very useful. A hint of barely noticeable disgust crossed Su Xiao's eyes. But she still nodded. Not just you, I want all the classmates in the class to join. Because only by uniting and helping each other can we live better in this apocalypse. Dictatorship will ultimately lead to no good end. After saying that, she shot a meaningful glance at Ing Zian. Ing Zian was somewhat unconvinced, defiantly retorting, easier said than done. Can you guarantee that you won't become a dictator like Zhao Hui? I awakened an amplification type ability, which means I must work closely with my teammates. Su Xiao patiently explained, but if you don't trust me, I will respect your choice. Just don't kill anyone anymore. Ing Zian fell silent, seemingly weighing the pros and cons. He glanced at the righteous Su Xiao, then at Lu Li, who had handed him the second-tier crystal earlier. In the end, he shook his head. Forget it. I'm not interested in joining your harmonious and friendly family. Just let me survive on my own. After saying that, Ing Zian lifted his leg and was about to walk out. Wang Chao suddenly stepped forward, blocking his way. Ing Zian frowned. What are you doing? If I don't join you, you won't let me leave? Wang Chao moved his neck, his skin quickly hardening, and grinned. Don't get me wrong. You can leave whenever you want, but before you go, leave that second-tier crystal behind. Ing Zian's expression darkened. What if I don't? Chapter 7, you're too much of a saint. You probably won't last long. Then we'll have to resort to some means. Ma Han leisurely took over the conversation, his palms radiating heat as he instantly drew a long bow of flames. The atmosphere became tense again. However, this time, no one actually fought. After a brief standoff, Ing Zian snorted coldly and threw the elemental crystal to the ground. Here, take it. Don't stop me anymore. With that, he left the classroom without looking back. Su Xiao bent down to pick up the elemental crystal and glanced at Lu Li, who was hiding far away. With a complex expression, this guy, had he already planned everything out, taking the elemental crystal handed to him by Wang Chao. Su Xiao approached Lu Li and extended an invitation. Lu Li, do you want to join us? Lu Li, who was browsing through the ability descriptions, was taken aback, then decisively shook his head. No, I've said it before, you're too much of a saint. Being your teammate, I'm afraid I won't last long. Su Xiao's face flushed red, and she suppressed her anger to retort. We're all classmates. We should help each other. Besides, do you really think you can survive longer on your own than with us? Lu Li nodded without denial. Unreasonable. Su Xiao shoved the second-tier elemental crystal into Lu Li's hand and turned to walk back to the crowd. On her way back, she noticed Wang Xuyan squatting next to a corpse, struggling to pry open Zhao Hui's clenched fist. What are you doing? Su Xiao's tone was somewhat stiff, likely due to her bad mood. Sister Xiao, Zhao Hui also has a second-tier elemental crystal, since he is dead and can't use it. I thought it would be better to take it for greater value. So you're scavenging for loot? Su Xiao narrowed her eyes, crossing her arms. Wang Xuyan became flustered and quickly added, Sister Xiao, don't misunderstand. This elemental crystal belongs to everyone. I wouldn't dare keep it all for myself. With that, Wang Shuyan shakily presented the elemental crystal to Su Xiao. However, Su Xiao didn't reach out to take it. She just turned to face the crowd in the classroom. If everyone is willing to trust me, please join my team. I promise I will not abandon any teammate and will distribute all resources equally. So, what do we need to do? Tian Yuhao raised his hand and asked tentatively. Participate in decision-making and obey orders. Su Xiao calmly replied, I've said it before. I'm not a dictator, but the team needs a leader. Until a better candidate appears, I will temporarily serve as the captain. What about the elemental crystals obtained from killing monsters? Cheng Duo asked timidly. I will also distribute those. However, I will provide an explanation every time I distribute them, and if anyone has objections, they can vote to change my decision. Su Xiao, having been a class monitor, spoke and acted meticulously, giving a sense of trustworthiness. I'm in. Tian Yuhao was the first to speak. I'm in too. Cheng Duo immediately followed. Me too. Count me in. Voices echoed in the classroom, and the vast majority chose to join. The few who hesitated quickly changed their minds after a discussion with Su Xiao and became part of the team. Lu Li looked at everything before him, shaking his head helplessly, preparing to leave the classroom. In his previous life, he had teamed up with Su Xiao, and naturally, he wouldn't do so again. However, just then, Wang Chao suddenly blocked his way. Lu Li, wait a minute. Lu Li fronut, thinking there was no business for him here. So why wouldn't they let him go? Wang Chao grinned. The class monitor has a third-tier elemental crystal. It doesn't matter if you don't join us, but shouldn't we discuss how to divide that thing? Lu Li was somewhat taken aback. In his previous life, he had struggled in the apocalypse for so long, almost every minute engaged in schemes and deceit. The vile tricks had nearly made him forget the quality of honesty that exists in humanity. Huh. Lu Li let out a sigh of relief and replied, I didn't contribute to the fight, so you all can keep the elemental crystal. Upon hearing this, Wang Chao became anxious. Don't. Without the weaknesses you provided, how could we have taken down that mother bug in one go? Even between brothers. We should settle accounts clearly, don't you think? Lu Li found it somewhat amusing. How about this? You let Su Xiao give me that second-tier elemental crystal, and we'll call it even. Wang Chao nodded and immediately ran to Su Xiao. A third-tier elemental crystal contains 100 points of experience, while a second-tier elemental crystal contains 20 points. By merit-based division, Lu Li was actually at a disadvantage, but on the other hand, if Wang Chao hadn't actively suggested a split, he might not have even received that second-tier elemental crystal. Su Xiao quickly agreed to the division proposal and tossed the second-tier elemental crystal in Wang Shuyan's hands to Lu Li. This scene left everyone present stunned. Watching Lu Li's departing figure, Tian Yuhao incredulously spoke up. Wait, Sister Xiao, why did you give that second-tier elemental crystal to Lu Li, that useless guy? He is not even our teammate. Tian Yuhao felt that Su Xiao was a bit hypocritical. This woman had clearly said she wouldn't become a dictator and would equally distribute all resources. Yet she turned around and gave a second-tier elemental crystal to a completely unrelated useless person. Faced with the questioning, Su Xiao was not at all angry. The thing is, if it weren't for Lu Li's help earlier, we wouldn't have been able to kill that LV-6 Mother Mantis, so the spoils rightfully belong to him. This doesn't violate fairness. However, Tian Yuhao was not satisfied with Su Xiao's explanation. Lu Li provided help. He has just a black iron waist. What would he possibly offer you? Class monitor, I remember you said that when you found Lu Li, he seemed to be chased by that mother bug, right? You're not actually interested in that pretty boy and using team resources to win his favor, are you? Tian Yuhao's words were laced with a strong sense of jealousy. Su Xiao frowned and seriously assessed the classmate before her, then impatiently replied, the black iron tier scouting is not entirely useless. Lu Li knows the weaknesses of the mother mantis, which is why we were able to kill it smoothly. Tian Yuhao, your awaken ability is also scouting. You should know this, right? What? Tian Yuhao doubted whether his ears were malfunctioning. His own awaken ability was scouting, which he knew only helps to sense the position of elemental crystals within corpses and primarily improves personal vigilance. Checking item information was an expanded feature only his bronze tier scouting possessed, and that useless Lu Li could actually perceive the weaknesses of monsters through black iron tier scouting? How is that possible? Seeing the shock on Tian Yuhao's face, Su Xiao asked in confusion. What S with that expression? You look quite surprised? Of course. Tian Yuhao mumbled, still not having processed it. The scouting ability could never reveal a monster-s weaknesses. Lu Li is lying. Chapter 8. Undercurrents, Lu Li walked down the empty corridor, constantly looking around. The apocalypse had arrived for more than 4 hours, and there were no students acting alone in the school anymore. The vast majority chose to huddle together for warmth, shivering in classrooms waiting for rescue. However, they would soon realize that help would not come. With the apocalypse, everyone awakened different talents and abilities. The original social order and organizational structure might barely hold up, but it certainly wouldn't last long. No one could refuse to become stronger. So when an opportunity for a major reshuffle arose, chaos would inevitably ensue. Lu Li. A shout came from the corner, causing Lu Li to pause. Ingzian stepped out of the shadows, a smile on his lips. The friendly expression, coupled with the blood splattered over most of his body, made him look somewhat menacing. How did you come out alone? Where's Su Xiao and the others? Oh, I didn't join Su Xiao's team, so they naturally wouldn't act with me. Lu Li rapidly calmly. Didn't join Su Xiao's team? Ingzian seemed to realize something, his smile widening. Aren't you afraid of danger coming out alone? There are monsters everywhere now, and players like you without self-defense capabilities are in a pretty bad situation. Isn't that why you're here? Lu Li smiled back sincerely. His experiences from his past life made his disguise flawless. Is it because of me? Ingzian was taken aback. The claws he was ready to use for a sneak attack subtly retracting. Right? Lu Li nodded. Didn't you say you wanted to cooperate with me? So I specifically came to find you. Got it. Ingzian chuckled, extending his hand toward Lu Li. Cooperation is fine, but you need to show your previous sincerity. Second tier, essence crystal? Lu Li pretended to look troubled. I don't have any. Don't play dumb. Ingzian suddenly dropped his smile, becoming extremely fierce. He grabbed Lu Li by the collar and said aggressively, Don't think I don't know that Su Xiao's bitch gave you 2 essence crystals. Hurry up and take them out. Otherwise, I'll kill you right now. Don't. I'll take it out right now. Lu Li feigned fear, trembling as he took out the essence crystals he had prepared earlier. Seeing this, Ingzian was overjoyed, snatching the essence crystals and absorbing them completely. The increase of 40 points of experience allowed Ingzian to instantly level up twice, becoming an LV2 player. Detected player Ingzian has become the first player in the world to reach LV2. Would you like to make a global announcement immediately? Yes, no. Note, after the global announcement, you can receive 2 black iron tier upgrade chests. Forfeiting the announcement is considered forfeiting the reward. Make the announcement now. 2 completely black treasure chests appeared out of thin air. Ingzian felt the growth of his attributes, his face filled with an uncontrollable smile. His guess was correct. The awakened talent grade didn't mean anything. Only absorbing higher tier essence crystals and leveling up was the real way to go. As long as he maintained the top rank and levels, he would continuously obtain upgrade chests, and his strength would grow like a snowball. Lu Li calmly watched Ingzian laughing towards the sky, glancing down at the watch on his wrist. It was 11:50. There were still 10 minutes left. At midnight on the first day of the apocalypse, the level leaderboard would appear. At that time, the top 100 players on the leaderboard would be completely exposed to everyone's view. Meanwhile, the mechanism for challenging higher-level players would also emerge. As long as someone could kill a player on the leaderboard, they would receive a kill treasure chest. At the beginning of the apocalypse, kill treasure chests were one of the few ways to obtain mythic items. Players like Ingzian, who had no faction background, would surely be seen as ripe targets by those large factions. However, Ingzian was completely unaware of this. He arrogantly ordered, Lu Li, find a safe place. I want to open the treasure chest. In Ingzian's eyes, Lu Li, who had awakened this scouting ability, was no different from an ant. This kind of powerless trash could be crushed to death anytime he wanted. So Ingzian didn't guard against Lu Li at all. Lu Li also showed no sign of resistance. He didn't hesitate, his face beaming with a smile of agreement. Let us go to the multimedia classroom. There's no one there. It should be the safest. The two walked side by side toward the multimedia classroom, unaware that a pair of eyes had been watching them from behind. At the same time, a heavily reinforced Hummer crashed through the campus gates. The loud noise startled those hiding in the duty room. Oldly, what is going on outside? Is a monster coming? A middle-aged woman in her 40s huddled in the corner, her eyes filled with fear as she stared at the duty room door. He Pei Qin, a Chinese teacher from the first high school. She had intended to guard the door to catch late students, but when the apocalypse hit, she was blocked in the duty room by a mantis monster with a blade-like arm. Although the mantis monster that had killed 3 students had left an hour ago, the blood outside still made this teacher afraid to open the door. The lives of students were not as important as her own. Besides, since people had died, the safest approach was to stay in the duty room and wait for the police to arrive. I don't know, teacher, with such a commotion. It can't be some powerful monster again. Old Lee, dressed in security uniform, murmured, carefully moving toward the door with a stun baton in hand. Before Old Lee could get close, a loud kick echoed at the door. The sudden sound almost gave Old Lee a heart attack, and he quickly took 2 steps back, looking out the window of the duty room. There were no monsters outside. Instead, a scar-faced bald man stood there. Is a person? Old Lee was a bit surprised. Open the door. I need to ask something. The scar-faced bald man turned his gaze from the nearby corpse to the window. The moment their eyes met, Old Lee, a man over 50, shivered all over. Old Lee, there's a monster outside. Don't open the door. He Pei Qin, huddled in the corner, trembled and warned. Bang! Another kick sounded at the door, and the scar-faced man outside seemed to have lost his patience. Hurry up and open the door. I just want to ask something. Old Lee instinctively reached for the door, but found his clothes were being gripped tightly by teacher he. Don't open it, Old Lee. If you do, we're dead. But teacher he, I think it looks like a person. It might be a rescue. Before Old Lee could explain, the duty room door was kicked open with a loud bang. Damn it, stop dawdling and wasting my time. Ah Hao grumbled, his expression becoming even more ferocious against the backdrop of his scar. What do you want? Seeing that the intruder was not a monster, teacher he felt a bit more courageous and raised her voice to question. This is a school. If you act recklessly like this, do you believe I'll call the police to arrest you? Ah Hao ignored teacher, and instead looked at Old Lee, who was sitting on the ground. Old man, I'm looking for someone named Zhao Hui. Do you know where he is? Since the global announcement could only show approximate coordinates and not specific locations, Ah Hao only knew the person he was looking for was at the first high school. Zhao Hui? Is he a student? Old Lee was taken aback, instinctively asking back. He might also be a teacher. Ah Hao noticed the other party seemed to understand the situation, and his tone softened slightly. However, before he could ask further, teacher he screamed again from the side. Hey, I'm talking to you. You look like a punk, so you're definitely not a good person. If you're smart, get lost quickly, or you'll regret it when the police come. Ah Hao frowned and reached for his waist. Teacher he was about to continue shouting when he realized that a dark gun muzzle had appeared in front of him. You're really noisy. Chapter 9. Finding someone. Ah Hao thought that taking out his gun would scare the noisy woman into silence. However, the scene before him was completely unexpected. Teacher he not only didn't back down, but advanced instead, forcefully pushing the gun aside, her shouting growing even louder. Who the hell do you think you are? You think you can intimidate me with a toy gun? Do you know how many years it has been since firearms were banned in Huaxia? Do you really think this is the free America? If you have the guts, go ahead and shoot. Shoot. Ah Hao was a bit stunned. He never anticipated that the woman in front of him would be so oblivious to the situation. But since she had made a demand, he had no reason to be stingy. Just as he was about to pull the trigger, he suddenly thought of something, patted his head, and then pulled out a black metal tube about the length of a finger from his waistband, leisurely screwing it onto the muzzle of the gun. Seeing the scarred man ignore her and instead fiddling with the toy gun, He Pei Qin became even more convinced that he was just putting on an act and immediately adopted a teacher-student reprimanding stance. Let me tell you, running into me today is your bad luck. People like you, parasites of society, should be locked up. I've already called the police. You better not leave. Do you hear me? I'm talking to you. Are you deaf? Listen. Puff. Before she could finish her sentence, He Pei Qin suddenly felt as if her calf had been kicked hard by someone. The gunshot wound blossomed like a bloody flower, beautiful yet shocking. The heart-wrenching pain immediately shot up to her brain, causing the noble teacher to cry out in pain. Ah! How to not kill He Pei-chin outright. He felt that looking for someone in the school couldn't rely solely on an old security guard. I heard you, is one shot enough? How squatted down, pressing the still, smoking muzzle against He Pei-chin's chin, his gaze indifferent. That's a real gun. How dare you? I'm going to call the police and have you locked up for life. He Pei-chin seemed still unable to recognize the situation, becoming increasingly hysterical. She struggled to grab Ahao's gun. Ahao took half a step back, a flicker of disbelief passing through his indifferent eyes. Teachers nowadays have such a strong sense of security. Without much hesitation, Ahao fired another shot at He Pei-chin, again hitting her calf. The second wave of excruciating pain finally made He Pei-chin realize something was wrong. This scar-faced man seemed truly willing to kill her. Is that enough now? Seeing the woman finally quiet down, Ahao asked again. He Pei-chin nodded repeatedly while clutching her calf, no trace of her earlier arrogance left on her face. She even eagerly asked, "You want to find Zhao Hui, right? I know him. He's a student in Class 8 of the senior year." Old security guardly watched teacher He's attitude do a complete 180, then glanced at the gun in Ahao's hand, quietly reminding, "Teacher, is it really okay to just hand over a student like this? What's wrong with that?" The big guy specifically asked for Zhao Hui. "So what's wrong with us helping?" Old Lee was left speechless by He Pei-chin's retort and could only close his mouth. Ahao nodded in satisfaction. "Then take me to find him." He Pei-chin forced a smile through her cold sweat. "But big brother, my leg is injured, I can't walk. Let him carry you." Ahao pointed the gun at Old Lee. He Pei-chin looked at the old security guard with disdain and made an excuse. "Well, big brother, there are monsters outside. How about I just tell you his location? Class 8 is on the second floor, just up the stairs and around the corner. Let him carry you. You take me to find him." Ahao's face showed impatience as he tapped He Pei-chin's face with the gun barrel. "Don't make me repeat myself. My time is very, very precious." Yes, Old Lee, hurry and carry me." He Pei-chin nodded vigorously, urging Old Lee to move. The three quickly left the duty room and headed towards the teaching building. As soon as they reached the second floor, the three received a notification. Leaderboard generation complete. Players can check on the world interface. Location information sharing completed. Challenge mechanism has been activated. Initial duration 12 hours. Ahao glanced at the leaderboard and found that the first place was a LV2 player named Zian. Huaxiao person? Which district? Ahao casually clicked on the location information. Upon discovering the coordinates, also located in Yongxing No. 1 High School. A look of surprise appeared in the scar-faced man's eyes for the first time. What is going on? This person is also at No. 1 High School? He Pei-chin, hearing Ahao's mumblings, turned her head to flatter him. This Zian is also a student in Class 8 of senior year. He usually gets along very well with Zhao Hui. Oh, Aopondi. Speculating that the person he was looking for might have awakened some ability that helps players level up quickly. After all, Zhao Hui was the first player in the world to reach LV1, and Zian, who was close to Zhao Hui, became the first to reach LV2. Although Ahao felt that these two were too ostentatious and didn't know how to conceal their brilliance. On the other hand, if they weren't so high-profile, how could they be discovered by Brother Jing, thus gaining the opportunity to join the Zhao family? "I need to see both Zhao Hui and Zian." Ahao ordered coldly. For now, he wouldn't consider Zian. If he could bring Zhao Hui back, his supporting abilities would help the Zhao family enhance their strength more rapidly. Maybe it's the same as Sister Hong's ability. The Sister Hong Ahao mentioned was Luo Hong, the wife of Zhao Jing. At the onset of the apocalypse, she awakened a very special ability called corpse crystallization. This emerald-grade ability allowed Luo Hong to crystallize all corpses she touched into essence crystals. For the same monster, ordinary players could only obtain one essence crystal by killing it. But under the effect of Luo Hong's ability, the corpse itself could also crystallize into an essence crystal, greatly increasing the speed of essence crystal acquisition. Just as Ahao was envisioning a bright future where the Zhao family could advance swiftly, He Pei-chin's flattering voice rang out. "Be big brother, we've arrived." Ahao glanced at the class sign at the door and stepped inside. The classroom was filled with a strange smell, like bloodied meat chunks that had been overcooked in a pot. The desks and chairs were all askew, haphazardly piled in the corner. A dozen or so students nearby seemed to be discussing something, but when they saw someone enter, they all shut their mouths and turned their gazes. Is there a Zhao Hui here? A Hao flashed his gun, asking the students nearby. The students all shrank back in fear, and only a pretty girl stepped forward. Are you a family member of Zhao Hui? Before A Hao could continue speaking, He Peichin shouted again, Su Xiao, don't think just because you are the class monitor you can talk so much nonsense. Hurry and bring Zhao Hui out. Su Xiao frowned, not asking further, and instead pointed to a pile of bodies in another corner of the classroom. Zhao Hui is already dead. Chapter 10, Task Failure. Dead. He Peichin squawked like a rooster with its throat squeezed. A Hao's expression darkened as he quickly walked towards the corpse in the corner. After taking a glance, he pulled up the leaderboard and began to search carefully. Indeed, Zhao Hui's name had disappeared. It wasn't that the leaderboard had pushed him out of the top 100, but rather that he had completely vanished. How did he die? Looking at Zhao Hui's tragic corpse on the ground, A Hao's tone turned somewhat cold. It's not that he was overflowing with a sense of justice and wanted to seek retribution for Zhao Hui. Rather, Zhao Hui's death directly proclaimed A Hao's failure in the mission. This was a task entrusted to him by Zhao Jin. There shouldn't be any mistakes. Su Xiao noticed that the scar-faced man had a grim expression and hesitantly asked, Who exactly are you? Are you a family member of Zhao Hui? Ma Han tugged at Su Xiao's sleeve and whispered, Class monitor, this guy has a gun and doesn't look like a good person. Why not just tell him the truth? Su Xiao responded softly, I see that. And that's exactly why I can't tell him. Little girl, I'll ask you one more time. Who killed Zhao Hui? A Hao slowly stepped forward, aiming his gun at Su Xiao's head. Su Xiao's body trembled slightly, but there was no hint of fear in her eyes. If you don't reveal your identity, I won't tell you. A Hao grinned, revealing a chilling smile. Not going to say? Then die. Just as A Hao's finger was about to pull the trigger, someone suddenly ran in from outside. Su Xiao, Tian Yu Hao's words abruptly stopped as he stared in surprise at the scar-faced man. Cousin? What are you doing here? A Hao tilted his head, surprised to see Tian Yu Hao at the door. Little Hao, what are you doing here? I'm studying here. It's been a long time since I saw you, cousin. What is going on? Tian Yu Hao stood at the door, looking quite composed. Oh, I came to find someone, but the person is dead. A Hao didn't hide it from his cousin and pointed his gun at the corpse on the ground. Little Hao, do you know who killed Zhao Hui? Tian Yu Hao was taken aback, and the answer slipped out. I know, it was Ing Zian. Tian Yu Hao. Su Xiao wanted to stop him, but was a step too late. Ing Zian killed him? A Hao's brow relaxed as he pressed on. The one ranked first on the leaderboard. Ing Zian? Yes. Tian Yu Hao glanced at Su Xiao, and his previously hesitant expression immediately relaxed. He did it. I saw it with my own eyes. Tian Yu Hao wasn't stupid. He quickly assessed the current situation. In the apocalypse, the one with the strongest fist gets to speak. A Hao's gun was the hardest fist in this school. And as A Hao's nephew, Tian Yu Hao's status naturally rose. What teamwork? What sharing resources? Under his uncle's gun, Tian Yu Hao's words were like an imperial edict. Su Xiao, just a pretty face pretending to be righteous. Good. A Hao nodded in approval at Tian Yu Hao. Do you know where that Ing Zian is now? I want to find him. Upon hearing this, Su Xiao secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, Ing Zian had already left and no one knew his whereabouts. Otherwise, if the scar-faced man found out, he would likely end up shot dead. Before Su Xiao could feel secure, Tian Yu Hao's confident voice rang out. I know. Ing Zian and Lu Li went to the multimedia classroom. It seems they're preparing to open a treasure chest. Uncle, let's hurry. We can definitely get some good stuff. Great. Take me there. A satisfied smile appeared on A Hao's face. Su Xiao quickly stepped forward, trying to stop him. Tian Yu Hao, disaster has broken out. We should unite instead of killing each other. Tian Yu Hao sneered. Su Xiao, you should tone down that overflowing sense of righteousness. You should be grateful that my uncle is looking for Ing Zian and not you. Little Hao, let's go. A Hao urged at the door. Tian Yu Hao followed the scar-faced man quickly, leaving Su Xiao behind with a complicated expression. Class monitor, Ma Han began to advise. If someone is seeking revenge, Ing Zian brought it upon himself. Let us not get involved, just let them be. Su Xiao frowned even tighter. But what we're doing is no different from being accomplices. Ma Han showed a conflicted expression, struggling to find words. Even if Zian deserves it, what about Lu Li? Su Xiao expressed her concern. Did you not hear what Tian Yuhao just said? He wants to kill and seize treasures. If we don't do something today, tomorrow when you're targeted, who will help you? The crowd fell silent. Their expressions varied. Wang Chao suddenly stepped forward and stood beside Su Xiao. Class monitor, I think you're right. We need to stop Tian Yuhao and his uncle. Stop what? Ma Han shot Wang Chao a glare. Do you think we could take down a level 6 bug mother and handle player with a gun? Do you really think your armor is invincible enough to withstand bullets? Wang Chao, feeling somewhat unconvinced, replied, at my current level, definitely not. But if the class monitor can absorb that level 3 crystal, maybe it would work. Su Zhao's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Wang Chao, are you serious? Of course. Wang Chao nodded earnestly. My armor can increase its defensive attributes with level ups, and with your amplification, blocking bullets won't be a problem. Okay, then hurry up and absorb it. Su Xiao didn't hesitate and pulled out the crystal to hand it to Wang Chao. At this moment, Wang Shuyan, who had been silent, suddenly spoke. Wait a minute, Sister Xiao, didn't you say that resources should be evenly distributed within the team? That level 3 crystal is so precious. How can you just give it away? I think the urgent matter shouldn't be meddling in other people's affairs, but rather improving our own strength. If our team is powerful, then in the future, we can only take from others. How could we be robbed? Wang Shuyan's words resonated with the crowd, and many who initially disagreed with Su Zhao's actions began to voice their agreement. Yeah, why should we care about that useless Lu Li? Giving a level 3 crystal to one person is such a waste. Wang Chao is a defensive talent. Leveling up to level 3 doesn't really enhance the team's strength. I think we should give the crystal to the healer so that next time we get hurt, we won't have to worry about dying. Exactly, class monitor, let us not get involved in this mess. Seeing the public opinion shift in her favor, Wang Shuyan wore a smug smile. Joining Su Zhao's team was just for that level 3 crystal. As long as she could successfully absorb it as a level 3 healer, she would be highly sought after anywhere. Su Xiao remained silent, quietly waiting for the crowd's discussion to unfold. Instead, He Pei-Chin, upon hearing this, excitedly shouted, Healer? Wang Shuyan, your ability is to heal injuries? Come help me. Wang Shuyan was taken aback, realizing this was a great opportunity to showcase herself, and immediately stepped forward to use her ability. In order to ensure she could obtain the level 3 crystal, she intentionally lowered the intensity of her ability. Seeing that the wound wasn't healing quickly, He Pei-Chin grew anxious. Wang Shuyan, your ability isn't working. My wound still hurts. Wang Shuyan feigned guilt. Teacher, I'm still at level 0. I haven't leveled up yet. My ability isn't strong enough. Upon hearing this, He Pei-Chin immediately shouted to Su Xiao, Su Xiao, I order you as a teacher to give the level crystal to Wang Shuyan. Her healing art is the ability that needs to be leveled up the most right now. Chapter 11. Su Xiao's decision as a teacher. Ordering me? Su Xiao forced a smile. Teacher, what about Lu Li? He Pei-Chin looked at her as if it were obvious. What do I care about that poor guy? Among all the students I've taught, he's the only one who never gives a dime during holidays and festivals. I haven't even held it against him. Besides, Tian Yuhao just said that Lu Li chose to follow Zian, so he deserves whatever happens to him. That scarred bald man is a lunatic. He really could kill. I'm not letting you go for your own good. When it came to lecturing, He Pei-Chin seemed to return to her element, chattering on without any sign of stopping. Su Xiao found it just noisy. Stop. Su Xiao interrupted, disappointment written all over her face. This third-tier elemental crystal is the result of cooperation between me, Wang Chao, and Ma Han. It has nothing to do with you. Who it gets allocated to is not for you to dictate. Wang Chao, let us go. Saying that, she shoved the crystal into Wang Chao's hand and walked out the door without looking back. Hey, class monitor. Ma Han, seeing that Su Xiao really intended to leave, hurriedly followed. Wait up, I'm coming with you. He Pei-Chin was furious, shouting, Su Xiao, you little BTCH, come back here. You few useless fools. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and stop her. Get the crystal back. The crowd fell silent. No one moved, although everyone felt that Su Zhao's decision was biased. At the end of the day, That third-tier elemental crystal belonged to her, even if they really intended to snatch it. Their abilities would be of no use against Wang, Chao, and Mahan. Chung Duo, hiding in the crowd, cautiously spoke up. Should we also go with Sister Xiao? If there are more people, maybe we can. Shut the hell up. Wang Shuyin furrowed her brows, glaring at Chung Duo like a fierce beast. If you want to go to your death, go by yourself. Don't drag everyone down. Chung Duo shrank back, like a frightened little fish disappearing back into the crowd. In the multimedia classroom, Ing Zian looked at the treasure chest in front of him, his mouth almost stretching to his ears. Half an hour ago, he was curious about what could come out of Zhao Hui's black iron chest. Now he turned around and had opened two of his own. Moreover, the items in his chest were more than Zhao Hui's. Just the second-tier elemental crystals alone yielded 4, along with a black and white coin of unknown use. Luli, let me see what this coin is for. Due to the lack of a reconnaissance skill, Ing Zian's panel could not display item information. Luli looked at the coin in Ing Zian's hand, his eyes brightening. He was very familiar with this item. Item name, Fate Coin. Quality, inferior. Function description, using this item may grant divine favor or divine punishment. Note, take a gamble, a bicycle turns into a motorcycle. In simpler terms, it was a blind box based on luck. With good fortune, one might pull out a myth-quality unique item like Luli did in his previous life, or various other good things. With bad luck, one might get struck by lightning or summon a horde of exceptionally powerful monsters. The Fate Coin was a magical item that gamblers loved and hated. In his previous life, Luli didn't like gambling, but he still carried one as a talisman. Unintentionally, this action gave him a chance to start over at the last moment. Retracting his gaze, Luli said lightly, "This thing is called a Fate Coin. It relies heavily on luck. I suggest you don't use it blindly." The Fate Coin was subjected to reconnaissance, revealing its contents on the panel. Ing Zian didn't heed Luli's warning at all. He stared greedily at the words divine favor in the description. Divine favor. Haha, with my luck, I definitely have to give it a try. But then he thought, what if he drew divine punishment and got seriously hurt? After much contemplation, Ing Zian set his sights on Luli. An idea flashed in his mind. I can make Luli, this useless person, throw it for me. If something good comes out, I take it, and if divine punishment hits, LLB Luli, who gets hurt? Ing Zian thought he was a genius. Luli looked at Ing Zian's shifting expression, naturally guessing what the other was thinking, his eyes growing colder. If Ing Zian truly forced him to use the Fate Coin, Luli wouldn't mind killing him right there. Though this would prevent him from triggering the top-tier rewards of the cross-level challenge mechanism, it was better than taking risks. Living again, Luli would be more cautious than in his previous life. Hey Luli, help me use this item. As Luli received the coin thrown by Ing Zian, his heart sank. It seemed he had to take action, just as Luli prepared to manifest his blade arm. The multimedia classroom door was suddenly kicked open. A bald, scarred man walked in leisurely, followed by a familiar figure. Tian Yuhao, what are you doing here? Ing Zian spoke up, noticing the unfriendly approach. His hands transformed into claws, exuding a murderous intent. Tian Yuhao squinted at Ing Zian, then shrugged. Nothing much. Someone is looking for you. Let me introduce. This is my cousin. Ahao glanced at Ing Zian with interest and spoke. I heard you killed Zhao Hui. Is that true? So what if it is? Well, what about his stuff? Ahao feigned a regretful sigh. Naturally, I took it. What? Do you want to take revenge for him? Though Ing Zian was arrogant, he didn't know the strength of his opponent and dared not act rashly. No, I'm not related to him. Why would I seek revenge? Ahao swayed his body, appearing very relaxed. However, my boss has specifically asked to find him. Now that he's dead, I can't go back to report. Ing Zian looked puzzled. So what do you want? Ahao smiled, and the scar on his face seemed to come alive under that expression, resembling a twisted, crawling centipede. Simple. Hand over your good stuff, or leave your head behind. Huh? Did I hear that wrong? Ing Zian's eyes widened in astonishment, deliberately displaying a surprised expression. Do you know who is currently ranked first on the leaderboard? Oh, who is it? The bald man asked mockingly. It's me, Ing Zian. As soon as the word Zian left his mouth, Ing Zian lunged towards Ahao fiercely. Ing Zian knew very well that although his level was crushing compared to everyone present, his own abilities were close combat oriented. Therefore, the earlier show of bravado and the sudden attack were his means of concealing his own shortcomings. Ingzian's thinking was simple. As long as he could quickly shorten the distance between them, no matter what incredible ability the bald man had awakened, he was 80 confident he could take him down. After all, Zhao Hui had died at his hands in just such a manner. As for Tian Yuhao, a waste who had also awakened the reconnaissance ability, he was not a threat at all. However, just as Ingzian thought his plan would succeed, the bald man showed a mocking expression and swiftly raised his right hand. Chapter 12. The Overbearing Ability. Phew, phew. The gun's muzzle spewed flames. 2 bullets hit Ingzian in the chest, while another pierced through his skull. Stupid. Ahau looked at the twitching Ingzian on the ground and scoffed. Claw. Silvergrade. Did you think you were invincible after leveling up twice? Naive. A blood-red treasure chest appeared out of nowhere, landing at Ahau's feet. Luli knew this was the reward for a level-up kill. During the time the level-up kill mechanism was in effect, players outside the level leaderboard who killed players on the leaderboard could receive a kill treasure chest. Similarly, lower-level players on the leaderboard could obtain a kill treasure chest by killing higher-level players. Tian Yuhao looked at the treasure chest at his feet with delight and praised Ahau. As expected of my uncle, taking down the strongest on the leaderboard with just 3 shots. Ahau checked the bullet count after ejecting the magazine and said calmly, Mozambique shooting method, designed for quickly moving targets. 3 bullets left should be enough. After saying that, he reinserted the magazine and aimed at Luli not far away. Tian Yuhao watched everything unfold, his eyes revealing a sickly anticipation. Luli, if you hand over all your good stuff now and kneel to us for 3 bows, my uncle might consider sparing you. Upon hearing this, Ahau glanced at his nephew with a complex expression. Clearly on the way here, Tian Yuhao had warned him about Lu Li's strange abilities and advised caution. Why had he suddenly become so fearless? Could it be because he witnessed a murder? Lu Li's expression darkened as he heard Tian Yuhao's taunts, a murderous intent gradually rising in his eyes. Tian Yuhao, what makes you think you can kill me? What gives you that confidence? Tian Yuhao felt as if he had heard the biggest joke. Haha, Luli, are you scared, silly? Do you really think that just because you learned the weaknesses of monsters with items, you could be invincible? The ability you've awakened is just a black iron grade scouting. Do you think you can withstand 3 shots from my uncle? Items? Luli was slightly taken aback, then guessed that Tian Yuhao might have misunderstood something. He knew the weaknesses of various monsters only because he had lived again. However, to Tian Yuhao, it looked like a lucky coincidence or that he obtained some special items. Luli naturally didn't bother to explain. He merely squinted his eyes and provocatively said to the scar-faced man, Let's see what you've got. As soon as he finished speaking, the gun in the scar-faced man's hand fired. 3 shots in quick succession, the bullets whistling like the Grim Reaper's scythe. However, that scythe failed to hit its target. To be precise, it didn't hit Luli. The bullets struck a monster that had appeared out of thin air, a blade armantis. Tian Yuhao's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the scene not far away. Right in front of Luli, a pitch-black blade armantis had materialized. The 3 bullets had hit the mantis's body perfectly. Tian Yuhao, you're dead. In the blink of an eye, the gray-black mantis and Luli moved, one to the left, one to the right, each rushing toward Tian Yuhao along different paths. Uncle, save me. Tian Yuhao, unaware that the situation would reverse in an instant, was immediately frightened and tried to flee. Compared to his nephew's panic, Uncle Ahau remained much calmer. He was enveloped in a red mist, and his speed suddenly surged. In Ahau's view, the suddenly appearing blade armantis was clearly 100 times more dangerous than unarmed Luli. So, he chose to block the blade armantis first. But what Ahau didn't know was that Luli had already guessed his thoughts. As Ahau was about to collide with the blade armantis, Luli's mind stirred. Soul weapon retracted. Rapid speed, silver, activated. Ahau lunged forward, but missed entirely. Meanwhile, Luli had already caught up to Tian Yuhao. Giant strength, silver, activated. Blade arm, platinum, activated. The originally harmless right hand instantly transformed into a sharp blade, bursting forth with intense coldness under the boost of the platinum grade. Kill. The blade, infused with anger, struck hard against Tian Yuhao's back. The latter screamed in agony and fell to the ground. Luli, I was wrong. Please don't kill me. Don't kill me. Tian Yuhao cried, writhing on the ground like a maggot. Seeing this, Ahao immediately shouted, changing direction and rushing toward Luli. Luli, stop now. However, Luli had no intention of holding back at that moment. He stepped forward, raised his blade, and instantly ended Tian Yuhao's life. The sight of his nephew being killed made Ahao's eyes go bloodshot. Oh, Luli, I will kill you. The eerie red mist around him surged wildly, and Ahao's speed increased again. Luli furrowed his brow, choosing not to confront him head-on, but instead quickly retreated and summoned his soul weapon again. Luli had seen the scar-faced, bald man's ability in his previous life. It was a berserker-like ability that could shield players from the perception of pain while greatly enhancing their physical attributes. It was a speed and power-enhancing talent. Because of this, Luli summoned his soul weapon to counter it without engaging directly. Ahao looked at the gray-black mantis reappearing before him, a sinister smile spreading across his face. Instead of dodging the incoming blade, he leaned in closer. Blood sprayed everywhere, and the red mist around him thickened again. What can't kill me will only make me stronger. Ahao thrust his hands forward, grabbing the mantis's arms on either side, then yanked with all his might. The LV-2 mantis soul weapon was instantly shattered, turning into wisps of black mist. Is that it? Ahao roared, his momentum as fierce as a tiger. However, the arrogant expression on his scarred face did not last long. Taking advantage of Ahao's moment of distraction from shredding the soul weapon, Luli had retreated to a safe distance. At this moment, arcs of electricity swirled in his palm. What can't kill you will only make you stronger. You're quite the motivational speaker. Lightning arrow, diamond activated. Arcs of electricity, thick as a thumb, surged like frenzied dragons toward the scar-faced man. Compared to Zhao Hui's reckless bombardment, Luli's control of the lightning arrow was precise and targeted. Almost every bolt of lightning accurately struck the bald man's head. Under such circumstances, Ahao could hardly progress a single step, let alone kill Luli. However, Luli also couldn't kill Ahao immediately. The strange red mist surrounding him seemed to have a function of reducing electrical damage. The more times the lightning arrow struck, the stronger Ahao's abilities became. The situation was looking grim. Luli frowned. He hadn't expected Ahao's ability to be so overbearing. Luli. Ahao seemed to sense Luli's thoughts and laughed amidst the strikes of the lightning arrows. You can't kill me. He flipped his palm over and pulled out 10 blood-red crystal cores. In an instant, he shattered and absorbed them. A full 200 experience points caused Ahao's level to soar. The leaderboard was about to change again. Congratulations to player Chun Hao for becoming the first player in the world to reach LV4, rewarded with a black iron grade upgrade treasure chest 7. Chapter 13 Ability Fusion. What a backup plan. Luli's heart sank, and he gasped. He had initially planned to use a lightning arrow to kill Chen Hao Yuan from a distance. But now that Chun Hao had just advanced to LV4, and his physical attributes had surged, this method was clearly ineffective. Did he have to fight up close? Although the platinum-grade blade arm had a chance to kill Chen Hao, it would mean putting himself in danger as well. Despite having the fighting experience accumulated in his previous life, Luli's current physical condition after rebirth could not support high-intensity combat. The result would likely be mutual destruction. Should he take the risk? Luli, I will kill you. Just as Luli was pondering, Chen Hao had already taken a step forward. The scarred bald man was surrounded by rolling red mist, and he was charging toward Luli while braving a barrage of lightning arrows. Luli was stunned for a moment, and then suddenly laughed. He laughed at how cowardly he had become. In his previous life, he had stumbled through and made a name for himself. Now that he had a second chance, he would become the strongest. The rapid ability activated, and Luli's figure flickered as he began to run in the multimedia classroom. The dense lightning arrows temporarily ceased. After all, this level of attack could not kill Chun Hao and would only increase his power. To kill him, he needed a decisive blow. Taking advantage of the terrain, Luli maintained his distance from Chun Hao. The soul weapon that had been torn apart by Chun Hao had not actually vanished, but had been recalled by Luli in advance. Although he lost a few soul points, the remaining amount was enough to condense another LV-2 soul weapon. However, Lu Li did not intend to use it immediately. He wanted to concentrate all his combat power into one point. Only then would he have a chance to deliver a fatal blow. He ducked to avoid a chair thrown by Chen Hao and quickly ran to the side of Ing Xian's corpse. The Soul Devouring ability activated silently. Devour LV. 2-player Soul. Soul points 4. Plunder ability Claw, Silver. Detected that Claw and Blade are both sharp abilities. Do you want to perform a fusion enhancement? Can it be fused? Yes. It can be enhanced and fused. Lu Li almost forgot about this. The same abilities obtained through Soul Devouring can trigger an advancement task, and completing it can upgrade the ability tier. Abilities of the same series can be enhanced and fused. Although Lu Li was unsure of the fusion result, one thing was certain. The fused ability would definitely be stronger than before. Fusion. Lu Li did not hesitate and immediately chose to fuse the abilities. At such a critical moment in battle, any slight enhancement could increase the chances of victory. Ding. Ability Fusion successful. Due to the large tier difference between Blade, Arm, and Claw, no new ability has appeared. Blade Arm effect increased. Adds tier effect, trigger probability 50. It actually has a tier effect. Lu Li was overjoyed. The tier effect could continuously affect the target and, after multiple accumulations, could cause severe injury. Once the severe injury effect took effect, the target's movement speed would be greatly reduced. Lu Li paused his steps and stopped running frantically. He had initially planned to find an opportunity to deliver a fatal blow to Chen Hao. But now that the Blade Arm had the tier effect, his battle strategy needed to change. He would slowly wear down Chen Hao. Even if the process would continuously enhance the opponent's abilities, as long as he could inflict the severe injury effect, Lu Li could take the initiative. Seeing Lu Li suddenly stop, Chen Hao also froze. He looked highly vigilant, suspiciously glancing at Lu Li. What's wrong? Realizing he was doomed, so he stopped running? Lu Li shuklat, admit. I indeed did not expect your abilities to be this strong, and you also have 10 second-tier elemental crystals on you. But who dies is still uncertain. After speaking, a black mist suddenly rose behind Lu Li. The soul weapon condensed again, and a black mantis took flight, quickly hovering above Chen Hao's head. It was like a Damocles sword that could fall at any moment. Meanwhile, Lu Li began to slowly walk, inching closer to Chen Hao. Summoning talent? Looks like Xiao Hao was tricked by you. Chen Hao diverted his attention to the black soul weapon above his head, clearly aware of something. But the soul weapon seemed unwilling to give him a chance to think. The black mantis let out a shriek, and the next moment, it shot toward Chen Hao like a cannonball. At the same time, Lu Li's figure also accelerated suddenly. Just as Chen Hao was about to be caught in a pincer attack, there was not a trace of panic on his scarred face. On the contrary, there was a hint of smugness, as if he had seen through everything. Students are ultimately students, too naive to think I would fall for the same trick again. Chen Hao lunged toward Lu Li without any intention of defending against the Blade Arm Mantis. He was convinced that Lu Li was using the same tactic again, attempting to distract him with what appeared to be a powerful, yet actually fragile summoning. The real killing move would be delivered by himself. Wasn't Tian Yuhua killed this way? Not again. Chen Hao would never fall for it. Just as he was about to collide with Lu Li, a dazzling white light suddenly illuminated in front of Chen Hao. An arc of electricity mercilessly struck his face, causing him to temporarily lose his vision. When he opened his eyes again, the front was empty. There was no trace of Lu Li. You slippery little guy. Chen Hao tried to find him, but suddenly felt pain in his back and ankle. The soul weapon's attack had landed, leaving 2 long scars on his back. Meanwhile, Lu Li executed a slide tackle, using the blade formed by his right hand to lightly graze his ankle. The summoner's main attack? No problem. It's all trivial damage. Chen Hao understood that under the effect of bloody slaughter, all non-lethal injuries would only become a source of strength for him. He was determined to kill Lu Li. Once he did, the summoning would automatically dissipate. But Lu Li was like a slippery eel, slipping away every time he was about to be caught. Instead, Chen Hao himself had been cut by Lu Li more than 10 times. While these injuries felt like mosquito bites to him, why was Lu Li getting faster and faster? No, it wasn't that he was getting faster. It was that he was slowing down. Chen Hao suddenly realized and glanced at his data panel. The status section clearly showed the severe injury effect. You little brat, you tricked me. Lu Li raised his hand and threw a lightning arrow, retreating once more. At the same time, he distractedly controlled the soul weapon, intending to deliver a heavy blow to Chun Hao. He thought that with Chun Hao's slowed speed, he would defend against the soul weapon with all his might. But unexpectedly, this scar-faced man went completely mad. He absorbed all the red mist around him, and in an instant his eyes turned blood red like a hellish demon. The severe injury effect was removed. Chun Hao's speed surged, and he suddenly lunged at Lu Li. Chapter 14, saved again? It's over. Most of Lu Li's mind was focused on controlling the soul weapon, and, at this moment, it was already too late to escape. The heavy blow from the soul weapon couldn't instantly kill Chun Hao. A dead end. In an instant, Lu Li was even prepared for a fight to the death. However, at that moment, a fire arrow suddenly appeared in his line of sight, hitting Chun Hao's shoulder with pinpoint accuracy. The sudden attack caused Chun Hao to hesitate for a moment. Lu Li seized the opportunity, advancing instead of retreating. Since he couldn't avoid it, he would fight to the death. His right arm instantly transformed into a sharp blade, attacking simultaneously with the mantis soul weapon. There were two soft sounds, and Chun Hao stood frozen in place. Is it done? Lu Li, unable to contain his doubts, quickly swept his knife arm sideways. Chun Hao's stomach was slashed open, and blood splattered everywhere, completely draining him of the strength to resist. Lu Li, Su Xiao exclaimed and rushed towards Lu Li. At this moment, Lu Li realized that the fire arrow had been shot by Ma Han. He was saved again by Su Xiao the saint. Lu Li, are you okay? Are you hurt? Su Xiao checked Lu Li from head to toe, her beautiful eyes filled with uncontrollable worry. I'm fine, thanks. Although Lu Li found Su Xiao's saintly heart unappealing, he couldn't deny that without Ma Han's critical shot just now, he wouldn't have been able to kill Chun Hao. What thanks? I already said it. I'm the class leader. It's my duty to look after my classmates. Su Xiao's face turned slightly red. Yes. The class leader cares for every classmate, but Lu Li's weight is much heavier. Ma Han leaned back with his hands behind his head, teasingly approaching. Ma Han, stop talking nonsense. Su Xiao's face turned even redder. To ease the awkward atmosphere, she looked at Chun Hao. This scar-faced bald man has a surprisingly strong vitality. Even with a big hole in his stomach, he hasn't kicked the bucket yet. Wang Chao, you take a bit of effort and go call Wang Xuyan over. Wang Chao leaned in curiously to take a look and asked in confusion. Class leader, you don't want to save him, do you? This guy shot teacher he before, he's not a good person. Su Xiao frowned and sighed lightly. That's still a life. Hurry up. If Wang Xuyan is unwilling to come, just tell her I'm willing to pay a crystal as a reward. Wang Chao couldn't refuse Su Xiao and had to go back the way he came. Su Xiao seemed a bit uneasy and said to Ma Han, you go with Wang Chao. I'm worried it's not safe for him to go alone. Ma Han, who was about to sit down and rest, froze for a moment. Then a knowing smile appeared on his face. Got it. Then class leader, please be careful. I and the fatty might take a while. How about an hour? That should be enough, right? Saying this, he even chuckled at Lu Li. Go away. Hurry up. I'm afraid he won't be saved if you're late. Su Xiao bunjet Ma Han. After sending both of them away, Su Xiao looked at Lu Li. Her expression was a bit strange. Lu Li, you killed Ing Zian and Tian Yuhao, right? Lu Li shook his head and squatted beside Chun Hao. This man was frothing at the mouth, exhaling more than inhaling. But when he saw Lu Li approach, he still stared fiercely, his face full of anger and unwillingness. Seemingly using all his strength, Chun Hao threatened. Lu Li, right? Ha! If I die, the Zhao family will definitely kill you. Cough, cough. The Zhao family? Lu Li blinka. His expression instantly turning cold. Seeing this, Chun Hao thought the other party was scared and wore a smug expression. That's right, the Zhao family. A player like you is nothing in front of such a huge force as the Zhao family. I advise you. Before Chun Hao could finish his sentence, Lu Li's knife had unhesitatingly pierced into his mouth. Lu Li, you. Su Xiao watched this scene, completely unexpected that Lu Li would be so decisive. Lu Li didn't look back, only speaking to Chun Hao's corpse. No need for the Zhao family to look for me. I will definitely pay a visit another day. After saying this, he turned to Su Xiao. No, only Tian Yuhao and this Chun Hao were killed by me. Ying Xian was shot dead by Chen Hao. Su Xiao was a bit confused. Is it really appropriate to kill someone in front of her and then seriously recount the facts? Can a normal person be so calm? At this moment, Su Xiao felt Lu Li was very unfamiliar. It was as if he had been struggling in the dark apocalypse for a long time, unlike her, who had just experienced the onset of the apocalypse as a student. Ignoring the dazed Su Xiao, Lu Li once again bent down and activated the Soul Devouring ability on Chen Hao's corpse. Devour LV for player soul. Soul points 8, plunder ability, bloody slaughter, platinum. Would you like to retain soul consciousness? Yes, no. Lu Li hesitated for a moment, but ultimately chose to retain Chen Hao's consciousness. He would definitely wipe out the Zhao family. Regardless of the open and covert struggles of the previous life or the blood feud yet to be revealed in this life. As a member of the Zhao family, Chen Hao might be useful in the future. Even if he refuses to cooperate then, it would still be possible to erase the other party's consciousness. Following that, Lu Li DEVOURER soul. This time, there was no option to retain consciousness, and it only brought him 1 soul point. After clearing the loot from the 3 corpses, Lu Li approached the treasure chest. 2 blood-red slaughter chests, and 7 completely black upgrade chests. Lu Li rubbed his hands together, not caring that Su Xiao was still watching, and directly opened the treasure chests. The 7 upgrade chests brought Lu Li a total of 14 second-tier crystals. Along with the 4 he received from Ying Xian earlier, Lu Li now had an astonishing 18 crystals. But even so, Lu Li did not absorb a single one. He simply stuffed the crystals into his pants pocket and approached the 2 slaughter chests. There's a chance to open mythological equipment chests. Let's see how lucky I am. Lu Li eagerly opened the first treasure chest. Once he saw what was inside, his expression immediately turned strange. The chest indeed contained an item. Moreover, it was an equipment item. But this equipment, damn it, something is off. It seems to be a skirt. Lu Li took out the pink checkered mini skirt from the chest, feeling heavy-hearted as he scanned it. Item name: JK Girls Temptation Mini Skirt. Quality: perfect. This equipment will automatically bind after 60 seconds of correct wearing. Function description: correctly wearing this equipment can unconditionally enhance talent grade. Remarks: is it art or vulgarity? I can no longer tell. I only know that the moon is full. If I don't appreciate it, it seems I lack appreciation for beauty. Completely inappropriate. Let us not even mention that this item looks like a mini skirt bursting with girlish charm. Even if Lu Li were a pervert with a cross-dressing fetish, the function of this equipment would be completely useless to him. After all, the Soul Devour talent ability has no grade. How can it be enhanced without a grade? And also, what does this automatic binding within 60 seconds mean? Lu Li frowned, unconsciously glancing at Su Xiao. Chapter 15. Returning the favor. Su Xiao, come here for a moment. Lu Li waved at Su Xiao. The latter looked wary, hesitating for quite a while before slowly moving her steps. What do you want? Are you going to kill me to silence me? After watching Lu Li skillfully handle the corpse and collect the spoils, Su Xiao felt anything but relaxed. She felt that Lu Li had completely changed. The Lu Li she liked in the past was just silent and reserved, and his behavior still conformed to that of a high school student. Why had he changed so much since the apocalypse began? Kill you to silence you? Lu Li was taken aback and helplessly said, "Why would I want to kill you? You saved my life. I'm just giving you something in return." Seeing Lu Li's relaxed expression, Su Xiao's tense heart finally eased a little. She curiously stared at the short skirt in Lu Li's hand. That's right, this is for you. Consider it a partial repayment of the favor. Lu Li tossed the short skirt to Su Xiao like it was a plague. The longer this thing stayed in his hands, the more it disrespected his image as a straight man. Su Xiao's expression was strange. She thought Lu Li was just trying to dump some useless equipment on her. But after checking the description of the skirt, she was completely stunned. It could actually unconditionally elevate her talent grade. With the apocalypse coming, all players have been infused with relevant information in their minds, and Su Xiao was no exception. She knew very well that a player's talent grade was determined at the time of awakening and could not be improved afterwards unless through items. However, even among items, those that could elevate grades were extremely rare. Lu Li had managed to obtain such a perfect quality item, and he was just giving it to her? So, if I wear this skirt, I can elevate the amplification domain to the emerald grade. While walking towards another killing treasure chest, Luli tossed another detection at the skirt. After seeing that the item information showed successful binding, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. That's right. It should suit you well, whether it's the item effect or the appearance. Su Zhao's face turned red again upon hearing this. Did Luli mean for her to change into it right away? Su Zhao looked around, thinking that Wang Chao and Ma Han probably wouldn't be back for a while, and turned towards the podium at the front of the classroom. There was a stage curtain that could serve as a temporary changing room. I'm going to change into the skirt now. Luli, you can't peek. Luli didn't even look back and said, don't worry. I'm opening the treasure chest. Arriving at the last killing treasure chest, Luli curled his lips and silently prayed. Please don't let anything strange come out this time. He raised his hand to open the chest, and a burst of golden light flashed. Li's eyes widened, and his expression gradually turned excited. He had actually opened this item. Item name, Element Crystal Dissolution Agent. Quality, Mythical. Function description. This solvent can dissolve any level of elemental crystals, absorbing and storing the experience within. Drinking the solvent grants 80 of the contained experience. Remarks, the main material of this thing comes from. Forget it. It's just the original soup for the original food. Luli recognized this item. In his previous life, it was known as the most useless mythical item. Its value in the trading market was even less than 10 fate coins. The reason was its function: dissolve elemental crystals, store experience, release experience. The entire process not only provided no benefits, but also reduced the experience by 20. The only useful aspect was that this item could ignore the player's limit of absorbing only 10 elemental crystals per week. However, compared to the loss of experience, this use seemed trivial. But Luli knew the clever use of this item. The element crystal dissolution agent needed to be used in conjunction with the hidden rules of the level leaderboard. In his previous life, it wasn't until the 3rd year after the Apocalypse game began that players discovered the hidden rules of the level leaderboard. That is, staying in the top 3 for a long time could bring players extraordinarily amazing rewards. To maintain a long-term position, players needed to meet 2 conditions. First, survive against numerous challengers. Second, absorb more experience than other players in the same time frame to level up higher. The first condition wasn't difficult to meet. After all, players who could reach the top 3 on the leaderboard were either strong or had powerful backing. But the second condition was quite harsh. After all, the levels of monsters also increased over time. During the early Apocalypse, there might be 3rd-tier elemental crystals, but there would definitely not be 5th or 6th tiers. Therefore, all players' levels would still be restrained within a certain range. But with the element crystal dissolution agent, it was different. This item could dissolve a large number of low-tier elemental crystals to accumulate experience. Although for other casual players, collecting a large number of low-tier elemental crystals was not easy. For Luli, a reborn player, it was as easy as pie. The global trading market should go live at midnight on the 3rd day after the Apocalypse arrives. I still have 2 days and 11 hours. Luli pundarat. Players would soon discover the limit of absorbing only 10 elemental crystals per week. By then, there should be a large number of low-tier elemental crystals available in the trading market. High-tier elemental crystals would be sold at a high price. Luli just needed to exchange high-tier elemental crystals for a large quantity of low-tier ones, and he could quickly create a super elemental crystal with massive experience. Occupying the 1st place on the leaderboard would be no problem. I need to find a way to get more high-tier elemental crystals in the next 11 hours. Luli muttered to himself when he suddenly sensed someone approaching. Looking up, he saw that Su Zhao had already changed into the skirt. It must be said that the pink JK plaid skirt really suited this beauty, making her radiate a youthful vibe. It's just a bit too short. Short enough to be hard to resist. Luli, does it look good? It looks good. Luli nodded and shifted his gaze elsewhere. The atmosphere suddenly became incredibly awkward. To ease the tension, Luli said, by the way, you should still have 1 3rd-tier elemental crystal, right? I want to exchange it for 5 2nd-tier ones. 1 2nd-tier elemental crystal gives 20 points of experience, and 5 would be just enough for 100 points. Su Zhao glanced at Li's bulging pocket, thinking he wanted to carry them easily, and directly agreed, sure. But the elemental crystals are with Wang Chao. You'll have to wait for him to come back. Oh, okay. The awkward atmosphere continued. Fortunately, not long after, footsteps were heard at the door, and Ma Han and Wang Chao entered, followed by Wang Shuyan and her group. Upon seeing 3 corpses lying in the classroom and Lu Li standing there unharmed, Wang Shuyan's eyes flickered, and her face immediately filled with a flattering smile. She quickly walked toward Su Xiao, seemingly very concerned, and asked, "Oh, Sister Xiao, are you okay? I heard Wang Chao say you wanted me to come over to save someone. Is Lu Li hurt?" Seeing Wang Shuyan's act, Wang Chao and Ma Han rolled their eyes in unison. Just a moment ago in the classroom, Wang Shuyan's attitude was like a bargaining ant at a market. Now, it seems she had taken the initiative. Chapter 16. Go to the most bustling place to farm monsters. Su Xiao didn't want to tear her face with Wang Shuyan, so she could only respond lightly. "I'm fine. I called you over just now to have you save him." But Su Xiao pointed at Chun Hao's corpse, intending to say, "But Lu Li killed him." However, the words were changed at the last moment. He couldn't hold on and died from excessive blood loss. He Pei Qin, who had been hiding at the back, immediately squeezed through the crowd to check. After confirming that Chun Hao was indeed dead, she limped forward, spitting twice at the corpse. "Bah, he died well. You bastard, let you shoot at me. What about Ing Zian and Tian Yuhao? How did they?" Wang Shuyan scanned the other 2 corpses, her eyes narrowing. Ing Zian was shot dead by Chun Hao and Tian Yuhao. At this point, Su Xiao instinctively paused, preparing to come up with an excuse for Lu Li. But Lu Li directly admitted, "Tian Yuhao was killed by me, and so was Chun Hao." Everyone turned to look at Lu Li in disbelief. A waste who had awakened the scouting ability could actually kill. Moreover, he killed 2 people. Cheng Duo poked her head out of the crowd and whispered, "But Chun Hao was still the number 1 on the leaderboard a few minutes ago. How could LV0 player like you kill him?" After saying that, she realized she probably shouldn't have spoken at that moment and shrank back in fear. He was careless and didn't dodge. Lu Li spuka seriously, taking advantage of everyone's days. He quickly walked to Wang Chao's side and exchanged 5 second-tier crystals for a 3rd-tier crystal. "If there's nothing else, I'll be leaving first. If you have anything, we could talk about it next time." "All right, everyone. The mountains are high and the roads are long. We'll meet again in the martial world." After saying that, Lu Li strode towards the door. It wasn't until his figure completely disappeared from view that everyone reacted. "Wait a minute. Lu Li's awakened ability is scouting, and he has no weapons. How did he kill Chun Hao and Tian Yuhao?" Just as Su Xiao was about to ask for clarification, she lowered her head with a dark expression. "Everyone, let's drag these 3 corpses to the back mountain and bury them. After all, Tian Yuhao and Ing Zian are our classmates." He Pei Qin was the first to disagree. "You go bury them. That bald-headed dead guy shot at me twice before. He deserves to rot in the wilderness." Wang Shuyan laughed awkwardly. "Sister Xiao, I actually agree with you helping your classmates with their funeral arrangements. But going to the back mountain is too dangerous. I have no self-defense ability and would hold you back, so I'd rather wait for you in the classroom." The other girls also shook their heads, showing no intention of helping. Instead, the timid Cheng Duo raised her hand. "Xiao, Sister Xiao, I can help. My ability is storage space. I should be able to help carry the corpses." Leaving the teaching building, Lu Li headed straight outside. While searching Chun Hao's corpse earlier, he found a set of car keys. Suspecting that the other party might have driven to school, he specifically went out to look for it. Soon, he found the Hummer that had crashed through the gate at the school entrance. Although Lu Li was just a high school student now and didn't have a driver's license, he had done plenty of unlicensed driving in his previous life. Driving luxury cars was second nature to him. The Hummer in front of him was naturally no problem. Closing the car door, he started the vehicle. With a press on the gas, Lu Li left the school, heading towards Tianyi Square. As the most densely populated commercial square in Yong City, Tianyi Square had the most monsters appearing after the apocalypse began. It was Lu Li's first choice for farming monsters. On the way to Tianyi Square, humans were constantly being chased by monsters. Lu Li released his soul soldier, the Mantis, to kill them. When he encountered larger numbers, he personally got out of the car to handle it. With the combination of swarm intimidation and lightning arrow, Lu Li was almost guaranteed to kill with every strike. Along the way, he accumulated 20 soul points. His talent ability, Blade Arm, also triggered an advanced task again. Task content: kill 500 insect-type creatures within 48 hours. Task reward: Challenger's Treasure Box 3, Ability Blade Arm advances to Emerald grade. Number killed 0, 500. 500 insect-type creatures. Is this never-ending? Lu Li's mouth twitched, but he didn't worry too much. Perhaps if he got lucky, he could find a few insect nests at Tianyi Square and complete the task easily. With the roar of the engine, the Hummer crashed into a blade arm mantis that was gnawing on a corpse by the roadside, charging aggressively into Tianyi Square. The once bustling commercial street was now filled with broken corpses, blood covering the ground, almost dyeing the entire square red. Lu Li got out of the car, surveyed his surroundings, and chose a direction with the most piled-up corpses to walk towards. The Soul Devouring ability activated continuously, and his soul points soared rapidly. The abilities he plundered were increasing as well, but the vast majority were of black iron and bronze grade. Very few existed above silver. Moreover, since the corpses had been dead for some time, no options for retaining soul consciousness appeared. Lu Li didn't mind these, after all. The corpses on the road were just extras, and his purpose here was still to farm monsters. However, after circling several times, besides the blade arm mantis that was initially killed by the car, Lu Li surprisingly encountered no other monsters. The entire Tianyi Square felt lifeless, as if he was the only living creature left. What's going on? Could it be that someone cleaned them out in advance? Lu Li frowned and opened the panel to check the global announcements. There were no changes. The personnel list on the leaderboard remained unchanged. The only difference was that after Chun Hao's death, the number one on the list became a LV3 player named Chize. Lu Li checked this person's location and found he was in the northern part of Yong City, quite a distance from Tianyi Square. It shouldn't be him farming monsters. Could it be that those families cleaned them out in advance? That shouldn't be the case. According to Lu Li's memories from his previous life, Tianyi Square eventually turned into a huge insect nest. Logically speaking, if families came to farm monsters, it would be like cutting the grass and eliminating the roots in advance. The giant insect nest wouldn't be able to form. So what exactly caused the current situation? Lu Li racked his brain to recall information from his previous life, trying to find clues. Insect nest. What kind of insects were prevalent in Tianyi Square in his last life? It seemed to be digger bees. Wait, digger bees? Lu Li seemed to have thought of something and quickly searched the square. Soon, he stopped in front of a subway entrance. Digger bees, as the name suggests, are monsters that like to burrow into the ground. These creatures erupted in large numbers in subways, sewers, and other urban underground facilities when the Apocalypse game first arrived. Unlike the single appearance of blade arm mantises, these creatures are social and exceptionally united. Often, killing one would provoke the entire nest's retaliation. If he guessed correctly, the monsters in Tianyi Square should all be hiding underground. Lifting his leg to enter the subway station, Lu Li hadn't gone down for long before he caught a whiff of a foul, sour smell. The number of corpses in front of him suddenly increased, but they didn't belong to humans. One by one, they were all iron-shelled beetles. Chapter 17. The Slaughter Secret Realm. After confirming the surroundings were safe, Lu Li quickly stepped forward to investigate. Each iron-shelled beetle bore signs of having been cut open, clearly indicating that their essence crystals had been taken. If it were the work of monsters, there would definitely be bite marks on the corpses of the iron-shelled beetles. They wouldn't remain so intact. Someone must have gotten there first. But why were there no corpses of the burrowing bees? Lu Li was puzzled. Like the burrowing bees, iron-shelled beetles also preferred to drill underground. However, due to their differing habits, they could not possibly coexist in the same area. After pondering for a long time, Lu Li decided to continue moving downward. It wasn't that he intended to engage in any murderous treasure hunting activities. It was purely to satisfy his curiosity. Upon reaching the second underground level, Lu Li discovered an even greater number of iron-shelled beetles. The electricity in the subway station had not yet been cut off, and the flickering lights added a touch of horror to the dim underground space. Standing at a fork in the path, Lu Li focused and listened carefully. He noticed that one of the entrances leading to the underground parking lot faintly emitted voices. He crouched down and stealthily approached the wall. Suddenly, his field of vision expanded. It was an underground parking lot. The lighting here was far dimmer than in the subway station, so every few meters there were several fluorescent sticks scattered on the ground. In the distance, Luli saw a group of heavily armed men in black, surrounding an expanding rift with high alertness. A secret realm entrance? Luli instantly realized why Tianyi Plaza had become a giant nest for burrowing bees in his past life. The global apocalypse had not only brought monsters, but also various secret realms. There were treasure secret realms, hiding opportunities, battle secret realms requiring competition, and rule-based secret realms relying purely on logical reasoning to clear. If he wasn't mistaken, the rift not far away should lead to the Slaughter secret realm. Typically, the Slaughter secret realm does not limit the number of players entering. As long as there are enough people within a limited time, even an army can enter. However, the beings within the Slaughter secret realm are equally terrifying, either monsters comparable in number to the soldiers or exceptionally powerful lords. Once a player enters the secret realm, it is considered triggering the Slaughter trial. Either the players must kill all the monsters within the secret realm to win and successfully exit, or the monsters will kill or drive away the players who entered, causing the dimensional rift to spiral out of control, with monsters flooding into reality. Based on his memories from his previous life, Luli knew that the dimensional rift before him was bound to go out of control. At that moment, he felt the urge to escape, because once the dimensional rift went out of control, it would generate a surrounding isolation barrier. By then, escape would be impossible. However, before this thought could linger in Li's mind for long, an abnormality suddenly occurred ahead. The dimensional rift hovering in midair trembled violently and spat out 4 bloodied women. The surrounding black-clothed guards immediately rushed forward, shouting something in a panic. But due to the distance, Luli couldn't hear clearly. However, he didn't need to hear clearly, as the fluctuating dimensional rift had already explained everything. It was out of control. The originally narrow rift rapidly expanded, and a large number of burrowing bees flew out, overwhelming and attacking the crowd. The barrier formed instantly after the rift went out of control, engulfing the entire underground space. Luli was caught in it as well. Damn it! Luli cursed under his breath, summoning a blade with his right hand. Rapid and giant force activated simultaneously, cleaving through a burrowing bee that charged at him. This monster was slightly smaller than the blade arm mantis, but its speed was extraordinarily fast. Moreover, its tail was venomous. If an ordinary person were stung, they would die within seconds. Such dangerous creatures could be managed if acting alone, but the tricky part was that they lived in swarms. With the barrier now closed, it seemed impossible to leave without killing all the monsters here. Watching the distant crowd scream in terror, Luli frowned deeply. He quickly approached the burrowing bee he had split in half and reached into its abdomen to retrieve something. It wasn't an essence crystal, but a red pouch the size of a fingernail. Luli grimaced as he swallowed it. Moments latte. The status bar on his data panel displayed the effect of toxin affinity. The potent poison of the burrowing bee had an antidote, which was contained within the pouch in its abdomen. Taking it in advance ensured that he wouldn't be harmed by the toxic stinger. But even so, the overwhelming swarm of insects was still terrifying. Just the right time to test the newly acquired ability. Luli's mind sank. Bloody Slaughter, Platinum, activated. Red mist slowly seeped from his pores, enveloping his entire body. Luli could clearly feel his speed and strength increase significantly. Soul Weapon. With a command from Luli, a black blade arm mantis quickly materialized. The soul points accumulated from examining corpses had reached 150 points, enough for Luli to upgrade the blade arm mantis to LV4. Most burrowing bees were LV2, with few at LV3. So even without dividing his attention to control it, the blade arm mantis could easily handle them due to its level advantage. The man and insect quickly charged into the swarm. Lin Qinyue looked at the overwhelming swarm of bees before her, filled with rage. They had been played by the Zhao family. The information obtained at great cost turned out to be false. According to the Zhao family's claims, there was a dimensional rift underground in Tianyi Plaza leading to a safe opportunity secret realm. However, after the 4 Lin sisters entered, they discovered it was a Slaughter secret realm. With no preparation, Lin Qinyue and her companions nearly died in the secret realm. If it weren't for their somewhat special awakened talents, They would have likely become food for those burrowing bees by now. Everyone stay calm. Qin Yue's holy blessing can immunize against bee poison. Maintain formation. We need to retreat. A mature and magnetic female voice rang out ahead. It was Lin Qin Yue's eldest sister, Lin Qin Feng. If she hadn't activated her ability to attract hatred in front, the overwhelming swarm would have likely swallowed the crowd long ago. Eldest sister. The third sister's blood can't be stopped at all. What should we do? Lin Qinhua shouted with a sobbing tone, currently using her ability to heal the woman in her arms. Lin Qinshue's face was pale, with a horrifying wound on her chest, blood pouring out continuously, completely soaking her top. The wound seemed to be cursed, as no matter how hard Lin Qinhua tried, there were no signs of healing. Second sister, cough. You all don't have to worry about me. Just go. Lin Qinshue spoke with great difficulty. What are you saying, third sister? We will never leave you behind. Zhao Jin, you bastard, I will definitely kill you when I get out. Lin Qinhue encouraged Lin Qinshue while gritting her teeth. However, just in that moment of distraction, the effect of holy blessing began to wane. The light surrounding Lin Qinfeng dimmed, and several burrowing bees seized the opportunity to sting her fiercely. Her fair skin quickly turned purple, and the wound expanded and rotted at a visible rate. The already shaky defense line collapsed in an instant. Lin Qinshue looked at her sister, who had been knocked down by the swarm, and despairingly closed her eyes. However, just as she thought she was about to face the painful death of being stung by countless bees, the buzzing sound of the swarm suddenly diminished significantly. It seemed to be attracted by something and was quickly moving away from them. Chapter 18. The Four Sisters of the Lin Family. Is it an illusion? Lin Qinshue was stunned, and when she opened her eyes, it was not an illusion. The previously dense swarm of digging bees had indeed decreased significantly. Apart from a few still entangled, the rest surged towards another direction. There, a man surrounded by red mist was engaged in a fierce battle. He seemed completely unafraid of the toxins of the digging bees, as if he were a god descending to earth. With every swing of his knife, he took the lives of several digging bees. The flashing lightning was dazzling, causing massive explosions. The oppressive swarm that felt overwhelming to the four sisters seemed to pose no threat in front of this man. Eldest sister, who is this person, and how is he so powerful? Lin Qinfeng, bathed in the glow of the divine blessing, felt the toxins in her body being suppressed, and her eyes were also filled with confusion. He looks unfamiliar, not someone from the 8 major families. No matter who he is, as long as he can hold off the swarm, that's enough. Eldest sister, little sister, let us hurry and leave. Lin Qinhua said anxiously, sweat beading on her forehead. Although players did not have restrictions like magic points or blue bars, using abilities still consumed energy. The previous consumption in the secret realm, combined with the continuous healing now, left Lin Qinhua severely drained. She felt that if she persisted any longer, Lin Qinshue's injuries might not improve, but she would definitely faint from exhaustion. All right, let us retreat. As the eldest sister, Lin Qinfeng acted decisively, knowing what was important. She immediately led the team to withdraw. But soon, she realized that the entire underground space was shrouded in a transparent barrier. No matter how hard they crashed or shot at it, they couldn't break through this restriction. What the hell? Lin Qinhue pounded on the barrier desperately, her voice filled with despair. We can't get out? Are we trapped here to die? The killing secret realm. Is it either you die or I die? Lin Qinhua's voice trembled, her legs going weak as she knelt on the ground. Only the eldest sister Lin Qinfeng remained relatively calm, seeing that they really couldn't leave. Her gaze turned again to the distance. Everyone don't panic. According to the rules of the killing secret realm, if we can kill all the monsters inside, the players can leave. Although the 4 of us were repelled by the Bee Queen, causing the dimensional rift to go out of control. But if that man can slaughter all the monsters here, perhaps the barrier will open. We still have hope. Hearing the eldest sister's words, Lin Qinhua and Lin Qinhue exchanged glances. Kill all the monsters here? How is that possible? We must know that the other end of the dimensional rift connects to the entire giant beehive. The sisters had only managed to reach deep into the beehive by sheer luck due to their awakened special talents. But the Bee Queen injured the main damage dealer. Lin Qinxue, with just one strike. Even if the mysterious man in the distance is a god descending to earth, how will he deal with the terrifyingly powerful Bee Queen? That SALV-10 monster. The gap is too large. Seeing her two younger sisters' expressions darken, Lin Qinfeng furrowed her brows. In fact, she also felt that killing all the monsters here was unrealistic. But what can we do? It's better to fight than to wait for death. In any case, we have to give a try. Lin Qinfeng straightened her chest, tried to appear more confident. I will assist that man. Qingyue, remember to give blessings. Others, regroup. And do not fire unless absolutely necessary to avoid attracting the attention of the swarm. Eldest sister, you're still injured, Lin Qinhua exclaimed, clearly not wanting her sister to take risks. It's fine, as long as Qingyue's blessings continue. This level of toxin 1T take my life for now. After saying this, Lin Qinfeng turned and rushed towards Lu Li. Arrogance, Emerald, ability activated. Light particles sparkled around Lin Qinfeng, immediately forming a set of ornate light armor. A powerful aura rolled within her. She took a deep breath and roared at the swarming bees ahead. Come and fight. The roar was like a stubborn stone thrown into a lake, stirring up layers of ripples. The swarm that had originally been charging towards Lu Li immediately changed direction, surging towards Lin Qinfeng. Lu Li, who was having a great time killing, was taken aback, somewhat confused. What is going on? Why is someone stealing my kills? But soon, Lin Qinfeng's explanation made him understand. Friend, we cooperate. I'll attract the monsters. You take care of the kills. I see, no problem. Lu Li readily agreed. Although he could solve the swarm by himself, doing so would consume too much stamina. If any unexpected situation arose, he might be too fatigued to cope. Now, with a meat shield beside him drawing fire, Lu Li felt much less pressure. He even had time to activate his soul devouring ability. Devour LV. 2 monster soul. Soul points 4. Plunder ability. Corrupted poison needle. Bronze. Devour LV. 3 monster soul. Soul points 6. Plunder ability. Corrupted poison needle. Silver. Devour LV. 1 monster soul. Soul points 2. Plunder ability. Corrupted poison needle. Black iron. Devour LV. 2 monster soul. Soul points 4. Plunder ability. Corrupted poison needle. Black iron. As the corpses of the digging bees piled up, Lu Li's soul points surged. Soon, he broke through the 500-point mark. Notification. Player Lu Li's soul points have reached 500 points. Soul Soldier quantity limit increased to 10. Currently have Soul Soldiers 110. Summon Soul Soldiers. As for the type, it should still be the Blade Arm Mantis. Soul points rapidly consumed. Black mist swirled around Lu Li, forming 9 completely black blade arm mantises. Experience was evenly distributed, and each soul soldier reached LV 3. Why didn't Lu Li use digging bees as soul soldiers? Mainly because the blade arm mantis had a natural advantage over the digging bees. Moreover, as long as Lu Li wanted, the soul soldiers could be dispersed and reformed. Unlike soul guardians, which could not be changed once formed. The 9 soul soldiers pounced into the swarm, and Lu Li also picked up speed, charging forward. The Divine Blessing ability took effect, maximizing Lu Li's combat power. In Lin Qinhua and Lin Qinyue's eyes, Lu Li now radiated red mist, resembling an unstoppable god of death. Large groups of digging bees fell around him, dying at a speed that almost matched the rate at which monsters emerged from the dimensional rift. This kid seems to have some skills. Second sister, what do you think? Lin Qinhua murmured. But Lin Qinhua was already captivated. Her eyes filled with admiration. What do I think? Of course, I'm looking with my eyes. He is so handsome. Stop drooling. Second sister, focus on healing. Third sister is already spitting blood. Well, I'm sorry. Third sister, please don't die. Chapter 19. The Bee King. Ding. Detected that player Lu Li's soul points have reached 1,000. The maximum number of soul soldiers increased to 20. Detected that player Lu Li has killed 500 insect creatures. Ability advancement task completed. Task reward. Challenger's chest X3. Ability blade arm advanced to emerald grade. Ding. Detected that player Lu Li's soul points have reached 2,000. The maximum number of soul soldiers increased to 50. Detected that corrupted poison needle and blade arm are both sharp abilities, Would you like to enhance and fuse them? Blade arm effect increased. Adds corrupted toxin effect. Trigger probability 100. As the notifications popped up on the panel, Lu Li's strength grew rapidly. At this moment, he could condense 50 soul soldiers, each a LV, 3 blade arm mantis. Under this pressure of power, the burrowing bee swarm had no power to resist and was slaughtered completely. Lin Qinfeng surveyed the parking lot filled with insect corpses, then looked at the man standing amidst the pile of bodies, her eyes filled with joy of surviving a disaster. He actually did it. That man, with his own strength, exterminated the entire bee swarm. Lin Qinfeng immediately decided in her heart that such a powerful player must be wooed by the Lin family. However, just as she was about to approach him, the dimensional rift nearby trembled again. Lin Qinfeng was stunned, silently cursing that it was bad. The swarm had indeed been wiped out. But there was still a terrifying presence in the slaughter secret realm. The burrowing bee king. Caw caw caw. A piercing cry came from the dimensional rift, and a terrifying aura instantly filled the entire underground space. Lin Qinfeng didn't even have time to warn him, when a golden shadow rushed out from the rift and pounced fiercely towards Lu Li. It's over. Lin Qinfeng felt her heart sink. You must know that this burrowing bee king had heavily injured Lin Qinxue with just one strike. Although that mysterious man was very strong, he definitely wouldn't be the bee king's match. After all, the bee king's level was LV10. Moreover, its attack methods were extremely bizarre. Even if that man was Qi Ziyu, ranked first on the level leaderboard, he was only LV3, a full 7 levels. What a despairing gap. Sure enough, just as Lin Qinfeng thought, the mysterious man was hit by the bee king, and a long narrow wound appeared on his chest. It's over. LV10? Are you kidding? This is only the first day of the apocalypse. Looking at the brutally violent creature before him, Lu Li frowned tightly. He had figured it out. No wonder Tianyi Square could develop into a giant insect nest in his previous life. It turns out there was a lord creature on the other side of the dimensional rift. Those 4 women failed to conquer the slaughter secret realm and released this LV10 burrowing bee king. Lu Li glanced at the data panel. In the status column, a long string of negative effects centered on curse appeared. Luckily, I have plundered the Bloody Slaughter talent ability, otherwise this hit would really be tough. Bloody Slaughter. Phase 1 increases bloody power and speed, with damage reduction of 50 from electric and fire attributes as injury severity increases. Phase 2 enters a near-death state, purifying all negative effects and greatly enhancing speed and power. Phase 2 activated. Lu Li sneered. All the red mist entered his body. Curse effect removed. 50 Mantis Soul soldiers surged forward for a suicide attack against the Bee King. Meanwhile, Lu Li took the opportunity to quickly escape and, taking advantage of his surging speed, arrived beside Lin Qinhua. Lin Qinhua, who had been watching the battle, was originally worried about Lu Li getting hurt, but when she saw him running towards her as if nothing had happened, she was momentarily stunned. Who among you is a healer? Hurry up and heal me. Lu Li didn't bother to explain, directly asking. I am, but Lin Qinhua raised her hand, just about to say something, but was interrupted by Lu Li. That's great. Hurry up and heal me. Okay. Lin Qinhua's talent ability is Group Healing, Platinum grade, capable of restoring the health of all players within a certain range. However, it was limited by the Bee King's Curse effect and could not exert its true efficacy. She thought that her healing for Lu Li would be as futile as it was for Lin Qinxue. But unexpectedly, after more than 10 seconds, Lu Li was fully revived. Thank you. Feeling the surging vitality in his body, Lu Li turned and charged at the Bee King again. Lin Qinhua stared blankly at Lu Li's back, then looked down at Lin Qinxue, who was still bleeding profusely. The healing worked? Why was this man unaffected by the curse effect? In the distance, although the Bee King was surrounded by blade arm mantises, it still remained unyielding. The 7-level difference in levels made it fearless, and aside from a few insignificant scratches, it sustained little damage. Instead, the number of Mantis Soul soldiers kept decreasing, and in the blink of an eye, there were less than 30 left. Lu Li naturally sensed this and, with a thought, recalled the remaining Soul soldiers. Soul soldiers were meant to buy time. The Bee King still had to be killed by him personally. All right, Leave the rest to me, you go rest. Luli pata feng shulde. Pulling her back from her fear. I'll leave it to you. Lin Qinfeng's eyes went wide, looking at Lu Li as if he were crazy. Your tactic is not to gang up on it, but to duel. Even a group attack can't win. Look at these blade arm manises, they're only LV3. Upon hearing this, Lin Qinfeng immediately felt that Lu Li had a point. Yes, the Bee King's level is LV10. How could the LV3 blade arm manises be a match? But how high is the level of this mysterious man? She anxiously asked. So what's your level? Lin Qinfeng did not wait for a reply, because Lu Li had already made his move. He casually threw 2 lightning arrows at the Bee King and activated the ability, Swarm Intimidation. With a level difference of 10, even a platinum tier talent ability would struggle to exert its power at this moment. The Bee King merely paused slightly, then roared even more angrily. It felt that the human before it was humiliating it. Caw caw caw. A frenzied aura emanated from the Bee King, sweeping through the entire underground space. Lin Qinfeng, who was watching from the side, felt her legs tremble, and her chest felt tight. Can such a powerful monster really be killed? Lu Li stood firm in place, like a sturdy pine in the midst of a storm. The Bee King's oppressive aura was similar to a mental shock, a special suppression that only appeared when there was a significant level difference. But this suppression had no effect on Lu Li, because Lu Li's soul points had already reached 2,000. In his eyes, the Bee King's terrifying howl was nothing more than a loud noise, somewhat annoying. Finished shouting? If you're done, hurry up and attack. Lu Li dug at his ears and unleashed another swarm intimidation at the Bee King. The continuous provocation drove the Bee King completely mad, and it immediately charged at Lu Li without regard for its life. Chapter 20. Unexpected Delight. For ordinary players, a rampaging queen bee is extremely dangerous. But for Lu Li, it means victory is within reach. Although the queen bee's attacks are incredibly swift, it has a fatal weakness: poor stamina. In Lu Li's previous life, he had soloed an entire beehive and purposely left the queen bee alive as a sharpening stone. He initially thought this boss creature would be quite troublesome, but soon discovered that its stamina was abysmally low. In the end, when it tried to escape, Lu Li caught up and killed it with a single strike. The current situation is somewhat similar to his previous life, with one key difference. Lu Li is still a LV0 player, and the level difference between him and the queen bee is significant. Because of this, Lu Li is putting in a lot of effort to provoke the queen bee, making it forget its poor stamina. As expected, after several desperate charges, the queen bee's speed noticeably decreased by more than half. Lu Li seized the opportunity, conjured a sharp blade with his right hand, and slashed at the queen bee. The emerald-grade blade arm was incredibly sharp. Although it didn't kill in one hit, it left a deep gash on the queen bee. Lu Li was fortunate, as with just one strike, he triggered the tear effect attached to blade arm. The corruption toxin also took effect, slowly eating away at the queen bee's vitality. After several rounds of this, the queen bee was too exhausted to fly and could only crash around on the ground. Seeing the timing was right, Lu Li didn't hesitate. With an accelerated charge, he decisively cleaved the queen bee's head in two. He won. A pleasant notification sound echoed in his mind, detected that player Lu Li has a huge level difference with the burrowing queen bee, unlocking hidden title, overlevel kill. Lu Li was stunned and opened the panel to check. Title: overlevel kill conditions. Kill a monster of LV 10 or above while at LV 0. Title effect: each attack has a 1 chance to trigger an absolute critical hit. Note: this child is terrifying, must not be left alive. There was even a hidden title. Lu Li was a bit surprised. In the apocalyptic game, obtaining a title is extremely difficult. Not to mention the harsh conditions that need to be met, just the irregular triggering methods make many players hesitate. Now that he could obtain a title, it was indeed an unexpected delight. He casually attached the title to his name and activated Soul Devour on the queen bee's corpse. The LV-10 boss creature added 100 soul points to him, along with a golden gray talent ability, Curse Poison Needle, similar to Corruption Poison Needle. Curse Poison Needle can impose a continuous debuff on the target. However, Curse Poison Needle does not simply reduce health points with toxin, but instead applies a curse that ignores healing effects. If Lu Li hadn't activated the second ability of Bloody Slaughter, the Queen Bee's Cursed Poison Needle might have actually cost him his life. Detected that Cursed Poison Needle and Blade Arm are both sharp-type abilities. Do you want to enhance and fuse them? The fusion prompt arrived as expected. Fusion. Since the grade of Blade Arm had reached Emerald, the golden grade, Cursed Poison Needle, directly became an attached effect. Blade Arm effect increased. Now includes Curse Toxin effect, trigger probability 100. Along with the previous two, there are now 3 attached effects on the Blade Arm. Tier, trigger probability 50. Corruption Toxin, trigger probability 100. Curse Toxin, trigger probability 100. If combined with the over-level kill title, Lu Li could potentially unleash 4 different effects with one strike. Satisfied, Lu Li nodded and turned his gaze to the Queen Bee's corpse. A small treasure chest appeared above it. There was something to loot from this kill. Lu Li excitedly opened the treasure chest, but upon seeing what was inside, his smile instantly faded. He had thought something good would come out, but it turned out to be just a bottle of purification potion. Item name, purification potion, quality, excellent, function description, drinking it purifies all negative effects. Note, let the flames purify everything. Sorry, wrong channel. Better than nothing. Fortunately, there is also a third-tier elemental crystal inside the Queen Bee's body, which somewhat soothed Lu Li's wounded heart. However, he quickly began to worry again. The entire underground parking lot was filled with the corpses of burrowing bees. Each corpse contained an elemental crystal. If you were to dig them out one by one, how long would it take? Just then, Lin Qinfeng walked over and slightly bowed to Lu Li. Friend, thank you for your assistance. Our Lin family won't forget this kindness. Lin family? Lu Li looked up and examined the woman in front of him. In his previous life, he hadn't heard of this family, likely because for various reasons, the entire clan perished. What's your name? Lu Li asked casually. The eldest daughter of the Lin family. Lin Qinfeng, she replied generously. You are very powerful. May I add you as a friend? The Lin family will find a way to repay you. In the apocalyptic game, players can add each other as friends. Sending messages and trading items is very convenient. Moreover, there are multiple privacy settings between friends, which can be simplified to show only names or detailed to show talent abilities, personal status, coordinates, and more. Lin Qinfeng's name was not on Lu Li's revenge list, so he had no reason to refuse. Lu Li accepted Lin Qinfeng's friend request and replied casually, no need for repayment. Just help me with something later. Say it. As long as we can do it, we won T refuse. Help me collect the elemental crystals. Lu Li looked around. I see you brought quite a few people. This should be no problem, right? Lin Qinfeng was taken aback. She didn't expect Lu Li's request to be so simple. Just helping to collect elemental crystals? What? Is there a problem? Lu Li thought Lin Qinfeng was unwilling when she didn't respond. No. Lin Qinfeng quickly nodded in agreement. I just didn't expect Mr. Lu's request to be so simple. Lu Li waved his hand. I have something else to do. I'll leave first. Once you've collected the elemental crystals, just send them to me via friend trade. With that, he prepared to leave the parking lot. Lin Qinfeng was once again surprised and couldn't help but ask, Mr. Lu, aren't you afraid I'll keep the elemental crystals for myself? Lu Li didn't even look back. If you were really that kind of person, you wouldn't want to add me as a friend. Lin Qinfeng smiled. This young man, named Lu Li, seemed quite easy to get along with, and there would likely be many opportunities to win him over in the future. However, just then, a panicked voice from Lin Qinhua came from afar. Elder sister, hurry. Third sister is about to be finished. Chapter 21 Threats to Qinhua. Lin Qinfeng heard the shout and hurriedly bypassed Lu Li, rushing towards her sisters. Before she got close, she saw Lin Qinhua spitting out a large mouthful of black blood. Lin Qinhua's healing ability had no purifying effect, and it was already a miracle that Lin Qinhua had held on until now. What should we do, elder sister? If we don't remove the curse effect from third sister, she will really die. Lin Qinhua was anxiously pulling her hair. If they could still hurry back to the Lin family to find a solution before. Now there was no choice left. Lin Qinhua's injury had dragged on for too long. She could die on the way, just as everyone was at a loss. Lin Qinhua suddenly spotted Lu Li coming over, as if she had grabbed onto a lifeline. Elder sister, He must have a way to save third sister. Lu Li. Lin Qinfeng was taken aback and quickly asked, Qinhua, what do you mean by that? Just now, when he fought to be king, he sustained the same injury as third sister, but my group healing didn't fail on him. Lin Qinfeng turned back to take a closer look, and indeed, as Qinhua said, Lu Li's shirt was still torn at the chest, but the skin underneath was smooth and unblemished, showing no signs of injury. He must have a way to remove the curse. Mr. Lu, please save my third sister. In her urgency, Lin Qinfeng was even planning to kneel to Lu Li. However, before Lu Li could speak, the anxious Lin Qinhua rushed forward and grabbed Lin Qinfeng. Elder sister, we don't need to be so humble. Hey you, hurry up and remove the curse from third sister. And our Lin family will pay you a lot of money, the kind you've never seen in your life. Lu Li was somewhat speechless. He had originally planned to take out the purification potion, but after Lin Qinhua's words, he immediately changed his mind. Lu Li smiled and asked, money? What do I need money for? To buy things, of course. Lin Qinhua put her hands on her hips. Acting like a young lady, I see you're dressed in cheap stuff from head to toe. Clearly a poor boy. With money, you could buy anything you want. Lu Li shook his head, not wanting to continue the argument. Keep your money to buy your third sister's life. I want to accompany you. After saying that, he lifted his leg to leave. Unexpectedly, Lin Qinhua directly blocked Lu Li's path. No, if you don't save my third sister, I'll make sure your life stays here to accompany her in death. After saying that, the surrounding men in black immediately raised their guns, all aimed at Lu Li. It was as if, at Lin Qinhua's command, Lu Li would be shot to pieces on the spot. Qinhua, what are you doing? Lin Qinfeng wanted to step forward to stop her, but was pushed aside by Lin Qinhua. Elder sister, don't interfere. Today, I must make this guy save my third sister. If third sister dies, he doesn't need to live either. Looking at the dark muzzles around him, Lu Li's expression turned cold. He hated being threatened the most. Dark mist rose from beneath his feet, and the mantis soul soldiers materialized out of thin air. Like a wall that was impenetrable, they instantly surrounded Lu Li and Lin Qinhua. Lu Li coldly looked at Lin Qinhua. Do you really think you could take my life? More than 30 mantis soul soldiers, each one at LV-3. Lin Qinhua's level was only a pathetic LV-2, surrounded by the soul soldiers. She felt as if she was in a bone-chilling ice cave. She suddenly remembered that the man she called a poor boy had just wiped out an entire swarm of bees. He even single-handedly killed an LV-10 king. Lin Qinhua didn't know what to do. In the past, she was the most favored youngest daughter of the Lin family, and her sisters spoiled her. It was precisely because of this that she had developed a bad temper. But now, Lu Li would not indulge her. Lu Li would really kill her. Lin Qinhua began to feel scared. Mr. Lu, I'm sorry. I've already told them to lower their guns. Lin Qinfeng's voice suddenly came from outside the soul soldiers. And with a thought, Lu Li opened a gap. After this Lin family elder sister rushed in, she unhesitatingly slapped her younger sister twice. The force was so great that it echoed. After slapping Lin Qinhua, she knelt down in front of Lu Li with a thud and pleaded, Mr. Lu, please save my third sister. The Lin family is willing to pay any price. Lu Li looked at the beauty kneeling at his feet and said in a calm tone, Who really makes the decisions in the Lin family? You or her? As he spoke, Lu Li's right hand had already formed a blade and slowly pointed at Lin Qinhua. Lin Qinfeng hurriedly got up from the ground, pulled Lin Qinhua again, and slapped her twice. It's me. I have the final say in the Lin family. I hope Mr. Lu will not hold my sister's offense against her and not take it to heart. Good. Lu Li nudda. But the coldness in his eyes did not diminish in the slightest. I can indeed save your third sister. Hearing this, Lin Qinfeng's tear-streaked face broke into a smile. However, Lu Li's next sentence made her smile freeze immediately. But I have a condition. The entire Lin family must serve me as their master. How? Lin Qinfeng's eyes were filled with bitterness. Was the Lin family really about to meet its end? First, they were trapped and harmed by other families. And now they had to serve this strange man as their master. If they didn't agree, then forget it. I'm very busy. Don't stop me. Lu Li withdrew the soul soldiers, saying lightly, I agree. Lin Qinfeng almost gritted her teeth as she answered. How could the Lin family meet its end? What did it matter if the entire family served someone else as their master? Nothing was more important than her sister's life. Luli looked at Lin Qinfeng with some surprise, chuckled lightly, and tossed the purification potion to Lin Qinhua. Let her drink it. After the curse effect disappears, your healing will be effective. Lin Qinhua looked at the purification potion with some doubt, realizing that its function was indeed as Luli said, and hurriedly fed it to Lin Qinxue. As soon as the potion entered her mouth, Lin Qinxue's chest wounds stopped deteriorating. With the recovery effect of group healing, the wound gradually healed, returning to normal. Cough, cough. The already unconscious Lin Qinxue woke up, and as soon as she opened her eyes, she saw Lin Qinhua, who was excited and in tears. Woo, third sister. You're okay, that's great. I thought you were really going to die. Lin Qinfeng immediately stepped forward to carefully check Lin Qinxue's injuries. Seeing that she was indeed out of danger, she finally let out a long sigh of relief. Lin Qinxue stood behind her elder sister, staring dumbfounded at the recovering third sister, and then reached out to touch her swollen cheek from being slapped, finally bursting into tears. Wow, elder sister, you actually hit me. That old man never hit me since I was little, and you actually hit me. Lin Qinfeng, who had finally managed to feel a bit of sunshine in her mood, frowned again upon hearing the crying. This younger sister of hers was really spoiled. If Luli had taken offense, third sister Lin Qinxue would have really died. Just as Lin Qinfeng was about to scold her younger sister again, planning to properly apologize to Luli, she looked around and realized that the man had long since disappeared. All that remained was a lonely string of information lying in her friend list. Name, Luli level, LV, 0 title, overlevel kill. Chapter 22. The last thought. On the evening of the third day after the apocalypse descended, a battered Hummer, covered in monster bodily fluids, drove into Yongqingno. One high school. It rolled over the corpses scattered everywhere, driving straight through the teaching building and stopping under the student dormitory. Luli, dressed in a black trench coat, opened the car door, carrying a black backpack in each hand. The backpacks were bulging. It was unclear what they were filled with. At the dormitory entrance stood several male teachers. Upon seeing Luli get out of the car, they immediately surrounded him. They did not dare to get too close, standing at a safe distance, and asked warily, "Who are you? What are you doing here?" Recognizing the teachers, Luli sighed. "It's me, Teacher Yang. Luli from Class 8 of Senior Year 3. Luli." The leading square-faced male teacher was taken aback, stepping back a little to scrutinize Luli closely, and then suspiciously asked, "Why are you dressed like this, and why did you come back from outside the school? By the way, has rescue come?" "Rescue?" Luli shook his head, automatically ignoring the first two questions. "I didn't see any rescue. Teacher Yang, can I go back to my dorm to get something?" Hearing Luli say there was no rescue, Teacher Yang showed clear disappointment on his face. "Go ahead, but the situation is special right now. Your dorm might have been taken by someone else." Luli frowned. In his previous life, when the apocalypse struck, he had stayed in the school dormitory for a full month before leaving, so there was no situation of someone occupying his dorm. He didn't expect that, after being reborn, he would lose his bed just after going outside to fight monsters for 2 days. Moreover, Teacher Yang's expression was a bit strange. However, Luli didn't care much. After all, he had only returned to the school today to retrieve something and did not plan to stay long. If someone occupied his vacant bed, so be it. Luli's dorm was on the 3rd floor, and after climbing the stairs and turning right, it was the 3rd room. Walking through the corridor filled with garbage, Luli pushed open the dormitory door. Before he even entered, a foul smell of smoke hit him. Inside the dorm, a lazy voice called out, "Who is it? Why are you coming to my place?" Following the voice, Luli saw a skinny monkey, Huang Bin from Class 6, lounging on the bed with his legs crossed, smoking. The things in the dorm were in disarray, looking no different from a garbage dump. Huang Bin? Luli quickly recognized the skinny monkey before him. This person was usually idle, uninterested in studying, and often mixed with people from outside the school, calling them brothers. Before the apocalypse broke out, Luli had little interaction with Huang Bin. The only impression he had was being cornered by Huang Bin's boss, Brother Dao, who demanded 100 yuan from him. "Oh, I thought it was someone else. Turns out it's my little brother Luli. I haven't seen you these past few days. I thought you got eaten by monsters and turned into dung." Huangbin exhaled a puff of smoke, squinting his eyes with a mocking expression. Nice clothes you got there. Did you go shopping? Luli did not respond, merely searching expressionlessly on his desk. He was looking for a photo, a group photo. It was the last memory left to him by his deceased parents. However, the photo was not on the desk. Instead, it was in Huangbin's ashtray. I'm talking to you, are you deaf? Huangbin, lying on the bed, took another drag of his cigarette. As if on purpose, he turned the cigarette, but in his hand, and pressed it onto the photo that Luli regarded as his life. Sizzle. The burning cigarette tip left a black hole on the photo, perfectly covering Lu Li's father's kind smile. Lu Li's gaze instantly turned icy, and a violent, killing intent rose in his heart. What are you doing? Lu Li stared at the photo in the ashtray, speaking each word clearly. Huh, you mean this? Huangbin chuckled, preparing to burn Lu Li's mother's head with the cigarette. However, this time, there was no sizzling sound of burning flesh. Huangbin suddenly felt his right hand, holding the cigarette, become light, and something rolled off the bed. That seemed to be his hand? My hand! My hand! Huangbin screamed, clutching his bleeding wrist. Beside him, a black misty mantis arm appeared, unknown when it had manifested. Just as Lu Li was about to control his soul weapon to end this beast's life, a voice suddenly came from behind. Binzi, are you going to meet that Su Xiao girl again today, huh? Who the hell are you? Lu Li turned around and saw Brother Dao, the street thug who had once extorted him, standing at the door. Brother Dao immediately recognized Lu Li, instinctively stepping back. Lu Li. Hee, long time no see. Brother Lu Li. Lu Li remained silent, and in response to Brother Dao, there was a series of sounds reminiscent of blades cutting through flesh and bone. Just a second ago, Huangbin was wailing, shouting for Brother Dao to kill Lu Li. Now he had become a headless corpse. Indeed, it's been a long time. A cold smile crept across Lu Li's expressionless face as two mantis arms once again materialized by his side. Do I still need to pay protection fees this time? The destruction of his only group photo had left Lu Li in a very bad mood. Therefore, he did not mind killing the street thug who had bullied him in the past. However, to Lu Li's surprise, Brother Dao, with a fierce look, did not respond as he usually would. Instead, he suddenly knelt on the ground. With a beaming smile, Brother Dao said, What are you talking about, Brother Lu Li? It was my fault before. Please don't hold it against me. I didn't know this dorm was yours. If I had known, I would have guaranteed that Huangbin wouldn't have been allowed to stay here. Is this now under your management? Lu Li caught on to some clues and asked. Management. All thanks to everyone's support. Brother Lu Li, if you don't want this dorm anymore, I can clear out another one for you. Brother Dao said with a flattering smile, still lying on the ground as if he had no intention of getting up. In front of Lu Li, he appeared like a humble dog. Without the owner's command, he would never take any presumptuous action. The street thug who once extorted him had suddenly turned into a tail-wagging dog? Lu Li couldn't understand the logic behind this for a moment, assuming the other party was simply frightened by the soul weapon he released. No need to clear out the dorm. I won't be staying here tonight. Lu Li retracted his soul weapon and picked up the backpack on the ground. However, I just heard you say you were going to meet that Su Xiao girl. What does that mean? Chapter 23. Venting news upon hearing this, Brother Dao's expression clearly froze. He quickly rolled his eyes and forced a smile. It's just a literal meaning. Su Xiao and another group of students live in the girls' dormitory across from me, and we don't get along well. When I said I would meet her, I meant I wanted to discuss the plan for going out to search for food tomorrow. Is that really the case? Lu Li obviously didn't believe him, looking at Brother Dao with suspicion. Absolutely, Brother Lu Li. I definitely can't lie to you. If you don't believe me, you can ask Su Xiao. Brother Dao patted his chest, looking very earnest. All right, then take me over there. Thinking that there was still some time before midnight, Lu Li stepped outside. Brother Dao quickly got up from the ground and instructed his little brothers behind him. What are you all standing around for? Brother Lu Li is here. Go notify everyone who needs to be notified. One of the little brothers with dyed yellow hair nodded and dashed past Lu Li, running outside. What is he doing? Lu Li watched the little punk leave, feeling wary. Oh, I sent him to call that girl Su Xiao down, so Brother Lu Li won't have to wait. However, behind Lu Li, a little brother with white dyed hair was sending a message to a friend using his data panel. On the other side, Zhao Jin, who was distributing tasks to his subordinates, suddenly froze and opened his data panel. There was only a solitary message. Lu Li found coordinates. Yongsha number 1 middle school dormitory. The expression on Zhao Jin's face quickly turned sinister as he muttered, I thought I couldn't find him. He finally showed up. What? You found the person who killed Ahao? A cold female voice came from beside Zhao Jin. That's right. Hong, you handle the rest. I'm going to deal with that kid and give Ahao an explanation. Saying this, Zhao Jin planned to get up and leave. Let me go. Luo Hong pressed down on Zhao Jin's arm. Shaking her head, the clan master specifically instructed that tonight is crucial. Moreover, the Lin family may come looking for trouble at any time. You need to stay here to hold the fort. But that kid is not easy to deal with. Even Ahao fell. Zhao Jin showed hesitation, clearly disagreeing with his wife's suggestion. No problem. I'll bring more people and just flatten that place. Luo Hong said calmly, her indifferent gaze lacking any humanity. We can also clean up the survivors over there. After the corpse solidification crystal, we can obtain quite a few elemental crystals. Zhao Jin thought for a moment and sat back down. All right, those corpses really should be harvested. If you go, solve it all at once to avoid running back and forth. Watching Luo Hong leave, Zhao Jin turned his attention back to the people in the conference room. Does anyone have questions about tonight's task? You can raise them now. Someone in the conference room raised their hand. Brother Jin, if that trading channel really goes online, are we sure we're only collecting high-level elemental crystals? Don't we need to pay attention to other things? Zhao Jin nodded in response. That's right, for now. We only collect high-level elemental crystals. Before the market stabilizes, what we need to do is accumulate raw capital. Level is the most important. Another person pressed on. But Brother Jin, other families will probably also purchase high-level elemental crystals. If the prices get driven up, we might end up losing. Losing? Zhao Jin laughed, very pleased with himself. I would love for other families to raise prices against me. Remember, if anyone competes with us, always be a step ahead of them. With Luo Hong here, only others will suffer losses. The Zhao family will not. Don't forget, our rate of obtaining elemental crystals is twice that of others. Hearing this, everyone nodded, but there were still worried voices. Brother Jin, everyone knows Sister Hong's capabilities. But the problem is that the elemental crystal harvest in the past few days hasn't met our expectations. Other families are likely taking action too. Yes. Half of the coordinates given in the ancient books have been cleared by others, leaving only corpses. Our stock of elemental crystals is not abundant. And engaging in a price war with other families might lead to hurting ourselves more than our enemies. Zhao Jin waved his hand, signaling everyone to be quiet. Everyone need not worry. In any case, the Zhao family has already seized the opportunity. We will collect as many high-level elemental crystals as we can. If necessary, we can use the Zhao family's name to pressure the price. Help me out, would you? Lu Li placed 2 backpacks on the ground and looked at Su Xiao with a sincere expression. The zippers of the backpacks were opened slightly, revealing bright red second-level elemental crystals inside. Where did you get so many second-level elemental crystals? Su Xiao was astonished and couldn't help but rub her eyes. That's none of your concern. As long as you're willing to help me out, this third-level elemental crystal will be yours. After saying this, Lu Li took out an orange elemental crystal from another backpack. Su Xiao's current level was LV3, and she hadn't absorbed 10 elemental crystals yet. If she had this third-level elemental crystal, she could instantly level up to LV4. Lu Li's reward was very appealing to her. However, Su Xiao didn't immediately agree. Instead, she jokingly replied, "Aren't you still in debt to me? Why not just use the third-level elemental crystal to pay me back? That was a life-saving grace. Are you sure about that, big class leader?" Lu Li also smiled playfully, pretending to shove the entire backpack into Su Xiao's hands. I can't make it that cheap for you. Come on, what do you need me to help with?" Su Xiao rolled her eyes and pushed the backpack away. Simple. Lu Li intentionally prolonged his tone, glancing back at Brother Dao and the little brother with yellow hair. "If there's nothing else, you guys can leave first. We need to discuss something private." Hearing Lu Li's words, both Brother Dao and the yellow-haired punk shuddered and forcibly shifted their gaze away from the 2 backpacks of elemental crystals. "All right, we won't disturb Brother Lu Li. Just let me know if you need anything." After watching the 2 disappear from view, Lu Li explained what he needed to Su Xiao. Exchange first-level elemental crystals for high-level ones? But I don't have that many first-level elemental crystals. Su Xiao looked puzzled. Let us not talk about that for now. The trading platform that can trade with global players hasn't gone online yet, she said. Even if everything is as you say and the global trading market goes online after midnight, who would exchange high-level elemental crystals for low-level ones? Everyone knows that elemental crystals have an absorption limit. You can only absorb 10 crystals every 7 days. Everyone is trying to use low-level elemental crystals to exchange for high-level ones to get ahead of others. Can I compete with others? Luli was confident. Don't worry. If nothing unexpected happens, you won't be able to buy even one high-level elemental crystal. Su Xiao was directly stunned. She even doubted if she heard it wrong. Not even one? What do you want me to help with then? To set the atmosphere for the trading market. Exactly. Su Xiao's mouth opened slightly, and after a brief thought, she finally understood what Luli meant. You want me to drive up the price of high-level elemental crystals? Luli nodded, a satisfied smile on his face. But what's the point? You can level up with high-level elemental crystals. Why do you want to go against the grain and exchange for low-level ones? Su Xiao became a bit anxious. She felt that Luli, still at DEVOURER, might not understand the limit that players can only absorb 10 elemental crystals every 7 days. You don't have to worry about that. In short, the more first-level elemental crystals we can exchange for, the better. Also, I have one more thing to ask you. Luli suddenly turned to look at the boys' dormitory, his expression serious. Does that thug leader called Brother Dao know that I killed Chun Hao? Chapter 24. Encircling Luli, Su Xiao looked at Luli, whose expression suddenly became serious, feeling a bit uneasy. Of course. Back then, you admitted to killing Tian Yuhao and Chun Hao in front of so many people. Did you really expect them not to talk about it? That guy called Dao Gu casually asked around the school and found out what happened. After finishing her sentence, Su Xiao fell silent. Noticing Luli didn't speak, she anxiously asked, what's wrong? Is Dao Gu looking for trouble with you? The seriousness on Luli's face quickly vanished, returning to his usual indifferent demeanor. He smiled and replied, No, I think Dao Gu is being polite to me because he knows about this. You know, he used to extort me, and now his attitude has changed so much, it's a bit strange. But why did you move people to the girls' dormitory? I remember you used to say everyone is welcome. Su Xiao rolled her eyes and playfully scolded, Get lost. You're the one whose everyone is welcome. The reason I moved out is that Dao Gu proposed a male leads female approach, requiring mixed-gender teams, saying it would increase survival chances and boost team morale. Luli feigned realization. The idea isn't wrong. In this apocalyptic world, mixed-gender teams can indeed raise morale. Su Xiao looked at Luli seriously. The idea is good, but his method is very unorthodox. It won't be long before the women in his team become playthings. Luli raised an eyebrow. He seemed to fully understand why Su Xiao could support an entire team in her previous life. Not continuing the topic, Luli handed 2 backpacks of crystal cores to Su Xiao. I'll leave the crystal cores to you. Don't let me down. Seeing Luli turn to leave, Su Xiao asked curiously, Aren't you going upstairs? It's already dark outside. Where are you going to sleep tonight? I'll manage in the car for the night. Besides, I'm not under your command. Our relationship is purely transactional. Luli waved his hand without looking back, his figure disappearing around the corner. Su Xiao's fingers gripping the backpack turned slightly white. She bit her lip and mumbled unhappily, What do you mean purely transactional? You still owe me a life. The next second, she suddenly realized, blushing, and spat in the direction Luli had disappeared. Who has a transactional relationship with you? Time quickly passed midnight. Outside the school, the empty street echoed with faint footsteps. Under the flickering streetlights, armed figures appeared and disappeared, swiftly encircling the student dormitory. Sister Hong, according to the coordinates provided by the corpses, that kid Luli is right below the dormitory. The speaker was a middle-aged man with a skull tattoo on his face, currently crouched at the highest point of the teaching building, observing a Hummer in the distance with binoculars. Should we send 2 brothers to check it out first? After a brief pause, he received a cold response from Luo Hong through his earpiece. No need. That kid Luli seems a bit strange. Just cover him with firepower. The middle-aged man hesitated briefly, but chose to comply. Although he felt that directly using firepower was akin to using a cannon to kill a mosquito, Luo Hong's direct order left him with no room to voice his opinions. 3 minutes later, explosions suddenly erupted in the darkness surrounding the student dormitory. Dozens of rockets, trailing crimson tails, shot towards the Hummer like lightning. After a deafening explosion, all that remained in the open was a burning vehicle frame. The middle-aged man with the skull tattoo smirked, casually speaking into his earpiece. "It's done, Sister Hong. That kid, no matter how impressive, must be blown to bits now." However, before he could finish his sentence, his pupils suddenly constricted. The Hummer, which had been blown to pieces, actually opened its door. A figure stepped out from the driver's seat, standing amidst the flames and smoke, looking around nonchalantly. "Not good. Sister Hong, he's still alive. Brothers, give it to him hard." Gunfire erupted like a tidal wave. The already crumbling Hummer was instantly showered with sparks, turning into scrap metal in less than a breath. The figure fell to the ground, raising a cloud of sparks. This time it's really done. Sister Hong, just like you said, that kid has some skills. Luckily we didn't send brothers to check it out, the tattooed man said, pulling out a cigarette to put in his mouth. Even a level 5 monster couldn't survive a round of rocket bombardment followed by machine gun fire, let alone Lu Li, who is only level 0. So, with the task completed, smoking a cigarette seemed like the most relaxing choice. However, you never got to take that puff. A cold blade had unknowingly been placed against the man's neck, effortlessly slicing through the not-so-tough artery. A voice sounded behind the middle-aged man, like a ghostly whisper from the depths of hell. "Indeed, it's done. Hey, what happened?" The crackling sound of static in the earpiece made Luo Hong frown. Wasn't it supposed to be done? Why is there no response? The situation seemed off. Luo Hong tried switching to other channels. Unsurprisingly, all she heard was silent static. "Check the signal." Luo Hong ordered her subordinate beside her. "Sister Hong, the communication channel is full signal. The silence is because the other side isn't responding." Not responding. Luo Hong repeated these words in her mind, then suddenly chuckled. Perhaps he's already dead and can't talk. Her subordinate was startled and instinctively retorted, "No way, Sister Hong. There are at least 50 skilled people who snuck into the school." But the more he spoke, the more anxious he became. With full signal, and if they were alive, there was no way they wouldn't respond. So they were really dead. Lu Li had wiped out 50 people in the blink of an eye. Was he even human? Could he be a monster disguised as a human? Luo Hong nodded, her smiling face darkening. "I underestimated that kid. Forget it, it's almost midnight. The remaining people should retreat quickly. This matter needs to be carefully planned." The earpiece received scattered responses as the teams surrounding the school began to converge toward Luo Hong's location. Taking a short breath, Luo Hong pinched her brow and murmured to the air, "Even if it's 50 pigs, wouldn't be so quick to kill them all." How on earth did Lu Li do it? Sister Hong, perhaps it's due to his strange talent. Should we send more people in? A subordinate suggested quietly. According to the information we received, that kid seems to be able to summon mantis-like creatures out of thin air. Maybe he used those summoned monsters to take out our brothers? Luo Hong sneered, countering the seemingly clever yet somewhat foolish subordinate, even if that assumption is correct. "How many mantis-like creatures do you think it takes to take down Lao Zhu?" The Lao Zhu the woman referred to was the middle-aged man with the skull tattoo. Previously, he had a record of single-handedly defeating 3 mantis-like creatures without injury. Even if we assume he was ambushed and caught off guard, distributing 1 mantis-like creature per kill. For Lu Li to take down 50 people instantly, he would need to summon at least 49 mantis-like creatures. What a terrifying number. If Lu Li truly had such terrifying power, the few people they had surrounding the school would be utterly insufficient. As the subordinate thought of this, they suddenly felt an overwhelming pressure all over their body. Even their breathing became labored. At that moment, an urgent warning suddenly came through Luo Hong's earpiece. "Sister Hong, I see several monsters flying in your direction." Chapter 25, let's talk? What? Luo Hong frowned and quickly asked, "What kind of monster is it? A knife-arm mantis?" An uncertain response came from the headset. No, it looks like a giant hornet. I've never seen it before, but it's definitely not a knife-arm mantis." "Oh, as long as it's not a knife-arm mantis." Luo Hong subconsciously breathed a sigh of relief. Even she didn't realize that during this short process of encirclement, the roles of hunter and prey had quietly switched. "You all hurry and gather around me. Once everyone's here, we'll retreat." Before her words had finished, several screams suddenly came through the headset. Luo Hong was stunned, cold sweat seeping from her forehead. She tried calling out several team leaders' names, but there was no response. What suddenly went wrong? Is it Lu Li? No, it shouldn't be Lu Li. It might be another monster attacking. Luo Hong's voice trembled, and her eyes slowly filled with fear. She suddenly remembered something. The monsters near the school had seemingly been mostly cleared out by the survivors. So what was it that was reaping lives in the darkness? Luo Hong abruptly looked out the car window. Outside was pitch black. It wasn't the kind of darkness where you could barely see outlines with a faint light. The blackness outside the car window was solid, as if it had formed an impenetrable wall. It felt alive. No, it really was alive. Luo Hong was horrified to discover that the darkness outside the car window was wriggling. A deep voice suddenly came through the headset, scaring her almost into a scream. Sister Hong, let's get out and talk. Who are you? The moment the question left her mouth, Luo Hong unconsciously thought of the answer. Who else could it be but Lu Li? I'm the one you're trying to kill. The deep voice spoke lightly, as if introducing himself in the most normal way possible. Luo Hong forced herself to calm down and swallowed hard, saying, I admit you're strong, stronger than I expected. But if you want to spare my life, you'll have to pay a huge price. Luo Hong wasn't just bluffing. Although she had no combat power herself, her companions in the car were no pushovers. Old Hey, Xiao Ba, Akuan, level up. With Luo Hong's command, the three subordinates in the car immediately took out their essence crystals to absorb. Their levels increased, instantly reaching LV. For Luo Hong thought that this would at least make Lu Li feel a bit wary. But to her surprise, the voice in the headset remained calm and unbothered. From the looks of you, are you not planning to talk? Before Luo Hong could speak, Old Hay sitting beside her opened the car door first. Sister Hong, stay in the car. We'll go down and take care of that kid. Yeah, a guy who hasn't even made it onto the level rankings is definitely just putting on a show. Xiao Ba and Akuan echoed. Before Luo Hong could say anything, the three had already exited the car, their figures disappearing into the thick darkness. Old Hey, Xiao Ba. Luo Hong's eyes widened as she tried to see any signs of victory through the car window. But nothing happened. The darkness outside remained thick, like a pool of stagnant water. Luo Hong couldn't even hear the slightest sound of a fight. The only noise was her own panicked breathing. Really not going to come down and talk. Lu Li's voice sounded again, as if it had detonated a bomb in Luo Hong's mind. Impossible. This can't be happening. Luo Hong frantically opened the car door and jumped out. She saw that there was still some light outside. The flickering streetlights in the distance illuminated a small patch of road, but they couldn't illuminate the fear on Luo Hong's face, because surrounding the vehicle was a circle of strange-looking monsters. They varied in size and height, but the only thing they had in common was that they were completely devoid of color and extraordinarily pure black. Coupled with their large numbers and tightly packed formation, it created the illusion of utter darkness around the vehicle. Lu Li stood at the center of the monsters, looking at Luo Hong with an indifferent expression. What kind of awakened ability do you have? Luo Hong shouted, her mind clearly on the verge of collapse. It's a secret. Lu Li smirked. But if you want to know, I might tell you after the deal is done. Deal. Luo Hong was taken aback. Her nearly broken spirit regained a bit of composure. Right? If Lu Li really wanted to kill her, he could have done it already. Why did he say he wanted to talk, to make a deal? Was he afraid of the Zhao family behind her? Thinking of this, Luo Hong gained confidence. She lifted her chin, regaining her previous air of superiority. What makes you think you have the right to negotiate with me? Lu Li found it amusing. He took a step back, revealing the three corpses behind him. They were none other than Luo Hong's three subordinates. Their bodies were covered in wounds, looking nothing like defeated warriors. Instead, they resembled flesh thrown into a meat grinder, cut in half. Luo Hong's expression changed, but she steeled her heart and said defiantly, if you're going to attack, then do it quickly, but don't blame me for not warning you. Killing me means you've offended the entire Zhao family. At that time, you'll never have peace under the Zhao family's pursuit. Lu Li shrugged. I never said I wanted to kill you. I just want to talk about a deal. Seeing that there was no killing intent in Lu Li's eyes, a flicker of joy passed through Luo Hong's eyes. It worked. This person really feared the Zhao family. As long as she confirmed this, she could take the initiative in the upcoming negotiation. What deal? Luo Hong pretended to be indifferent, but was all ears. Essence crystals. Lu Li smiled. 86 second-tier essence crystals. 28 third-tier essence crystals. Luo Hong was stunned upon hearing these two numbers, because the amount of essence crystals Lu Li quoted happened to be the total stock that Zhao Jin had collected over the past 3 days. Of course, there were also a large number of first-tier essence crystals, but since Lu Li didn't mention them, Luo Hong wasn't foolish enough to expose herself. I can't offer that much. At most 32nd-tier essence crystals. Luo Hong frowned, pretending to be in a difficult position. The essence crystal stock was confidential, even among Zhao Jin's subordinates. Very few knew the exact quantity, so she was certain Lu Li was just trying to make a big demand, lucky enough to guess correctly. But the smile on Lu Li's face didn't change. He didn't repeat himself. Instead, he pulled up a data panel, edited a message on it simply, and sent it out. A few seconds later, a message from Zhao Jin popped up on Luo Hong's panel. Hong, have you been captured by Lu Li? Luo Hong's face was bitter as she helplessly replied with a yes. She thought Zhao Jin would care about her, but to her surprise, he immediately asked, how does Lu Li know the exact quantity of the stock of essence crystals? Did you tell him? Luo Hong felt wronged, but still calmly replied, how could that be? I don't know how he knew the exact quantity. He probably just guessed it by luck. Just give him 30 essence crystals and say there aren't any more. She thought the issue would be resolved like this, but unexpectedly, Zhao Jin's next message made Luo Hong's heart drop. Chapter 26 Secrets, but he said, not a single crystal can be missing, or I'll kill you immediately. What to do, Hong? Can you escape? Zhao Jin's anxiety was almost overflowing from alliance. He had thought of Lu Li being strong, but he never expected Lu Li to be this strong. Luo Hong brought so many capable people and made complete preparations to gain the upper hand. Yet in the end, they were still controlled by the opponent. Looking at the message popping up on the panel, Luo Hong's heart sank to the bottom. There's no way to escape. Everyone is dead. And Lu Li left me as the only survivor. Zhao Jin immediately sent another message. I see your coordinates still show you're at Yongxing No. 1 Middle School. Try to buy some time. I'll bring people to save you. Before Luo Hong could reply, Lu Li, not far away, said, delete and block Zhao Jin, or you die. On the other end, anxious Zhao Jin still wanted to send a message to Luo Hong, but found that the chat box on her side had been locked. Even the real-time location had disappeared, completely becoming unknown. What the hell? Zhao Jin didn't react for a moment. Soon, a reply from Lu Li popped up in the chat box. A friendly reminder. If I don't see the crystals I want before midnight, Luo Hong will die. Resisting the urge to curse, Zhao Jin quickly typed, I really don't have that many crystals on hand, at most 32nd tier crystals. You send Luo Hong over first, and I'll give you the crystals. One hand gives money, one hand gives people. Lu Li, speak, damn it. Zhao Jin sent a flurry of messages, but in the end only received Lu Li's cold countdown. There are 2 minutes and 39 seconds until midnight. What if I give you the crystals and you don't hand over the person? You have no choice. Zhao Jin felt like he was going crazy. He had never been manipulated like this before. His assistant, seeing Zhao Jin in such a frenzy, couldn't help but mutter softly, Brother Jin, we can't let that Lu Li brat lead us around by the nose. If we give him the crystals, what about the upgrades after? Before he could finish, the assistant's face received a hard slap. If I don't give it to him, what about Luo Hong's death? The assistant covered his swollen cheek, slurring his words as he advised, Brother Jin, as the saying goes, women are like clothes. If the sister-in-law is gone, the next one will be more obedient. We must prioritize the bigger picture. Screw you. Zhao Jin kicked the assistant in the face, feeling unsatisfied, and then grabbed his collar and slapped him twice. Do you know what Luo Hong's ability is? It's corpse transformation crystal. If she dies, the clan head will expel my branch from the Zhao family. Quickly prepare the crystals. I want exchange for Luo Hong. Sitting in the car, Luo Hong watched the scenery outside rapidly retreat. After closing the location, Lu Li took her for a spin around the city. Clearly, this was to prevent Zhao Jin from locking onto their location. The high school student named Lu Li was frighteningly cautious. Time passed second by second in waiting, and finally, just as midnight approached, a trade request from Zhao Jin popped up on Lu Li's panel. Player Zhao Jin requests a trade, trading content, 86 second-tier crystals, 28 third-tier crystals. Payment required. None. Lu Li smiled slightly and agreed to the trade. Orange and red crystals appeared out of thin air, piling up into two small mountains on the seat. Luo Hong looked at the scene before her and let out a slight sigh of relief. Now that the trade is complete, you should let me go, right? Lu Li still maintained his calm demeanor. Don't be in a hurry. If I let you go now, can you guarantee your safe return to the Zhao family? Luo Hong was taken aback, realizing it was indeed the case. Her corpse transformation crystal was of emerald grade, but it had no combat power. Without protection, any random monster could take her life. But how did Lu Li know all this? Luo Hong's heart suddenly sounded alarm bells. Some details she had previously overlooked resurfaced, connecting to form a terrifying question. How does Lu Li know so much about me and the Zhao family? As if he could hear Luo Hong's thoughts, Lu Li smiled faintly and continued. Don't you want to know my innate ability? Now that the trade is successful, I'll tell you. As soon as he finished speaking, a figure formed from black mist rose beside Lu Li in the passenger seat. He looked very young, about the same age as Lu Li. However, the expression on his face was not as cold as Lu Li's, instead giving off a sense of impending misfortune. Hello, beautiful. My name is Xing Anlin. The figure with a dismal appearance reached out his hand and shook hands with the bewildered Luo Hong. Without waiting for her to say anything, Xing Anlin continued. Earlier, your people attacked the Hummer, and they actually eliminated the target, and even did it twice. But this target wasn't Lu Li, it was me. You? Luo Hong's eyes widened, but the information I received clearly stated that Lu Li entered the car and didn't leave. Did they lie to me? Xing Anlin explained. The brothers didn't lie to you. The reason they could switch identities is because of the Soul Guard's uniqueness. After saying this, Xing Anlin's face began to twist, transforming into Lu Li's appearance. Conversely, the person driving turned into Xing Anlin. I can switch places with the Soul Guard. As Lu Li spoke, he grabbed the crystals beside him and opened the data panel. The global trading market was online, and he needed to hurry to trade all the crystals to Su Xiao. After receiving the crystals, Su Xiao was very worried about Lu Li's safety. After all, she heard the explosion when the Hummer was blown up. It wasn't until Lu Li emphasized several times that he was safe that Su Xiao felt a little relieved. I'll trade you another batch of high-tier crystals. You help me exchange these for first-tier crystals. Lu Li opened a friend trade and traded all the crystals Zhao Jin sent to Su Xiao. Luo Hong watched those crystals that should have belonged to the Zhao family disappear into thin air. Her face filled with heartache as she asked, how do you know the Zhao family's crystal inventory? Oh, because of him. Lu Li gestured to Xing Anlin, who grinned and directly transformed into black mist and vanished. Just as the vehicle was about to lose control, another pair of large hands materialized out of thin air, firmly gripping the steering wheel. A bald figure quickly formed, replacing Xing Anlin's position as the driver. When Luo Hong saw the appearance of the other party, she could no longer suppress her fear. She screamed, Chun Hao. Sister-in-law, it's me. Chun Hao scratched his bald head awkwardly, looking honest, with none of the former fierceness. How could you? Before Luo Hong could finish her question, Chun Hao explained, because I died. Now I'm the Soul Guard of Lu Li. The boss is merciful and didn't erase my consciousness. So to repay him, I told Lu Li all the information I knew. Luo Hong's mouth opened slightly, mumbling in disbelief. No wonder he knows the exact quantity of inventory crystals and that my ability has no combat power at all. Then she seemed to think of something and questioned Chun Hao. I really didn't expect you to betray the Zhao family. Have you forgotten who killed your nephew? Do you think you owe the Zhao family for all these years of training? Chun Hao raised an eyebrow, with no guilt on his face. Of course I know. Tian Yuhao brought it upon himself. With his eccentric personality, if Boss Lu Li didn't kill him, he would have died at someone else's hands sooner or later. As for the Zhao family, saying this, Chun Hao paused. For the Zhao family, I've risked my life. Isn't that enough to repay? Luo Hong was left speechless. After a moment of silence, she spoke again. I didn't expect the Zhao family to provoke such a formidable person. Lu Li, your talent really has great potential. Are you interested in joining the Zhao family? Upon hearing this, Lu Li couldn't help but glance back at Luo Hong. He didn't expect this woman to extend an olive branch to him. It's truly said that she is worthy of being Zhao Jin's wife. Seeing that Lu Li didn't respond, Luo Hong continued to offer conditions. As long as you are willing to join the Zhao family, I guarantee that everything that happened before can be overlooked, and the Zhao family will allocate most of its resources to help you grow. Lu Li turned his head back and suddenly laughed out loud. His laughter grew louder, as if rolling with overwhelming murderous intent. Overlook the past. What a great phrase. Luo Hong, oh Luo Hong, keep calling my name and see what my surname is. Chapter 27. Fishing in Troubled Waters. Global trading market. More and more players have discovered this newly emerged feature, and all kinds of messages flood the world chat channel. Wow. The global trading market is online. Thank goodness I didn't sleep. This is a victory for the night owls. How do you use this newly launched platform? Why is there no explanation? Are there any lonely girls? Are there any girls looking for a partner? Add me as a friend. I'll help you in the apocalypse game. Hey, are you upstairs going crazy over women? This is the global trading platform, not your personal matchmaking hotline. By the way, why haven't there been any newcomers on the level leaderboard these days? Are the slaughter treasure chests no longer appealing? Hey, the person above talking about slaughter treasure chests. Did you actually kill someone? Wow. The top player, please punish him. Manually the top-ranked player. Cheesy you. May I ask if you need teammates? Same question. Cheesy you. Please take me along. I'm easy to push down with my gentle charm. On the outskirts of Yong City, in a half-finished building, Cheesy you looked at the messages popping up in the chat channel, feeling more uncomfortable than delighted. Although he was currently ranked first on the leaderboard, he was still just an LV3 player. Just half an hour ago, he had seen 3 LV4 players appear in front of him, and within seconds, they disappeared from the leaderboard. This had caused him great panic. The fact that 3 LV4 players were instantaneously killed. What does that mean? It means that the level leaderboard is completely useless. The real big shots are hiding their levels, lurking like turtles in the mud outside of the leaderboard. Only a fool like him would stupidly rise to the top and become a conspicuous target. Fortunately, the player positions on the leaderboard are not updated in real time, which made Cheesy you breathe a little easier. Since it's called a trading market, there must be trading information. Let us see if he can exchange for some good items to enhance his strength. Skipping over the useless information, Cheesy you finally found a trading message. Yuan Crystal Exchange. 1-stage Yuan Crystal for 2-stage and 3-stage Yuan Crystals. Exchange ratio 35. 150. 1. TSK. Someone actually wants to exchange low-stage Yuan Crystals for high-stage ones. Does this person think all players are fools? Cheesy you clicked his tongue and continued scrolling. Yuan Crystal Exchange. 1-stage Yuan Crystal for 2-stage and 3-stage Yuan Crystals. Exchange ratio 40. 170. 1. Yuan Crystal Exchange. 1-stage Yuan Crystal for 2-stage and 3-stage Yuan Crystals. Exchange ratio 45. 180. 1. Yuan Crystal Exchange. 1-stage Yuan Crystal for 2-stage and 3-stage Yuan Crystals. Exchange ratio 50. 190. 1. 3 consecutive similar exchange requests, and the ratios were getting higher. Other players chatting in the channel also noticed this and began to speak up. Exchanging low-stage Yuan Crystals for high-stage ones? What a great scheme. Who doesn't he know that you can only absorb 10 Yuan Crystals in 7 days? This person is just playing others for fools. However, the exchange ratios are really high. Disregarding the absorption limit, just from experience points, it seems pretty decent. Decent? Go trade with him. And while he sits atop the leaderboard, you can slowly absorb 1-stage Yuan Crystals. The higher the player level, the more experience points required later on. And 1-stage Yuan Crystals will definitely not meet the demand. But there are really a lot of them, and I'm a bit tempted. Go ahead and be tempted. By the time you exchange for a pile of 1-stage Yuan Crystals, you won't be able to absorb them all even if you die. Cheesy you also joined in the laughter in the channel. But unlike others, the attentive Cheesy you took note of the player who posted the trading message. They all had the same name, Xiao. If it's not a deliberate name duplication, then this player named Xiao must be very eager to level up. Cheesy you exited the chat channel and began checking the leaderboard. Soon, his gaze landed on a name. Su Xiao, LV3, located at Yong City No. 1 Middle School. Cheesy you rubbed the orange Yuan Crystal in his hand. That was his only 3-stage yuan crystal, which he had planned to absorb after the 7-day period. But now, he had another idea. As the saying goes, fame brings fear, and pigs fear growing fat. Currently, the position of being first on the leaderboard is the most attention-grabbing, with more harm than good. Since that's the case, why not let someone else have it? With that in mind, Chiziyu clicked on a message with the highest exchange ratio and sent a trading request. I have one 3-stage yuan crystal, and I want to exchange it for 191-stage yuan crystals. He thought that the player named Xiao would immediately agree to the trade request. But to Chiziyu's surprise, the other party not only did not agree, but directly rejected it. What the heck? What is going on? I'm offering you a trade, and you reject it? Could it be that you accidentally clicked wrong? With a serious attitude, Chiziyu sent it again. Still rejected. This time, however, it came with a friend request. Player Su Xiao requests to add you as a friend. Do you agree? Yes, no. Fishing? Don't turn me into a fool. Chiziyu clicked yes and successfully added Su Xiao as a friend. In the friend chat box, Su Xiao sent a message. Sorry, I don't have any 1-stage yuan crystals on hand right now, but if you have 1-stage yuan crystals, I can exchange them for high-stage yuan crystals. Chiziyu was left confused. He read Su Xiao's message carefully multiple times and confirmed that the other party indeed wanted to exchange high-stage for low-stage. What the heck? Is this Su Xiao just bored and playing around in the global trading market in the middle of the night? Ignoring Su Xiao's inquiry, Chiziyu looked back at the world chat channel. Several more yuan crystal exchange messages appeared, all offering 1 stage for high stage. And the ratios were higher than those posted by Su Xiao. The messaging players had different usernames, but all had the character Xiao attached. Oh, looks like competitors have appeared. Chiziyu watched with interest as the exchange ratios kept rising. Perhaps it was because he had just been played by Su Xiao. He was even a bit looking forward to Su Xiao's downfall, although he still couldn't figure out whether Su Xiao wanted 1-stage yuan crystals or high-stage yuan crystals. Soon, the exchange ratios on the trading platform stabilized. The ratio of 1-stage yuan crystals to 2-stage yuan crystals was 60:1. The ratio for 3-stage yuan crystals reached an astonishing 250:1. Due to the alluring ratio, Chiziyu couldn't help but trade away his only 3-stage yuan crystal for 251-stage yuan crystals. Just then, Su Xiao sent another message. Hello? I'm collecting 1-stage yuan crystals. Are you interested? Chiziyu showed a mocking expression and casually edited an exchange ratio, sending the trade request to Su Xiao. Player Chiziyu requests a trade, trading content, 181-stage yuan crystals. Payment required, 1 3-stage yuan crystal. This ratio was what Su Xiao had initially posted, far from the current 250:1. Chiziyu knew that anyone with a bit of sense would never agree to this exchange ratio. He just wanted to use this to mock Su Xiao. However, to his surprise, the panel did not pop up a transaction failure or friend blacklist notification. Instead, it unexpectedly displayed transaction successful. Chapter 28, Repentance. No way, is this girl out of her mind? Chiziyu squeezed the orange crystal in his hand and glanced at the pile of extra first-level crystals on the ground. He flipped the crystals back and forth and ended up not losing anything, but instead gained 70 first-level crystals. Is Su Xiao here to do charity? Chiziyu frowned, feeling that something was off. To verify his suspicion, he opened the world chat channel again and chose a trade request to buy high-level crystals. Another 250 crystals were in hand. Adding the previous 70, Chiziyu now had a total of 330 crystals. Following the same method, he edited a trade request to send to Su Xiao. Player Chiziyu requests a trade. Trade content, 321st level crystals. Payment required, 8 second-level crystals. In less than a second, the trade was successful. Chiziyu used the second-level crystals he received to exchange for more first-level crystals at a high ratio, then sent a trade request to Su Xiao at a lower ratio. Back and forth, the number of crystals in Chiziyu's hands kept increasing. Any concerns were thrown out the window. The corners of Chiziyu's mouth finally couldn't help but lift up. Ha ha ha, I ran into a silly girl. Just watch me empty your family's coffers. Chiziyu sat cross-legged and edited a message in the world chat channel. Crystal exchange. First-level crystals for second-level and third-level crystals. Exchange ratio 65:1 261. He wanted to raise the exchange ratio of first-level crystals as much as possible. Meanwhile, at the Zhao family, not good. Jingu, several people just popped up wanting to buy high-level crystals, and the ratio that just stabilized is starting to rise again. Among them was that top-ranked player Chiziyu, whose increase was the most aggressive. Zhao Jin's face turned pale, but he still maintained his composure. Just some casual players, they won't be able to buy much. Continue to acquire at the original ratio. Not long after he finished speaking, someone in the conference room shouted, "No way, Jingu, other families are starting to raise prices too, especially the Lin family, who directly offered 300 first-level crystals for one third-level crystal. At this rate, we won't be able to acquire a single high-level crystal. Yin Yi, should we raise the price?" Zhao Jin's face twitched, and his brows almost twisted into a knot. If it were just casual players competing with him for high-level crystals, it wouldn't matter. After all, the Zhao family had abundant capital, and they had plenty of first-level crystals. Casual players couldn't consume many high-level crystals. They could outlast them, but other families were different. They had strong capital, just like the Zhao family, and had a high demand for high-level crystals. If they seized the opportunity, the Zhao family would really be unable to acquire high-level crystals. Gritting his teeth, Zhao Jin said coldly, "Raise the ratio. We must crush the other families. Don't forget, we have Luo Hong. If it comes to it, we can write an IOU, as long as we get a good start now. The snowball will only get bigger." Outside Yong City, watching the skyscrapers gradually disappearing around her, Luo Hong started to panic. Ever since that question, Luli hadn't said a word, busying himself at the data panel the entire time. What was Luli doing? Did he really not plan to let her go? The fear in Luo Hong's heart kept brewing. To make herself appear calm, she could only keep repeating in her mind, Luli wouldn't dare provoke the Zhao family. But after repeating it too many times, even Luo Hong started to doubt herself. Would Luli really not dare to provoke the Zhao family? His last name is Lu. What if he is indeed the orphan of that family? No way. It can't be that coincidental. Even if Luli really is that family's orphan, he wouldn't know the truth behind it. The Zhao family had done everything very cleanly back then, and all connections were handled, so there wouldn't be any accidents. Just as Luo Hong was comforting herself, the vehicle suddenly made a sharp stop while speeding. Due to inertia, her whole face slammed against the back of the front seat. The painful sensation made Luo Hong's tears flow, and she instinctively wanted to curse. However, when she saw what was outside the car window, the curses that were on the tip of her tongue were immediately swallowed back. Her body began to tremble slightly. The stopping place was a desolate villa. The grand architectural style and spacious entrance showcased its former grandeur. The overgrown courtyard and the buzzing of insects told tales of its current decay. Luo Hong was familiar with this place, extremely familiar, but she still had to pretend to be surprised, asking Luli in confusion, "Where is this? Why did you bring me here?" Luli did not answer, opened the car door, and silently walked towards the villa. Chun Hao got out from the other side and pulled Luo Hong out of the car. Luo Hong struggled continuously, trying to break free. But how could her strength compare to Chun Hao's? Before long, she was dragged into the villa, because it had been abandoned for a long time. The inside of the villa was in disarray. Thick dust and dense spider webs were everywhere. Luli found a broom and dustpan and started cleaning the living room by himself. The dust was gradually swept away, revealing the color of the floor underneath. As Luo Hong watched everything in front of her, she began to tremble even more. If she could still deceive herself before, forcing herself to believe that Luli was not that orphan, it was now completely impossible, because the spot Luli was cleaning was exactly where the couple had suffered torment. Even after many years, traces of that time still remained on the floor. The wooden boards were dark red, a result of being soaked in blood. There were pits on them, marks left by steel nails piercing through flesh. As for the scratches, they were made unconsciously by fingers in extreme pain. After finishing cleaning, Luli put the broom and dustpan away and looked at Luo Hong. "Kneel down and repent." Before Luo Hong could speak, Chun Hao kicked her knees hard, forcing her to kneel heavily on the ground. Luli sat cross-legged opposite Luo Hong, one hand opening the data panel, and the other hand pulling out a palm-sized bottle of solvent from his pocket. "Inyo Ing Gyung." Luli sent a message to Su Xiao. How's the crystal collection going? Su Xiao quickly replied. Almost done. I have 12 second-level crystals and 3 third-level crystals on hand. And I can exchange them soon. Okay, send me the first-level crystals first. Su Xiao Gong Li. Soon, a trade request popped up on Lu Li's data panel. Player Su Xiao requests a trade. Trade content. 98, 978 first-level crystals. Payment required. None. The moment Lu Li accepted the request, it was as if a hailstorm had fallen in the silent villa. Nearly 100,000 first-level crystals piled up into a small mountain on the floor, an impressive sight. Luo Hong stared at everything in front of her in shock, her lips moving as she was about to ask something when her back received a hard kick from Chun Hao. The force was so strong that it almost took Luo Hong's breath away. The boss wants you to repent. Can't you be sincere? I don't know anything. What is this place? What do you want me to repent for? Zhao Jin has already given you the crystals, satisfying your demands. Why won't you let me go? Luo Hong writhed in pain on the ground, like a leech caught in grains of salt. Although she didn't understand how Lu Li learned the truth before the facts were exposed, she still had to insist that she had no connection to everything that had happened here. Otherwise, even if Luo Hong had 10 lives, it wouldn't be enough for Lu Li to kill her. Hearing Luo Hong's moans, Lu Li raised his head from behind the Yuanjing small hill, his expression indifferent. If you admit the sins you committed back then and sincerely repent, I can let you go immediately. Chapter 29. Level Surge. What a sin. I have no idea what you're talking about. What on earth happened here? I really don't understand anything. Luo Hong knelt on the ground, looking pitiful and miserable. Even the hardest-hearted person would feel a twinge of sympathy upon seeing her. But Lu Li remained unmoved, because he clearly remembered the hatred from his previous life. He knew that it was this woman, who was constantly crying for justice, that had personally driven steel nails the thickness of a thumb into his mother's body, one after another. Stop howling. Repent properly. Chen Hao seemed to sense Lu Li's gloomy mood and kicked Luo Hong hard in the mouth with his toes. After a cry of pain, several bloodied teeth were left on the floor. Lu Li ignored it and raised his hand to summon the soul guard Xing Anlin. Help me throw these essence crystals into the solvent. I'm a bit overwhelmed. No problem, Boss Lu Li. Xing Anlin gave a strange salute. But soon, he noticed that the atmosphere was off and quickly awkwardly lowered his hand, starting to work diligently, with Xing Anlin as a helper. The efficiency of dissolving the essence crystals doubled. In less than half an hour, all the essence crystals were thrown into the solvent. Just at that moment, Su Xiao sent another batch of essence crystals. There were over 30,000 of them. Lu Li was a bit surprised. His original expectation was actually 100,000 first-tier essence crystals. But Su Xiao had clearly exceeded this task, and by a large margin. Lu Li curiously asked, in total, you exchanged for 130,000 crystals, far exceeding my expectations. How did you manage that? Monopoly. Su Xiao's words were filled with pride. When I was collecting the first-tier essence crystals earlier, I deliberately left a price gap to attract other players who thought they could profit from me through reselling. As the transaction neared its end, they realized that I was the only one collecting first-tier essence crystals, and fearing they would be stuck with them, they threw them at me at any cost. Lu Li raised an eyebrow, truly worthy of being the class leader. Your schemes are impressive. Go away. You better be nice to me now. I still have a debt note for 50,000 essence crystals in my hands. Debt note? Lu Li was genuinely stunned this time. It was only after Su Xiao mentioned it that he suddenly remembered that in the global trading market, debt notes could be issued. Debtors could use their lives as collateral, plus a repayment deadline agreed upon by both parties to issue a debt note. The generated debt note would automatically be sent to the creditor, and the debtor would need to repay the debt within the specified time. If repaid on time, the debt note would automatically disappear. But if the deadline was missed, the debtor's data panel would disappear and their life would be immediately forfeited. Because of this compulsion, very few people would issue debt notes in the global trading market. Lu Li never expected that Su Xiao would discover and exploit this mechanism. Who issued the debt note to you? Su Xiao looked at the messages popping up in the chat box and replied, several players, but they all claimed to be from the Zhao family, saying they would definitely repay within 3 days, guaranteed by their family honor. After a while, seeing that Luli had not replied, her expression of pride gradually turned anxious. Should I not have let them issue a debt note? No, you did well. Luli Raplia. His words filled with admiration. If you weren't so naive, I would really want to maintain a long-term cooperative relationship with you. Su Zhao's eyes lit up again, and her lips curled up. Oh, it's no longer just a trading relationship? Oh, slip of the tongue, a long-term trading relationship. Get lost. I'll send you the debt note. Just go find the Zhao family for the debt when the time comes. I'm off to level up. Su Xiao dropped the last line and sent Luli a trade request. Luli smiled and accepted the request, receiving the debt note for 50,000 essence crystals. The remaining 3,000 essence crystals were also thrown into the solvent. Considering the 80 discount effect, there were now 156 experience points in the essence crystal dissolving agent. Over 100,000 experience. That's enough. Meanwhile, in the capital city, Zhao family, the blue light filled the entire room. Zhao Quan paced back and forth, occasionally stroking his curved beard on his cheek, seemingly waiting for something. Finally, the holographic projection flickered several times, and Zhao Jin's figure appeared. Zhao Quan frowned and spoke. What's going on? Why is it taking so long? How's the collection of high-tier essence crystals going? Zhao Jin's expression was not good either, and his tone was somewhat stiff. There was an accident. Clan elder Luo Hong was captured. To redeem her, I used the high-tier essence crystals in stock. What? Luo Hong was captured? Which family did this? Zhao Quan's face changed dramatically as he shouted. Not a family. It's a rogue player named Luli. Luli. Zhao Quan took a deep breath, showing a wary expression. His surname is Liu. Could he be from the Liu family? Zhao Jin shook his head. I've checked. This Luli is an orphan but grew up in an orphanage in Yong City. If he were a descendant of that family, the Liu family would never just sit by and do nothing. Hearing this, Zhao Quan felt slightly relieved. As long as it's not related to the Liu family, that's good. Even if they have fallen, that kind of behemoth is not easy to provoke. Luo Hong's abilities are special and far exceed the value of high-tier essence crystals. Your approach is not problematic. Since we don't have enough high-tier essence crystals, let's change the plan for now. Your branch should collectively absorb second-tier essence crystals to reach LV3, and send the remaining third-tier essence crystals to your brother. Upon hearing this, Zhao Jin's expression became even more displeased. All the third-tier essence crystals to Zhao Mao. Why should that be, clan elder? My essence crystals are few. Shouldn't he share some with me? Zhao Quan snorted coldly. Share some essence crystals with you? What use would that be? The only somewhat useful one in your branch, Chen Hao, is dead. Giving you third-tier essence crystals is a waste. It's better to give them all to Zhao Mao. He has dug up quite a few potential seeds in Hang City. With a significant boost tonight, it will surely enhance the Zhao family strength. But Zhao Jin wanted to say more, but was interrupted by Zhao Quan waving his hand. Enough. You have Luo Hong's condensed corpse crystal. You won't have to worry about leveling up. This matter is settled. Hurry and let your people absorb the essence crystals. Outside Yong City, in a certain unfinished building, nearly an hour had passed since the last transaction. Chiziyu held the only second-tier essence crystal, still feeling a tightness in his chest. He never expected that the only one collecting first-tier essence crystals in the entire trading market was Su Xiao. Everyone else wanted to exchange first-tier essence crystals for higher-tier ones. This forced Chiziyu to exchange all the first-tier essence crystals he earned to Su Xiao, and the price was set by Su Xiao. Although Chiziyu considered whether to keep some first-tier essence crystals for himself, that thought only lasted a moment before he immediately dismissed it. How to keep them? So many first-tier essence crystals are simply inconvenient to carry. So in the end, Chiziyu's gain was that he exchanged one second-tier essence crystal at the cost of one third-tier essence crystal. Not only did he not profit, but he also lost. Damn rotten pineapple. Su Xiao, I remember you. Chiziyu mechanically scrolled through the world chat channel, trying to relieve the frustration in his heart. Ding. Changes have occurred in the level ranking. The notification from the level ranking caught his attention. It seemed like a prearranged event, as a large number of players increased their levels and squeezed into the rankings. Chapter 30. Absurd First Place. The player Su Xiao, whom Qi Ziyu regarded as a thorn in his side, successfully leveled up from LV3 to LV4. As expected, he absorbed my Tier 3 crystal. Qi Ziyu was frantically refreshing the leaderboard. Although many players had also reached LV3, Qi Ziyu's early upgrade meant he still held second place and hadn't been pushed down. This did not meet Qi Ziyu's expectations. At the same time, he made another terrifying discovery. Among the top 100 players on the leaderboard, aside from Su Xiao and himself, everyone else was LV3. Oh no, can this level drop a bit? I don't want to stay in second place. Qi Ziyu was almost in tears. Originally, he was quite happy that Su Xiao had taken his first place. After all, those loudmouths in the chat channels loved to stir up hatred. They kept demanding that he, the top player, punish this one or eliminate that one. Being called a big shot made him really anxious. But now, all the players on the leaderboard were LV3. Since everyone had the same level, those ranked lower would naturally think about killing the higher-ranked players to earn rewards from the challenge mechanism. Qi Ziyu wondered if his prayers had worked. The leaderboard changed again. A large number of LV4 players surged in, pushing Qi Ziyu's rank down to beyond 95th place. Among them were quite a few foreign names. Wow, foreign friends. Be a bit stronger, come on, if a few more join, I could be pushed out of the leaderboard. Qi Ziyu stared at the leaderboard, mumbling. But in the end, his rank settled at 100th. The top 99 players were all LV4. And he, Qi Ziyu, was still hanging at the last place as LV3. This was not only dangerous, but also embarrassing. Wow, don't do this to me. Qi Ziyu sat down on the ground, starting to contemplate what to do next. Just then, the leaderboard suddenly shook. Qi Ziyu's name was pushed out of the top 100, disappearing from the list. Ha! Heaven hasn't abandoned me. Let me see which good person leveled up to LV4, pushing me out of the leaderboard. I should add them as a friend to thank them. Qi Ziyu began searching the leaderboard, but after looking through all the LV4 players, he still did not find any new names, until he inadvertently glanced at the top of the leaderboard. There hung a new name from Huaxia, Luli, LV15. Level 15. What a joke. Zhao Jin stared at the first place on the leaderboard, his face filled with disbelief. In the first 7 days of the Apocalypse game, players could only obtain Tier 3 crystals at most. This was information recorded in that ancient book. It couldn't be wrong. Calculating based on one Tier 3 crystal providing 100 points of experience, absorbing 10 consecutively would only allow a maximum level of LV9. Not even breaking into LV10. Why could this Luli suddenly reach LV15? Zhao Jin felt a chill down his spine. He slowly clicked on Lu Li's information. After seeing the coordinate point, his pupils constricted sharply. That location, Zhao Jin was extremely familiar with. It was the place where the Zhao family had killed for books over a decade ago. Why there? Could it be that Lu Li is truly an orphan of that family? Impossible if he were an orphan. Why would the Lu family let him grow up in an orphanage without a care? It must be a coincidence. Zhao Jin was certain in his heart and sent Lu Li 2 messages. Lu Li, I saw your coordinate point. Please keep your promise and leave Luo Hong there. I will bring people to pick her up. Also, I hope you can meet with me face to face. The Zhao family greatly appreciates capable players like you and hopes you can join us. Although Zhao Jin was reckless, he was not foolish. As long as Lu Li was not an orphan of that family, previous grievances were nothing. This person could still be recruited. As long as he could get Lu Li to join the Zhao family, the crystals used to redeem Luo Hong wouldn't be wasted. Lu Li did not block Zhao Jin's messages, and after a while, a reply came. However, it was just 2 simple words, come. Zhao Jin immediately called for people to set off. Just as he got in the car, Zhao Quan sent another message. What is going on? The first place on the leaderboard, Lu Li, can't be the Lu Li you mentioned who has Luo Hong under control, right? Zhao Jin quickly replied. That is the person. I'm preparing to meet him and pick up Luo Hong. He is willing to see you? Great. I don't care what happened between you before, but Lu Li must join the Zhao family. Zhao Quan issued the order, and his words were filled with an undeniable authority. Don't worry, Elder, Lu Li will definitely become a part of the Zhao family. He won T escape. Even if he refuses, I won T let him leave alive. Outside Yong City, in an abandoned villa, Lu Li did not immediately claim the upgrade treasure chest. Instead, he felt the attribute boost from the sudden level increase and opened the data panel. Luli, title, overlevel kill. Level, LV15, strength, 15, 8, constitution, 15, 6, speed, 15, 9, spirit, 15, 2, talent abilities, Soul Devour, spirit points, 5142, lightning arrow, diamond, blade arm, emerald, swarm intimidation, platinum, bloody slaughter, platinum, reconnaissance, silver, great power, silver, speed, silver, balance, silver. Due to having touched many corpses in Tianyi Plaza back then, Luli still had a bunch of useless talents in his talent bar. So he didn't continue to look down. He clicked on the attribute allocation interface. In the Apocalypse game, every time a player leveled up, their 4 main attributes would automatically increase by 1 point. In addition, they would also gain 1 extra point that could be freely allocated. Luli had leveled up 15 times at once, giving him a total of 15 free attribute points. However, he did not allocate them immediately. Instead, he took out another item from his pocket. It was a golden candy bean. It was a good item that Luli had opened from the challenger chest, and he had a total of 2. Item name, useless candy bean, quality, excellent, function description. Consuming this item can reveal hidden attributes for 1 minute. Note, this thing definitely isn't as useless as it looks. Luli tossed the candy bean into his mouth and checked the attribute allocation interface again. The panel, which originally only showed strength, constitution, speed, and spirit, now had a 5th attribute. Luck, 0. The useless candy bean was not truly useless. On the contrary, its usefulness was very profound, because the useless candy bean is the only item that can permanently increase luck. Of course, the premise is knowing how to use it. In his previous life, Luli had consumed the useless candy bean multiple times. Unfortunately, by the time he knew the exact usage, he had very few free attribute points left, so the increase in luck was not significant. Now, with a second chance at life, Luli planned to allocate all his free attribute points to luck. After all, the other 4 main attributes could be compensated for later through equipment, and there were many ways to enhance them. Taking advantage of the luck attribute being revealed, Luli allocated all his free attribute points to it. The luck value increased as expected, reaching 15. 8. Luli nodded in satisfaction and closed the data panel. His strength had increased, and it was time for revenge. He turned and looked at Luo Hong, who was still kneeling on the ground. Chapter 31, just the beginning. Luo Hong had been quietly watching Luli. When she saw him approaching, she immediately put on a miserable expression. Luli, before she could finish, Chan Hao, who was standing beside her, kicked her hard twice. Stop talking. Can't you understand that you're supposed to repent? Luli raised his hand to stop Chan Hao and stood in front of Luo Hong, asking, so, do you admit to the sins you committed back then? Luo Hong's face was filled with innocence and grievance. I really don't know what sins you're talking about. I've never been here before, and I don't know what happened here. Still pretending? Luli supported his forehead with one hand and smiled. Let me tell you a little story. Once upon a time, there were 2 girls who were good friends since childhood. One was named Xiaolon, and the other was named Xiaohong. Their family backgrounds were vastly different. Xiaolon came from a well-off family, while Xiaohong's family was relatively poor. However, the 2 girls didn't care about these things. They only saw each other and the friendship that shone like stars. They talked about everything and became the best of friends. Because Xiaohong's family was in a difficult situation, Xiaolon often reached out to help. When they were young, it was a few pieces of candy. As they grew up, it was financial assistance. At first, Xiaohong was grateful, but over time, it all became taken for granted. Until one day, Xiaolan's family fell on hard times and could no longer provide support for Xiaohong as before. At that time, Xiaohong needed money for her mother's surgery. Because of this, the surgery funds were not gathered in time, and Xiaohong's mother unfortunately passed away. Xiaohong was very angry and had a big fight with Xiaolan. She believed that everything was Xiaolan's fault. It was Xiaolan who had caused her mother's death. Their friendship shattered, and they became like strangers. Until one day, Xiaohong unexpectedly received a piece of news. A piece of news that would allow her to take revenge on Xiaolan while also making herself rich and powerful, without caring about their past friendship. She sold Xiaolan without hesitation. Even when Xiaolan's family was destroyed, she appeared deliberately, driving steel nails into her best friend's body one by one. After telling this, Luli took his hand away from his face and asked Luo Hong with icy eyes, "What do you think of this story?" "Xiaoong?" Luo Hong lowered her head, her lips trembling, her eyes bulging out in extreme fear. She stammered, "Why you? How do you know all of this? This is impossible. The Zhao family kept it very secret. You couldn't possibly know." "But I do know." Luli stood up, looking down at the kneeling Luo Hong. "Do you have anything else to say?" "Luli," Luo Hong shouted urgently, then suddenly banged her head against the ground twice. She wanted to crawl forward, to hug Lu Li's legs and cry for mercy. But Chen Hao kicked her back. "Cough, cough. I'm really sorry about your mother, truly sorry. Actually, I haven't been able to sleep well since that day. The image of your mother dying keeps replaying in my mind. Everything I did was forced by the Zhao family. I had no choice. Yes, I received benefits from Zhao Jin, but if I hadn't revealed the whereabouts of that book, Zhao Jin would have killed my whole family. I really had no choice. Luli, please let me go, please." As she spoke, Luo Hong began to cry. Luli remained unmoved, watching the woman's act indifferently. If it were in his previous life, he might have believed Luo Hong's genuine emotions and spared her life, then let the tiger return to the mountain. But having lived again, Luli would not be deceived by such acting. "If you want to buy time, don't waste your effort acting. I will stay here until Zhao Jin arrives." Luli put his right hand in his pocket, rubbing something inside with his fingertips. It was a thin ticket, a good item he had obtained from the challenger's treasure chest. Upon hearing Lu Li's words, Luo Hong's sobs suddenly stopped. After a moment, she slowly raised her head. Her tear-streaked face showed no signs of remorse, only gloom and resentment. "Luli, you still have a choice. If you insist on killing me, Zhao Jin will definitely take revenge on you. At that time, the entire Zhao family will bite onto you and never let go. Your awakened talent is so excellent, and there's a bright future waiting for you. Are you really willing to risk everything for two dead people from over a decade ago?" Luli smiled, a cold smile. The howling night wind blew into the villa, bringing the roar of car engines. Zhao Jin was coming. Luo Hong also heard the commotion outside, and a sinister smile appeared on her gloomy face. She actually swayed and stood up from the ground, proudly saying to Luli, "Did you hear that? Luli, Zhao Jin is here. He has come to save me. Do you know the strength of the Zhao family? Do you know how long they have been preparing for the resurgence war? If I die, you absolutely won't be able to leave here alive." At this moment, Luo Hong felt as if the situation had reversed, and she was immensely pleased. On the other hand, Luli let out a light sigh, silently lamenting the baseness of human nature. Luli ignored the deranged Luo Hong and walked towards the villa's exit. The chaotic car lights illuminated the villa, and a dense crowd blocked every exit. A muscular man stood at the entrance, looking expressionlessly at Luli. "Where is Luo Hong?" Zhao Jin asked straightforwardly. Inside the villa, Luli's answer was devoid of sadness or joy, his tone as plain as if greeting an acquaintance. Seeing Luli so calm, Zhao Jin couldn't help but feel uneasy. Having experienced life and death struggles, he knew that people often reacted uncontrollably when faced with threats. This included emotional agitation, trembling, or involuntarily raising their voice. But Luli was so calm, which indicated that he must have some backing. It seemed the clan leader's judgment was correct. This person must be used by the Zhao family, or there would be endless troubles. Zhao Jin's eyes flicked, and his tone softened a bit. "Luli, you are indeed a talent. You are already qualified to join the Zhao family. As long as you nod, everything that happened before can be wiped clean. Moreover, after you join, the Zhao family will tilt most resources toward you and cultivate you as a core force. But if you remain stubborn, my people will keep you here forever." Zhao Jin was quite confident about recruiting Luli. With threats and temptations, ordinary people had no way to refuse. But to Zhao Jin's surprise, after hearing the conditions he offered, Luli not only showed no signs of being moved, but instead revealed a mocking smile. "You two as a couple really have similar thought processes." As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Hao dragged Luo Hong out of the villa like a dead dog. Before Zhao Jin could react, Chen Hao's claws suddenly gripped Luo Hong's throat. With a tearing sound, half of her windpipe was violently pulled out. In an instant, blood gushed like a fountain. You. Luli, what do you mean? Zhao Jin's eyes were about to burst. Just answering your question. Luli pulled his right hand out of his pocket and tore off the stub of the ticket. Not only will I not join the Zhao family, but I will also destroy the Zhao family. Luo Hong's death is just the beginning. The ticket ignited in Lu Li's hand. Kill him. Zhao Jin sensed that something was wrong and immediately gave the order, but was already too late. The flame on the ticket suddenly expanded, completely engulfing Lu Li. Chapter 32 Hub Arena. Welcome to the Hub Arena. You have been teleported to the waiting area, matching you with a suitable opponent. Estimated waiting time, 10 minutes. Cheerful voices echoed in his ears as Lu Li stepped out of the flames. Zhao Jin and the villa had vanished, and he found himself in a 50-square-meter space. The entire area was a milky white, as if it had been poured and formed into one cohesive structure. Seeing that there was no one around, Lu Li calmly brought up the data panel and sent messages to Su Xiao and Lin Qinfeng. The message to Su Xiao was a reminder to be wary of Zhao Jin. After all, he had just provoked the Zhao family, and if Zhao Jin went mad seeking revenge, it could involve innocent parties, which would be problematic. The other message asked Lin Qinfeng how her collection of items was going. Just as he sent the two messages, Su Xiao showed no response, but Lin Qinfeng replied first. Time is a bit tight, and with the Lin family's existing reserves, we have only collected 700 kilograms of gold so far. The efficiency is quite high. Lu Li nodded slightly and replied, "That's enough. First, trade me this gold, and then you can continue collecting. It will only benefit the Lin family." Just a day earlier, when Lin Qinfeng traded the mind elemental crystals from the digger bee to Lu Li, she received this order, to collect gold. Although she didn't quite understand the command, she followed it nonetheless. After all, it was her vow to have the Lin family serve Lu Li as their master. Moreover, with the apocalypse breaking out, collecting gold wasn't a difficult task. However, when Lin Qinfeng saw Lu Li asking the Lin family to continue collecting gold, stating it would only benefit them, her curiosity was completely piqued. She cautiously sent a message. "Mr. Lu, may I ask what the specific purpose of collecting gold is?" Lin Qinyue, munching on potato chips, happened to see her elder sister typing in the chat box and said angrily, "What specific purpose could there be? Lu Li is just a miser and a money lover." Lin Qinfeng frowned and scolded. "Qinyue, Mr. Lu is a benefactor of the Lin family, so if you continue to be rude, don't blame me for using family discipline." Hearing this, Lin Qinyue shrank her neck, stopped speaking, and instead grabbed a handful of potato chips, stuffing them in her mouth in frustration. Lu Li replied, "I can't tell you the specific purpose for now. Just focus on the collection. No need to be too deliberate about it. Also, keep an eye on Zhao Jin these days. If there are any major movements, remember to inform me in time." "Okay, but it's a pity that the Lin family is currently weak, so we can only gather superficial information. Mr. Lu, please don't be in a hurry." Lin Qinfeng sent this message and suddenly felt a bit regretful. Although the Lin family nominally recognized Lu Li as their master, and Lu Li had promised to solve their troubles, the family's grievances should ultimately be avenged by the Lin family themselves. Lu Li was strong, but he was still just one person. Would it be too much to ask him to bear the burden of family disputes? However, Lu Li's reply left Lin Qinfeng in shock. "Have a bit of confidence in your master. I guarantee that within 3 days, Zhao Jin and his faction in Yong City will completely disappear. To contend with an entire family with just one person's strength, this was something Lin Qinfeng couldn't even dare to think about. Perhaps he really could do it." Lin Qinhua suddenly spoke up, pulling up the data panel to show Lin Qinfeng. "Elder sister, you've been busy collecting gold these past 2 days and haven't checked the level leaderboard. Look who is in first place now." Lin Qinfeng focused her gaze. "It's Lu Li, but the level leaderboard isn't the combat power leaderboard. It doesn't necessarily mean." Before she could finish her sentence, Lin Qinfeng's mouth dropped open in shock. She saw Lu Li's level. Level 15? How is that possible? So, the Lin family has truly latched onto a powerful ally, and a very handsome one at that. Lin Qinhua rested her chin on her hands, her eyes filled with hearts. Lu Li closed the chat box and suddenly sneezed. He rubbed his nose and muttered to himself, "Is someone cursing me? It must be Zhao Jin. Just wait. Once I get out, I'll scatter your ashes." In fact, Lu Li was not incapable of defeating Zhao Jin. With his current soul points, He could summon 100 LV, 3 soul soldiers, and 2 LV, 5 soul guards. Coupled with various talents gained through devouring, Lu Li's combat power could be described as terrifying. The reason he was avoiding confrontation was due to Zhao Jin's full mobilization. If it came down to a life-and-death struggle, Zhao Jin could kill, but Lu Li would also be at risk of death. For Lu Li, there was no need for that. Time was precious in the early stages. He needed to seize the opportunity to develop. After all, the revenge list he had did not only include the Zhao family. There were even more powerful forces and more terrifying existences to deal with. He had to proceed steadily, step by step, just as Lu Li was talking to himself. Flames erupted again in the enclosed space. A ragged figure covered in black dust tumbled out and fell to the ground with a cry of pain. Lu Li's gaze landed on the figure's beast ears, and he couldn't help but be surprised. A Palu person has arrived. It seems the hub arena doesn't rate my combat power low. The hub arena, as the name suggests, is the center connecting various star domains. Players from different planets can be teleported to this area using arena tickets. Arena tickets are further divided into 2 types. The first type is a blue ticket, which directly teleports the user to the audience seats. The entire process is completely safe, allowing players to watch battles, exchange information, and even trade items within the arena. The second type is the red ticket, which is the kind Lu Li used earlier. However, Lu Li's ticket was obtained from a challenge chest and had a golden border pattern. This ticket teleports players to a waiting room, matching them with opponents of similar strength for battle. Battles in the arena are divided into 3 modes: solo combat, duo cooperation, and 5-person team. The specific mode can be determined by the color of the waiting room. Black indicates solo combat, white indicates duo combat, and gray indicates 5-person combat. First-time ticket users will have their mode randomly assigned by the hub arena. Lu Li happened to be in duo cooperation mode this time. Before the dirt-covered Palu could get up from the ground, the entire milky white space suddenly shook. In the most conspicuous position, 3 rules slowly appeared. Hub Arena Battle Rules, Duo 1. There are no restrictions on battles. Once you enter the waiting area, you must participate in the battle. Unless a winner is determined, the battle cannot be ended. 2. After the battle begins, the player's data panel will be temporarily locked. Players cannot use the panel for chatting, trading, or allocating attributes. 3. During the battle, bribery and attacking referees are prohibited. If any violations occur, the referee can immediately kill the battling player. Upon seeing these rules, Lu Li raised an eyebrow, finally feeling relieved. Just like in his previous life, the rules had not changed. This meant that Lu Li could implement his plan before the match began. Chapter 33, I want to fight 100 matches. As the countdown came to an end, the waiting room trembled once more. The rules on the wall shattered and reformed into a door drawn in simple lines. In the next moment, the sound of a lock turning echoed. The door, illustrated in simple lines, slowly opened. Behind the door was a long corridor. Standing at the entrance was a strange robot dressed in blue and white stripes, wearing an exaggerated upside-down triangular mask. It greeted with a high-pitched and odd tone. "Hello, fresh arena rookies. I am the referee for this match, the absolutely fair embodiment, Dio, the explosive. Now, I will lead both of you into an extraordinary battle. Please follow me." After saying this, Referee Dio made a gesture inviting them in. However, the Palu person remained confused, and Lu Li still sat on the pile of gold without moving. The robot cupped its hands to its mouth and emitted a few electronic coughs, awkwardly saying, "Ahem. You too, dawdling won't help. After using the arena ticket, you must engage in battle to determine a winner. That's the rule. A winner must be determined." The Palu person murmured softly, her voice gentle, seemingly a girl. "Can we just forfeit?" Upon hearing this, Lu Li was startled and fell off the pile of gold. Referee Dio straightened up and asked in a prolonged tone, "Are you sure you want to forfeit?" No. We want to participate in the match." Lu Li quickly interjected. If they really forfeited, the consequences would be very serious. In the hub arena, the essence of existence is the battles. And if a contestant using a ticket chooses to forfeit before the match even starts, the referee could get angry. And the consequence of anger would be the immediate elimination of both contestants. Oh, It seems you two haven't discussed your decision well. How about this? I'll give you 30 seconds to discuss whether to participate in the match or to forfeit. Referee Dio crossed his arms and leaned against the door, adopting an anxious waiting posture. Luli quickly walked over to the Palu person, yanked her up from the ground, and whispered, "We have to participate. If we forfeit, the referee will eliminate us on the spot. But if we participate, the outcome will still be a loss." The Palu person lowered her head, her beast ears drooping, not daring to look into Luli's eyes. "Losing the battle means no rewards, and when I go back, I will still die." It's no wonder she was so timid. After all, the planet she was from was on the edge, and both her talent and strength were among the lowest. If you can't do it, then isn't there me? Just give it a try. What if we can win? Luli persuada. Hearing this, the Palu person quickly glanced at Luli, then lowered her head again, seeming even more despondent. "You're just a monkey person, maybe a bit smarter than me. But when it comes to fighting, there's no way you can compete with those higher beings." Monkey person. Luli's eye twitched. It turned out that the other party considered him as a Palu person, directly viewing him as a lowly counterpart. If forfeiting means death, and participating also means death, then why not participate? Every second counts. Luli couldn't be bothered to explain and forcefully brainwashed her. As long as the Palu person agreed to participate, everything else could proceed as planned. Whatever. The Palu person mumbled in despair, finally letting Luli feel relieved. "Referee, we will participate in the match." Upon hearing this, Referee Dio changed his anxious demeanor and spoke again in a high-pitched tone. "That's wonderful. Please follow me. Let us step into the extraordinary." "Wait a minute, referee." Before Dio could finish, Luli interrupted again. He turned back, picked up a gold brick from the ground, and handed it to the referee. "Referee, before the match starts, I would like to ask you for a favor." "Oh." Referee Dio dramatically leaned back, looking at Luli, then at the gold brick in Luli's hand. "Bribing the referee openly? Haven't you read the rules?" Luli smiled broadly. "Not at all. The rules clearly state no bribing the referee during the battle, and the match hasn't started yet. Moreover, this isn't considered bribery. It's just asking the referee for a favor." Dio posed, straightened up again. Luli took the opportunity to hand over the gold brick. Dio took the gold brick, examined it carefully, and whispered in a voice only Luli could hear. "Fine gold, 99%, a rare item. I'll let it slide this time, but it won't happen again. Do you want me to favor you in the upcoming matches, or do you want me to give you a weaker opponent?" Luli shook his head. "I wouldn't dare to ask the referee to do anything difficult. I just want to ask for a qualification, challenger as qualification." "Challenger qualification?" Dio leaned back again, sizing Luli up and down. Then, he pulled out a thermometer from somewhere and clicked it near Luli's ear. 36.8. Normal temperature. "No fibe? Why are you talking nonsense? Do you know what you will face after becoming a challenger?" Luli nodded. "Yes, after becoming a challenger. It will activate gladiator mode, and I must fight 3 consecutive matches, otherwise I won't be able to leave the hub arena." Dio tossed the gold brick in his hand. Speaking mockingly, "Do you know that in gladiator mode, you can't forfeit? The battle can only end in death." "Understood. Are you sure you want this qualification?" "Absolutely. Then you won't need so much fine gold." Dio put his hands behind his back, and when he brought them out again, the gold brick and thermometer had disappeared. Instead, there was a contract with a black background and red letters. "No, I want it," Luli said solemnly, "because I don't just want to fight 3 matches. I want to fight 100 matches." As soon as he said this, the entire waiting room fell silent. At that moment, Luli even heard the faint sound of gears stalling within Dio. "What are you talking about? 100 consecutive matches. What's the difference between that and seeking death?" Dio's head sprang out, connected to his body by a spring the size of an arm. "And one last small request. Please don't handle the corpses on the field until the gladiatorial battles are over." Luli took a step back, pointing at the pile of gold in the center of the waiting room. "A total of 700 kilograms of fine gold. Please, referee Dio." Dio hurriedly reattached his head to his neck, taking small steps to the pile of gold. "And don't handle the corpses on the field. I never expected to encounter such a heavy, flavored lunatic right after starting work. But considering the fine gold, if you want to fight 100 matches, then go ahead." As he spoke, the gold vanished into thin air. Dio pulled out a contract with a black background and gold lettering and handed it to Lu Li. After he signed it, Dio announced loudly, "Waiting room 666. Battle mode changed. Gladiator Lu Li, Gladiator Elisa Baki are ready for the challenge. 100 life-and-death battles are about to begin." Chapter 34, Crazy Odds. Hearing Dio's announcement, Elisa, leaning against the wall, almost fainted from shock. Judging by that monkey man's recent actions, he must have bribed the referee. But why did the result of the bribery turn the original competitive match into a life-and-death struggle? And it was 100 matches in a row. In Elisa's understanding, even gods from high plains couldn't achieve 100 consecutive victories in the arena. This reverse operation is simply unbelievable. What am I expecting? In the end, I cannot escape the fate of death. Elisa smiled bitterly. She had thought about dying, but she never imagined she would die in such an absurd way. A weak cat person, entering the arena for the first time, chose the 100-match gladiatorial mode. She would become a joke, passed down through generations in Paulu's population. Lu Li, what a madman. However, at the moment Elisa was in despair, Lu Li was thinking about something else. He was wondering if he had given too much to the referee, resulting in such a quick agreement. If he had known, he would have asked for 200 matches instead. The reason he took such a risk was not because Lu Li was not stable enough. This was all a result of careful consideration. In ordinary arena matches, regardless of winning or losing, participants do not actually die, even if killed on the spot. They are only temporarily kicked out of the Nexus arena. After 7 days, they can return to continue competing using their ticket. Because it is not true death, Lu Li's Soul Devour ability cannot take effect. Winning only grants small rewards from the arena and a few Nexus points, which minimally improves one's strength. But the gladiatorial mode is different. Players will truly die during the matches, and the rewards provided by the arena after victory are also much more generous. Moreover, there's a crucial point. Those who dare to participate in the gladiatorial matches are players who have confidence in their own strength. In other words, they are all geniuses. Lu Li could only plunder their talents to rapidly enhance his own strength in a very short time. As for safety, Lu Li had also considered it. Since it was his first time competing, even though the Nexus Arena rated his strength fairly high, he still bore the title of newbie. Newbies naturally have a protection period. So even if the gladiatorial mode is activated, he would not be matched against overwhelmingly powerful veteran players. In the Nexus Arena, the flow of time varies between different areas. So when Lu Li and Elisa walked out of the long corridor, numerous billboards had already been hung in the center of the arena. For large screens were playing images of Lu Li and Elisa in turn, with eye-catching headlines popping up one after another. The arrogant challenger from the dust world. You absolutely cannot imagine the number of gladiatorial matches. Is it a tombstone for the reckless and arrogant, or a roar that buries geniuses? An unprecedented epic odds. An unparalleled gladiatorial feast. Let us wait and see. Looking at those exaggerated slogans, Lu Li couldn't help but smirk. No wonder the Nexus Arena is the center connecting various star domains. Their marketing strategies are impressive. Even he began to look forward to what kind of matchups would appear in the upcoming competitions. At that moment, various discussions arose in the audience stand surrounding the arena. Most of them were mocking and dismissive. After all, those who could sit in the audience had mostly participated in competitive matches. Even pure newbies who had not participated could learn a lot of useful information from the mouths of veteran players. I really didn't expect that after using no less than 100 blue tickets, I would finally see a newbie challenge 100 gladiatorial matches in a row today. Who would disagree? It's rare for a newbie to win 3 matches in a row. Didn't you see how the advertisements were written? They come from the dust world. Those players who emerge from the corners and crevices are just frogs in a well, unaware of the vastness of the sky. They don't understand how powerful the arena is, which is why they speak so arrogantly. Ha ha ha, this is really killing me with laughter. I want to see what these two can do to have such great courage. But you can't say the arena's referees are fools. Why would they let a newbie have 100 consecutive matches? They probably want to create a buzz and attract attention. This newbie should have some strength. But 100 matches in a row is just too exaggerated. I'm starting to look forward to today's betting. The arena is the house. As long as I bet on a newbie losing, ISNT that a guarantee profit. Don't think about it. The odds must be very low. Not much to gain. Even a mosquito is still meat. Besides, in a situation like this, I'm definitely going all in. Wow, playing so big. Don't end up losing even your underwear. Enough talk. Do you really believe a newbie can achieve 100 consecutive victories? Hurry up and follow in my footsteps. I'll treat you to some winnings, but don't forget to say thank you. Just as the atmosphere in the entire arena grew more intense, Dio, standing in the center waiting for the match to begin, quietly contacted the dealer for the betting. Darling, place a bet for me. Bet on Luli and Elisa for 100 consecutive victories, with a wager of 700 kilograms of refined gold. After a moment, the dealer's voice came with a question. Referee Dio, just a friendly reminder, this 100-match gladiatorial event has already attracted the attention of the supreme heavens. Are you sure you want to play with fire under their watch? Of course not, darling. I am the embodiment of absolute fairness. The reason for participating in the betting is just a little bit of support for this newbie contestant. By the way, what are the odds for 100 consecutive victories? The dealer replied again. The odds have not been set yet, but the preliminary odds should be 1 to 500, 000. If you bet 700 kilograms of refined gold and win, it will be 35,000 tons of refined gold. Such a huge amount. The Nexus Arena might not be able to pay out immediately. Are you sure you want to place the bet? Dio shook his head. Of course, darling. We all know that the arena never defaults. Moreover, it can be converted into Nexus points. The dealer looked at the message in front of her and finally advised, but that is 700 kilograms of refined gold. That is not a small amount. Dio's reply was simple and audacious. It's just a newbie bribing. What is there to be afraid of? The dealer gasped, feeling a bit tempted. Although 100 consecutive victories is an impossible task, the odds of 1 to 500, 000 are indeed too crazy. Even if I bet 1 point of Nexus points, I could still earn 500, 000 points back. Should I also place a small bet? After all, betting in the Nexus Arena relies on supercomputers. She, as a beautiful dealer, in a sense, only bears the responsibility of verifying and recording bets. With a playful mindset, she also placed a bet of 10 points of Nexus points on Luli's victory. And at this moment, a loud bell rang out in the arena. The 100-match gladiatorial event has begun. Chapter 35, Excelling in Speed. As the sound of the starting bell rang for the match, the fear on Eliza's face finally reached its peak. I'm going to die. Her legs trembled uncontrollably, almost unable to support her frail body. Just then, someone suddenly patted her shoulder. Eliza turned her head and saw the monkey man's handsome face. If you don't want to die, find a place to hide yourself. When the fight starts, I might not be able to take care of you. Find a place to hide? Eliza's eyes widened as she watched Luli walk away without looking back. This monkey man intends to take on 2 opponents by himself? Just as Eliza was lost in thought, the iron gate at the opposite end of the corridor suddenly opened. 2 large, muscular men, covered in brown rock-like skin, walked out. Oh no, this is bad. They actually encountered stone-skinned people right from the start. Eliza's heart tightened. She was very familiar with the attributes of stone-skinned people. As one of the many races that enslaved the Paru, the number of stone-skinned people was quite significant. Their intelligence was generally low, but they possessed incredible physical strength. Their power and constitution far exceeded that of the Paru. The brown rock covering their bodies served as a natural armor, providing substantial defense. One stone-skinned person could easily overpower dozens of Paru with just their bare hands. How could the monkey man, Luli, possibly win against 2? Thud! Thud! The stone-skinned people quickly noticed Luli on the field, their ugly mouths gaping open as they let out strange roars. The 2 bulky bodies leaned forward, charging like runaway locomotives. Eliza gasped, fearfully covering her eyes. However, the expected screams did not come. Instead, there were 2 dull thuds of heavy objects hitting the ground. Eliza slowly opened her eyes and, through the gaps between her fingers, saw the bodies lying not far away. It was a stone-skinned person. The stone-skinned person was actually killed. How is this possible? The entire arena fell silent, and after half a second, the audience erupted into astonishing cheers. No way did I see that right. That little skinny guy just took down 2 stone-skinned people. Hey, did you all see his moves? So fast. It seems this newcomer named Luli excels in speed. Huh. His weapon seems to be transformed directly from his right hand. I thought it was a tool at first. His talent is shape-shifting? Look at the sharp blade that formed from his right hand. I think this kid has some skills. He might really achieve 100 consecutive wins. TCH, it's just the beginning. Maybe he just got lucky hitting the stone-skinned people's weak points. Also, look at the wounds on the stone-skinned people. They're all from unprotected areas. As the cheers around him grew louder, Lu Li's expression remained unfazed. He casually wiped the blood off the blade and quietly activated his soul devouring ability on the two stone-skinned corpses. Devoured LV, 6 stone-skinned souls x2. Soul points 30, ability plunder. Mountain shaking gold x2. Detected ability mountain shaking can be advanced. Do you wish to trigger the advancement quest? Yes, no. Detected ability mountain shaking and giant strength are both power type abilities. Do you wish to merge for enhancement? Lu Li raised an eyebrow, choosing not to merge for enhancement, but to trigger the advancement quest instead. There's still 99 matches to go. Perhaps he could complete the quest along the way. Ding! Ability advancement quest has been triggered. Quest content. Achieve 20 kills using only power type abilities. Quest reward. Challenger's treasure chest x5. Ability mountain shaking advance to platinum grade. Kills 0-20. Above the stands, in a luxuriously decorated box, a woman dressed in splendid attire lounged on the sofa, watching Lu Li in the center of the arena with great interest. After a moment, she picked a berry from the fruit plate and slowly spoke. How many matches do you think this newcomer below can win? In response, a young man with a fair complexion and white skin emerged from behind the sofa, respectfully kneeling on the ground. His body was mostly bare, covered only by a simple loincloth. I think he won last 5 matches. Oh no, wait, I mean 3 matches. Please explain your reasoning. The woman held out the berry to the young man, who quickly took it, popping it into his mouth. Then, he fed it to the woman mouth to mouth. Judging by that newcomer's first kill, he should be a melee player skilled in speed. The two stone-skinned people, on the other hand, excel in strength and constitution, lacking in speed. The kid winning was purely a case of exploiting his strengths against their weaknesses, just luck. The woman listened to the fair-skinned young man's analysis, giving a dismissive hum, seemingly unconvinced. Soon after, another similarly dressed golden-haired man knelt down, speaking respectfully. Madam, I think that newcomer might achieve 10 consecutive wins. Oh, tell me your reasoning. The woman picked up another berry and offered it to the golden-haired man. He took it in his mouth, also teasingly licking her fingertips with his tongue. This little action seemed to please the woman, making her giggle. Seizing the moment, the golden-haired man crawled forward, feeding the berry into the woman's mouth, even sucking on it a little. Madam, if that newcomer is merely skilled in speed, there's no way he could have taken down 2 stone-skinned people in such a short time. Although stone-skinned people lack speed, they possess above-average defensive capabilities. The fact that he could kill in one blow indicates his strength is not to be underestimated. As soon as the golden-haired man finished speaking, a disdainful voice suddenly came from the darkness behind the woman. Tisich, if his strength is indeed remarkable, why do you think he can only achieve 10 consecutive wins, and not 20 or even 100? Upon hearing this, the woman's chewing immediately froze. Inside the box, the previously warm atmosphere dropped to freezing point. The woman's skirt began to writhe, and several tentacles shot out quickly toward the back. Soon, a dark-skinned, muscular man was pulled in front of the woman. The woman opened her mouth slightly, revealing a row of fine teeth. Little Wei Wei, I've told you many times as my male pet, you must have some quality. That little elf was only halfway through his words, and you interrupted him. The dark-skinned man looked terrified, struggling to say something, but the slippery tentacles had already muffled his mouth. Sigh, for the sake of fairness, I had no choice but to interrupt you. After the woman spoke, the tentacles binding the black man suddenly tightened. In the blink of an eye, what was once a robust body transformed into 2 piles of bloody mush. Chapter 36, Extreme Violence. What a pity for such good flesh. The woman wiped the blood-soaked tentacle on the body of her white-skinned male pet. The latter trembled all over, but did not dare to dodge at all. Little notebook, go call the arena staff to clean up, and little Urfu, let's continue watching the match. The two named immediately responded. The white-skinned man trembled as he got up from the ground and quickly walked towards the exit of the box. The blond man crawled on his knees to the woman, obediently squatting on the ground like a dog. The match below continued. Dio saw Luli easily secure his first victory and immediately ran to the center of the arena with small, quick steps. After all, in addition to being the referee, he also served as the gladiatorial host. After confirming that the two stone-skinned men were dead beyond recovery, Dio immediately announced in an exaggerated voice, "Congratulations to our challenger for winning his first victory. Now, please welcome the next two defenders to the stage." Without any intention of letting Luli rest, another iron door slowly opened. When the figures inside appeared in the arena, the audience began to discuss loudly again. Wow, it's actually Tyranids. Although they're just the lowest tier of swift bugmen, they are known for their speed. Isn't the arena just stirring things up? Knowing that Luli excels in speed, they specially arranged for the second opponent to be a swift bugman. Is this a competition to see who is faster? What else? The swift bugmen are best at ambush. That kid Luli is doomed. Before the discussions in the audience could subside, the two swift bugmen had already launched an attack on Luli. Compared to the previous stone-skinned men's reckless charges, the attack routes of the swift bugmen were clearly much more cunning. One attracted Luli's attention in front, while the other circled around to Luli's back. Just when everyone thought that this pincer attack would require utmost vigilance to deal with, Luli unexpectedly relaxed his combat stance. Even the blade on his right arm vanished, reverting back to his hand. This was a direct abandonment of defense. Knowing he couldn't win, he simply gave up struggling? I said long ago that this newcomer is just a bit faster, and against the ambush-skilled swift bugmen, he has no way to counter. Cold sarcasm came from the audience, and almost no one believed Luli could survive this attack. Seeing Luli drop his guard, the two attacking swift bugmen were also delighted, their speed of movement increasing again. But just as the two were about to succeed, Luli suddenly crouched down. Immediately after, the audience saw one of the swift bugmen fly into the air. To be precise, it was caught by Luli by one leg and swung into the air. No one reacted to what had happened. Even Dio, the usually sharp-eyed referee, was stunned at that moment. With a thud, the swift bugman that Luli had grabbed and swung like a meteor hammer crashed heavily onto the other companion. The immense force shattered the bug armor, splattering green bug blood everywhere. The two bugmen hadn't even realized what was happening before they were dead. The arena fell silent. After a long while, a buzzing discussion started. "I didn't see it wrong, did I?" Luli grabbed one of the bugmen and used it to smash the other one. "Who said this newcomer only excels in speed? How can someone skilled in speed use their opponent as a meteor hammer? Hey, those two bugmen seem to be dead already. This technique is too violent." Violent? The swift bugmen are light in weight to begin with. Lightweight? You go try swinging one around. I'm not the challenger. Anyway, swift bugmen are easier to deal with than stone-skinned men. Although most of the audience still doubted Luli's strength, thinking he was taking advantage, at least the overall trend was not as pessimistic as before. Elisa shrank in the corner, now so shocked that she couldn't even close her mouth. Although those two swift bugmen did not target her, being in the arena, she could fully feel their strength. These two swift bugmen were stronger than the stone-skinned men, but that monkey-like Luli could kill them with bare hands. He didn't even use weapons. He seems not to be a Palu person. Elisa stared blankly at Luli. Male Palu people have short hair on their faces. Only female Palu people like her have hairless, smooth skin. Luli had no short hair on his face, so he was definitely not a Palu person, let alone a monkey among Palu people. Who exactly is he? Elisa's doubts grew stronger. Dio's exaggerated voice rang out again. 2 consecutive victories. Now, please welcome the next 2 defenders to the stage. Next came the monotonous time of Luli continuously defeating his opponents. The defenders that came up were all sorts of strange, and Luli's fighting styles varied as well. Some were directly punched away, some were kicked to death, others exaggeratedly were slapped by Luli, their heads flying far away. There were all kinds of ways to die. The only similarity was that Luli never used weapons. All were barehanded, violent to the extreme. This made those who admired strength among the audience very excited, and they even began to support Luli, cheering for him. In a certain box, a woman dressed in luxurious clothing stood up from the sofa and looked down at the arena through the glass. Her face, filled with folds of fat, was already covered in thick interest, so violent in style. The blonde little Urfu leaned beside her, kissing the woman's skirt, obediently saying, "Madam, if you want him, I can run and discuss it with the Supreme Heaven." The woman chuckled, extending her finger to poke little Urfu's forehead. "You're quite diligent. What? Are you not afraid that if I get Luli, you will lose my favor?" Little Urfu rubbed his face against the back of the woman's hand, obediently responding, "My existence is to make the madam happy. As long as the madam likes it, I am willing to do anything." The woman smiled, even more happily, her bloated body shaking continuously like a huge and disgusting jelly. "Among my male pets, you are the smartest. Go greet that old guy in Supreme Heaven. I want this Luli." In the arena, Luli activated Soul Devour, and his soul point count increased again, adding to the previously accumulated amount. His soul points had reached 5,476 points. Absorbing another 30 points would allow him to increase the limit of soul weapons by 50. Although Luli won each of the 11 matches easily, it was still continuous combat. Plus, to complete the ability advancement task, Luli only used the power system talent. The entire time was spent in violent hand-to-hand combat, which consumed a lot of physical strength. Therefore, in the upcoming battles, he planned to use soul weapons to assist himself. While recovering his stamina, he could also better understand the newly acquired talent abilities. However, the ability advancement tasks seemed to be specifically targeting Luli. Several consecutive task requirements needed Luli to personally kill his opponents. Even more so, some required Luli to exchange injuries for injuries, pushing his limits. To avoid losing his new abilities would require sacrificing physical strength. It even posed a life-threatening risk. Chapter 37. Seriously injured? Underground of the arena, central control console. Screens of all sizes filled the entire space, with shadows of people coming and going, busy maintaining the arena's operation. In the center of the space, in front of a gigantic screen, the Supreme Sky sat in a large chair, propping his chin with one hand, his 6 eyes slightly narrowed, fixated on the images on the screen. As a manager of the Nexus Arena, during his tenure, Supreme Sky had seen many dazzling new stars. But someone like Lu Li, who demanded 100 matches right from the start, was a first for him. He initially thought Lu Li was just a naive rookie, unaware of how tough things could be. However, after 11 matches, Supreme Sky discovered a shocking truth. Lu Li had not exerted his full strength. He hadn't even revealed 1/10 of his power. Aside from the first match where he used transformation to turn his right arm into a blade, in the following 10 matches, Lu Li fought entirely barehanded against his opponents. Although Supreme Sky could do the same, his level was far above Lu Li's. Moreover, as a member of the Titan race, close combat was inherently Supreme Sky's strong suit. If restricted under the same level, he would likely not be Lu Li's opponent. Was he a chosen one from the realm? Supreme Sky murmured to himself, then shook his head. It was not so easy for a chosen one to appear. Besides, he had investigated and found that Lu Li came from an unknown remote planet. In such a poor place, how could a golden phoenix emerge? There must be some secret means at play. 100 matches? Huh? Since you like to show off, I will indulge you. In the 12th match, let us see your hidden cards. In the arena, with Dio's exaggerated announcement, the iron gate of the corridor opened once again. However, this time, 2 women dressed in black and white and wielding sickles came out. Immediately, some sharp-eyed audience members recognized them and exclaimed, "It's the black and white twin killers." I can't believe the 12th match would bring these 2 killing gods to the stage. It's over. Lu Li is done for. 11 consecutive wins. It seems he's reached his limit. What a pity. I actually liked his violent fighting style. Dio looked at Lu Li with sympathy and whispered a warning. "Kid, you better be on high alert. This time, your opponents are not easy to deal with." Lu Li nodded, but his expression was not very serious. He could sense what the arena was plotting. Sending out 2 fairly strong veteran players in advance was merely to see the means he had yet to reveal. Since you want to uncover my cards, I'll show you a few. Before the opponents could make a move, Lu Li acted first. He quickly emitted red mist around him, shooting towards one of the women. The latter raised her sickle in front of her, seemingly intending to take Lu Li's hit head-on. Meanwhile, The other woman launched an attack from the side, disrupting Lu Li's offensive rhythm. As the three were about to collide, the audience shook their heads in despair. How could a newcomer to the arena, even if talented, defeat the black and white twin killers? Sure enough, after a clash of weapons, Lu Li's body was brutally pierced by the sickle. Although it wasn't a vital hit, to the audience, it was already too late to turn back. See, I told you no one could achieve 100 consecutive wins. Betting on Lu Li to lose is a sure profit. Alas, a newcomer is still a newcomer. There is still a considerable gap compared to veteran players. What a pity for such a talent. The black and white twin killers thought the same. However, they found a bit strange. Why did this newcomer, who had achieved 11 consecutive wins, become so reckless in the 12th match? Even if he was going to lose, it shouldn't happen so quickly. Lu Li gave them the impression that he was deliberately throwing himself onto the blade. Strange as it was, the sickle still pierced through his body. The white killer exerted force, trying to pull the weapon out from Lu Li. But at that moment, the seriously injured Lu Li suddenly lifted his head, revealing a strange smile. In a turn of events that caught everyone off guard, Lu Li fiercely gripped the sickle lodged in his chest, pushing the blade deeper into his body. You're crazy? The white killer, who had killed countless foes, couldn't help but exclaim in shock at Lu Li's bizarre action. But what responded to her was a dazzling burst of white light. A close-range ultimate attack. The roar of the lightning arrow echoed throughout the arena. Lu Li was blown back by the explosion, while the white killer paid the price with her shattered head. The black killer beside her didn't even realize what had happened before a fast shadow appeared out of nowhere, cleanly severing her head. In the 12th match, Lu Li emerged victorious again. The audience erupted in astonishment. Lu Li calmly got up from the ground, removed his clothing to bandage his abdominal wound. Long before this, in the 7th match, Lu Li had stolen the healing talent from his opponent, the Platinum Tier Extreme Healing. However, Lu Li did not plan to heal his injuries immediately. With the continuous effect of bloody slaughter, all damage was a boon for him. Moreover, an injured challenger was more likely to make the defending players complacent. Once more, murmurs arose in the audience. Did I see it wrong? The black and white twin killers were taken down by Lu Li. What was that white light that erupted from Lu Li's hands? It seems like an attack method only available to elemental types. Elemental? Wasn't Lu Li's talent transformation? That white light, just now, should have been a prepared item. Don't just look at the white killer. How did the black killer die? Can anyone tell me? Was it that Palu guy who killed her? How could that be? That Palu guy had been cowering in the corner, doing nothing at all. Sigh. If Lu Li had played 15 matches, he might have really achieved consecutive victories. But it's a pity this fool asked for 100 matches and got seriously injured so early. Yes, the remaining defenders don't even need to attack. Just standing there and stalling for time could let Lu Li bleed to death. Newcomers are still newcomers, lacking experience. They're bound to perish under their own arrogance. Supreme Sky clearly realized this point. Thus, the defenders he dispatched were no longer sharp newcomers, but rather average balanced players. They no longer rushed to attack, but instead adopted a defensive posture to stall for time. However, he did not expect that this move played right into Lu Li's hands. In the following matches, because the opponents did not initiate attacks, Lu Li was able to unleash his full capabilities. Several times he executed clean kills, leaving the audience in shock. Meanwhile, Lu Li himself not only completed several advancement tasks, but also continuously increased his soul point count, pushing towards the 10,000 point milestone. Clearly seriously injured. Yet he gave an impression of growing stronger with each battle. By the time Supreme Sky realized something was amiss, Lu Li had already secured his 50th victory. Chapter 38. A close combat summoner genius? Despite being heavily injured, he fights on with increasing vigor. Could it be that this newcomer's physique is even stronger than that of a stone-skinned person? The Supreme Sky furrowed his brows, pondering for a long time, and ultimately could only reach this conclusion. Just then, a skull embedded with numerous mechanical structures slowly flew in and hovered beside the Supreme Sky. Master, the male pet of Lady Octopus, Xiao Erfu, requests an audience. He says he has important matters to discuss with you. Lady Octopus? Instead of watching the match properly, what's she up to now? The Supreme Sky rolled his 6 eyes in exasperation and waved his hand, saying, "Let him in." Before long, Xiao Erfu arrived before the Supreme Sky. The golden-haired man slightly bowed, but there was little respect on his face. He got straight to the point. "Lady Octopus has taken a liking to Lu Li, and I ask your excellency to quote a price." Quote a price? The Supreme Sky was momentarily taken aback, then impatiently replied, "Although Lu Li is a gladiator, he hasn't signed a contract of servitude with the arena. I have no authority to decide his fate, let alone set a price. Lady Octopus should give up on this." Logically speaking, upon hearing this, Xiao Erfu should have taken his leave. However, he remained unyielding and spoke in a tone that was almost threatening. "No one can refuse Lady Octopus's demands. I ask your excellency to think of a solution." "You." The Supreme Sky glared with all 6 eyes, ready to explode. But thinking of Lady Octopus's background, he had no choice but to suppress his anger and replied stiffly, "I am merely the manager of the Nexus Arena, acting according to the rules. Even though Lady Octopus is a ruler of Star Domain, she cannot go against the rules, can she?" Xiao Erfen nodded slightly. "That is indeed the case. But I must fulfill Lady Octopus's request. I ask your excellency to think of a solution." Looking at the man before him, the Supreme Sky truly wanted to punch him into a pulp. After a moment of contemplation, he said, "How about this? I'll try to trick him into signing a contract of servitude. If successful, Lady Octopus's request will naturally be satisfied." Xiao Erfu was still relentless. "But what if you fail? Lady Octopus must have Lu Li. Failure cannot be an option." The Supreme Sky was now also getting angry. "There won't be a failure. If Lu Li refuses to sign the contract, I will arrange for an opponent he cannot defeat. Signing the contract or dying in battle. Even a fool knows how to choose." After winning 50 consecutive matches, Lu Li's opponent was once again aggressive. Although they were all geniuses among newcomers, they were hardly a match in Lu Li's eyes. Apart from the continuous drain on physical stamina, there was no real sense of threat. It wasn't until the 80th match that he felt the urgency of battle return. As Dio announced the start of the match, a certain iron gate in the arena opened once more. However, this time, no figure emerged from it. The gate was empty. What is going on? Is there no one left in the arena? Why did they open an empty gate? Is the gladiator mode allowing for a forfeit? Are they just giving away a match because this newcomer can't hold on? Is this a fixed match? Furious. Refund. The audience was in an uproar. Only a few experienced spectators knew that there was no such thing as an empty gate in the arena. The player entering was special. Lu Li, in the center of the arena, clearly understood this as well. His muscles tensed like a wolf ready to pounce. Since something must come out from the iron gate, and he could see nothing, it meant one thing. The incoming opponent could become invisible. Searching through his memories, Lu Li quickly formed a hypothesis. The only beings with invisibility, apart from the phantoms of the Spirit Clan, were the lizard warriors from the Steel Jungle Star. If a phantom were to appear, the temperature in the arena would inevitably drop. If the phantom was powerful, there might even be frost forming from their breath. But now, there was no sense of cold in the arena. Therefore, the incoming opponent should be a lizard warrior. Just as he thought of this, Lu Li suddenly sensed a murderous intent rushing towards him. He instinctively twisted his body and dodged at an extremely tricky angle. However, the clothes wrapped around him were instantly torn apart in large sections. What the hell? Why was Lu Li suddenly attacked? It was a player with invisibility talent. So that's why. No wonder there was no figure coming out from the Iron Gate. How can you fight when you can't see them? How can you fight? The arena is clearly trying to end this newcomer-s winning streak. Lu Li's life is in danger. As Lu Li kept dodging, gasps from the audience surged one after another. Many began to worry for Lu Li, feeling that this rising star ultimately could not escape the fate of falling. After all, in the previous 80 matches, Lu Li had already showcased all his capabilities. His close combat was very strong, but against an opponent specifically designed to counter close combat with invisibility, could Lu Li still create miracles? He thought 100 consecutive wins would be easy, but in the end, he faced a difficult opponent. With a thought, a thick black mist began to spread around Lu Li. Spirit weapons. One after another, blade arm mantises quickly materialized, instantly covering half of the arena. The gasps from the audience stopped abruptly. Everyone was stunned. After the previous 80 matches, they had long since concluded that Lu Li was a close combat genius with exceptionally high three-dimensional attributes. His speed, strength, and physique far exceeded those of ordinary players. The red mist emanating from him was believed to be a result of some magical equipment. The ability to casually shoot lightning arrows was thought to indicate mastery of some mysterious artifact. But now, without even a word of greeting, Lu Li had summoned half of the arena as spirits? What is going on? It turned out that what they thought was an explosively powerful close combat genius was actually a summoner genius. Oh my god, look at these summoned creatures. I can't even count them all. Instant summoning? Lu Li doesn't he even need a summoning ritual? He hit it so deep. It's a pity that the opponent has invisibility talent. Humph, that's right. Even if Lu Li has many summons, not being able to see the opponent is still of no use. Moreover, the levels of the summons are relatively low. In a real fight, they might not be effective. Although the audience was shocked, they still held a pessimistic view of Lu Li. Unless he had a diamond tier perception type talent, it would be impossible to catch an invisible enemy. Naturally, Lu Li did not possess such a high-level perception type talent, but he still had his own way of detecting his opponent. Centered around Lu Li, all the spirit weapons were closely arranged. Because the spirit weapons themselves had physical forms, when they collided with the invisible lizard warriors, gaps would appear in the formation. Using this screening method, he could quickly locate the two invisible lizard warriors. Before long, Lu Li had discovered the gaps in the arrangement of the spirit weapons. Got you. Chapter 39, the helplessness of workers killing intent surged in Lu Li's eyes as he raised his hand and shot out several lightning arrows. Before they could hit their target, his speed talent was fully activated. Lu Li's figure suddenly accelerated. Like a cannonball, he charged fiercely towards one of the gaps. The invisible lizard warrior, overwhelmed by the incoming lightning arrows, completely failed to notice Lu Li, who was madly rushing towards him. By the time he realized, the sharp blade had already slashed across his body. The wounded lizard warrior let out a painful howl. Just as he wanted to retaliate, he found his movements inexplicably sluggish. What was going on? There was poison on the blade. The lizard warrior glanced at his data panel and was horrified to find a long list of debuffs following his name. Cursed poison, corruption toxin, tears, severe injury, continuous bleeding, wound corruption, weakness, armor breach, confusion. And he had only been slashed once. The lizard warrior was filled with dread. While struggling to retreat, he wanted to take out a potion from his spatial pouch to cleanse the debuffs. But Lu Li would not give him the chance. He suddenly turned back, and with a swift motion of his arm, pierced the lizard warrior's chest. Another lizard warrior, seeing his comrade killed, immediately howled in grief and anger, wanted to rush over and fight Lu Li to the death. However, the number of soul soldiers surrounding him was overwhelming. Even though they were all low level, they still posed significant obstacles for the lizard warrior. Lu Li didn't even need to charge again, with just a few lightning arrows. He turned the lizard warrior into charred remains. The battle ended once more. The audience was completely silent, and after a long time, thunderous cheers erupted. Oh my god, Lu Li is amazing. Using a large number of trash summons to find and trap his invisible opponent. Why didn't I think of this brilliant method? The flow of battle was smooth as silk. Lu Li is undoubtedly a top-notch genius. Who else? I just want to ask who else can defeat this newcomer. It's all settled now. He can even take down opponents with stealth abilities, and 100 consecutive victories are within reach. Hey, what about that guy who said he would make me rich? His heart must be cold now. In every private box, discussions were fervent. In a simple yet elegant box, an old man and a young boy stood by the glass, looking down at the arena. Upon hearing Dio announce Lu Li's victory, the old man slowly spoke. Coer, after watching for so long, what is your evaluation of this person? The boy, appearing to be around 11 or 12, smacked his lips and said loudly, pretty impressive, but his fighting style is reckless, and his mind isn't steady enough. Oh, what makes you say that? The old man looked at the boy, his tone still calm and unhurried. With Lu Li's level, he could easily last through 80 matches without injury. But he chose efficiency and ended up getting hurt. Using himself as bait is a strategy, no doubt, but in 100 matches, it's too risky. If he encounters an unbeatable opponent, his life will be completely at stake. The young boy's reasoning was sound, his words incisive. Yet the old man did not show any signs of joy. Instead, he shook his head in disappointment. He did not directly point out the flaws in the boy's evaluation, but instead asked another question. If you were to go up and fight him, what do you think your chances of winning would be? Upon hearing this, the boy seemed to feel greatly insulted. His youthful face flushed. If I went up to fight him, I wouldn't say I have a 10 out of 10 chance, but 9 out of 10. He wouldn't be my opponent. Putting aside the level difference, just in terms of talent, I outclass him by 3 streets. Grandpa, are you getting old and confused to ask such a question? Facing the boy's dissatisfaction, the old man showed no anger, but instead chuckled. The young man is spirited and unrestrained. Confidence is good, but should not be arrogance. The boy retorted, our Chun family practices the wild blade, and the talent awakened through generations is in harmony with the blade's fury. Being confident and arrogant is normal. Grandpa, you are too cautious, which is why your strength cannot advance. The old man's smile faded, but there was still no anger in his eyes. He proposed a suggestion that took the boy by surprise. If you truly believe that, why not go down and fight Luli later? Fight him in the next match? A trace of imperceptible fear flickered in the boy's eyes, quickly replaced by disdain. Isn't that bullying? Besides, the arena management wouldn't allow a significant level gap between fighters. To ensure fairness in the matches, there is a hidden rule in the Nexus arena. The level difference between the 2 fighters cannot exceed 10 levels. The boy, Chinko, was already LV 30, which meant he was 15 levels apart from Luli, far exceeding the limit for the match. The old man pretended to be suddenly enlightened, patting his head and chuckling. I almost forgot about this restriction. To ensure fairness, let us send a blade servant instead. In another luxuriously decorated box, Xiao Erfu withdrew his gaze from the arena and spoke with some concern. Madam, should I go again? The Supreme Heaven might be underestimating Lu Li's strength if this continues. Madam Octopus raised her hand, softly saying, no rush, there are still 20 matches left. This opponent is merely a test. Lu Li is strong, but his trump cards have already been revealed. If I'm not mistaken, Supreme Heaven is about to send someone to sign a contract with him. Sure enough, before Madam Octopus finished speaking, Dio, who had been lingering at the edge of the arena, suddenly ran towards Lu Li. It seemed he had received some instructions. Seeing the robot referee running towards him, Lu Li felt somewhat puzzled and immediately stopped looting the corpses. Lu Li, you kid have hit the jackpot. Someone is interested in you and wants to buy you. Buy me? But I don't belong to the arena. Lu Li frowned, momentarily unclear about Dio's meaning. If he remembered correctly, he seemed to have never signed a contract with the arena. Since he was a free agent, how could he be bought or sold? Dio, seeing Lu Li's confusion, quickly explained, you certainly don't belong to the arena now. I'm here to have you sign a contract to sell yourself. Signing the contract will ensure that for the next 20 matches, you will be arranged against very weak opponents, helping you achieve 100 consecutive victories easily. If you don't sign, the arena will arrange for you to face unbeatable opponents, and you will die. Even I can't change this. After saying that, Dio shrugged. Although he liked Lu Li and hoped he could win 100 matches smoothly, with Supreme Heaven now intervening, no matter how explosive Dio was, he was ultimately just a referee, a struggling worker, unable to change anything. Upon hearing this, Lu Li's expression instantly turned cold. He hated being threatened. Moreover, having lived a second life, he aimed for stability but would never grovel. Forget about the contract. Let us get the matches going again. Chapter 40. Refusal to sign the slave contract. Are you really not considering signing the slave contract? Dio couldn't bear to see a genius fall and continued to persuade. Actually, being bought is not a bad thing. The one who wants you is a ruler of a star domain. By signing the contract, you can obtain resources you could never get in your lifetime. In this universe, strength is paramount. Isn't it better to be a servant of the strong than to die as a free man? After looting the spoils, Lu Li remained unmoved. Seeing Dio still trying to persuade him, he simply sat down cross-legged to rest. Since he already knew the next 20 matches would be fraught with danger, he had to seize every minute to recover his strength. Dio, Realizing he couldn't convince Lu Li, could only sigh, "Forget it. I admire your spirit. In gratitude for your 700 kilograms of fine gold, I'll burn paper for you during the holidays." The gladiatorial match began again. Everything was as Dio said. The strength of the challengers had suddenly increased significantly. Not one of them was below LV20. Lu Li also stopped hiding his strength and used the abilities he had plundered one by one. After fighting for 18 rounds, he faced 2 opponents in each fight. It took a full 5 hours, nearly exhausting all of Lu Li's stamina. Dio looked at Lu Li, who was panting heavily in the center of the arena, and walked toward the other side of the arena. Since the match began, Eliza had been quietly huddled in the corner, trying to minimize her presence. When she saw Dio walking toward her, the poor Paru girl shivered. "Don't be afraid, I won't do anything to you." Dio sighed and said earnestly, "Look, Lu Li has endured 98 matches, and his stamina has reached its limit. There are only 2 matches left, and the Supreme Heaven won't let Lu Li leave alive. A good death is not as good as a bad life. Go talk to Lu Li and persuade him to sign the slave contract." Eliza was a bit dazed and stammered. "How could I persuade him? He never asked for my opinion when he said he wanted to fight 100 matches." Dio scratched his iron head. It seemed that the situation was indeed as Eliza said. "Well, let us treat this dead horse as if it's alive. Otherwise, if Lu Li dies in the next 2 matches, you definitely won't survive either." Eliza shrank her neck, looking like a duck being roasted over a fire. She quickly moved to Lu Li's side and carefully poked him on the shoulder. However, before she could say anything to persuade him, Lu Li threw a question at her first. "Eliza, right? What is your innate ability?" "Huh?" Eliza was stunned and instinctively replied, "My innate ability is Blessing of the Goddess of Luck, Diamond Tier." Upon hearing this, Lu Li immediately turned his head, staring incredulously at the Paru girl who had been coasting through 98 matches. "Diamond Tier? Innate ability?" Eliza's face stiffened, as if she thought of something bad, and she waved her hands repeatedly. "My ability is actually useless. I don't know why it's Diamond Tier." "Huh? Please don't be angry." Seeing Lu Li's expression change, Eliza thought he was blaming her for hiding it and became even more flustered. She genuinely felt her ability was useless. Even though it was called Blessing of the Goddess of Luck, it still didn't bring her any luck when activated. Instead, it often brought misfortune. That's why she felt utterly hopeless when she entered the hub arena. But Lu Li didn't think so, having lived a second life. He understood that Blessing of the Goddess of Luck was undoubtedly a god-tier talent, similar to Su Zhao's enhancement type ability. Blessing of the Goddess of Luck could increase the luck of players within its range. However, the owner of the talent itself could not be affected by this ability. That's why Eliza felt her innate ability was of no use. In just a moment, several new plans formed in Lu Li's mind. When the 99th match starts, you will use your ability without interruption, Lu Li instructed Eliza as he got up from the ground. Okay. Eliza nodded in a daze, completely forgetting her original purpose for coming over. It wasn't until the iron gate of the challengers opened again that she jolted, remembering she was there to persuade Lu Li to sign the slave contract. "Lu Li." Eliza wanted to call out, but Lu Li could no longer hear her. The cheers from the audience were too loud, completely drowning out her voice. "My God, is that the Chun family's knife slave? Am I seeing things? Wow, the arena really went all out this time. Why even bother? Since the Chun family's knife slave came out, they might as well just declare Lu Li the loser. Isn't it a violation to send out a knife slave? I remember there's a level difference restriction in the gladiatorial mode. Violation my foot. The arena must have capped the knife slave S level. Just don't know which Chun family disciple this knife slave is replicating. Hey, I see the character written on his face. It can't be Chinko, the most talented genius of the Chun family in recent years, right? Wow, facing a knife slave is already tough enough, and now he's replicating Chun Ko's fighting style. Looks like Lu Li is destined to stop at 99 wins. Not necessarily. I see there's only one knife slave. Lu Li has 2 people on his side, so he might win. Haha, brother, you must be new here, right? Let me put it this way. In the previous 98 matches, that Paru person didn't team move at all. He was completely just a decoration. In the Chun family box, young Chun Ko smiled slightly as he listened to the gasps from outside. The knife slave that came on stage this time was limited to level 25. Originally, Chun Ko thought a level 15 knife slave would be sufficient. After all, it replicated his fighting style, and, as a genius, Chun Ko naturally had the pride of a genius. He thought a level 15 knife slave could easily kill Lu Li. However, his grandfather wanted to give Supreme Heaven some face, so in the end, the knife slave's level was raised to 25. This was simply a slaughter. Chun Ko scoffed. But it was fine. If he could take down Lu Li in this match, the little secret of Supreme Heaven wouldn't be exposed so early. The old man glanced at his grandson, but didn't respond. He just smiled and watched the arena below. Lu Li looked at the figure walking toward him and narrowed his eyes slightly. He really hadn't expected to face the Chun family knife slave. And what more, it was replicating the fighting style of Hidden Fury Blade Chun Ko. But that didn't mean he was without the strength to fight. Lu Li's thoughts stirred, and black mist surged around him. Spirit Guardian. Xing Anlin and Chun Hao stepped out from the black mist, and without needing any words, immediately ran toward the sides of the arena. Lu Li himself condensed his arm into a blade and activated the second stage ability of Bloody Slaughter, Massacre. In an instant, all the red mist around Lu Li entered his body, removing all negative effects. Extreme Healing activated. The body that was on the brink of death gradually recovered, and all kinds of wounds quickly healed. Chun family knife slave, come to battle. Chapter 41. The Blade Slave. The Blade Slave, without facial features, slightly tilted his head, flipping the long knife in his hand, and immediately charged at Lu Li. The Chun family's mad knife is known for its frenzy. The knife technique is fierce, like a torrential downpour in midsummer, smashing down on Lu Li with overwhelming force. The chaotic offensive carried a tremendous sense of oppression. If it were an ordinary person, they would have likely been frozen in place, unable to move. But Lu Li was not an ordinary person. Faced with this overwhelming attack, he not only showed no fear, but instead his eyes blazed with fierce battle intent. In his previous life, he had unexpectedly obtained a broken knife manual that recorded some basic knowledge of knife techniques. Lu Li found it useful and learned from it. Later, he realized that the broken knife manual was actually the foundational technique of the Chun family's mad knife. The Chun family's mad knife lacked this foundational technique, resulting in their mad knife always feeling unmoored like a rootless duckweed. It couldn't be perfected. Later, upon learning that Lu Li possessed a fragmented version of the knife manual, they plotted to harm and seize it. The Chun family was also on Lu Li's revenge list. Although the knife techniques in the manual only covered the first 3 tiers, they still laid a solid foundation for Lu Li. Moreover, 3 knife techniques formed in his data panel. In this new life, although Lu Li couldn't bring the 3 knife techniques with him, he would not forget the first 3 tiers of knife techniques in his mind. Now, facing the Chun family's Blade Slave, it was the perfect opportunity to use them. Although the Blade Slave replicated the fighting style of the Chun family's mad knife, the foundational technique was not the authentic version, but rather a pirated version refined through generations of trial and error by the Chun family. It could be used, but it was not as strong as Lu Li's. Even with the later tiers of the authentic knife techniques as compensation, it could only match Lu Li evenly. If it weren't for the full 10 levels of level suppression and the difference in attributes, the Blade Slave would have likely been dead by now. Watching the battle below unfold with back-and-forth exchanges, Chun Ko and the Chun family box could no longer smile. It was known that the fighting style replicated by the Blade Slave was his. Not being able to kill Lu Li meant what? It meant that he, a rare knife technique genius of the Chun family in 100 years, was not as good as a newcomer. Grandfather, let the Blade Slave use his talent. The old man named Chun Li frowned and shook his head. Don't rush, it's not time yet. Not time yet? Chun Ko turned his head, his eyes filled with stubbornness. What are you waiting for, Grandpa? Chun Li's expression was grave, and he did not answer immediately. In fact, according to the original plan, Chun Li wanted to use the duel between the Blade Slave and Lu Li to temper Chun Ko's arrogance. Once that goal was achieved, he would have the Blade Slave immediately use the Fury talent to end the battle. But now, the situation had changed. because Chun-Li saw the essence of the Chun family's mad knife in Liu Li's knife techniques. If he could see Liu Li perform the complete set of knife techniques and ponder them, Chun-Li felt that he might be able to completely fill in the missing foundational techniques of the Chun family's first 3 tiers. The purpose of tempering the young man's arrogance had already been achieved, so Chun-Li's tone softened considerably. No need to rush to end it. The Pivot Arena is a showcase platform, allowing the major star domains to see the strength of the Chun family, which would benefit the Chun family's future. Chun Ko gritted his teeth, but a LV-25 Blade Slave is fighting to a standstill with a LV-15 newcomer. Does Grandpa really think this will make other star domains think highly of our Chun family? Chun-Li was unconcerned and chuckled. Isn't he's still not using his talent? Liu Li has revealed all his trump cards. He won't last long. As if to confirm what Chun-Li said, Liu Li's movements suddenly slowed down significantly. It seemed as if his stamina had been exhausted. The Blade Slave immediately seized the opportunity, slashing downward at an angle, aiming for Liu Li's neck. However, at that critical moment, Liu Li's figure suddenly blurred. The Blade Slave's attack did not miss, but Liu Li was unharmed. What happened? The spectators around the arena exclaimed in surprise, and Chun-Li's pupils constricted sharply. The Blade Slave's attack landed on a figure completely shrouded in darkness. Meanwhile, Liu Li himself had inexplicably appeared behind the Blade Slave. Instantaneous position swap. Xing Anlin wore a bitter expression, wrapping his arms around the Blade Slave in a move to restrain him. Boss, can we switch it up next time? Don't always make me take the hits. All right, next time at LLB, Chun Hao. Liu Li responded perfunctorily while raising his right arm high, preparing to deliver a fatal blow to the Blade Slave. Just as he was about to succeed, an intense aura suddenly erupted from the Blade Slave. Liu Li was shaken back by this sudden impact, and even Xing Anlin, who was restraining the Blade Slave, was slain by a single strike. It was the Chun family's unique talent, Fury. The talent activation was quite timely, but it should come to an end now. Liu Li snuddat. Just as his voice fell, the Blade Slave was suddenly tackled by the rushing Chun Hao. Although Chun Hao was quickly slain by the Blade Slave, that moment of restraint gave Liu Li ample opportunity. The killing move was ready. Liu Li's speed suddenly exploded, surpassing his previous combat speed by more than double. The blade swept across, aiming directly for the Blade Slave's head. The latter raised his knife to block, but unexpectedly, the weapon was directly severed. Along with his faceless head, it was chopped off. In the box, Chun Ko was completely stunned. He never expected that Liu Li would actually win. Chun-Li, although he anticipated Liu Li's strength, was also shocked to see the Blade Slave's head roll. This was a LV-25 Blade Slave. It replicated the fighting style of the knife genius Chun Ko and even activated his talent. How could he actually lose? Moreover, it was not due to a sneak attack, but rather a direct kill, while 2 strange summons were distracting the Blade Slave. The final deadly strike was indeed a real knife-to-knife confrontation. Outsiders might not see the intricacies, but how could Chun-Li not understand? Liu Li's mastery of knife techniques absolutely crushed the Blade Slave. He had been hiding his true skills all along. Grandpa, Chun Ko quietly called out, his vacant eyes slowly turning to Chun-Li. Liu Li, how did he do it? He actually killed the Blade Slave. Is he stronger than me? Seeing this, Chun-Li felt a pang in his heart. He had gone too far with the blow. According to the script that Chun-Li originally envisioned, Liu Li should have struggled against the Blade Slave for a while, ultimately falling in defeat. This would both temper Chun Ko's arrogance and prevent him from doubting his own strength. But the current situation was clearly not what Chun-Li wanted to see. Liu Li directly killing a LV-25 Blade Slave was like giving Chun Ko a resounding slap in the face, then telling him, "You, the genius of knife techniques, are just this good. Even with a level advantage of 10 levels, you still ended up being slain by me." His confidence was completely shattered. Koer, don't think like that. There must be something strange about Liu Li being able to kill the Blade Slave. Let's continue watching. Something strange? Chun Ko was taken aback, smiling bitterly. What could be strange? Facing head-on, he even had his weapon severed. Chun-Li frowned and spoke more forcefully. Ko, just keep watching. The duel isn't over yet. If Lu Li can truly win 100 matches, it would show that he is indeed a rare genius. And it wouldn't be surprising for the Blade Slave to lose. But if he can't win, you don't need to be upset over a dead man. The reason Chun Li comforted Chun Ko this way was mainly because he understood the inside story. He knew that the highest power, which had been trying to kill Lu Li by all means, would definitely send out that thing to end this duel. Chapter 42. The Hellhound one last time, he asked him, "Will you sign the contract to sell your soul or not?" The voice of the Supreme Heaven echoed in Dio's ears. The referee robot dug at its ears and let out an electronic sigh. How could he possibly sign it? But complaints aside, the work that needed to be done still had to be done. Dio tiptoed over to Lu Li's side and helplessly repeated the Supreme Heaven's question. Lu Li gave the answer Dio expected. He would not sign. Just as Dio was about to report this to the Supreme Heaven and announce the start of the final match, Lu Li made another request. He asked Dio to delay the match for 10 minutes in exchange for 1 ton of refined gold. 10 minutes later, the final match would begin. Is he trying to recover his strength during this time? Dio wondered. With a bribe of 1 ton of refined gold, he reluctantly agreed to Lu Li's request. Although Dio was already convinced that Lu Li would die in the 100th match, the promised ton of refined gold would not end up in his hands. But that didn't affect Dio's decision, as he was also curious about what preparations Lu Li was making to deal with the upcoming deadlock. However, to avoid arousing the Supreme Heaven's suspicion, Dio deliberately stayed close to Lu Li, pretending to be advising him. Yet, as he followed, Dio began to feel something was off. Lu Li didn't seem to be resting. Instead, he was using his talent. The bodies scattered throughout the arena quickly shrank and condensed into crystalline essence at Lu Li's touch. Not only were there orange tier, 3 essences, but also yellow and green tier, 4 and tier, 5 essences. The last batch of bodies from challengers above level 20 even condensed into blue tier, 6 essences. No wonder Lu Li requested not to clear the bodies before his match. It turned out that these bodies could condense into essences. But what good would that do? Leveling up before the final match? Yet Lu Li had already reached the limit for absorbing essences, and he would have to wait at least 3 more days for the next absorption. What was he planning to do with so many high-tier essences? Under Dio's puzzled gaze, Lu Li piled the essences in front of him, sat cross-legged, and began to absorb them one by one with his right hand. As each brilliantly colored essence quickly turned gray and shattered, Dio's jaw nearly dropped to the ground. He felt like his central processing unit was about to overload. What the hell was happening? Lu Li could actually break the limits and forcibly absorb essences. No, wait. After absorbing so many essences, why had Lu Li's level changed at all? Was it some kind of overdrawn talent? This kid actually had multiple talents. The overdrawn talent allowed players to temporarily ignore the absorption limits for essences, but the price was that they couldn't gain any level improvements. However, as long as the experience points exceeded the level cap, they could still gain free attribute points. But what good would that do? It should be noted that there are rule limitations in the arena. Once the battle begins, the player's data panel will be temporarily locked, and players cannot use the panel to allocate 4-dimensional attribute points. Even if he obtained free attribute points, Lu Li's strength wouldn't improve at all. What on earth was he trying to do? By this point, Dio had completely forgotten his identity as a referee. He just wanted to know what Lu Li would do next. After absorbing all the essences, Lu Li took something out of his pocket and quickly tossed it into his mouth. Then, under Dio's astonished gaze, he opened his data panel and began to allocate points. I never expected Huang Bin's useless talent would actually help me at a critical moment. After absorbing so many essences, I ended up with 10 free attribute points. Reflecting on his fortune, Lu Li allocated all his free attribute points to luck. At that moment, his base luck value had reached 25. 8. Combined with Elisha's blessing of the goddess of luck, his total luck value had skyrocketed to an astonishing 85. 8. It was time to start the match. Feeling satisfied, Lu Li stretched and got up from the ground, saying, "Why are you able to break the rules?" Dio seemed like a rusty machine, every part creaking in shock. This was how he reacted when he was extremely shocked. Afraid the referee would crash from confusion, Lu Li hurriedly urged, "Let's get started." Okay. Dio nodded in a daze and reported Lu Li's refusal to sign the soul-selling contract to the Supreme Heaven. Useless trash, you can't even handle this little matter. Since Lu Li is so ungrateful, let him die. The final match begins. This time, the iron gate of the passage didn't even have time to open before it melted away under the intense heat. When the final guardian stepped into the arena, there was a dead silence in the audience. After a long time, someone trembled and said, this monster below, could it be the Hellhound? It really is the Hellhound. And it's an adult. How could there be such a thing in the Nexus arena? Has the manager gone mad? The demonic energy on this thing could nullify most talents. Even if Lu Li was strong, his power would be suppressed by more than half. How could he fight? Haha, I knew the arena wouldn't let a newcomer win 100 matches in a row. It would have been better to bet with me back then. Now you regret it, right? It's not just a matter of winning or losing. If the arena can release the Hellhound, what kind of person is the manager? What does it matter? The arena itself is absolutely neutral. It's all rules that limit us. Even if that manager is a demon spy, it has no impact on us. That's true, but isn't Lu Li doomed? Sigh. He can only blame his bad luck. Amidst the sighs, the final match began. Looking at the Hellhound in the distance, which was as big as a small hill, Lu Li's heart sank to the bottom. He never expected that the arena's manager would send out a demon to stop a 100-match winning streak. Although it was only a low-tier demon, it was very tricky for Lu Li right now because he hadn't yet acquired the holy talent. The Hellhound's talent, law-breaking domain, could render all talents lower than its level ineffective. Only the holy talent could break it. In other words, if Lu Li wanted to fight the Hellhound now, he could only use items. But up until now, Lu Li had only used the blade arm and had no suitable weapons. Wait, weapons? Lu Li paused, then remembered he still had a treasure chest to claim. Just 3 days ago, when the apocalypse had just descended, he had killed a mother mantis and became the first player in the world to kill a lord-level creature. But to keep a low profile, Lu Li hadn't announced it immediately and chose to set aside the reward. After that, with so many things going on, he forgot about it. With a thought, Lu Li immediately chose to announce it globally. A colorful treasure chest appeared out of nowhere and landed in front of Lu Li. At the same time, the Hellhound also launched its attack. Chapter 43. Toothworm Dagger. Lu Li made a decisive choice, picked up the treasure chest, and ran away. This action left the spectators around the arena in shock once again. In the previous 99 matches, Lu Li had never retreated. Therefore, the audience had a fierce impression of him as someone who is decisive in killing, deadly with every move, and just goes for it. Now, seeing Lu Li sprint away was indeed a significant shock to the audience's nerves. Many of Lu Li's supporters shook their heads and sighed. Alas, it seems Lu Li knows the power of the three-headed Hellhound and is scared enough to run away. I thought he would fight valiantly to the death. I never expected him to be a coward. Anyone facing the Hellhound would be afraid, let alone Lu Li, a newcomer. Oh, I can't bear to watch this anymore. Some spectators even started to boo Lu Li. Hurry up and chase him. How could he slip away like this? Why is the three-headed hound so stupid? Not attacking that Palu girl first? Those 3 necks can't possibly be heads. They must be tumors. Ha ha. Who would have thought that the last match would turn into a dog chasing a mouse? It's really ridiculous. In my opinion, why bother running? Just lie down and die quickly. Lu Li naturally ignored the commotion outside. At this moment, he had already opened the treasure chest and taken out the item inside. Item name, Toothworm Dagger. Quality, poor, upgradable. Function description, absorbs target attributes and permanently replicates them. The absorption process is not considered an attack. Remarks, no matter what, please make sure to feed her well. The dagger was entirely emerald green, with a peculiar shape resembling a mantis lying in wait. Shortly after Lu Li grasped it, the dagger began to twist rapidly, and fine worm teeth sprouted from the grip. Before Lu Li could prepare himself, the dagger bit down hard on his right hand. In an instant, unimaginable pain surged through his nerves, nearly causing Lu Li to faint from the agony. He gasped for air, struggling to stay conscious. Despite the dire situation, he couldn't help but smile with joy. Not for any other reason, but because Lu Li had seen this dagger in his previous life. It was one of the few self-evolving growth-type items. Lu Li clearly remembered that in his last life, The holder of the toothworm dagger was a female player named Liluo. Because of this dagger, she had assassinated countless powerful foes and firmly held the title of the #1 assassin. He never expected that in this life he would obtain it from the first kill treasure chest. That's about enough. After the fight, I'll let you absorb as much as you want. As if hearing Lu Li's thoughts, the worm teeth that were biting his palm slowly loosened, transforming back into a short dagger. The item quality also successfully upgraded from poor to normal. Lu Li finally stopped fleeing and faced the three-headed hellhound, adopting a stance ready for battle. The spectators around the arena saw this, and their murmurs diminished significantly, turning into mocking voices. Oh wow, Lu Li isn't running anymore. He's going to fight. Who can see what weapon he has in his hand? A dagger. Ha 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 ha. Is Lu Li planning to kill a three-headed hellhound with a dagger? That little dagger might as well be used to pick its teeth. Elisa, who had been on the sidelines, felt her brief glimmer of hope extinguish as she saw Lu Li brandishing the dagger. It's better to keep running. What's the difference between this and delivering food to the hellhound? No matter what, Lu Li has allowed me to live this long. Now that he's in a difficult position, I should help him. If I'm going to die, let the hellhound eat me first. Maybe if it's full, Lu Li can survive. With her mind made up, Elisa timidly opened her mouth, ready to shout and attract the hellhound's attention. However, before she could speak, the man had already charged forward. Without the enhancement of his innate abilities, Lu Li's speed was not particularly fast, but relying on the combat experience he had accumulated in his previous life, as well as his understanding of the three-headed hellhound, he held his own in the initial exchanges. It was just that the pathetic attack range of the toothworm dagger forced him to get very close to the hellhound. After several exchanges, the flames burning on the monster had already charred Lu Li's clothes to tatters. Finding the torn clothing obstructing his movements, Lu Li simply tore it off. Little did he know, this small action caused someone in a private box to become quite flustered. Art. This is definitely art. I really want to pin Lu Li down and ravage him right now. The lady octopus pressed her entire face against the glass. Crystal clear saliva dripped from the corner of her mouth, pattering onto the floor of the box. But Lady, Lu Li doesn't know what's good for him. Little elf lay on the ground, filled with jealousy. What do you know? He has personality. The more I look, the more I like him. The lady octopus scolded, her eyes never leaving Lu Li. All right. But the Supreme Heaven has already released the Hellhound. Lu Li can't possibly survive. How about I contact the puppet master from the Void Spirit domain and, once the match is over, turn Lu Li's corpse into a puppet doll? The lady octopus paused, a look of regret quickly appearing on her wrinkled face. It seems that's the only way. I really hope he can win the match. In the arena, because the toothworm had initially absorbed Lu Li's blood, the blade carried all the characteristics of blade arm. This included effects like curse toxin, tear, and weakness. However, due to the Hellhound's unique physique and the toothworm dagger's short attack range, several attacks only caused minor surface injuries without inflicting serious damage. Instead, Lu Li's physical condition deteriorated significantly as he tried to evade attacks. A slight delay in his dodging allowed the Hellhound to seize the opportunity. One of the dog heads quickly bit down on Lu Li's weapon, making it difficult for him to pull it out. Meanwhile, the other two dog heads slowly opened their massive jaws towards Lu Li's head, just as it seemed they were about to bite down. A small stone flew over and precisely hit one of the dog heads in the eye. "Stupid dog, come at me," Elisa shouted loudly, her small body trembling uncontrollably. She had thought the Hellhound would release Lu Li and turn to attack the Palu girl. Unexpectedly, the beast simply twisted its body, turning its rear toward Elisa. The girl was horrified to discover that the Hellhound's tail was as thick as a thigh and was actually a giant snake. In a brief moment of distraction, the snake had already wrapped around Elisa completely. The snake's tongue flicked out, its foul breath suffocating her. She couldn't break free. Despairing, Elisa closed her eyes. However, after a long wait, the anticipated death did not come. Instead, a thundering noise of a giant creature collapsing echoed. Chapter 44. 100 Consecutive Victories. Huh? Elisa slowly opened her eyes and saw the most unforgettable scene of her life. Lu Li, with most of his body soaked in blood, was using one arm to tightly grip the 7-inch mark of the python. Seeing Alyssa wake, he roared, "I can't hold on much longer. Come help me." "Help! Help!" Alyssa looked confused. "What is going on? Wasn't Luli just bitten by the hellhound and unable to move? How did he break free in the blink of an eye to deal with the snake's tail? When did those 3 dog heads become so easy to handle?" Alyssa turned her head in a daze and saw the shattered dog heads not far away. "Oh, it turns out the 3 dog heads are already dead. It seems they were blown up by a punch. What are you dazed for? Hurry up." Luli's shout pulled Alyssa back from her thoughts. I'm sorry. I'll help right away." Alyssa quickly responded and struggled to free herself. With the snake head under control, the girl soon broke free from her bindings. Following Li's instructions, she found a short dagger from one of the dog mouths. Clumsily delivering several finishing blows, she finally killed the python. "We won." Alyssa slumped to the ground, looking incredulously at the massive corpse in front of her. The cheers in her ears were deafening, as if in a dream. "We really won. The man named Li helped her win 100 battles." Dio walked in excited little steps, announcing the results with a booming voice. "Congratulations, Luli. Alyssa Baki on winning 100 battles. The competition is over. Please exit in an orderly fashion to the hub hall and enjoy free drinks and delicious pastries. The 2 gladiators, please follow me to the lounge for a short rest. There will be talent recruitment and contract negotiations afterward. If you're interested, you can." Dio was halfway through when he suddenly realized someone was missing from the arena. Luli was nowhere to be found. After searching around, he found Luli squatting next to the corpse of the hellhound, seemingly busy with something. "Luli." Dio didn't approach immediately, but called out and waited patiently. Luli had too many secrets. Dio knew that to get along with such a person, he had to suppress his curiosity. Once Luli finished what he was doing, he continued to ask, "Luli, do you want to participate in the upcoming talent recruitment and contract negotiations?" Luli casually inserted the short dagger into his waist and, absent-mindedly, said, "Oh, I'll take a look later. By the way, the corpse of this hellhound, the arena won't reclaim it, right?" Dio was taken aback, but quickly understood. Theoretically, it should be reclaimed, but if the corpse is damaged during the match, as the referee, I can't do anything about it. Luli understood and raised his hand to activate corpse crystallization. The corpse quickly shrank, turning into 2 green, 6th-tier elemental crystals. Dio pretended not to see it. And when Luli had stored the crystals, he hesitantly said, "About the 1 ton of refined gold you promised earlier." Luli thought Dio was eager to collect, frowning slightly. "I'll pay you within 3 days. "Oh, no, that's not what I meant." Dio waved his hands repeatedly, his mechanical face displaying an extremely friendly expression. "What I mean is, you don't need to pay me that 1 ton of refined gold anymore." "What?" Luli was somewhat surprised. Dio smiled and explained, "Because I placed a bet with the 700 kilograms of refined gold you gave me, betting on your 100 consecutive victories. Now that you've won, the arena will pay me 350,000 tons of refined gold." Luli raised an eyebrow. "That's quite a profit." Dio nodded. "Exactly. To thank you for letting me make such a big profit, I've decided to share 200,000 tons of refined gold with you." Faced with this sudden gift, Luli was somewhat caught off guard. He secretly remained alert. "This is your bet, and it has nothing to do with me. Why should I take your refined gold for free?" Dio's tone was extremely sincere. "Consider my goodwill. After all, without your victory, I might have lost even the 700 kilograms of my principal." Luli thought for a moment, felt the other party's attitude was sincere, and did not refuse. The 3 of them left the arena and entered the lounge. Before Li and Alyssa could sit down to rest, a commotion suddenly erupted outside the lounge. The service robot responsible for guidance and reception was smashed in half, crashing through the lounge door. Luli instantly became alert, his right hand discreetly pressing against the dagger at his waist. "You scrap heaps that are hardly smarter than a microwave. You dare block me? Get out of the way." After a bout of shouting, 2 handsome men with bare upper bodies appeared at the entrance of the lounge. They worked together to carry a roll of red carpet, laying it out all the way into the lounge. After completing this, the 2 retreated to the side and knelt respectfully. Not long after, a luxuriously dressed woman appeared at the entrance of the lounge. She was very tall and quite plump. As she walked, a sticky, wet sound continuously came from beneath her skirt. Upon seeing Lu Li, a creepy smile appeared on the woman's ugly face. Without saying much, she handed a pure gold business card to Lu Li. Nice to meet you, Lu Li. I am Lady Octopus. Lu Li's vigilance did not diminish as he stared at the business card before him without making a move. The hub arena was filled with all sorts of people, but the dragons were definitely real dragons. Lu Li did not recognize the Lady Octopus in front of him. However, judging by her display, she was certainly not a nameless character. Therefore, until he figured out her intentions, he could only treat her with caution. Seeing Lu Li remain silent, Lady Octopus's wide mouth slightly closed. She pushed the business card further into Lu Li's hands, explaining, "Don't worry, I have no ill intentions. Although at first, I did want to acquire your body through purchase, you have now proven my mistake with your strength. So, please give me a chance to apologize to you. If you encounter any difficulties, you can always contact me through this business card." Dio leaned closer, whispering in Lu Li's ear, "She is the ruler of the Neptune domain. Quickly accept it." Neptune domain? Lu Li was taken aback, relevant information immediately surfacing in his mind. This star domain guards a massive magical I named Pardetic. In his previous life, during the great explosion of the domain's demonic tide, the Neptune domain was the first to be hit, corroded, and destroyed by the tide. This Lady Octopus before him must have died in that demonic tide, which is why she was not known to Lu Li. After all, in his previous life, Lu Li first entered the hub arena 3 years after the apocalypse had descended on Earth. If he could enter the Pardetic magical eye before the great explosion of the demonic tide, he might be able to obtain that item more easily. That item that could elevate Soul Devour to the next level. Chapter 45. Must improve strength at the fastest speed. Thinking of this, Lu Li no longer hesitated and reached out to accept Lady Octopus's business card. Seeing Lu Li take the card, Lady Octopus said nothing more. She only left a meaningful remark expressing her anticipation for their next meeting before leaving the lounge with her male companions. Dio looked at the golden card in Lu Li's hand with envy and said, "It's really enviable." Lu Li was puzzled. "It's just a business card. What's so enviable about it?" Dio immediately explained, "With this card, you can enter and exit the Neptune domain freely. Moreover, all the residents in that domain will treat you as the most distinguished guest. This is the recognition of a wealthy lady." Listening to Dio's first 2 sentences, Lu Li didn't find anything wrong, but as soon as the latter part was mentioned, he immediately shivered. What was going on? Did that fat octopus lady just take a liking to him? Hiss. The key point was that the other party was a domain overlord. Terrifying. What if one day she couldn't wait and decided to force him? Hiss. Thinking of this, Lu Li made a firm resolution. He must improve his strength at the fastest speed. He absolutely could not let that kind of terrible situation happen. After a moment's rest, Dio took Lu Li and Eliza to the hub hall. As soon as they entered, many people extended invitations and proposals to Lu Li. Although he was just a newcomer in the hub, under the reputation of 100 consecutive victories, most factions were unwilling to let go of this potential seed. However, Lu Li did not accept any faction's invitation. He was waiting for the people from the Crazy Blade Chun family to appear. The swordsmanship skills Lu Li deliberately showcased during the battle with the sword slave were already quite obvious. As long as the Chun family members were not blind, they would surely be able to see the clues. He intended to use this as a stepping stone to knock on the door of the Chun family. Sure enough, after Lu Li rejected the invitation from the 23rd faction, a figure in black and gold battle attire appeared in his line of sight. Chun-Li walked towards Lu Li at a leisurely pace with his hands behind his back. "Hello, young friend. I am Chun-Li, currently serving as the 3rd elder of the Crazy Blade Chun family. Your performance in the arena was truly astonishing. You are indeed a rare talent. However, your swordsmanship is a bit raw. If you could refine and polish it, your future achievements would surely be limitless. The Chun family may not be able to claim superiority in other areas, but their research on swords was definitely top-notch. If you're interested, why not step aside with me for a chat?" Chun-Li, being a seasoned individual, in just a few sentences, pulled Lu Li down from the position of being pursued by the crowd. "You are strong, but your swordsmanship is lacking. If you want to improve your swordsmanship and become even stronger, only the Chun family can help you. If Lu Li were really a rookie, he would probably have fallen into Chun Li's trap by now. But he was not. Say my swordsmanship is raw. Is he trying to PUA me? If my swordsmanship was really raw, how could I have defeated your Chun family sword slave? Lu Li sneered inwardly, but on the surface, he put on an excited expression as if he had met an old acquaintance. You truly deserve to be an elder. You immediately saw my limitations. To be honest, I recently stumbled upon a sword manual, and this swordsmanship is learned from it. It's just a pity that the manual is incomplete, only containing the first 3 levels. Upon hearing this, a glint flashed in Chun Li's eyes, and he stroked his beard with a chuckle. No worries, no worries. As long as you are willing to join the Chun family, we are willing to complete the sword manual for you. Chun Li thought the plan would be easy to achieve, but unexpectedly, Lu Li appeared embarrassed and said, "The sword manual is gone." Gone? Chun Li almost exclaimed. Fortunately, he had excellent self-control and quickly regained his composure. How could it be gone? Lu Li showed a look of grief and anger. I was schemed against. Not only was the sword manual taken, but all my elemental crystal equipment was also looted. I had no choice but to come to the hub arena to try my luck. Chun Li looked at Lu Li with some suspicion. You're not weak. How could you have fallen into such a trap? Lu Li recounted the story of how he was schemed by the Chun family's people in his previous life in detail, keeping all the details intact, but merely changing the names of those involved from the Chun family. Because every word was true, it did not raise any suspicion from Chun Li. It's truly despicable to set such a vicious trap for personal gain. Fortunately, you are still alive. That is truly a stroke of luck. Shen Li cursa angrili. Lu Li nodded repeatedly, pretending to look pitiful. If the elder could help a bit, I might be able to retrieve that sword manual. Chun Li instinctively wanted to agree. After all, for him, helping Lu Li eliminate some low-level players would be as easy as pie. However, due to restrictions, he could not personally visit those recently revived planets. After thinking for a moment, Chun Li said, "Since you have asked, I have no reason to refuse. However, due to the rules, my level is too high, and I cannot personally help you seek revenge. How about I give you 4 sword slaves to assist you?" Actually, according to Lu Li's original plan, he wanted to entice Chun Li to send Chun Ko to assist him. Once he returned to Earth, he would think of a way to control Chun Ko to threaten Chun Li and obtain the last 6 levels of the sword manual from the Chun family. But now, Chun Li seemed to have no such intention, and Lu Li didn't want to say more. Otherwise, it would be too obvious and would easily arouse the suspicion of this old fox. Seeing Lu Li nodding in agreement, Chun Li took out 4 thumb-sized jade figurines and a jade token. These 4 sword slaves replicate my battle tactics and all have a level of 30. They should be enough to help you retrieve the sword manual. As for this jade token, once crushed, it can directly teleport you to the main domain of the Chun family. If you encounter an insurmountable crisis, you can use it to save your life. Lu Li thought that this old fox had thought of everything and accepted the items one by one. Since he still needed to collect the challenge rewards from the arena, Lu Li only exchanged a few pleasantries with Chun Li before leaving the hall with Dio. In the gladiatorial mode, winning a match earns 100 hub points, and winning 10 consecutive matches doubles the points. Lu Li won 100 consecutive matches and ultimately earned a total of 1,023,000 hub points. With this wealth, Lu Li first purchased a perfectly crafted space ring for himself, spending 200,000 hub points. The internal space of the ring was about 100,000 cubic meters, equivalent to the size of 5 football fields. The internal time was static, and apart from the fact that ordinary living things would die when placed inside, it had almost no flaws. Additionally, Lu Li spent 500,000 hub points to acquire a set of the highest defensive equipment. Although he had collected many defensive talents through Soul Devour, which were sufficient for combat, if he encountered opponents like the Hellhound with the ability to break spells, these talents would become ineffective. Therefore, to be safe, Lu Li needed to prepare multiple layers of defense. The remaining 300,000 hub points were spent by Lu Li on purchasing real estate. Yes, buying property. As the center connecting various star domains, The hub area outside the hub arena was an excellent location for purchasing real estate, based on his experience from his previous life. As the revival process accelerated, more and more players would flood into the hub arena. By then, the property prices in the hub area would become increasingly outrageous. So buying wisely is not as good as buying early. Moreover, Luli also spent 20,000 hub points to purchase a jade token that would allow him to enter the hub area at will. Finally, the last 3,000 hub points were all spent on a snack called Super Lollipop. This lollipop is a specialty of the hub, delicious and capable of restoring a small amount of stamina. However, it is quite expensive. It seems to be just a luxurious snack. But Luli, who has lived again, understands that this item has a little-known hidden use. It can increase the favorability of the NPC Wanjia Traveling Merchant. Chapter 46 Cat Ear Girl 1. Just as Luli was happily shopping, Eliza was nervously clutching the hem of her clothes. As a gladiator who had also won 100 consecutive matches, she had the same hub points as Luli. But Eliza dare not spend. She was very clear that without Luli, she would have died long ago. So in Eliza's eyes, this more than 1 million hub points should all belong to Luli. Even her life was given by Luli. After all, going back would just mean being exploited and then dying. It was better to follow this man. Perhaps she could live better. Thinking of this, Eliza mustered her courage and asked the life-changing question, Luli, do you need a slave? Luli was taken aback. He had no strange preferences, and in his previous life, he was betrayed and died by someone he trusted, although he had made Lin Qinfeng recognize him as her master. It was actually to teach a lesson to her sister Lin Qinwei. In Luli's eyes, he did not truly see the Lin family as servants. Rather, it was more like a mutually beneficial partnership. Thus, he had no intention of taking in slaves. Seeing Luli's silence, Eliza felt anxious and stuttered even more. I can give you all my hub points, and I can sign a servant contract. I can do anything, eat very little, and I'm very hardworking. Luli frowned and raised his hand to interrupt. I have no intention of taking in slaves. Besides, you already have 1 million hub points. Even if you don't go back, you can live comfortably for a while in the hub area. Freedom, isn't it precious? Eliza lowered her head, her tone suddenly becoming extremely humble. For someone without power like me, freedom is a curse. Luli raised his eyebrows, his eyes revealing a hint of interest. Aren't you afraid that if you become my slave, I might have you killed the next day? Not afraid, because going back would also mean death. Eliza looked up, her gaze firm. Let's give it a try. What if I can live? After saying that, Eliza used her hub points to purchase a servant contract, dripped her blood on it, held it with both hands, and knelt on one knee. Master, please accept Eliza. Eliza wants to live. Luli was stunned and smiled. He reached out to take the contract. Ding! The servant contract has been successfully signed. Player Eliza Baki voluntarily serves player Li as master. The contract is now effective until death. Seeing the contract take effect, Eliza finally breathed a sigh of relief. Luli was not polite either. He bought Eliza a set of high defense gear and a jade token for entering and exiting the hub area. The remaining 500,000 points were all spent on a shield. Item name, Coward Shield, Quality, Epic, Function Description, Unable to attack while holding the shield. Speed attribute reduced by 80. Constitution attribute increased by 100. All types of damage reduced by 65. Resistance to all types of negative effects increased by 5 when attacked. There is a 50 chance to trigger Perfect Block. After Perfect Block, the holder will maintain a state of invisibility for 1 minute. Note, isn't this bullying honest people? Equipment quality is divided into 7 types: poor, normal, fine, excellent, perfect, epic, and mythic. Epic equipment is second only to mythic equipment, and logically speaking, it should not be priced at just 500,000 hub points. However, due to the characteristics of unable to attack while holding and speed attribute reduced by 80, the Coward Shield has become a joke among epic equipment. But in Luli's eyes, this item was very suitable for Eliza. After all, he didn't expect this cat ear girl to deal damage. It was better to let her hold the shield and act as a mascot cheering him on. As long as she could stay alive, that was good enough. After spending the money, Luli was ready to take Eliza out of the hub arena. Just then, an immensely tall figure blocked their way. The supreme sky blinked its 6 eyes, and its face, as cold as a slate, showed no emotion. Luli stepped forward half a step, neither servile nor overbearing, and said, "Your Excellency, is there something you need?" The supreme sky pondered for a moment and said, "Your match was impressive, but while I was watching from the audience, there was one thing I couldn't figure out. How exactly did you kill that hellhound?" Luli naturally knew the true identity of the supreme sky, but he did not expose the other's disguise. He merely replied, "Why should I tell you?" The supreme sky's expression turned grim, and he coldly said, "Just because you won't say, I will kill you." In the hub arena, outside of combat time, fighting is prohibited. This is a rule restriction. Even the supreme sky, as the administrator, cannot violate it. His threat to kill Luli was merely an attempt to intimidate the newcomer and see if he could easily extract the secret from him. Luli pretended to be frightened by the supreme sky's imposing manner, showing a fearful expression. I will say, please don't kill me." "Oomph." The supreme sky looked pleased. "Quickly say it." Luli beckoned to the supreme sky, indicating for him to come closer to listen. Then he whispered, "That dog was too weak. Even your grandma could easily handle it, let alone me, your grandpa." Hearing this, the supreme sky's 6 eyes nearly bulged out in anger. He intended to intimidate Luli, but not only did it fail, he was mocked in return. The supreme sky really wanted to slap Luli to death. However, due to the rules in the arena, he ultimately had to swallow his anger and change to a friendly attitude. "My friend, just joking, I won't let you reveal it for nothing. How about this? I'm willing to offer 26th order crystal cores in exchange. Please satisfy my curiosity." 26th order crystal cores? Luli pretended to hesitate. "This price is probably not enough." 30 cores. The supreme sky gritted his teeth. "That was my most critical secret, my winning card. You need to add more." 35 cores. "Deal." Luli snatched the crystal cores and smiled. "The reason I could kill that hellhound with one punch was all due to luck." "Luck?" The supreme sky was somewhat dumbfounded. The secret he spent 35 6th order crystal cores to obtain was ultimately just the word luck. The supreme sky's first reaction was that Luli was playing him. However, just as he was about to explode, the hovering servo skull beside him spoke up. "No lies detected. Information authenticity is 100. WTF?" The supreme sky's 6 eyes widened. The lie detector device of the servo skull was made from titanium silicon materials, with quality ranking among the top in the entire realm. Therefore, if this skull, which was filled with mechanical structures, said that Luli wasn't lying, then Luli definitely wasn't lying. But how could this be possible? A LV-15 player, relying solely on luck, killed a LV-25 hellhound? What a joke. Just as the supreme sky wanted to ask more carefully, he found Luli staring seriously at the data panel. The air was filled with an almost palpable pressure. The supreme sky shivered. What was going on? He was actually scared by a level 15 newcomer? However, before the supreme sky could speak, Luli had already activated the teleportation jade token, taking Eliza out of the hub arena. Chapter 47, Deadly Mercy in the boys' dormitory of Yongsheng No. 1 Middle School. Brother Knife, with a bruised face and arms tied behind his back, was hanging upside down from the ceiling. His once good teeth had dwindled to just a few, and he was now pleading incoherently. "Jing, Brother Jing, I'm telling the truth. I really notified you at the first moment. I didn't collude with Luli. Moreover, that kid can summon the Blade Armantis. I had my little brothers tell you that long ago. Please believe me, I really didn't lie to you." Zhao Jing sat in a chair, absent-mindedly playing with a pair of pliers in his hand. As he tightened his grip, the tooth he had just pulled out made a crunching sound. "So, you're saying I misunderstood you?" Brother Knife tensed up, shaking his head vigorously. No, I didn't mean that." Zhao Jing's hand suddenly exerted force, and the tooth shattered instantly. Who was it that patted their chest and swore they could control Luli? "You said even if he was like the Monkey King causing havoc in heaven, your men could keep him firmly under Wuzishin." Brother Knife, with a sorrowful face, felt extremely wronged. If that Huangbin kid could rely on something credible, Luli definitely wouldn't have been able to stir things up. "I originally planned to use his scales talent to temporarily lock Li's attributes and subdue him. But unexpectedly, that kid got his right hand chopped off by Lu Li right away. He didn't even have time to activate his talent. By the time I rushed over, Huang Bin was already dead. Zhao Jing stood up, slowly cleaning the tooth fragments from the pliers, his tone devoid of any warmth. So you simply played along and colluded with Lu Li to turn against me, right? After saying this, Zhao Jing crouched down, bringing the pliers closer to Brother Knife's face. No, no way. Brother Knife kept struggling, like a pig about to be slaughtered. Just as the pliers were about to clamp down on his teeth, an idea flashed through Brother Knife's mind, and he shouted urgently, "Wait. I know how to find Lu Li." Oh. Zhao Jing paused his movements, tilting his head to urge, "Speak quickly." Su Xiao. Lu Li has a very good relationship with that girl named Su Xiao. As long as we can find Su Xiao, we can definitely ask about Lu Li's whereabouts. Zhao Jing's eyes narrowed, continuing to press. Where's Su Xiao? I don't know. She should be in the girls' dormitory across the street. Brother Knife didn't finish his sentence before another tooth left his mouth forever. Throwing the tooth, along with the pliers, to the ground, Zhao Jing straightened up. Done. Brother Knife thrashed wildly, crying hysterically, Wait. I have a student from number 1 middle school in my group, and also a teacher from number 1 middle school. Ask them. They must know Su Xiao's whereabouts." Zhao Jing raised his eyebrows, seemingly in agreement with Brother Knife's suggestion. "You're right, but you're no longer useful. So just go on your way." With a flash of a blade, his head fell along with his last words. "Bring those pigs up." Zhao Jing's face darkened as he returned to his seat. Not long after, teachers and students led by the square-faced Yang entered the room. "Does anyone know Su Xiao's whereabouts? Speak up, and you can live." No one spoke. Zhao Jing sighed softly, saying, "Kill 2." 2 students died on the spot. Square-faced teacher Yang showed a look of reluctance and spoke up. "We really don't know where Su Xiao is. It's not that we are deliberately hiding it." Zhao Jing ignored him, not even glancing at teacher Yang. "Now, does anyone want to speak?" Still, no one spoke. "Kill 4 more." Another 4 lives vanished. The crowd began to stir, with a few girls even wetting their pants. He Peichin squeezed out from the crowd, her face full of flattery. "This big brother. I might know where Su Xiao is. A couple of days ago, she went to the supermarket to gather supplies. There must be her temporary hideout there. As long as you send someone to guard the supermarket entrance, we can definitely catch that little bitch within 3 days." Zhao Jing's eyes showed impatience. 3 days? Too long. Does anyone know a more precise location? I know. Wang Xuyan raised her hand, bouncing out of the crowd. "Su Xiao just contacted me. She asked how things were going on my side." Upon hearing this, Zhao Jing suddenly stood up, taking 2 steps forward to Wang Xuyan. "You have Su Xiao's contact?" Wang Xuyan nodded repeatedly, her eyes filled with flattery. "I just lied to her, saying I had escaped, and asked her to take me in. You guess what? That silly bitch directly shared her location with me. Near the supermarket, in a residential building." A frustrated Ma Han lay on the sofa, stuffing another piece of bubblegum into his mouth. This was the 8th piece of bubblegum he had eaten consecutively, and the gum had formed a large mass, making it a bit difficult to chew. Yet, Ma Han kept chewing repeatedly and forcefully, as if this action could vent his frustration. Wang Chao brought over a trash can and handed it to Ma Han. "If you keep chewing like that, the gum will turn into a condom. Hurry up and spit it out. Get lost." Ma Han cursed impatiently, and in a moment of distraction, he sprayed the gum out of his mouth. He sighed in frustration and stuffed another piece in. "Come on, don't be upset. The class monitor just has that kind of personality." Wang Chao tossed the gum on the floor into the trash can, trying to comfort him. "Anyway, we have enough food here. Having 1 more Wang Xuyan doesn't matter." Upon hearing this, Ma Han immediately sat up from the sofa. "You fat idiot. What do you know? Am I worried about food? I'm worried that Wang Xuyan will sell us out." Wang Chao scratched his head, looking puzzled, but Wang Xuyan said she had already escaped. Ma Han rolled his eyes and collapsed back onto the sofa. "Do you believe everything people say? Can't you have a little vigilance?" Wang Chao chuckled. We're all classmates. What is there to be vigilant about?" However, before he could finish, gunshots rang out from downstairs. Wang Chao and Ma Han exchanged glances and hurried downstairs. When the 2 reached the entrance of the hallway, they found a crowd had already gathered outside. A few were original residents of the building, while others were students who had escaped with Su Xiao from the dormitory. The entrance was filled with fully armed men in black, surrounding the entire community tightly. A figure lay on the ground at the entrance, seemingly severely injured. "Class monitor!" Wang Chao recognized the fallen person and shouted as he rushed toward the entrance. Ma Han, after overcoming his initial shock, immediately followed him. As they got closer, they discovered a familiar face hidden among the men in black nearby. Chapter 48, Grass and People's Lives. Wang Xuyan. Wang Chao and Ma Han exclaimed simultaneously. Ma Han reacted slightly quicker and immediately understood what was happening. "Wang Xuyan, you really sold us out. Are you even human?" Upon hearing the voices, Wang Xuyan instinctively shrank her head. But soon, she realized she had found a new backing and boldly walked out without hiding. "You skinny monkey. Don't say such harsh words. Our brother Jean just came to ask something. Who knew that Su Xiao, that bitch, wouldn't cooperate? Who can we blame? She can only blame herself." Su Xiao was helped up by Wang Chao, her face pale as paper. She had been shot in the abdomen, and blood had soaked through her dress. "They're here to find Lu Li." Su Xiao struggled to explain the situation to Wang Chao. The latter looked anxious. "Then just tell them, Lu Li isn't here with us. Let them go find him elsewhere." Zhao Jin pushed Wang Xuyan aside and stepped forward slowly. "I know Lu Li isn't here, but Su Xiao is a friend of Lu Li. So, I need her to help me find Lu Li." "You expect her to help you just because you asked?" A student in the crowd shouted. "You came up and injured our class leader without saying a word, and now you want our help? There's no such logic in the world." Zhao Jin slightly tilted his head, looking at the crowd. As he locked his gaze on that student, a bullet whizzed out, hitting him right between the eyebrows. He was dead, just for saying a word. The crowd instantly erupted, trying to scatter in panic. But Zhao Jin's men wouldn't allow that to happen. A dozen masked men in combat gear had long surrounded the crowd, and anyone attempting to escape would be taken down. Zhao Jin took out a gold pocket watch and said, "My demands are very simple. I just need you to help me find Lu Li. My patience is very limited, and as long as Lu Li does not appear, I will kill one person every 30 seconds. Upon hearing this, Ma Han pulled back his arms and drew his flaming longbow. "Do you really think we are made of clay?" Wang Chao stood up from the ground, his skin hardening like armor. No indiscriminate killing. Looking at the two blocking his way, Zhao Jin laughed dismissively, completely unconcerned. Time passed quickly in silence. The 30 seconds soon arrived, and a gunshot rang out, taking another life. "Bastard!" Ma Han's anger flared, and disregarding the consequences, he released an arrow of flame straight at Zhao Jin's face. Just as it was about to hit, Zhao Jin did not dodge or evade, but instead laughed even harder. Boom! The flaming arrow exploded in front of Zhao Jin, instantly creating a large fireball. Did it succeed? Not only Ma Han, but all the trap survivors felt a moment of joy. It seemed that this Zhao Jin was just blustering. However, the next second, their hearts sank to the bottom. The flaming arrow did indeed injure Zhao Jin, nearly tearing off his skin. Some areas even revealed white bones. But these wounds were healing rapidly. Within 3 seconds, Zhao Jin's gloomy smile reappeared, his eyes cold as ice, making it hard for others to look directly at him. "Time's up, kill another one." The gunshot rang out, and another person fell. Zhao Jin didn't even care about Ma Han's attack, as if in his eyes, it was just a bug bite. "I told you to stop." Wang Chao yelled and lunged at Zhao Jin. The latter still did not dodge, swiftly raising his leg and kicking Wang Chao in the throat. "You're overestimating yourself." Ignoring Wang Chao, who was coughing on the ground, Zhao Jin looked up at the crowd. Who else wants to test their weight? No one responded. Low sobs began to emerge from the silent air. Zhao Jin walked over to Su Xiao, tugging her hair and pulling her up from the ground. "Quickly call Lu Li, or I will keep killing until there's no one left." Cries began to rise in the crowd. "Class leader, you might as well listen to him." "Yeah, hurry and call Lu Li, or he really will kill us all." Clearly, it was Lu Li who provoked the enemies. Why do we have to pay the price? "Hurry and contact Lu Li. Is his life really more important than all of ours combined?" "Lu Li, you turtle, come out. I don't want to die." Seeing the fragile crowd, Zhao Jin laughed even more happily. Crying? That's also counted as time. Gunshots rang out wantonly, claiming one life after another. Just then, An announcement simultaneously appeared on everyone's data panels. Congratulations to player Lu Li for becoming the first player in the world to kill a Lord-level creature. Reward: first kill treasure chest X1. Lu Li. Zhao Jin seemed greatly stimulated by this announcement, raising his hand and slapping Su Xiao hard across the face. Perhaps thinking this was not enough to vent his anger, he dragged the girl toward the entrance of the community. It seems that simply killing one T urged you to show up. To ensure Lu Li appears as soon as possible, I need to arrange some special services for you. Throwing Su Xiao onto the cement ground, Zhao Jin shouted to his men, "Two of you, hold this little girl down. The rest, line up and take turns to enjoy her. I want to see how long you can endure." Su Xiao was almost on the verge of collapse. The intense emotional shock left her temporarily speechless, and with her body pinned down, she could only cry and shake her head in vain. Zhao Jin's subordinates acted quickly, and soon a lecherous middle-aged man approached. He ruthlessly tore at the girl's clothes, and with every piece he pulled off, laughter erupted. Just as Su Xiao's clothes were about to be completely stripped away, Ma Han took action again. He quickly drew his flaming longbow and fired 3 arrows. 2 hit Zhao Jin, while the other hit the lecherous man. Seeing his attack succeed, Ma Han was about to charge forward to snatch Su Xiao back from the man. But before he could take a step, a shadow suddenly lunged out, biting hard on Ma Han's calf. Ma Han screamed and fell to the ground. 2 more shadows followed, biting his arms from both sides. As the crowd saw the shadow's appearance, the sound of bones cracking echoed from Ma Han's arms. They were 3 strange dogs with blood-red eyes and black fur. Each dog was surrounded by a faint black mist, small in size, but exuding an exceptionally fierce aura. "Zhao Jin, that damn skinny guy's been hitting you. He must feel uncomfortable." A short-haired woman with smoky makeup and a seductive voice stepped out, placing her foot on Ma Han's head. "Should I let my children eat him? One bite at a time?" The woman's accent was strange, sounding nothing like a Huaxia person. Zhao Jin wiped the blood from his face, utterly unconcerned. "Little dog, these attacks pose no threat to me. But if you want to play, feel free." "Okay." The short-haired woman nodded, commanding the strange dogs to prepare to tear Ma Han apart. However, before she could give the order, the 3 strange dogs suddenly turned their heads together, looking toward a certain direction. It seemed something was attracting them in the darkness. Chapter 49. No, help Lu Li. After finally regaining his composure, Wang Chao sensed something and shouted excitedly. But the next moment, the expression on his face froze. A figure did step out of the darkness, but it was not Lu Li. Instead, it was a tall woman. She was adorned with shimmering particles of light, clad in a beautifully designed light armor. Although her face was kind, it inexplicably stirred a strange impulse within Wang Chao. "I clearly don't know her, so why do I feel like attacking her?" Before Wang Chao could figure out the reason, the tall woman suddenly shouted from afar, "Zhao Jin, the Lin family has come to collect debts from you." "Lin family? Collecting debts?" "They're here to trouble Zhao Jin." Wang Chao felt a surge of joy, although he didn't understand the intentions of the visitors. As the saying goes, "The enemy of my enemy is my friend." The tall woman in the distance seemed to possess considerable combat strength, and with her around, Zhao Jin would surely be more restrained. The young puppy squinted at Lin Qinfeng in the distance and teased Zhao Jin with a smile. "Collecting debts? Zhao Jin-san, could it be that what you owe is a romantic debt?" Zhao Jin's face darkened as he frowned and said, "Just a stepping stone for the Zhao family. I don't know why she hasn't died yet. She's been buzzing around like a fly these past few days." "Buzz, buzz, buzz?" The young puppy giggled a couple of times, looking slightly mad. "If she is a fly, then you must be he." Zhao Jin's expression grew darker, and a hint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Due to the special status of the little puppy, he couldn't turn against her, so he could only vent his anger on Lin Qinfeng. Looking at the woman in the distance, Zhao Jin sneered. "Miss Lin, coming to collect debts. Why didn't you bring a couple more people? Where are your 3 sisters? Have they died in the slaughtering secret realm?" As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Jin moved. He charged towards Lin Qinfeng with lightning speed, delivering a powerful punch straight on. The woman did not dodge. She responded with a punch of her own. After exchanging several blows, both retreated simultaneously. Lin Qinfeng shook her sore hands, gritting her silver teeth. Meanwhile, Zhao Jin watched as the bleeding wounds on his body quickly healed. Looking relaxed, he didn't continue the attack, but made a gesture behind him. Several figures sprang out, quickly surrounding Lin Qinfeng. I said, Miss Lin, do you really think you can stand against an army of 1,000,000 alone? Without your sister's cooperation, you are nothing. Zhao Jin's taunts were unrestrained. Lin Qinfeng did not deny it and nodded. You're right, so they are here too. Just as her words fell, a beam of sword light slashed out from the darkness. An unprepared Zhao Jin stumbled to evade. Although he avoided a fatal blow, his shoulder was still cut open by a huge gash. At the same time, the lights of Group Heal and Holy Blessing fell simultaneously, enveloping Lin Qinfeng. The eldest daughter of the Lin family, at full status, was ready to take on many. Lin Qinchue's thin lips pressed tightly, and she had been relentlessly attacking Zhao Jin since she appeared. A frost blade twirled and danced, leaving either deep or shallow wounds on her target with every strike. For a moment, Zhao Jin was retreating step by step, showing signs of not being able to withstand the pressure. The crowd that was surrounded saw this and felt a flicker of hope rise within them. It seemed that Zhao Jin was not a match for these four women. Everyone, don't just stand there. Take this opportunity to resist together. Wang Chao shouted to the crowd. At this moment, if everyone united, combined with the combat strength of the four Lin family women, perhaps they could really turn the tide. However, no one responded to Wang Chao. The survivors remained silent, their eyes evasive. They didn't even dare to look into Wang Chao's eyes, let alone resist. The little puppy laughed heartily, seemingly amused by Wang Chao's shout. You people from Huaxia are inherently weak. It was like this over 80 years ago, and over 80 years later, nothing has changed. Softies, you're all softies. A nation like this deserves to be exterminated. Ha ha. Wang Chao's eyes turned red. He trembled all over like a mad beast. What are you doing? Resist. This is the best opportunity to fight back. The crowd stirred, yet no one stepped forward. After a long while, a small girl squeezed out. It was Cheng Duo. Her face was filled with fear, but at that moment, she still gathered all her strength to shout to the crowd. Everyone, unite. Don't let yourselves be slaughtered. The little puppy frowned, impatiently clicking her tongue. One of the monstrous dogs suddenly lunged out, baring its teeth, and pounced at Cheng Duo. The girl screamed, instinctively covering her head to dodge. But for her, the monster dog was simply too fast. Before she could even take half a step, she was knocked to the ground. Cheng Duo struggled to crawl towards the crowd, constantly crying for help. But no one was willing to extend a hand. In their eyes, the small girl who had been knocked down by the monster dog was already dead. Wang Chao roared angrily and staggered towards Cheng Duo, wanting to save her. But soon, two more monster dogs blocked his path. They didn't attack. They simply obstructed Wang Chao from rescuing her. It was as if they wanted him to watch the girl get torn apart bit by bit. Wang Chao realized that to catch the thief, he needed to catch the king first, and hurriedly turned to charge at the little puppy. The woman wore a strange smile and didn't summon the monster dogs to block him. She simply took out a handgun. Wang Chao's heart sank, and he quickly reassured himself. I'm already LV3 now. My talent, armored shell, should be able to block bullets. Holding on to this belief, Wang Chao's speed increased even more. The short-haired woman's talent is summoning. She shouldn't have much close combat ability. As long as I take her down, Cheng Duo will be saved. The distance between Wang Chao and the little puppy quickly shrank. Just as success seemed within reach, suddenly, the gun fired. Wang Chao watched helplessly as blood erupted from his body, as fragile as thin paper. What happened? Did my talent fail? Bang! Bang! Two more shots rang out. Wang Chao felt intense pain in his legs, as if they had been broken. He collapsed helplessly to the ground, his ears filled with the mad laughter. Ah, this is hilarious. You fatso, you're so stupid. Are you confused about why your talent suddenly stopped working? The little puppy reached for her neck, pulling out a blood-red pendant. See this? A high-quality item, magic crystal pendant. With this, all talents within 3 meters of me will become ineffective. Even if your defense is impenetrable, in front of me, it's still a matter of one shot. What? Wang Chao stared blankly at the pendant at the woman's fingertip, a sense of powerlessness rapidly spreading within him. The woman from Sakura country actually possessed an item that could nullify talents. How can I fight now? Before Wang Chao could recover from his shock, another change occurred not far away. Zhao Jin seemed to have also activated some means, his combat power suddenly increasing. After a series of relentless attacks, he actually forced the sword-wielding woman back. Chapter 50. The Demon Cocoon. Don't say it's just the four of you. Even if you add that old man Lin Tianxia, he wouldn't be my match. Zhao Jin laughed maniacally, his fists like the wind. After pushing back the struggling Lin Qinfeng, he provocatively continued, "Oh right, I almost forgot. Lin Tianxia has already died from poisoning. Haha." The four daughters of the Lin family were stunned, their eyes filled with shock. The cause of Lin Tianxia's death was still a mystery. Why did Zhao Jin say he died from poisoning? Did you kill the old man? Lin Qinyue's eyes widened, her voice trembling with extreme anger. "Bastard, I will kill you." "Qinyue." Lin Qinfeng urgently grabbed her sister, lowering his voice in a rush. "Don't be impulsive. We are not his match. Wait for the teacher to come. He will arrive soon." "Eldest sister." Lin Qinyue's voice was hoarse. "Didn't you hear? It's Zhao Jin. He killed the old man. We must take revenge, big sister. Let me go, I want revenge." Lin Qinfeng, already injured, found it hard to hold on as Lin Qinyue struggled fiercely, and for a moment, he lost his grip. Lin Qinyue, who had no combat ability, could not possibly be Zhao Jin's opponent. It was like a meat bun hitting a dog. Lin Qinyue didn't even manage to touch him before being knocked down and firmly restrained by Zhao Jin's subordinates. This scene fell squarely in Wang Chao's sight. The last hope was completely shattered. The little dog, Matsumoto, stepped on Wang Chao's shoulder with a mocking expression. "Stupid fat man, seeing your courage. I'll give you a way out. Bow your head twice and shout 3 times that the Huaxiao people are forever the dogs of Sakura, and I'll spare your life. Otherwise, you will be the next to die." After saying this, Matsumoto looked at Cheng Duo not far away. The girl was covered in wounds from bites and had fainted from the pain. But the 3 monstrous dogs continued to gnaw at her, their bloody feast making one shiver. Wang Chao trembled, slowly leaning forward. Matsumoto's smile deepened, preparing to enjoy the impending begging for mercy. His head was about to hit the ground when Wang Chao suddenly hardened his expression and roared as he lunged forward. "I'll screw your grandma." Matsumoto was caught off guard and was actually knocked to the ground. Seeing his success, Wang Chao hurriedly reached out to grab the demon crystal pendant. Unfortunately, due to his severe injuries, he was a beat too slow. Matsumoto delivered a knee strike, breaking free from his restraint. "You ungrateful thing. Since you are so eager to die, I'll grant your wish." The girl drew her gun and pulled the trigger. The firepower poured out, and the magazine was emptied. However, Wang Chao was not dead. Not only was he unharmed, but not a single bullet had hit him. All attacks were blocked by a giant shield that was half his height. 2 furry cat ears peeked out from behind the shield, nervously shaking before quickly drooping down again. It seemed to have blocked something. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. It was the master who told me to do this." "Master? Where did the master go?" Elisa looked timidly at Matsumoto like a frightened rabbit. Matsumoto stared blankly, clearly still processing what had just happened. However, the killing intent that followed instinctively made her body react. Matsumoto dodged to the side, just in time to avoid a blade that slashed diagonally at her. A man in light armor appeared out of thin air, his eyes filled with coldness. Wang Chao recognized the newcomer, and the tears he had been holding back finally flowed freely. "Luli, what happened? Why are you in such a mess?" Luli glanced at Wang Chao behind a shield and raised his hand to activate extreme healing. Wang Chao's injuries quickly healed, and within a few breaths, he had regained his ability to move. Seeing Wang Chao get up, Matsumoto's expression turned even more astonished. This mysterious man who suddenly appeared seemed to have used a healing talent. But how could this be? He was still within the range of the demon crystal pendant. His talent should have been ineffective. "Who are you? You don't look like a local." Luli frowned, sizing up Matsumoto. I'm certainly not a Huaxiao person. I come from the noble Sakura." Luli raised an eyebrow. "So, you're a Sakura person living comfortably. Then that's fine." Matsumoto sneered. "What's wrong? Are you afraid?" Luli shook his head, a swirling black mist surrounding him. "No, I was worried I might kill the wrong person." In an instant, A ghostly wail seemed to echo. The black mist condensed, transforming into various soul weapons. The sheer number filled the empty community. Most of Zhao Jin's men didn't have time to react before being ruthlessly killed by the soul weapons. The situation reversed in an instant. Matsumoto could only stare blankly at everything before her, watching her side crumble. Was this mysterious man also a summoner? But how could he summon instantly? And the number of summoned entities. How could there be so many? Demon Cristal Pendant. Corrupted hunting dogs? So that's how it is. Lu Li slowly stepped forward, inching closer to Matsumoto. I have always wondered why, despite Earth's position being so remote, it was still affected during the first wave of the demon tide. Now I understand. It turns out, it was Yusakura people who were up to no good. As soon as the words left his mouth, Lu Li suddenly accelerated. The blade sliced through the air, the killing intent sharp. Matsumoto wanted to dodge, but the next second, she was horrified to find that Lu Li had vanished. She couldn't capture the trajectory of the attack at all. Before the second syllable could roll out of her throat, a surge of blood blocked it back. Matsumoto felt a large gash open in her neck, her head uncontrollably tilting back. TSK, I thought you were so powerful. Lu Li flicked the blade, instinctively activating Soul Devour. But this time, there was no familiar prompt sound. I'm not dead yet. Lu Li frowned slightly and stepped forward to check. Unexpectedly, Matsumoto's corpse suddenly jerked and crawled up in an eerily unnatural manner. Her head was only half connected to her body, swaying back and forth, with indistinct sounds coming from her throat. Lu Li, you actually forced me to use that item. You must die here today. A large amount of crimson blood sprayed from her neck wound, enveloping Matsumoto's corpse entirely. The three monstrous dogs leaped into the blood and disappeared, as if into a writhing cocoon. The sounds of bones cracking and muscles tearing echoed continuously from within, emitting a heart-pounding sense of oppression. Demon cocoon! Lu Li's pupils constricted, and he immediately shouted to Wang Chao, "Get out of here, quickly!" But it was already too late. The swollen, writhing demon cocoon suddenly shrank, and then quickly expanded. In just a breath, it exploded with a loud noise. The violent, demonic energy swept through the entire community, causing everyone present to suffer varying degrees of contamination. Even the prepared Lu Li was afflicted with the negative effect of demonic energy corruption. Chapter 51. Parasitic Demon. Lu Li frowned tightly, staring intently ahead. After the magic cocoon burst open, there was still a mass of black and red foreign substance inside, writhing as if searching for something. Parasitic Demon. Relevant information jumped into Lu Li's mind. Being contaminated by demonic energy not only afflicts players with a negative effect of demonic erosion. When the erosion reaches a certain degree, the target contaminated by demonic energy will transform into a magic cocoon, hatching into various demonic creatures. The parasitic demon is one of them. However, what puzzled Lu Li was that the cherry blossom woman had clearly been killed, so why could she still turn into a magic cocoon? She seemed to have mentioned using an item. Could it be corrupted essence? Thinking of this, Lu Li's vigilance heightened. If it was indeed a parasitic demon catalyzed by corrupted essence, it would be much more difficult to deal with than ordinary demons. It's not that their combat power is particularly strong, but because such demons carry a powerful pollution aura. It's akin to a toad climbing on one's foot. It doesn't bite, but it's still bothersome. Without the assistance of holy talents, rashly engaging could lead to deep erosion, resulting in irreversible transformation into a magic cocoon. Moreover, it wasn't just Lu Li himself. Even those soul soldiers would be affected. Once demonic erosion reached a certain level, they would lose control, becoming independent entities similar to shadow monsters. In his previous life, Lu Li had suffered losses in this regard, resulting in the loss of 100 high-level soul soldiers. After living a second life, he had finally accumulated some resources. He didn't want to lose them all. Soul Soldier Recovery. Although the second phase of bloody slaughter can purify the negative effects of demonic erosion, it was still on cooldown for 24 hours, preventing Lu Li from activating it. The only method left was Lin Qinyue's holy talent, Holy Blessing. But that rude young lady from the Lin family seemed to have become Zhao Jing's hostage. What a help! Lu Li let out a sigh and activated lightning arrow. No matter what, he had to deal with the parasitic demon first. The arcs of electricity struck like dragons, fiercely hitting the black-red mass. When it came to demons, especially those transformed from cherry blossom people, Lu Li never held back. The parasitic demon writhed desperately and, after taking several hits, let out a woman's scream. Zhao Jing. Save me. Seeing Zhao Jing remain indifferent, the parasitic demon shouted again. Zhao Jing. If I die, the Moriaka clan and the Zhao family will no longer be friendly. Your hope of joining the earthly level families will be completely shattered. Hearing these two statements, Zhao Jing, who had planned to retreat, paused. Damn it, that cheap woman. He cursed under his breath and stubbornly turned around. By this point, he had already realized Lu Li's strength. Not only did he occupy the top of the level rankings, but the fact that his summoned creatures could instantly fill the area was enough to prove the problem. It was known that the so-called summoning genius of the Moriaka clan, Komatsu Waki, could at most summon 3 corrupted hounds. Moreover, a lengthy summoning ritual was required beforehand. But Lu Li, damn it, didn't need any of that. It was as if with just a thought, those terrifying summoned creatures would emerge from the shadows, mercilessly harvesting lives. If it weren't for the fact that Lu Li had already recalled his summoned creatures, Zhao Jing wouldn't have turned back to save Komatsu Waki even if he died. Lu Li, look who it is. Zhao Jing shouted loudly, stretching out his hand to drag Su Xiao out. Although Su Xiao hadn't been violated yet, the gunshot wound combined with demonic erosion left her in terrible condition. Her body was bare, with only a few tattered rags for cover, resembling a doll that had been played with and ruined. Lu Li paused his actions, his gaze icy. Seeing the effect, Zhao Jing immediately became smug. Didn't he expect it? Lu Li, your little lover is in my hands. When you threatened me with Luo Hong back then, you should have thought of today. Hand over Komatsu Waki obediently, or I'll crush her on the spot. He thought Lu Li would be filled with panic, or at least show some hesitation. But Zhao Jing saw none of that. What he saw was only coldness, and a hint of disdain. Go ahead and make your move, Lu Li said, then continued to bombard the parasitic demon with lightning arrows. Zhao Jing was dumbfounded. No, Lu Li was not following the script. You don't believe I will kill her? Zhao Jing's eyes widened, looking uncertain at the hostage in his hand. It was indeed Su Xiao, but why did Lu Li seem completely unconcerned? Weren't they classmates? Weren't they friends? Moreover, according to Wang Shuyan, the perfect quality equipment Su Xiao had was a gift from Lu Li. Their relationship shouldn't be very close. The screams of Komatsu Waki echoed continuously, stimulating Zhao Jing's nerves. No, if Lu Li didn't care about Su Xiao, how could he casually gift her perfect quality equipment? He must be pretending. Thinking of this, a sinister smile appeared on Zhao Jing's face. The next moment, Zhao Jing formed a sword with his fingers and viciously stabbed it into Su Xiao's wound. She let out a muffled groan, her expression painful. Just doing that wasn't enough. Zhao Jing forcefully tore at the wound, intending to intensify the pain. Even with an iron will, it would be hard to endure. But even if Su Xiao's voice became hoarse from screaming, fainting from the pain, Lu Li remained indifferent. Lightning arrows continued to rain down without stopping. He really seemed to not care at all. On the contrary, Lin Qingyue, who was also captured, couldn't bear it and desperately shouted for Zhao Jing to stop. Shut your mouth. Zhao Jing raised his hand and slapped Lin Qingyue, contemplating how to make Lu Li stop. If this continued, Komatsu Waki would be roasted by the lightning arrows. At that moment, a lecherous-looking man suddenly spoke. Jingge, do you remember Chen Hao? Zhao Jing glanced at the man named Feng Shi with annoyance. What are you bringing him up for? He has already recognized the thief as his father. He has nothing to do with us now. Feng Shi nodded repeatedly. That's right, but Chen Hao is actually dead, right? Zhao Jing was increasingly puzzled about what Feng Shi wanted to say and, in an irritated tone, asked, What exactly do you want to say? Feng Shi chuckled awkwardly. His eyes dark. I speculate that Lu Li doesn't worry about Su Xiao being killed because of his talent. Because he can turn the deceased Chen Hao into his summoned creature. Zhao Jing was stunned. How did he not think of this? If Lu Li's talent could indeed turn the dead into summoned creatures, then Su Xiao's death might actually be a good thing for him. Continue. Zhao Jing urged with a frown. Feng, she licked his lips, his face full of expectation. It's precisely because of this that Su Zhao's death poses no threat to Lu Li. To make him compromise, we still have to use the old method. Strip this girl naked and let the brothers have their fun one by one. I don't believe Lu Li can remain indifferent. Chapter 52. The trump card is broken? Yes. Zhao Jin slapped his forehead. Lu Li and Su Xiao are close, so he surely can't stand to see Su Xiao humiliated. Lu Li, if you don't stop now, this little beauty's innocence will be gone. At that time, even if your ability can revive her, she will still carry the memory of being humiliated in front of you. Are you really indifferent? Zhao Jin's voice was loud, not only for Lu Li but also heard by Wang Chao and Ma Han. The latter two were furious and wished they could rush in to rescue Su Xiao. Lu Li also reacted this time, but only paused his movements slightly, reducing the frequency of releasing the lightning arrows. Feng Shi began to tear away the last piece of clothing on Su Xiao. The lewd laughter echoed continuously, but Lu Li remained unmoved. Save her, Lu Li. Ma Han struggled and shouted. Lu Li, save the squad leader first. I'm begging you. Wang Chao cried on the ground. Useless. You can't even protect your own woman. What kind of man are you, Lu Li? Lin Qinwei cursed incessantly. The figure in the open space still did not move. Everyone thought Lu Li had given up on Su Xiao. Only the shield-bearer, Eliza, who had a very low presence, did not think so. She shook her ears and sensed a familiar feeling from the figure. It came to her. It was the feeling that surrounded Lu Li when he killed the Chun family's knife slave. Eliza instinctively activated her talent, favor of the goddess of luck. In the next moment, the sound of lightning arrows abruptly stopped. Lu Li's figure suddenly blurred. In its place was a shadow with a miserable face. Feng Shi, who had been distracted, froze for a moment, and then felt his arms lighten. A warm sensation rushed toward him. It wasn't the sweet and smooth body temperature of the beauty beneath him, but the hot, stinking blood. The hand that was severed at the root twitched on the ground, like a vulture's claw, trying to desecrate that body so close at hand. Feng Shi wanted to shout something, but only a single syllable escaped his lips. It was as if cement had sealed his mouth and nose. Cardiac arrest. The last thing he saw was Zhao Jin's terrified expression. Why did it trigger absolute kill? The already invisible Lu Li was surprised in his heart, but his hand movements did not stop. The insect tooth sliced through like flowing water, directly attacking Zhao Jin's throat. Perhaps it was the splattering blood that revealed Lu Li's figure. Or perhaps Zhao Jin had an extraordinary sense. Faced with the invisible attack, he instinctively leaned back, barely avoiding the blade's edge. Immediately afterward, he kicked up and sent Su Xiao and Feng Shi's body flying several meters away. Zhao Jin, save me! Without the suppression of the lightning arrows, the sharp cry of the little pine puppy rang out again. Stop shouting. I need to kill Lu Li first, otherwise, neither of us will survive. Zhao Jin roared in annoyance. First, save me. I have a way to break the invisibility and help you see him. Really? What good would it do me to lie to you? Seeing that the little pine puppy said so, Zhao Jin no longer hesitated. Reached out and grabbed the hostage Lin Qinwei, then strode towards the black-red meat chunk. Behind him, screams rang out. Without the hostages, Zhao Jin's subordinates were slaughtered by Lu Li. Wang Shuyin and He Peiqin saw the situation was not good and retreated repeatedly, quietly blending in with the survivors. With you looking like this, how can you help me? Zhao Jin walked a few steps to the meat chunk, guarding against his surroundings while asking. Extend your hand. The black-red meat chunk trembled, emitting a seductive sound. Zhao Jin hesitantly extended his arm. In the next moment, a sudden change occurred. The black-red meat chunk suddenly shrank, shooting out numerous meat tendrils, eager to drill into Zhao Jin's arm. The latter did not expect such a change at all and immediately screamed as he retreated repeatedly. Bitch, what are you doing? Don't be afraid, Zhao Jin will be fine soon. The voice of the little pine puppy echoed softly. However, this time, the source of the voice was not the rapidly deflating black-red meat chunk. Instead, it came directly from Zhao Jin's throat. The meat tendrils pierced into Zhao Jin's flesh, rapidly strengthening his body. The grotesque bone spikes broke through his skin, and the writhing muscles bulged. when a fist-sized, skinless crimson head emerged from his neck. The fear on Zhao Jin's face had completely vanished. In its place was a near-manic realization. So that's how it is. Zhao Jin looked up and down at his mutated body, a twisted smile of satisfaction appearing on his face. Now, I can see the target that has been corrupted by demonic energy. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Jin suddenly raised his arm to block in front of him. The bulging muscles were inexplicably opened up, but Zhao Jin did not retreat. Instead, he lunged forward, using another deformed arm to grab fiercely at the air. The burst of blood mist exploded in his palm. The injured Lu Li quickly retreated, his invisibility completely exposed. Ha! Lu Li spat out a mouthful of blood foam and activated his talent, extreme healing. Although Zhao Jin's strike was not serious, after merging with the parasitic demon, he also carried a pollution halo. This hit doubled the negative effects of corruption by demonic energy. If he took 2 or 3 more hits, it would inevitably lead to deep corruption. By then, even if Lu Li had incredible abilities, he could not avoid the fate of turning into a demonic cocoon. If only I had a holy attribute talent, Lu Li thought to himself, glancing at Lin Qinyue, who was being controlled not far away. That young lady from the Lin family's holy blessing counts as a holy attribute talent. Why not find a chance to kill her and then devour soul to take it? Just as this thought formed in his mind, Lu Li shook his head. He was not a person who craved killing. Although Lin Qinyue had offended him with words, it was not a crime worthy of death. Moreover, things had not reached a desperate situation. It seems that corruption by demonic energy has already begun to affect my mind. Lu Li frowned, putting away the insect tooth dagger. Seeing this, Zhao Jin thought Lu Li had given up resistance and laughed wildly. Huh, has your skill run out? Knowing you're not my match, are you planning to drop your weapon and surrender? Let me tell you, it's too late. After saying that, Zhao Jin kicked hard against the ground. The hard concrete floor instantly burst with spider web-like cracks, and his figure shot towards Lu Li like a cannonball. Meanwhile, Lu Li appeared to have truly lost his fighting spirit, quickly moving aside, seemingly searching for a safe position to hide. It was too late. In the blink of an eye, Eliza, who was watching the battle, felt a gust of wind brushing against her body, and the next second, she realized Lu Li had hidden behind her. Eliza, hold on. Huh? Master you. Before Eliza could finish her sentence, Zhao Jin had already arrived. A dull crashing sound echoed. Eliza felt her hands tighten at the base of her palms, and her body involuntarily moved back 2 inches. After activating her talent, her luck indeed worsened, and she failed to trigger perfect block. Eliza's eyes filled with tears. It wasn't out of fear, but from pain. Zhao Jin's impact was simply too strong. Even with the damage reduction from Shield of the Coward, the force transmitted to Eliza was still terrifying. After merging with the parasitic demon, Zhao Jin's attributes had greatly increased. She couldn't withstand it, but she had to endure, because this was Lu Li's order. Eliza's eyes were firm, her whole body tensed, preparing to face the follow-up attack. But at that moment, a hand suddenly reached out from behind her, crossing over the shield and pressing down on Zhao Jin. Chapter 53. Garbage Puppet? Master. Elisa turned her head and found that the serious expression on Lu Li's face was gone. You did well blocking. Leave the rest to me. Lu Li gently pushed Elisa aside and activated the balance talent. Balance, when the talent is activated by overdrawing. It removes the limit on one's crystal absorption but cannot gain level upgrades, only corresponding free attribute points after the talent ends. The additional attribute points disappear and are automatically allocated when the level truly rises. Under the premise of overdraft, the target touched by the right hand cannot absorb crystals and their 4-dimensional attributes will be forcibly equalized. Duration: 5 minutes. The small puppy saw Lu Li suddenly placing his hand on Zhao Jin's shoulder and couldn't help but mock. Lu Li, what are you doing? Helping us brush off dust? Your strength seems a bit weak. However, before she could finish, Zhao Jin's face quickly turned ugly. Wait, why is my strength attribute only 15? 8 now? This guy has a problem. Originally a full 40 points of strength attribute, after being touched by Lu Li's right hand, it directly lost more than half. Not only that, the other 3 attributes also changed. The 30 points of speed attribute became 15. 9. The 50 points of physique attribute became 15. 6. The 10 points of mental attribute slightly increased to 15. 2. What the hell is going on? The small puppy turned her deformed head, equally puzzled. Both of them recalled what Brother Dao had said before. I originally wanted to use Huang Bin's balance, talent, to temporarily lock Lu Li's attributes and subdue him. Locking attributes. Is that balance? Zhao Jin's figure jerked back repeatedly. How could Lu Li have Huang Bin's talent? Could it be that he liked collecting Chun Hao? Had summoned the deceased Huang Bin as a puppet? But no puppet appeared just now. It was only Lu Li who touched him. Could it be that Lu Li's talent is not just simply summoning the dead as puppets, but is a more thorough plundering of their abilities? Just thinking about it made Zhao Jin break out in a cold sweat. Truly worthy of the heavenly level family, the Lu family. Even as an abandoned orphan, their strength is so formidable. No way, I can't fight, he's too strong. Zhao Jin communicated with the small puppy in his heart, wanting to escape. Compared to his panic, the small puppy appeared much calmer. I really didn't expect Zhao Jin's enemy to be so interesting. But don't worry, he still isn't our match. Are you crazy? Zhao Jin couldn't process it for a moment. Right now our attributes are the same as Lu Li's, but his talent abilities far exceed ours. If we really fight, how can we win? The small puppy stretched her neck and grinned strangely. Zhao Jin, we are now the subjects of the Saint Lord. As long as we can hold on for 2 or 3 rounds without being killed by Lu Li, he will soon be drawn to the Saint Lord's aura and become our companion. By then, do we even need to fight? Huh, that's right. Zhao Jin suddenly realized. As long as the effect of demonic energy erosion turns into deep erosion, Lu Li will turn into a cocoon of demons. When he breaks free and is reborn, he will be our companion. So, the small puppy's mouth curled into an exaggerated arc. Let's speed up the erosion process. After discussing, Zhao Jin cast his gaze towards Lu Li. However, the anticipated battle did not occur. Lu Li not only did not rush to attack, but instead leisurely took something out of his spatial ring. It was a thumb-sized jade puppet. Planning to use an item? Zhao Jin immediately became alert. Although Zhao Jin was confident he could make Lu Li undergo deep erosion, that didn't mean he could make the item lose its effect. If that jade puppet was perfect or of higher quality, Zhao Jin didn't think he could handle it easily. With a forceful push of Lu Li's fingertip, the jade puppet shattered and transformed into a frail puppet. The puppet had no facial features, only a monotonous character drawn on its face. Rage. Is this it? Seeing the puppet take shape, Zhao Jin's anxious heart finally calmed down. Although he couldn't see the specific quality of the puppet, he had heard the clan elder, Zhao Quan, mention it before. Puppet-type items are often better quality the more exquisite and lifelike they are. And at this moment, Lu Li's puppet, let alone exquisite, didn't even have facial features. The face even pretentiously had a character rage written on it, clearly a puppet item that couldn't be any more garbage. Thinking of this, Zhao Jin couldn't help but mockingly say, Lu Li, is this the only puppet item you have? Hearing this, Lu Li, who was preparing to step back and watch the show, was taken aback. Hiss. How does Zhao Jin know he has more than one knife slave? He had originally wanted to be cautious and not reveal all his cards. Since the other party has seen through it, there was no need to hide anymore. Lu Li said nothing and silently crushed the other 3 jade puppets. Watching the 3 faceless puppets appear one after another, Zhao Jin was so delighted that his mouth almost reached his ears. For faceless puppets, with their frail appearance, Zhao Jin felt he could break them with a snap of his fingers. It seemed Lu Li had truly exhausted all his means and had no other tricks left. Don't say I'm bullying you. Zhao Jin, full of disdain, shouted, with just these 4 puppets, I'll stand still and let them attack me for a minute. All the survivors felt a sinking sensation in their hearts upon hearing this. Zhao Jin's words clearly showed he didn't take Lu Li's 4 puppets seriously. They had thought Lu Li's appearance could turn the tide. But now it seemed that the situation was not as expected, with Lu Li revealing all his cards. He still didn't seem to be Zhao Jin's match. Let my puppets attack you for a minute. You're quite confident, Lu Li thought to himself, and immediately gave the knife slave puppets the order to attack. The 4 knife slaves drew their weapons and moved toward Zhao Jin. Watching the puppets move so slowly that they could almost be described as sluggish, Zhao Jin felt increasingly arrogant. He had even begun to think about how to humiliate Lu Li after defeating him. Should he trample on his classmates in front of him and crush his dignity? Or should he slowly devour Lu Li alive, letting him suffer torment? Only children make choices. Let's do it all to Lu Li. Just as Zhao Jin was lost in his fantasies, the small puppy's scream suddenly erupted, startling him. You bastard. Zhao Jin was about to curse when he suddenly noticed something was off around him. Wait, where did those 4 slow-moving, faceless puppets go? Just as Zhao Jin reacted, 4 fierce attacks came from 4 directions simultaneously. There was no place to hide. Zhao Jin clumsily defended himself, trying to withstand the blows. But those 4 seemingly frail puppets erupted with unparalleled strength at that moment. 4 strikes. Each hit Zhao Jin's limbs, taking away most of his flesh. Just a second ago, Zhao Jin had been robust, but in an instant, he turned into a matchstick man with thin arms and legs. Just as the blade was about to strike his vital point, the small puppy hurriedly shouted a warning. Zhao Jin, quickly use your talent. Chapter 54. The troubling young lady. The blade swept through like thunder and lightning. In an instant, it seemed there was hardly enough time for Zhao Jin to react. Swish, swish, swish. The sound of flesh being torn open echoed continuously. Zhao Jin stood frozen in place like a statue. Once the 4 puppets returned their blades to their sheaths, the blood and flesh on Zhao Jin's body fell to the ground like snow shaken off the branches of a tree, crackling all around. 2 heads rolled on the ground, spinning with serene expressions. Did we win? The surviving crowd was momentarily stunned, then erupted into cheers of having survived a calamity. The eldest daughter of the Lin family immediately ran to Lin Qingyue to rescue her sister, the hostage. Meanwhile, Lin Qingyue raised her frost blade and eliminated Zhao Jin's subordinates completely. Only Lu Li remained unmoved, staring intently at the scattered flesh with a grave expression. Lu Li, your puppets are really impressive. I thought I was going to die at Zhao Jin's hands today. Wang Chao helped Su Xiao up and excitedly said to Lu Li, of course, Zhao Jin's tricks are nothing in front of Brother Lu. Ma Han said, struggling to lift his head and laughing while gasping for breath. Lu Li ignored the 2 and instead spoke urgently to Lin Qinhua. Treat the injured, then get everyone out of here. It's dangerous. What? Lin Qinhua was somewhat surprised. Isn't Zhao Jin already dead? Mr. Lu, are you afraid they have reinforcements? No. Lu Li shook his head, slowly approaching the scattered flesh. Zhao Jin isn't dead yet. You all need to leave quickly. And don't forget to have Lin Qingyue remove the demonic energy erosion effect. If it stays too long, it will turn into deep erosion, and even a deity won't be able to save you then. Zhao Jin isn't dead. Lin Qinhua was momentarily stunned, looking at the scattered flesh in confusion. How can he not be dead after being cut up like that? However, despite her confusion, the eldest daughter of the Lin family trusted Lu Li's judgment and immediately had her sister activate divine blessing to remove the negative effects for everyone. On the contrary, Lin Qingyue muttered discontentedly. He is clearly dead, yet still acting mysterious. What a show-off. Qingyue, Lin Qinhua scolded, frowning. Don't be disrespectful. Lin Qingyue shrank her neck, obediently bestowing blessings upon everyone, but she deliberately skipped Lu Li. This small act did not escape Lin Qinhua's notice. Why aren't you bestowing blessings on Mr. Lu? Lin Qingyue remained silent, continuing to grant blessings to the other survivors. Only after she had removed the negative effects from everyone did she speak with a proud expression. I can bestow blessings on him, of course, but I have a condition. I want the entire Lin family to no longer recognize him as our master, and I also want Lu Li to be my servant. Lin Qinhua was shocked and quickly interrupted. Qingyue, stop talking. Hurry up and bestow blessings on Mr. Lu. Elder sister, didn't you hear what he just said? Lin Qingyue looked at Lu Li's back, her eyes filled with self-satisfaction. The effect of demonic energy erosion will turn into deep erosion if it stays too long. At that point, even a deity won't be able to save him. Without my blessing, Lu Li is doomed. Sister, this is a great opportunity. Lin Qinhua frowned, completely disapproving of her sister's actions. Qingyue, Mr. Lu has done us a favor. What you're doing is the same as repaying kindness with enmity. Lin Qingyue pushed Lin Qinhua away and insisted, I don't care about repaying kindness with enmity. I just know that the Lin family cannot become someone else's vassal. No one could step on the Lin family. Even if the old man is gone, it cannot happen. After saying this, she turned and ran towards Lu Li, shouting, Lu Li, if you want me to remove the demonic energy erosion from you, you must sign a servant contract and recognize me as your master. Otherwise, just wait to die. Lu Li's attention was intensely focused on the scattered flesh, always on guard. Suddenly hearing Lin Qinyue's shouting caused his thoughts to momentarily stop. At that moment, the two heads that had rolled on the ground suddenly trembled and opened their eyes simultaneously. One of them, Zhao Jin's head, erupted with numerous flesh tendrils, fiercely stabbing towards Lu Li, while the head of the little pine puppy jumped up like a flea and pounced at Lin Qinhue. Lu Li barely managed to defend against Zhao Jin's assault, but it allowed the little pine puppy to slip through. The moment the head collided with Lin Qinyue's arm, it seemed to have fused with her. No matter how Lin Qinyue screamed and struggled, she couldn't shake off the little pine puppy's head. Do you think you can kill me with just a few puppets? How naive, Chinese pigs! A piercing, ear-splitting laugh erupted from Lin Qinyue's throat, stabbing deeply into the hearts of the Lin sisters. Seeing Lin Qinyue being captured again, Lu Li felt a wave of speechlessness. How can this unrefined young lady be such a troublemaker all the time? Would it be so hard to just stay behind quietly? Realizing there was no hope of rescuing her, Lu Li decided to focus on dealing with Zhao Jin. However, he did not expect that Zhao Jin's head was merely a decoy. Under the continuous attacks of the lightning arrow and the blade slave, it quickly turned into a pile of scraps. Instead, it was Lin Qinyue, who had been parasitized, that jumped and dodged, fleeing the scene like the wind. Qinhue. Lin Qinhua seemed to have lost her backbone, her knees buckling as she sank to the ground. Lin Qinyue remained silent, her beautiful face cold as frost. Mr. Liu. Lin Qinhua took a couple of steps forward. My sister, don't worry. Her talent is divine, so she won't be in life-threatening danger in the short term. If we want to save her, we need to plan carefully. Lu Li put away the puppets and said lightly, the urgent matter is to remove the demonic energy erosion from me. Upon hearing this, Lin Qinyue's face flushed. If it weren't for her sister Lin Qinyue throwing a tantrum, the negative effects on Lu Li would have been removed long ago. Now, not only had they left Lu Li with a hidden danger, but she also needed to ask for help, making her feel incredibly ashamed. What can I do for you, Mr. Liu? Lu Li pondered for a moment. First, take everyone back and continue to complete the task I assigned to you. Lin Qinhua nodded slightly, turning her gaze towards the survivors. What about these people? Lu Li followed Lin Qinhua's gaze and looked towards Wang Chao and Ma Han. What are your plans next? Ma Han moved his recently healed arm, looking at Wang Chao, who was helping Su Xiao. He smiled wryly. I want to find my family first, but unfortunately, my parents are in Yuecheng, and transportation is inconvenient right now, so I can't think about that for the time being. Wang Chao replied foolishly, I live with my grandfather, but he went missing after the disaster broke out. If possible, I want to search the city. Lu Li nudda. In that case, you might as well follow Lin Qinhua for now. Lin Qinhua, Wang Chao, and Ma Han both looked at the tall woman. From her attire to her combat performance, she was clearly not in the same league as them. Lu Li is just a poor student with no parents. How could he possibly know someone like her? Moreover, it seemed Lin Qinhua still had something to ask of Lu Li. Could it be that this person is Lu Li's newly acquired rich lady? Thinking of this, Wang Chao and Ma Han simultaneously displayed an I understand expression. No wonder Lu Li was indifferent to Su Xiao. It turned out he had avoided 40 years of detours. Chapter 55. Not understanding a woman's heart, Lu Li was unclear about what the lively character across from him was mulling over. He simply took off his trench coat, intending to cover Su Xiao with it. Unexpectedly, Su Xiao turned to dodge, and a hint of resentment flickered in her eyes. Do you like being exposed? Lu Li paused his movement, feeling somewhat puzzled. You. Su Xiao bit her lip in anger, holding back for a while before squeezing out a few words. I don't want your false kindness. Today, I owe you a favor and consider it repaying the life you owe me. From now on, we have nothing to do with each other. Wang Chao and Ma Han exchanged glances, both raising their eyebrows. The class leader is jealous. Lu Li frowned, not understanding why Su Xiao was throwing a fit. However, since she said they were even, he was happy to keep things simple. He nodded and said to Lin Qinfeng, "Can you take care of these three for a while?" "No need." Su Xiao stepped forward, cutting in. "I said from now on, I have nothing to do with you, Lu Li. I want to go with you, and you don't have to worry about my safety. I will stay here and face the difficulties with the survivors." As soon as she said this, before Lu Li could respond, discontent arose among the survivors around them. What nonsense about facing difficulties together. "We don't need you here." "Exactly. If it weren't for you, our neighbors Wu and Ti have died for no reason. You're a jinx, bringing disaster. I thought you were capable and a reliable partner. But it turns out you're just a pretty vase with no use. Get lost. Sunshine Community doesn't welcome you. Leave the food behind first. That's our property." The insults echoed, creating a buzzing noise. Su Xiao listened, tears welling in her eyes. The girl clutched her chest and pushed through the crowd. Running outside. "Hey, class leader, don't go. Let us talk it out." Mahan immediately chased after her. Wang Chao stood there dazed, somewhat at a loss. Lin Qinfeng sighed lightly, took the trench coat from Lu Li's hands, and handed it to Wang Chao. "Go and talk to her, at least. Get her to put on the coat." "Okay." Wang Chao nodded eagerly and quickly ran after Mahan. "It seems Mr. Lu is not good at winning a girl's favor," Lin Qinfeng teased lightly. However, seeing Lu Li remain silent, she tactfully did not continue. "By the way," Lu Li seemed to suddenly remember something and asked, "I saw your third sister, Lin Qinxue, using a sword. Is her talent sharpness type?" Just as Lin Qinfeng was about to answer, Lin Qinxue's gentle voice came from nearby. "No, Mr. Lu, my talent is object manipulation, named Heart of Frost." Lu Li was surprised, not because the talent was rare, but because of Lin Qinxue's voice. He didn't expect the least talkative and most deadly of the Lin family's three sisters to have such a pleasant speaking tone. "Heart of Frost. I feel like I've heard that somewhere." Lu Li muttered to himself. "Talent rank? Platinum. The platinum rank, Heart of Frost. Frost territory. Wait, are you the Lord of Frost?" Lin Qinxue looked puzzled. "Mr. Lu, what are you talking about? What Lord of Frost?" However, Lu Li was completely immersed in his memories and did not immediately answer Lin Qinxue. "No, the Lord of Frost is a lecherous old man. The gender doesn't match. Could just be a coincidence. Just a coincidence that they have the same talent." The Zhao family designed the destruction of the Lin family, and the Frost territory is also a subsidiary of the Zhao family. There must be something fishy going on. Thinking this, Lu Li looked up and happened to meet Lin Qinxue's gentle gaze. Realizing he had misspoken, he coughed to cover his embarrassment and said, "Ahem, it's nothing. Your talent is good. After we wipe out the Zhao family, you might be able to advance further." Mentioning the Zhao family, a flash of hatred appeared in Lin Qinxue's eyes, but it quickly faded, and she softly hummed in acknowledgement. Just as Lu Li was about to leave with Eliza, Wang Chao rushed back, panting. "Lu Li, the class leader doesn't want to come back. I'm worried she might get into trouble alone with Shozi, so..." Lu Li shrugged, said nothing, and just shot a glance at Lin Qinfeng. The latter immediately understood and said to Wang Chao, "If she doesn't want to come back, it's fine. Just add her as a friend. If she encounters any difficulties, she can contact me directly." "Okay." Wang Chao nodded gratefully, then somewhat shyly said to Lu Li, "Can I ask you for a favor?" "Go ahead. Can you take care of Chung Duo? She's a good person." While speaking, Wang Chao looked toward the crowd. Chung Duo's injuries had healed under group healing, but perhaps due to her previous terrifying experience, she was still sitting on the ground, trembling. "We're classmates. If you don't say it, I'll help anyway," Lu Li assured. "Thanks." Wang Chao grinned and turned to run back the way he came. Lin Qinhua stepped forward to help Chung Duo up, gently saying, "Don't be afraid. You're safe now." Lin Qinfeng sighed again and asked, "What about the other survivors?" Lu Li stared at the trembling Chung Duo. His voice low yet exceptionally clear. "In my opinion, they should all be killed." "What?" Lin Qinfeng felt her ears had malfunctioned. Although Lu Li couldn't be considered helpful, he would never kill the innocent indiscriminately. Otherwise, Lin Qinhua would have died 100 times by now. The survivors of Sunshine Community may have been cowards at a critical moment, but fearing for their lives is ultimately human nature. Using that as a reason to kill. Isn't that a bit too cruel? Luli slowly turned his head, his gaze cold. Traitors deserve to die. But Luli drew out his words, then shifted the topic. They didn't betray me, so I shouldn't decide their lives or deaths. I still need to eliminate the demonic energy corrosion and will go first. Saying that, Luli waved to Eliza and strode outside. Watching the young man's back, Lin Qinfeng was left speechless. It wasn't until Luli disappeared from view that this powerful figure from the Lin family broke out in a cold sweat. Luli's words were a reminder to himself, using the survivor's betrayal to allude to Lin Qinyue's backstab. Lin Qinyue's actions undoubtedly touched this powerful person's sore spot. Yet, Luli not only did not hold it against her, but also promised to go rescue her. If we talk about fair trade, mutual benefit, what has the Lin family done for Luli? They merely collected gold and gathered intelligence. Meanwhile, Luli repeatedly risked his life to save the Lin family from peril. The contributions of both sides are completely unequal. What is he after? Don't become a traitor. Does he want a loyal servant? Lin Qinfeng muttered to herself. Lin Qinhuan noticed Lin Qinfeng's changing expression and asked with concern, "Eldest sister, what's wrong?" "It's nothing." Lin Qinfeng forced a smile. A bit bitter. Keep an eye on the global trading market these days and collect a servant contract. Chapter 56. Forensic examination of living persons in a secret underground research facility in Yongcheng. The entire space was covered with expensive soundproof materials, and the thick smell of disinfectant seemed to have taken root in the air. Zhenaihe shrank his neck, sandwiched between two men in black, stumbling forward. After winding through a maze for an unknown amount of time, the three finally stopped in front of a heavy metal door. One of the men in black stepped forward and whispered a few words to the camera next to the door. Moments later, the metal door slowly opened. A gust of wind rushed out from the crack, and Zhenaihe involuntarily inhaled. Immediately, it felt as if a large hand had gripped his stomach, waves of nausea crashing over him. The smell of blood, a bloody stench that no amount of disinfectant could cover up. Even though Zhenaihe was a forensic doctor with decades of experience, he had never encountered such a strong smell of blood. Zhenaihe retched for a while before finally straightening up. He trembled and asked the men in black, "What is this place?" The men in black did not answer his question, only responding coldly, "Once you go in, do your job well. If you don't do it right, you might lose your life. Do you understand?" "Yes, I understand. Zhenaihe's expression was one of distress, and his legs felt as if they were stepping on cotton. The space inside the door was not small. At first glance, it resembled an operating room. Numerous unknown instruments were arranged around, and in the center lay a metal table. An old man was strapped to the table. Although his hair was gray, he appeared spirited and was cursing loudly. Surrounding the table were several people in white coats. Upon seeing Zhenaihe enter, a middle-aged man with gold-rimmed glasses smiled and waved. "Mr. Zhenaihe, I am Ishii Sanken. It's a pleasure to meet you. I am from Sakura." A wave of unease spread through Zhenaihe's heart. "Mr. Ishii Sanken, what do you want me to do?" Ishii Sanken pointed at the old man on the metal table and then at the neatly arranged instruments beside the table. "I heard your dissection skills are excellent, among the best forensic doctors in Yongcheng. So I would like to ask you to dissect this old man." After speaking, Ishii Sanken gave a slight bow to Zhenaihe. Zhenaihe felt a buzzing in his head. "You mean, you want me to dissect him?" "That's right. But he is a living person. I am a forensic doctor. I only dissect corpses." Ishii Sanken looked up, a sickly smile on his face. "I believe in your dissection skills. There isn't much difference between a living person and a corpse." "How can there not be a difference?" Zhenaihe felt suffocated, and his stomach churned violently again. You want me to kill him?" No. Ishii Sanken shook his head repeatedly. "During the dissection, please ensure that this old man is still alive." "What?" Zhenaihe, filled with extreme fear, retched again. "What is the difference between this and Lingqi?" "Ah, yes, exactly, Lingqi." Ishii Sanken's face flushed with excitement. "My Chinese is not very good. Please forgive me. The purpose of inviting you here is to perform Lingqi on this old man, because only by making him feel extreme pain can this prop work." Ishii Sanken shifted his body, revealing a prop behind him. It was a palm-sized clay idol, dressed in Sakura-style clothing, with squinted eyes and a crooked mouth, hideously ugly. Although Jinaiha could not discern the specific properties of the idol, just staring at it for a few seconds made his heart skip several beats. This thing is extremely sinister. I want to do it. I can't do it. Jinaiha took 2 steps back, wanting to escape. From among the white coats came shouts. Baka, if you don't work, you'll die. If I have to torture my fellow countrymen. I can't do such an inhumane thing. Jinaiha seemed to be stirred by a sense of righteousness, roaring back. Ishii Sanken's eyes flashed with cold light as he sneered. You are truly brave, which makes me admire you. But don't forget, I can bring your family here just as easily. Liluo, she should be your precious daughter, right? After saying that, Ishii Sanken took out a tablet. The live-streaming image showed a mother and daughter bound tightly. Jinaiha's pupils dilated, and he trembled uncontrollably as if struck by lightning. I have already divorced Liwuka. Liluo was given to her mother. They have nothing to do with me. Oh, Ishii Sanken dragged out his tone. If that is the case, then there is no need to keep them alive. Tojo-kun, please kill them both. Seeing someone in the white coats preparing to leave, Jinaiha shouted out. No, don't hurt them. I'll do it. Ishii Sanken's mouth curled into a grin, becoming polite again. Then please start quickly. Jinaiha trembled with every step as he slowly approached the metal table. Gears turned, and the table began to tilt, raising the old man slightly. Let me go. I have a grandson. Don't associate with those beasts. The old man, seeing Jinaiha's face, pleaded with a mournful voice. Jinaiha hesitated again. His hand, reaching for the instruments, paused in midair. Baka! Came the roar from the white coats. Ishii Sanken adjusted his glasses and smiled. Time is precious. Think of your daughter. Jinaiha choked back tears. He felt like a complete coward. I'm sorry, sir. They threatened me with my daughter. I really have no choice. The surgical knife brought a cold sensation, cutting off the old man's warmth. Jinaiha mechanically sliced open the skin, blood oozing out, and screams erupted. Ishii Sanken gasped with excitement, as if everything happening before him was bringing him to the pinnacle of ecstasy. He continually praised Jinaiha's dissection skills. The old man's shrill screams became unceasing. The ugly clay idol began to change. Its surface faintly revealed black-red patterns, twisting and writhing like worms. The idol's size subtly expanded, and the details of the figure's face became more intricate. Kill me! Kill me! The old man, like a trapped beast, screamed every syllable, tearing at Jinaiha's soul. Jinaiha could only keep apologizing, then keep cutting. Seemingly feeling that the progress was too slow, Ishii Sanken stepped forward, grabbing Jinaiha's neck like a chick, repeatedly urging, not enough, not enough. Places like the ears and nose are areas that won't bleed much after being cut off. Hurry up and try. Next, cut open his belly and take out his intestines. Be gentle, don't let him die, otherwise your precious daughter won't survive. Yes. Exactly like that. Someone bring a mirror over and put it in front of the old man. I want him to appreciate how he is being dissected piece by piece. Chapter 57. The ambition of a wolf cub. It was unclear how long it had lasted. Until Jinaiha could no longer hold the scalpel, until the entire metal bed was soaked in blood. Only then did Ishii Sanken clap his hands, letting out a satisfied sigh like a well-fed toad. Well done, Lord Jinaiha. Your outstanding dissection skills have allowed you to complete the task ahead of schedule. Jinaiha's legs went weak, collapsing to the ground like a pile of mush. He knew the old man was still alive, but he dared not look. He didn't even dare to look at his own right hand. He couldn't bear to think about what he had just done. Ishii Sanken returned to the table, greedily lifting the clay statue. At this moment, the surface of the statue was already adorned with intricate patterns, steadily glowing. The props had finished charging and could bring that member of the Zhao family over. Yes, came a response from within the white coat. The person referred to by Ishii as Dong Jikun, a cherry blossom figure, walked out through the metal door in an unsteady manner. When he returned, he was accompanied by a lecherous-looking old man. If Luli had been present, he would surely have been astonished to see this old man, for he was none other than Zhao Erwu, the Frost Lord who possessed the heart of frost in the previous life. Ishii Taijun, I hear the props have finished charging? Zhao Erwu asked, his face full of ingratiation, his old back nearly bending at a 90-degree angle. Yes, thanks to Lord Zhenai's assistance. We were able to complete the charging so quickly. That's wonderful. Zhao Erwu quickly glanced at the Zhenai on the ground, a contemptuous smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Then, let us get started quickly. I believe that after our success, the friendship between the Moriaka domain and the Zhao family will be even stronger. Indeed, Ishii smiled as he handed the clay statue to Zhao Erwu. Don't be afraid. It will take away your talent, but won't cause you any harm. Although Zhao Erwu knew that Ishii had no reason to deceive him, his heart still jolted when his hands touched the clay statue. What if something went wrong? He, Zhao Erwu, could become the world's first player without talent. Fortunately, nothing unexpected happened. The statue silently took away Zhao Erwu's talent while its surface patterns dimmed. To use it again, it would need to be recharged. It seemed there was no problem with the taking phase. Next, as long as the bestowing phase succeeded, the God creation plan could proceed smoothly. Zhao Erwu handed the clay statue back, his face even more ingratiating. Ishii nodded, but pretended to show a worried expression. It's a pity that the charging method of this prop is somewhat special. It may not allow for many ability exchanges. Is Ishii Taijun worried about the consumption of each charging? Zhao Erwu's eyes turned, quickly guessing Ishii's thoughts. Yes. Each taking requires the suffering of 10 people to charge the props. If the amount of suffering needed for bestowing is the same, then to complete a full ability exchange, it would require 20 lives. Ishii rubbed the clay statue. There aren't many human resources left in the lab. Zhao Erwu laughed twice and flattered. If what Ishii Taijun is worried about is this, then you can rest assured. What does China have in abundance? People. If human resources are insufficient, we can replenish them anytime and anywhere. But we don't have that many hands. His Majesty the Emperor sent us here not just for the God creation alone. Ishii put the clay statue back on the table, hands behind his back. You needn't worry about manpower. My good nephew already has a plan. Oh, Zhao Jinsang has a way. Zhao Erwu chuckled. Right now, the entire Yong City is in a state of panic due to the revival. We have already released news that a shelter has been established in the center of Yong City, providing 3 meals a day and safe refuge. It won't be long before those survivors start to gather continuously. By then, won't we have as many human resources as we want? A smile finally appeared on Ishii's face. Zhou, it seems that cooperating with the Zhao family is a wise move for the Moriaka domain. However, I've heard that Zhao Jinsang seems to have encountered some troubles recently. I don't know if they have been resolved. Zhao Erwu waved his hand dismissively. What troubles? Just a jumping clown. But not long ago, I saw the announcement of Lu Li getting the first kill on a lord creature. Ishii said with a teasing tone. Perhaps he just got lucky. Don't worry. Zhao Jin will find a way to locate and deal with Lu Li. If you don't believe me, we can check the level leaderboard. Perhaps that clown has already disappeared. As he spoke, Zhao Erwu had already opened the data panel. However, the moment the leaderboard appeared, his expression froze. The first place remained unchanged, still LV. Unsing Luli. Instead, Zhao Jin's name had vanished. What happened? Zhao Jin hasn't dealt with that kid yet? A thin layer of sweat appeared on Zhao Erwu's forehead. He quickly opened the friends interface, trying to message Zhao Jin. But Zhao Jin's name was also missing from the friends list. Aside from Zhao Jin having a fit and blocking him, the only remaining possibility was that Zhao Jin was dead. Zhao Erwu's eyes widened in disbelief, feeling like a clown. At that moment, Ishii suddenly spoke up. Erwu-san, I just received a message from Chikane saying that Zhao Jinsang is with her and is on the way to the lab. Hearing this, Zhao Erwu couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Ah, that's good. I was worried he had an accident. Unexpectedly, Ishii's expression turned grim. There was indeed an accident. Not only Zhao Jinsang, but even Chikane was severely injured. That guy called Luli is not as easy to deal with as he said. Looking at Ishii's unsightly face, Zhao Erwu felt his old face burning with shame, wishing he could find a hole to burrow into. Just after boasting, he was slapped in the face at lightning speed. It felt truly sour. However, this was not the time for embarrassment. What puzzled Zhao Erwu most was how Zhao Jin, who had made full preparations, could not even handle a casual player. Although Lu Li had already reached level 15 and ranked first on the leaderboard, Zhao Jin had the assistance of Komatsu Chikane, especially with that woman's prop, Magic Crystal Pendant, which could render all nearby players' talents ineffective. It was like shooting primitive people with an AK. How could they possibly lose? Could it be that Zhao Jin was using the AK as a firewood stick? The more Zhao Erwu thought about it, the more his scalp tingled. Ishii snorted coldly. Erwu-san, I can fully feel the Zhao family's willingness to cooperate, but the strength aspect still needs to be evaluated. Therefore, let's temporarily put the God creation plan on hold until they return so we can ask properly. Zhao Erwu showed a bitter expression, but could only respond in agreement. Time slowly passed as they waited. When Komatsu Chikane returned to the lab, a full hour had already passed. Chapter 58. Lu Li's elimination plan. Ishii and Zhao Erwu looked at the unfamiliar woman in front of them, their expressions varying. After a long while, Zhao Erwu stammered. What's going on? Why is there only one person? Where's Zhao Jin? Ishii's expression grew serious as he stared at the shriveled head on the woman's arm, murmuring, I never expected you to use that item. Lin Xinyue opened her mouth, emitting a voice that was both male and female. I had no choice. My physical body was destroyed, so I could only use corrupted essence. Zhao Erwu quickly pressed on. What happened? Did the Lu family make a move? Kei Jichuan smirked. No. It was just Lu Li and a woman holding a shield. The Lin family did come to help, but their contribution was minimal. In fact, we owe our escape to the Lin family. If it weren't for this silly girl causing trouble at a critical moment, Zhao Jin and I would have been dead at Lu Li's hands long ago. As she spoke, Kei Jichuan pointed at herself. Zhao Erwu was taken aback. So, now it's you and Zhao Jin sharing this body? Kei Jichuan raised an eyebrow, proudly stating, pretty much. But Zhao Jin lost a part of his soul while covering for me during the escape. So now he can only help suppress Lin Xinyue, while I still hold the primary control of the body. Does that mean you two will have to keep sharing a body? Zhao Erwu asked worriedly. Isn't that like being a yin-yang person? Kei Jichuan frowned, impatient with Zhao Erwu's dull response. Isn't there, magic clay idol? With that item, we could just find a body for Zhao Jin. You should know that thing can not only transfer talents. Ishii nodded in agreement. Exactly. Both of you are now subjects of the Holy Master, and your affinity with the magic clay idol will be much higher, making the transfer much easier. Jichuan-chan, I happen to have a girl's body on hand with pretty good talent abilities. How about I transfer it to you later? A girl? It wouldn't happen to be one you just played with, would it? Kei Jichuan's eyes showed disgust. Of course not. You know I only like those under 14. That girl just turned 18. Not my type, Ishii said with a creepy smile, as if discussing not a living person, but a commodity. It's worth mentioning that her father is one of the top forensic experts in Yongshon, and his skills in lingering are quite impressive. She's a great charging tool. Kei Jichuan curled her lips. All right, let's keep her for now. We'll deal with Lu Li first. Zhao Erwu felt uneasy at Kei Jichuan wanting to trouble Lu Li. That Lu Li isn't someone to mess with. Shouldn't we just let it go? Zhao Erwu's attitude toward Lu Li had drastically changed, not out of cowardice. In his view, even Zhao Jin, who was fully prepared, was no match for Lu Li. The under-resourced Sakura Taijun would likely struggle as well. Let go. Lin Xinyue shot a disdainful look at Zhao Erwu. Can your Zhao family swallow this humiliation? Before Zhao Erwu could respond, Kei Jichuan continued. Even if your Zhao family are all wimps and can swallow this humiliation, I won't let Lu Li go. I must obtain his talent. Seeing Kei Jichuan's fierce expression, Ishii couldn't help but ask, that Lu Li, is his talent ability really that strong? Not just strong, but weirdly strong. Kei Jichuan gritted her teeth. Lu Li can turn dead people into summoning objects. He can also summon a large number of them in an instant. His talent has multiple directions for development, even with healing effects. Most importantly, my magic crystal pendant can't nullify his talent. With each word Kei Jichuan spoke, the surprise on Ishii's face grew. No wonder Jichuan-chan was defeated and had to use her last resort. Zhao Erwu quickly echoed, Lu Li's power is too strong. Provoking him recklessly might attract the attention of the Lu family. This is a disaster. We should just let it go. Zhao Erwu expected Ishii to agree with him. However, Ishii suddenly changed his tone, his surprised expression quickly turning to greed. No. Lu Li's appearance is a gift from the Holy Master to us. Zhao Erwu was stunned. He felt completely out of sync with Ishi's train of thought. Who else, besides those of us with the magic clay idol, could plunder Lu Li's talent? Ishi's eyes were fervent, as if he had already grasped Lu Li. So it turns out he was after the guy's talent. Zhao Erwu silently cursed, realizing he couldn't persuade these two Sakura people. He simply went along with it. Hearing Taijuan's explanation has enlightened me. But Lu Li isn't an easy opponent. If we want to take him down, we lack manpower. Fool! Who said we have to confront him head-on? Keiji Chuan no longer hid her disdain. Don't you Huaxia have a saying? All's fair in war. We can use schemes to ambush Lu Li. Zhao Erwu twitched his mouth. That little devil was quite skilled at using idioms. What clever plan does Miss K have? Zhao Erwu pretended not to hear the insult and feigned curiosity. This body is the best plan. Keiji Chuan rolled her eyes, not holding back, for what I understand. Lin Qingyue is the most favored daughter of the Lin family. If she is kidnapped, do you think the Lin family will send someone to rescue her? Zhao Erwu shrugged. Of course they will, but what does that have to do with Lu Li? The Lin family has a close relationship with Lu Li. Lin Qinyue's kidnapping is also because of him. Do you think Lu Li will just stand by? Oh, so Miss K wants to wait for the rabbit to come? Exactly. Zhao Erwu feigned respect, but his tone turned mocking. However, even Zhao Jin, who was fully prepared, couldn't capture Lu Li. How does Miss K think we can catch this cunning rabbit with just our small number of people? It doesn't matter if we can't catch him. Keiji Chuan waved her hand confidently. Because I have a backup plan, I won't leave this body for now. I'll pretend to be Lin Qinyue and let you imprison me. If it turns out I can't handle Lu Li, you can just let him take Lin Qinyue away. A Trojan horse that has passed through the city gate will definitely be able to kill Lu Li with ease. Zhao Erwu suddenly understood. No wonder this girl was talking about using schemes. She actually wanted to trick Lu Li. However, feeling embarrassed, Zhao Erwu muttered softly, pretending is fine. But won't your current voice give you away? Fool! Keiji Chuan cursed. The reason I have this voice is that Zhao Jin is still in this body. As long as we use the magic clay idol to separate him, it's fine. Chapter 59. Eliza's home, Remedy Yong City. Comprehensive shopping center. Achoo! Lu Li rubbed his nose and shifted his gaze to the round and perky buttocks of the Palu person. The fluffy cat tail swayed back and forth, seemingly enticing him to commit a crime. After a moment of silence, Lu Li spoke up. Eliza, are you shedding fur? Huh? Eliza turned back in a panic. No, not at all. Then why do I keep sneezing? Could it be due to demonic energy corrosion? Maybe. Lu Li rubbed his nose again, still feeling somewhat uncomfortable. Although he had the experience from his previous life, Lu Li had never felt the negative effects of demonic energy corrosion on his body. After all, in his past life, he would have cleared out demonic energy corrosion at the first opportunity, never dragging it out like this. Damn Lin Qinyue. If she hadn't been caught, he wouldn't have to suffer like this. Just thinking about the nearly 15 hours of cool-down time for bloody massacre made Lu Li feel a surge of irritation. Seeing Lu Li's displeased expression, Eliza quietly said, Master, I have a method that might clear the effects of demonic energy corrosion. Lu Li's eyes lit up. What method? Eliza seemed to think of something, and suddenly her little face turned red, stammering. Just say it. Don't keep me in suspense. Maiden's blood. Eliza whispered the 3 words in a tiny voice. Then, as if regretting saying it, she quickly added, It's just a home remedy. I don't know if it works. Lu Li's eyelid twitched, and he sighed, putting aside whether the method works or not. Just finding Maiden's blood is already a problem. Not to mention that the apocalypse has just erupted and the population has sharply decreased. Even if the apocalypse hadn't happened, finding a virgin would still be a difficult task. Eliza's face turned even redder, her small hands rubbing the hem of her clothes nervously. I am a complete one. I can help my master. Lu Li paused, looking Eliza up and down. It wasn't until the girl was so embarrassed she wanted to find a hole to hide in that Lu Li shook his head with a strange expression. Forget it. I'll just wait for bloody massacre to cool down. Eliza was taken aback, an inexplicable sense of disappointment rising in her heart. The complete body she valued as a treasure was actually worthless in Lu Li's eyes. Clearly, Among the Palu people, her appearance and figure were among the best. Why? Unable to hold back, Eliza voiced her inner question. Ah! Luli scratched his head, feeling a bit awkward. Although Eliza's status was that of slave, it was reasonable for a master to do as he pleased with a slave. However, if this scenario were to happen to him, Luli always felt something was off. I'm a bit tired. We should collect food first and find a place to rest. A bit tired, Eliza murmured back. She suddenly realized something. It seemed Luli hadn't rested since the start of the Nexus Arena. He'd been fighting all along. If it were someone else, they would have probably collapsed long ago. So that's how it is. I thought it was because of me. As long as Master Luli doesn't mind me, that's enough. Eliza's mind wandered. Meanwhile, Luli had started to rummage through various shops. Although it had only been 4 days since the apocalypse began, the shopping center already showed signs of having been searched. Many stores showed signs of violent break-ins, with scattered goods and broken glass everywhere. Thanks to the space ring, Luli wasn't worried about expiration, spoilage, or carrying issues. Whether it was food and drinks or clothing and tools, everything usable was stuffed into the ring. Even the luxury cars parked in the shopping center were all taken into his possession. Not for any other reason, just because the ring had a large space. If it can be stored, why not? Eliza followed behind Luli and collected quite a few women's clothing. However, Luli found it quite puzzling that most of the clothes Eliza collected were very minimalistic and even had a significant amount of seductive designs. When Luli inquired, Eliza explained that these clothes were lightweight and convenient for working. Convenient for working, my ass. Luli thought it was necessary to take some time to educate this alien slave on Earth's fashion styles. After clearing out the items in the shops, Luli and Eliza moved on to the underground warehouse. As the largest comprehensive shopping center in Yong City, the stock in the underground warehouse could almost be described as terrifying. Yet, it still couldn't fill Luli's space ring. Even after emptying the warehouse, there was still 3/5 of space left in Luli's ring. Finally done, let us find a place to rest. Luli stretched lazily and left the shopping center with Eliza. However, just as they walked out the door, they ran into a group of survivors with various outfits. It seemed they had come to search for supplies in the shopping center. A well-dressed man, looking refined, stepped out from the crowd and extended his right hand towards Luli. Hello, friend, my name is soaring, the leader of these survivors. Luli glanced at the outstretched right hand, but did not shake it, saying lightly, Hello, if there's nothing else, please step aside. Thank you. After saying this, he turned to walk around the group of survivors with Eliza. Soaring's face showed embarrassment as he quickly stepped half a step to block Luli. Don't be afraid. We're not bad people. I'm not interested in making friends. Luli fronat. All he wanted was a good place to sleep, restore his energy, and think about how to rescue Lin Qinghua. He really didn't want to deal with survivors. Perhaps sensing Luli's indifferent attitude, Soaring's smile faded, and his expression turned serious. If that's the case, then please hand over your supplies. This shopping center is our territory, and you have no right to take anything from inside. Luli was taken aback and sneered. The apocalypse has come. Order has collapsed. On what basis do you claim this as your territory? Soaring's neck stiffened, revealing a fierce look. Just by the brothers behind me. Hand over your supplies if you know what's good for you. As soon as he finished speaking, the survivors pulled out their weapons. A few even displayed their abilities. Hadyeting a myriad. I don't want to cause trouble. Luli frowned and silently took a half step back. Eliza seemed to sense something and reached for the space ring. Their small movements were fully observed by the survivors, and a few of the more anxious ones even began shouting. Brother Ming, don't waste time talking to them. Just take action. I see they have space rings. They must have a lot of good stuff on them. Everyone go for it. Kill the man, and the woman first. This woman is a kozer. She has a real little tease. I'll take her first. Hearing the crowd shouting, Soaring seemed to have decided on Luli, grinning as he approached the two. It seemed trouble had found you this time. Chapter 60. The merchant of all realms looking at the crowd, quickly closing in front of him. Luli reached for his spatial ring, ready to summon his knife slave. The atmosphere was tense. However, at that moment, a clear sound of bells suddenly reached everyone's ears. The sound was not loud, but it was extremely penetrating. Everyone was momentarily stunned and instinctively turned to look in the direction of the sound. At the end of the street appeared two huge bundles. To be precise, it was a moose carrying two bundles several times its size. It was actually the merchant of all realms. Luli was taken aback and instantly recognized the emaciated moose. His gaze searched over the moose and finally landed between the two bundles. There was a red figure there. How could it be the red-clad merchant? Luli furrowed his brow, unsure whether to feel fortunate or to consider himself extremely unlucky. The Merchant of All Realms was the only NPC character to appear after the Apocalypse game arrived, wearing red, yellow, and blue clothing. Among them, the blue-clad merchant was gentle, timid, and cowardly. The yellow-clad merchant was cunning and hard to pin down, while the red-clad merchant was fierce and fond of battle. The time and place of their appearance were completely random, with no patterns to follow. The goods they carried were also entirely unpredictable. They could be worthless trash or exceptionally valuable items. In his previous life, Luli had been fortunate enough to encounter the Merchant of All Realms once, and it had been a timid, blue-clad merchant. That transaction had brought Luli immense benefits, allowing him to break into the top 10 of the global combat power rankings. With the merchant appearing again, Luli could not miss this opportunity. The only variable was that this time it was the red-clad merchant. If Luli were to clash with Song Siming and the others, the battle-loving red-clad merchant would definitely join the fight. At that point, forget about trading. Just managing to keep their corpses intact would be a blessing. He needed to stabilize this group of survivors first. Thinking this, Luli raised both hands above his head and forced a laugh, saying, "Ha, if you provoke me, you'll find you're just squeezing a soft persimmon." Song Siming replied, "Brothers, kill him." "Huh? What did you say?" Luli had an innocent look on his face. "I said we surrender." The survivors looked at each other in confusion. "What's going on? They're surrendering? Are they that cowardly?" Song Siming's expression showed doubt as he cautiously asked, "Then you'll hand over the supplies?" "Here, take them," Luli said without hesitation, pulling off his spatial ring and handing it to Song Siming. Song Siming was completely unprepared for Luli to be so cooperative and hesitated to take it. "We still want to play with your woman. The kind of playing in line," one of the survivors shouted. "Here, play with her. Play to your heart's content," Luli said, turning his body and pushing Elisa forward. Poor Elisa looked completely bewildered. Had her master just sold her? The players in front of her seemed weak. Elisa even thought she could fight back. Why did her master suddenly surrender? Was he tired? "Master, how about you rest and let me handle them?" Elisa said, looking back uncertainly. But Luli, upon hearing this, shook his head vigorously. No, please don't resist, don't clash with them." "Huh?" Elisa was confused. However, she quickly noticed the look Luli cast towards the merchant. The Merchant of All Realms? This mysterious NPC had also appeared on the Pars Star. Wait, it was the battle-loving red-clad merchant. Elisa instantly understood Luli's intent. She immediately became obedient and said in cooperation, "Ah, yes. I'll let you play. Play to your heart's content. Please don't hurt my master, okay?" The survivors were stunned, especially the man who had shouted about wanting to play in line, who now felt like he was dreaming. This twist was surreal. Seeing everyone frozen in place and the atmosphere awkward, Luli had to steer the conversation. "Do you see that moose over there?" Song Siming paused, then quickly reacted. "I see it. What kind of powerful monster is that?" "It's the Merchant of All Realms," Luli quickly explained. "We can trade with him for precious items. The probability of the merchant appearing is very low. If we miss this chance, who knows when we'll have another." "Precious items?" Song Siming turned to look at the moose. The two enormous bundles seemed to confirm Luli's words, making his heart race. However, Song Siming did not easily believe Luli and did not impulsively send people to approach. After thinking for a while, he said, "Since it's a merchant that can trade for precious items, you go trade first. If you dare to pull tricks, I'll stab your little beauty." As he spoke, Song Siming reached out and pulled Elisa over. Luli readily agreed. He was indeed worried that Song Siming would approach the merchant. After all, it was a fierce red-clad merchant. If they angered the other party, they'd all be turned to ashes. The moose sensed someone approaching and stopped, snorting. Before Luli could speak, the red-clad merchant spoke first. "Extraordinary treasures from all realms. Honest business. Fair prices. No cheating. I wonder if this esteemed guest wishes to buy or sell. The standard opening line from the merchant of all realms. Luli replied skillfully. Can I take a look at the goods before buying? Sure, the red-clad merchant replied nonchalantly. Then, he flipped his body and jumped down from the moose's back. The two large bundles opened simultaneously, revealing the goods inside. From a distance, Song Siming took one glance and felt his heart race. Various weapons and armor, essence crystals, medicinal herbs, skill books, tickets to secret realms. There was even a giant egg the size of a watermelon. Luli was not lying. The merchant had all good things. Song Siming, not far away, was also watching. If he could buy all these good things, I would be the pinnacle of combat power in Young City. No, I might directly become the pinnacle of combat power globally. But I don't know what the trading currency of a merchant of all realms is. While fantasizing, Song Siming continued to look. He saw Luli speaking with the merchant for a few moments before opening the chat interface and operating it. Before long, numerous golden bricks appeared out of thin air, crashing down on the ground. Using gold for trading? Song Siming was stunned, but also puzzled. Logically speaking, with the apocalypse having erupted, such precious metals as gold should no longer hold value. A bag of rice would be more useful than a ton of metal lumps. How could Luli still use gold to purchase precious items? Could it be that gold had some unknown use? But if one didn't have gold on hand, would they be unable to trade? His mind swirling with thoughts, Song Siming's already limited patience wore thin. Seeing that Luli was trading smoothly with the merchant and there was no danger, Song Siming simply pushed Elisa and led the others towards the merchant. He had a bold idea, one that didn't require paying gold to get all the goods. Seeing more people approaching, the red-clad merchant spoke in a calm tone. Customers who wish to trade, please wait a moment. We'll do one transaction at a time. Wait your ass. Song Siming directly drew his blade and shouted, I'm here to rob. Hand everything over. The red-clad merchant. Ooh. Are you sure you want to rob me? The red-clad merchant raised his head, looking at Song Siming with a smile that was not a smile. Chapter 61. No pain. No gain. Looking at the ridiculous weapon in Song Siming's hand, Luli sighed while holding his forehead with one hand. If you don't court death, you won't die. Song Siming didn't notice Luli's change at all and just threatened fiercely, stop wasting time, hand over everything quickly, you little squirt. The traveling merchant was indeed short, standing at less than a meter tall. Because of this, Song Siming thought the other party was an easy target with no combat power, someone he could easily manipulate. You say I'm short? The expression of the red-clothed traveling merchant became increasingly strange, looking at Song Siming as if he were a noisy monkey. Luli silently stepped back 2 paces. It was coming. In his previous life, he hadn't seen the traveling merchant's attack methods, but he had learned about them through other channels. Besides the various props, the traveling merchant possessed a very bug-like ability. Analogous to a player, the merchant's talent could be likened to space manipulation. It's been a long time since anyone dared to say I'm short. The traveling merchant spoke in a flat tone, as if reminiscing about something. He casually waved his hand. Song Siming didn't even react before his vision suddenly dropped. The red-clothed traveling merchant, who had previously only needed to look down at him, now required him to look up. Had the other person suddenly grown taller? No, that wasn't it. Luli was still taller than the red-clothed traveling merchant. He had become shorter. Song Siming's eyes widened in terror as he helplessly stared at his mysteriously vanished lower half. It was gone just like that. Now, I'm taller than you. The red-clothed traveling merchant seemed quite pleased with Song Siming's reaction, a playful smile on his face. The survivors, seeing their leader suddenly lose half of his body, immediately screamed and backed away, trying to escape. But it was all too late. The red-clothed traveling merchant extended his right hand and gently grasped it. The panicking survivors were instantly squeezed together, turning into a mush of flesh and blood mid-air. They didn't even have time to scream. Instant kill. Luli clicked his tongue. This was clearly not about being combative. It was simply a thirst for blood. Song Siming. Oh, Song Siming. Why did you choose to provoke this unique NPC? Please, don't kill me. The half-bodied Song Siming writhed on the ground, stammering in plea. Don't worry, I won't kill you. You only said I was short. That's not a death sentence. After saying this, the red-clothed traveling merchant snapped his fingers. I'll send you to a good place." As soon as the words were spoken, the space in front of the merchant shattered like a rapidly opening giant mouth. Song Simon and his mass of flesh were casually tossed into the rift like garbage. The space closed up as if nothing had happened. This is what a strong person is like, Lu Li silently marveled. Just when he thought the transaction could continue, the red-clothed traveling merchant cast an unfriendly glance at Elisa. "You and them, are you all in cahoots?" No, she is with me. We don't know them at all. Will you really explain it? If the traveling merchant misunderstood, the situation could become dire. "Oh, so you're not in cahoots." The merchant nodded slightly, seemingly ready to turn the page on this matter. However, before Lu Li could breathe a sigh of relief, the merchant suddenly asked, "So, do you think I'm short? Lying will get you killed." "Oh no." Lu Li's heart sank. Was the merchant short? Standing at less than a meter, of course. He was short, but if Lu Li spoke the truth, his life would definitely be at risk. Yet if he lied and said he wasn't short, it would undoubtedly be like slapping his own foot. Either way, it was a death sentence. No matter how he answered, there was no right way. A tremendous sense of oppression enveloped Lu Li, making him feel like he was sitting on pins and needles. After pondering for a moment, Lu Li took something out from his space ring and said, "I believe you're not short." "Oh, really?" A cold glint flashed in the merchant's eyes, and killing intent permeated the air. Lu Li quickly added, "Because you can chop off the head of any tall person to eliminate that gap. So you're not short at all." After saying this, Lu Li immediately presented the item in his hand to the merchant. "A small gift, please don't dislike it." The merchant was taken aback, and the coldness in his eyes receded significantly. Looking at the small gift Lu Li offered, he suddenly burst into laughter. What a clever answer. "All right, today I'll give you a 20% discount on all items." Finally, he had saved his life. Lu Li breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he was clever and had bought the super lollipop, the favorite of the multidimensional traveling merchants at the hub arena. Otherwise, he might not have made it through this predicament. The transaction continued. The currency Lu Li used to buy items came from the refined gold given by Dio. However, due to the limited refined gold reserves in the hub arena, he couldn't exchange for 200,000 tons at once. So Lu Li could only use 100,000 tons. Originally, this was not enough to buy all the items, but now that the red-clothed traveling merchant had given Lu Li a 20% discount on everything, a rough calculation showed that he could barely manage to buy everything. "I want all the items in your pack," Lu Li said. Although the total price was a bit high, he still had the super lollipops. Boosting his favorability and asking for more discounts wouldn't be a problem. In the end, Lu Li exchanged 100,000 tons of refined gold plus 10 super lollipops for all the goods from the red-clothed traveling merchant. "I never expected that the first deal on this planet would be with such a delightful customer," the red-clothed traveling merchant said with a cheerful smile as he organized his pack, looking very pleased. Lu Li seized the moment and said, "I'm also very satisfied with this transaction. I just wonder if there will be a chance to meet again in the future." The merchant gave Lu Li a meaningful look and said with a hint of mockery, "Fate will bring us together again." Lu Li nodded non-committally, as if casually saying, "If we meet again, I will definitely bring more super lollipops." The red-clothed traveling merchant paused in his actions, and the playful glint in his eyes quickly turned into anticipation. "Wait, you can still get more of this sweet treat?" "Of course," Lu Li replied confidently, "but the ingredients for this treat are precious. So I will need to put in some effort to obtain them." "All right, as long as you can get more." The red-clothed traveling merchant was visibly delighted. However, soon his expression became conflicted. After hesitating for a long time, he finally took out a palm-sized conch from his pocket. "Take this. Once you have super lollipops, blow it, and I will appear immediately." When Lu Li took a look at it, he discovered that this unremarkable conch was actually a unique item of mythical quality. Item name: magical conch. Quality: mythical, unique. Function description: a wind instrument. Its sound echoes throughout the universe. Note: don't blow it too often, it disturbs the peace. Suppressing his excitement, Lu Li asked, "So if I want to buy or sell items, can I also blow it? For big deals like today, you can blow it." The merchant seemed somewhat reluctant, but added, "Of course, it's best to blow it after you get the lollipops. After all, my business is quite busy, and I have to run to many places." "Got it." Luli raised an eyebrow and carefully stored the conch. He thought the red-clothed traveling merchant would bid farewell. But unexpectedly, he rummaged around the reindeer and soon pulled out a large, blackened iron pot. Chapter 62. Caught in the act? This is... Luli looked at the iron pot in front of him, which was the size of a grinding wheel, somewhat confused. It's just a pot. The traveling merchant brushed off the ash from his hands, then pulled out a huge spatula from his clothes. You bought all my goods, right? Inside, there's a set of herbs for body enhancement. Using this pot along with this spatula will yield better results. Luli raised an eyebrow. Oh, got it. It's a pot for medicinal baths. No. The traveling merchant clambered onto the back of the deer. You should take a good look at the instruction manual later. Don't waste those herbs. I've collected them for a long time, and I feel a bit reluctant to sell them to you. Luli's heart leaped with joy, knowing that the boost in favorability was at work, and quickly nodded in thanks. Thank you for the reminder. Watching the red-clad traveling merchant break through the void and leave, Luli took Elisa to a nearby hotel. Sweet Couple Hotel. Elisa slowly read the large characters on the sign, her little face turning red. The host indeed said not to, but her body was very honest. However, Elisa did not feel afraid or resistant. On the contrary, she felt a sense of joy at finally being accepted. It was just. That kind of thing was also her first experience, and she was unsure if she could satisfy her master, Luli. Luli had no idea that Elisa had so much inner turmoil. Right now, all he wanted was to sleep, the proper kind. This hotel was the closest, so let us just rest here for now. Okay, listening to the master. Elisa obediently nodded, fully prepared to dedicate herself. The two entered the hotel side by side. Little did they know, this scene happened to be witnessed by a passing group of survivors. Unlike the ragtag bunch Lee had encountered earlier, this group was almost entirely composed of women, all well-armed. The leading woman, while not clad in armor, emanated a competent aura. Not only that, but among the crowd were three of Li's familiar classmates, Wang Chao, Mahan, and Su Xiao, wrapped in a thick blanket. Fatty, my eyesight is poor. Can you help me see if that pair, just now, included Li? Mahan squinted, poking Wang Chao beside him. It looks like him, but didn't Li go with that rich lady named Lin Qingfeng? How could he be here? Wang Chao scratched his head in confusion. Maybe they just look alike. Mahan, seeing that Wang Chao didn't get his meaning, poked him again. Su Xiao bit her lip, remaining silent and not joining the conversation. Instead, the leading woman turned her head curiously and asked, Do you know those two? Too far to see clearly. Wang Chao and Mahan quickly glanced at Su Xiao and then said in unison. The leading woman squinted her eyes, looking at Su Xiao. Xiao Su, do you know them? Are they your friends? Su Xiao bit her lips even tighter, and after a moment of silence, shook her head. Sister Wu, I didn't see clearly. They should be strangers who look somewhat alike, so they don't know them. The woman, referred to as Sister Wu, nodded. As if realizing something, she spoke to the people behind her. I plan to investigate those two survivors. A reminder immediately came from the crowd. Sister Wu, this is Song Siming's territory. It's not advisable to stay long. Before that person could finish speaking, someone interrupted. What is there to fear? We have so many people. Are we worried that that scoundrel Song Siming will trouble us? I saw that kid taking a girl to a couple's hotel. He doesn't seem like a good person. Could he be one of Song Siming's people? ISNT, that even more reason to go ask. Maybe we can save that girl's life. Why ask anything? That girl must be forced. Didn't you see her face turning red? In my opinion, we should just rush in and take that guy down. But what if we kill someone on Song Siming's turf? What if he comes after us? What is there to fear? Our next stop is the refuge in the center of Yong City. By the time Song Siming reacts, he won't be able to find us. The women chattered incessantly, and in their words, they had already sentenced Li to death. Sister Wu raised her hand to signal everyone to be quiet. I'm just going to check things out. If that guy really isn't a good person, I'll bring the girl back. With just that one sentence, everyone's opinions were completely unified. Mahan cheerfully stepped forward. Sister Wu, it's too dangerous for you to go alone. Let Fatty and me accompany you. Wang Chao, with a head full of question marks, exclaimed. Huh? I'm going too. Yes, Xiao Su will go too. Sister Wu nodded, giving Su Xiao a meaningful look. Su Xiao opened her mouth to say something, but ultimately swallowed her words. The four-person team immediately set off, quietly sneaking into the sweet couple hotel. Coincidentally, Wu Siyuan, also known as Sister Wu, had a platinum tier talent called tracking. This was a very suitable perception-type ability for finding people. As long as Wu Siyuan imagined the target she needed to find in her mind, the talent would guide her and indicate a general direction. It was precisely because of this that Ma Han and the others chose to join Wu Siyuan's team. After all, their primary goal was still to find their families and reunite. The entire hotel was empty. Therefore, Wu Siyuan hardly exerted any effort and soon found a room where Lu Li was located. After pausing for a moment, she intended to knock on the door directly. However, before her hand could reach the door, a sudden noise from inside interrupted her actions. "Girl, do we have to do this now? Can't we wait a bit longer?" "Man, no way you can wait, but it can't wait. Hurry and take off your clothes, or we'll be too late." Wu Siyuan frowned slightly, thinking to herself that there was indeed something wrong. Her outstretched hand immediately formed a fist, planning to pound on the door directly. But Su Xiao, who had been silent beside her, suddenly reached out and grabbed Wu Siyuan's sleeve. She bit her lip, and tears glistened in her red eyes. "Forget it, Sister Wu. Let us go. Go." Wu Siyuan realized something and said with a tinge of heartache, "We haven't figured out that man's background yet. Why leave? I know them." Su Xiao answered with closed eyes, tears rolling down her face. "That man I think a bad person. Let us not disturb them. Let us go." Hearing Su Xiao say this, Wang Chao shot a fierce glare at Ma Han. Seemingly feeling unsatisfied, he pinched the soft flesh at Ma Han's waist. Ma Han winced in pain, unable to cry out, only able to endure as he shrank his neck. His face filled with the guilt of having good intentions but causing bad outcomes. "Are we really not going in?" Wu Siyuan confirmed while straining to listen. Inside, the man seemed very anxious, continuously urging the girl to take off her clothes. At the same time, the sounds of clanging and crashing echoed out. It felt like they were having a wild time. "We're not going in." Su Xiao turned and walked away, seemingly having made a certain decision. "It's getting late. Let us hurry to the refuge." Chapter 63. The lustful egg and the peculiar herbs. The hotel room was in complete disarray. All the decorations were destroyed, and there were cracks on several walls from impacts. Various items were scattered across the bed and floor. The entire room looked as if it had been ransacked 3 times by 100 thieves. Lu Li and Elisa were tightly embraced, both panting heavily and flushed. "Did you catch it, Elisa?" Lu Li asked breathlessly, a grin on his face despite the situation. Blood was dripping from his nose, making him look quite disheveled. "I caught it, Master. It's so big and powerful," Elisa replied, her face red and her body glistening with sweat. "Good, as long as you caught it. I'll go get the cover." Just as Lu Li was about to let go of the girl, Elisa pulled him back. "Wait, Master. It's moving again. Maybe I should take off my clothes first. Once it's stable, you can prepare the cover." Lu Li's expression grew troubled. "Then hurry up. I can't hold on much longer." Elisa nodded repeatedly, letting go of Lu Li and hurriedly taking off her clothes. "Do I need to take off my undergarments, too? It will definitely get dirty. Might as well take everything off," Lu Li said anxiously. "All right, then I'll take it all off." Elisa, disregarding her modesty, stripped completely. The moment her clothes were fully removed, Lu Li felt as if he had been saved and suddenly relaxed. A giant egg, glowing with a golden light, suddenly flew out from beneath him and quickly burrowed into Elisa's arms. Finally stable. But why was this situation occurring? It all started when Lu Li used 100,000 tons of refined gold to purchase the goods from the wandering merchant. Although the goods from the red-clad merchant were all good items, the most expensive were the body-enhancing herbs and the watermelon-sized giant egg. Together, these 2 items cost nearly 80,000 tons of refined gold after a discount. At that time, Lu Li was solely focused on increasing his favorability with the wandering merchant. He didn't inspect the items closely after the transaction. It wasn't until he entered the hotel room that he thought to take a look at the items. To his surprise, the watermelon-sized giant egg sold by the red-clad merchant turned out to be a dragon egg. Moreover, for some reason, this dragon egg had already entered the incubation period and possessed a certain level of self-awareness. When Lu Li took it out of his spatial ring, the dragon egg suddenly broke free from its protective cover and slammed into Lu Li's face. despite having reached level 15 and with all his physical attributes above 15. The impact from the dragon egg still taught him a lesson. His nasal cavity ached, leaving him momentarily weak. Additionally, this round and slippery object not only had immense strength, but was also incredibly difficult to hold on to. Lu Li and Elisa struggled mightily, but were unable to recapture it. As the dragon egg was about to escape the room, Lu Li quickly thought of a way to attract it, using seduction. After all, dragons are inherently lustful. With a mindset of giving it a try, Elisa ended up sacrificing her modesty. Fortunately, the method worked. At that moment, the dragon egg was pressed tightly against Elisa, resembling a young puppy in its playful phase. Elisa, hold on a bit longer. Lu Li casually wiped the blood from his face, picked up the protective cover from the ground, and intended to put it back on the dragon egg. However, to his dismay, the protective cover had completely lost its effectiveness since the dragon egg had entered the incubation period. A short sentence appeared on it, causing Lu Li to frown. Once the dragon egg enters the incubation period, it must be fed on time, otherwise it will result in a failed incubation. But the dragon egg had no mouth. How could it be fed? Did it need to absorb elemental crystals? With that thought, Lu Li took out a 6th grade elemental crystal and brought it close to the surface of the dragon egg. However, besides the light sound of the crystal clinking against the eggshell, there was no other reaction. Next, Lu Li took out various foods and tried them one by one on the surface of the dragon egg. Still, there was no change. Seeing Lu Li's increasingly serious expression, Elisa couldn't help but remind him, "Master, it has no mouth. It probably can't eat anything." Lu Li nudda. But the protective cover clearly stated that the dragon egg must be fed on time after entering the incubation period. Could it be blood feeding? As soon as that thought crossed his mind, Lu Li immediately took out a bug tooth and made a small cut on his arm. However, when blood was poured onto the dragon egg, not only was it not absorbed, but it also became agitated again, as if it was very disdainful. "Master, it might not want blood," Elisa exclaimed, exerting great effort to calm the dragon egg again. Lu Li was completely at a loss and sat down on the floor. "It won't eat anything. Should I just feed it to the bug tooth? How about trying the herbs?" Elisa suggested softly. "On Paulustar, I once saw the stone-skinned people hatch beast eggs using herb baths. The herb bath method can be worth a try." Lu Li's expression brightened, and he took out the herbs from his spatial ring. The faint herbal fragrance quickly filled the entire room, invigorating both Lu Li and Elisa. Truly rare good stuff. The dragon egg also seemed to sense it, wriggling out of Elisa's arms and quickly moving toward the herbs. Seeing that it really worked, Lu Li didn't hesitate and continued to take out an iron pot and spatula from his spatial ring, preparing for the herb bath. However, he soon paused. Lu Li saw the usage instructions for the herbs. The first line boldly stated that this set of herbs had special properties and would lose effectiveness upon contact with water. It was recommended to be stir-fried instead. Stir-fried, Lu Li was completely dumbfounded. Even with 2 lifetimes of experience, he had never seen such a peculiar method of using herbs. Did the target to be enhanced also need to be stir-fried? No wonder the wandering merchant left behind the iron pot and spatula before leaving. So this was a stir-fry pot? What is wrong, master? Are there usage restrictions on the herbs? Elisa curiously moved closer, and after reading the instructions, both she and Lu Li were left speechless. Herbs need to be stir-fried to exhibit their enhancing properties? The world truly is full of wonders. "Master, do you need me to find some firewood first?" Elisa asked softly. "No need." Lu Li, with a peculiar expression, flipped his palm and activated his innate ability, bronze quality, ignite. Ignite. Ignite an elemental crystal, causing it to burn continuously and fiercely until it turns to ash. This was an innate ability Lu Li unexpectedly acquired while scavenging corpses at Tianyi Square. He initially thought it was a completely useless ability, but he didn't expect it to come in handy here. Once the 6th grade elemental crystal was ignited, it erupted into a dazzling blue flame with an extremely high temperature. The iron pot quickly became scorching hot. "Throw the egg in," Lu Li said while following the instructions and adding the herbs to the pot. Elisa nodded, intending to place the egg into the pot. However, the dragon egg seemed to be stuck to her, and no matter what she did, she couldn't take it off. "This won't do, master," it refuses to go in. Elisa, looking at the herbs in the pot that were almost overcooked, was nearly in tears. She knew how precious these herbs were. If they were wasted, it would be a huge loss for Luli. How about I hold the dragon egg and go in together? Chapter 64. Stir-frying Alicia, are you sure? Luli glanced at the red-hot iron pot, his brows furrowing. Although you won't die, the process will definitely be very painful, no less than being burned alive. Come on. Alicia's gaze was resolute as she stepped into the pot without hesitation. Her delicate skin made contact with the scorching metal, emitting a sizzling sound. Alicia gritted her teeth, only managing to let out a muffled groan. Extreme healing, activate. Luli began to heal Alicia while hastily tossing in the medicinal herbs. All the herbs were in the pot, starting to crackle and pop. Under the high temperature's catalysis, the entire room was filled with a rich medicinal fragrance. Alicia took a deep breath and lay back in the pot, holding the dragon egg tightly. Luli picked up the spatula and activated all his power system talents. The stir-frying began. Luli vigorously wielded the spatula, tossing the herbs and Alicia together. The aroma of the herbs mixed with the scent of meat, wafting through the air. Alicia's body was constantly being injured and healed at the same time. The high temperature activated the herbs, and their medicinal properties began to seep in. The dragon egg in Alicia's arms emitted a golden light, resembling a dazzling gem. This is working. Luli was overjoyed and exerted himself even more. He didn't know how many times he had flipped them. It wasn't until all the herbs in the pot turned to ash that Luli finally stopped. Perhaps due to exhaustion, the fainted Alicia did not wake up immediately, but instead fell into a deep sleep. Luli carefully lifted Alicia out of the pot and gently placed her on the bed. The dragon egg had also calmed down, having absorbed enough medicinal power, and was now quietly curled up in Alicia's arms. Its golden glow faded, as if it had also entered a dream like the girl from Palu. I should take a moment to rest. Putting away the pot and spatula, Luli sat on the sofa and summoned his soul guardians, Chun Hao and Xing Anlin. Although Luli wouldn't fall into a deep sleep, vigilance was still necessary. Chun Hao, who had been a fighter in life, was very familiar with the task of keeping watch. Without needing Luli to say much, he found a spot to keep guard. As for Xing Anlin, he looked at Alicia with a mischievous smile, then chuckled at Luli. Was it fun to stir-fry? Fun my ass. Hurry up and keep watch. Luli tiredly rolled his eyes. Wake me up in 4 hours. Meanwhile, at the Lin family mansion, after sending away his 2 younger sisters, Lin Qinfeng went alone to the basement. A chill filled the air. Looking at the familiar figure inside the crystal coffin, Lin Qinfeng murmured, "Dad, if you were still alive, Qingyue might not have had an accident. Have I done particularly poorly? If it weren't for Luli, the Lin family would have been finished at the beginning of the revival to save my 3rd sister's life. The Lin family has become servants to others. Dad, have I made a mistake? When you were around, the Lin family never bowed to anyone, but Dad, being the head of the family is really exhausting. This burden is too heavy, and I really can't bear it anymore." As she spoke, 2 lines of tears streamed down Lin Qinfeng's face. As the ruler of the Lin family, she could only release her inner weakness at this moment. Lin Qinfeng knelt before the crystal coffin, sobbing for a long time, like a little girl who couldn't find support. At that moment, a message came from the data panel. It was from Lin Qinhua, eldest sister. "We received a servant contract from the Qian family. Do you want to come take a look? I'll be right there." Lin Qinfeng wiped away her tears, quickly organized her emotions, and restored her usual trustworthy demeanor. She looked again at the crystal coffin, at the kind face inside. "Dad, don't worry. I will definitely rescue Qingyue and let my sisters live well. The Zhao family will pay the price. The Lin family will not be destroyed." On the other side, in Yuecheng, the Qian family, Qian Tongda held a cup of fragrant tea and took a sip. As the elegant aroma filled his mouth, a smile gradually spread across his face. "Second uncle, do you have any new arrangements?" A 15-year-old boy sat opposite Qian Tongda, cracking sunflower seeds in confusion. "Next step, are we planning to cooperate with the Lin family and turn against the Zhao family?" Qian Tongda shook his head with a smile. "Not at all. The Zhao family has many people and strong power, and their network is intricate. Why should our small Qian family seek trouble for ourselves? Then why are we giving the Lin family a servant contract?" The boy's expression grew more puzzled. The Zhao family is openly and covertly suppressing the Lin family. Even I, a 15-year-old kid, can see that. If we get involved, aren't we going against the Zhao family? Qin Tongda seemed amused by the boy's words and chuckled. Tongda, you're about to turn 16. You're not a child anymore. It's true that the Zhao family is suppressing the Lin family, but the Lin family hasn't been destroyed yet. What did your second uncle usually teach you? Leave some room for maneuvering and leave a line for others. Giving the Lin family a servant contract is just leaving that room for maneuvering. But won't the Zhao family cause us trouble? The boy named Qin Tongda countered, spitting out sunflower seed shells. Perhaps feeling that cracking seeds was getting monotonous, he simply took the tea in front of Qin Tongda and gulped it down in one go. Hey, you little brat, that's top grade to Hong Pao. You can't drink it like that. Qin Tongda's face showed a pained expression. But seeing the teacup was already empty, he could only sigh. Our Qin family is just doing business. The Zhao family doesn't dare to do anything to us. Besides, that old Zhao Quan has taken plenty of benefits from us. I get it, we're just fence-sitters. The boy threw the sunflower seeds on the table and stood up to pat his backside. What fence-sitters? We are a business family. Do you understand what doing business means? Doing business isn't about fighting and killing. It's about understanding human relationships. Tongda, where are you going? Killing monsters, looking for secret realm entrances. That kind of thing, let the people below handle it. Aren't you going to learn business from your second uncle? I'll learn it after I become the head of the family. 3.5 hours later, Lu Li was awakened by a series of notification sounds. He opened the data panel and found a message from Lin Qinfeng, asking if he had cleared the demonic energy corruption. All right, I still have that negative effect on me. Lu Li was taken aback and checked his personal attributes. To his surprise, the demonic energy corruption had disappeared, and his status bar had 2 new positive effects. Demonic energy immunity, duration, 20 hours, and copper skin iron bones, duration, 20 hours. It must be due to the stir-fried herbs. I never expected the merchant's herbs could purify demonic energy corruption. Just the smell of the herbs had such miraculous effects. I wonder how much benefit Alicia, who is stir-fried along with the dragon egg, will receive. Chapter 65. The joyful pain of flesh. It's time to get up. Lu Li stepped forward and gently patted the shoulder of the Palu girl. Elisa let out a long yawn and then stretched like a little cat. The blanket slipped away, revealing the girl's graceful curves, etched deeply into Lu Li's eyes like a profane painting. Wow, I really didn't expect this medicine to allow you to develop a second time. Lu Li smirked, half jokingly and half seriously expressing his thoughts. Huh. Coming back to her senses, Elisa immediately realized her embarrassing situation, quickly hugging the dragon egg to cover her chest, her face turning as red as a ripe apple. Put on your clothes and send me your personal attributes while you're at it. Lu Li tossed the clothes to Elisa and smiled as he turned his back. Okay, master. Elisa hurriedly put on her undergarments. Meanwhile, Lu Li stood by the bed, carefully examining Elisa's personal attributes. Elisa Baki, level, Elvine, strength, 9-2, vitality, 3-3-6, speed, 9-1 mentality, 24. 9, talent ability, favor of the goddess of luck, diamond, awaiting advancement opportunity. Lu Li gasped in shock. Vitality, 33. 6, mentality, 24. 9. It's worth noting that Elisa is only level 9. Even if those 2 attributes had been allocated some free points, the maximum would only be 9 points. Just a simple stir-fry brought Elisa a whopping 30 points of attribute increase, and that with the majority of the medicinal power absorbed by the dragon egg. If all that power were absorbed by one person, the increase in attributes would probably triple. Not only that, but Elisa's talent ability had also changed. Although it hadn't directly advanced, the phrase awaiting advancement opportunity appeared. However, Lu Li, who had lived again, understood what those 6 words meant. It meant that Elisa's talent had 1 foot in the threshold of advancement. As long as she doesn't die and her luck doesn't plummet to the extreme, she will definitely be able to elevate her talent grade. The diamond grade can indeed be promoted. Could it be that after promotion, it becomes a talent like my Soul Devour, which has no grade rating? Lu Li murmured to himself, suddenly feeling a joyful pain in his heart. The joy was, of course, that this batch of medicinal materials was worth the money, enhancing both attributes and talent grade. A big price brought a big return. The painful part was that this time the stir-fry didn't happen to him. However, just thinking that he still had the magical conch that could summon roaming merchants at any time, Luli felt relieved. Worst case, he could just ask the roaming merchant to buy more next time. Moreover, Elisa had already signed a servant contract and could never betray him throughout her life. In a certain sense, she could be considered one of his own. Since she was one of his own, it was worth using some good medicine on her. Master, em dressed. Elisa's voice came from behind. Even your voice sounds much warmer. That is great. Luli smiled and slowly turned around. As a result, he was almost shocked into spitting out a mouthful of old blood. The girl wasn't wearing the same clothes as before at all. Besides that set of lightweight armor that only covered the essential parts, she was only wearing a thin, translucent white veil. It not only had no function of covering her body, but instead accentuated the enticing scenery even more. Hey, do I not look good in this, master? Seeing Luli's strange expression, Elisa asked a little self-consciously. Yes, you look good. Luli forcefully sniffed. But aren't you cold dressed like this? Not cold at all. I feel warm all over right now. Hearing Luli affirm her, Elisa was clearly happier. She took 2 steps forward, pressing her body closer to Luli. Don't believe me? Touch, touch. Looking at the white veil in front of him, Luli felt his head spin. He still hadn't rested well. Should he take a nap again? Luli faced a difficult choice. But in the end, he still sent a reply to Lin Qinfeng, asking her to come pick him up. After all, the priority now was to enhance his strength. Moreover, Luli also needed the Lin family's help to collect gold. The intrigues between Zhao Jin and the Sakura people also needed to be uncovered. Lin Qinxue, he couldn't afford to ignore. Reclaiming the soul guards Chun Hao and Xing Yanlin, Luli had Elisa put on another piece of clothing. Although it couldn't change the overall style, it could at least provide some covering. Otherwise, Luli was genuinely afraid he wouldn't be able to control himself. Before long, Lin Qinfeng personally drove over to pick him up. Aside from a slightly strange expression upon seeing Elisa, the head of the Lin family did not overstep any boundaries. She was formal, as if she had already signed a servant contract with Luli. With 2 servants and 1 master, no one spoke. The atmosphere in the car became quite awkward. Luli intended to ease the awkwardness and said, Lin Qinfeng, don't worry about your sister. I will do my best to rescue her. Lin Qinfeng nodded vigorously, her expression filled with gratitude. The atmosphere seemed to become even more awkward. Luli had no choice but to continue looking for topics. I heard from Zhao Jin that your father seemed to have been poisoned to death by him. Would you mind sharing more details? In fact, Luli was more curious about the relationship between Lin Qinxue and Lord Hanchuan, but there were no related topics at the moment. Moreover, everything was just Luli's speculation, and he couldn't directly ask. After all, the fact that he had lived again was a secret that couldn't be disclosed to Lin Qinfeng for now. So he could only hint at it indirectly and ask about other information regarding the Lin family. Upon hearing Luli's question, Lin Qinfeng's fingers gripping the steering wheel turned slightly pale. She gritted her teeth and slowly recounted a little-known story. The Lin family is a family of swordsmanship, and my father is the strongest swordsman in the Lin family. Although the Lin family is small and cannot compete with other families in terms of financial power and connections, Lin family swordsmanship can still rank among the top in Huaxia. It is precisely because of this that the Lin family can stand among the 8 human-level families. So it's a human-level family. Luli frowned and murmured, no wonder I didn't see any trace of the Lin family in my previous life. No wonder Zhao family could easily destroy the Lin family. Turns out this family is really too small. Just relying on swordsmanship to support the entire family is really difficult to achieve anything significant. Luli's murmurs naturally reached Lin Qinfeng's ears. The girl's pupils trembled, and a look of as expected appeared on her face. But this expression lasted only a moment. Soon, Lin Qinfeng pretended not to hear and continued. Just a year ago, our Lin family was invited to participate in a swordsmanship exchange competition in Sakura country. Originally, it was agreed that it would only be a friendly exchange of swordsmanship, but during that competition, the Sakura people repeatedly resorted to underhanded tactics, injuring many Lin family disciples. Afterwards, They provocatively claimed that our Lin family's swordsmanship actually comes from Fusang, demanding my father to bow and pay respects to their Sakura swordsmanship as a disciple. My father had a proud spirit and would never accept such humiliation, so he immediately challenged them to a duel with the strongest Sakura swordsman. Hearing this, Luli raised an eyebrow. Then your dad lost? Those little Sakura people are that strong in swordsmanship? Lin Qinfeng shook her head, her eyes filled with unwillingness. If he lost, then it would be a matter of lacking skill, and I would have nothing to say. But my father, he won. Chapter 66, Saving the Dead? 1. Luli was quite surprised. How did it end up like this? They were playing tricks. Lin Qinfeng gritted her teeth and said, that Ishikoro Kuro, who claims to be the strongest in Sakura swordsmanship, knew he couldn't match my father long ago. So during the competition, he had no intention of winning. Instead, he tried every possible way to injure my father. Afterwards, he acted shamelessly, refusing to acknowledge that my father's swordsmanship was above Sakura's. My father was so furious that he spat blood on the spot and fell ill after returning home. At that time, we didn't realize that there was poison on the swords of the Sakura people, and my father's wounds healed normally. So we thought he fell ill due to anger. If it weren't for Zhao Jin revealing the truth today, my sisters and I would probably still be in the dark. At this point, Lin Qinfeng smiled self-deprecatingly. Looking back now, all the previous details hinted that the Zhao family had long colluded with Sakura. What a ridiculous swordsmanship exchange conference. It was just a trap set up specifically to deal with my father. If I hadn't been so foolish and discovered the truth about the poison earlier, my father wouldn't have died. I see. Luli rubbed his chin and comforted her. You can't blame yourself. The Zhao family and Sakura calculated to trap your father, and the poison they used must have been carefully selected and extremely concealed, making it hard to detect. Lin Qinfeng's smile was bitter, and she fell silent. The remainder of the car ride was filled with the low rumble of the engine. The Lin family mansion was located in the north of Yongcheng, not large and simply decorated. Lu Li and Eliza followed Lin Qinfeng inside, intending to discuss with Lin Qinxue and Lin Qinfeng how to rescue the eldest lady of the Lin family, who only made things worse. However, as soon as they stepped into the Lin family mansion, Lu Li keenly sensed something. He paused, his gaze involuntarily shifting to the southwest corner, his brow furrowing. This feeling, so familiar. Lin Qinfeng noticed Lu Li had not kept up and turned her head in confusion. Mr. Lu, what's wrong? Lu Li did not hide it, raising his hand to point into the distance. What is that place? Following Lu Li's, Lin Qinfeng's heart skipped a beat. She said sadly, that place is where my father rests. Lu Li raised an eyebrow, surprise evident in his eyes. Take me to see it. Huh? Lin Qinfeng and Eliza were both taken aback. What's going on? Wasn't Lu Li here to discuss the rescue plan? Why was he suddenly interested in the deceased Lin Tian? Did Mr. Lu inquire about her father's life before coming here, perhaps out of admiration for heroes, wanting to pay his respects? Lin Qinfeng quickly fabricated scenarios in her mind, raising her evaluation of Lu Li a notch higher. She respectfully said, Mr. Lu, the Lin family appreciates your intentions, but shouldn't we first discuss Qinyue's matter? As the eldest sister, how could she not worry about her younger sister? On the surface, Lin Qinfeng was not anxious, but that was also because it was Lu Li. If it had been someone else making such a request, she probably would have kicked them out of the Lin family long ago. However, Lu Li not only did not change his mind, but became even more eager. Don't worry, your sister won't die anytime soon. But your father? If we don't save him soon, he really will die. Huh? Lin Qinfeng and Eliza were stunned again. Without waiting for the two to react, Lu Li directly took Lin Qinfeng's hand and walked toward the southwest corner of the Lin mansion. What are you dawdling for? Hurry and take me there. All right. Under Lin Qinfeng's guidance, Lu Li quickly arrived in front of the crystal coffin. Then, in the shocked gazes of the two women, Lu Li strode forward and flipped the lid of the crystal coffin, revealing the body inside. Mr. Lu, you... Lin Qinfeng exclaimed in shock, tried to stop him, but found that Lu Li was already a step ahead, tearing open Lin Tian's collar. Sure enough, it smelled like soul guiding grass. What? Lin Qinfeng didn't even have time to digest this unfamiliar term before she saw Lu Li conjure a bone knife out of thin air. With a thrust, The blade instantly pierced Lin Tian's chest. Lin Qinfeng gasped and covered her mouth. Eliza's eyes widened in shock. Has Lily gone mad? What on earth is he doing? As the bone knife quickly twisted, as if carving something, Lu Li's left hand suddenly reached in, grabbing a clump of dark, indistinct matter from the wound. It looked like a mass of live hair. It was writhing in Lu Li's hand, sending shivers down their spines. Got it. Call Lin Qinxue over to treat your father. I need to focus on dealing with this thing. Huh? Lin Qinfeng was stunned for the third time. Fortunately, this time Eliza promptly reminded her, and she quickly called for Lin Qinxue. What happened, elder sister? As soon as Lin Qinxue entered the room, she was shocked by the scene before her. The crystal coffin was thrown open, and her father's body had a huge hole in it. In the corner, Lu Li held a bloodied bone knife, sitting on a large black pot. At this moment, the pot was clanging and bubbling incessantly. What the hell is going on? Are you crazy? Second sister, hurry and treat father. Before Lin Qinxue could process what was happening, Lin Qinfeng urged her. Treat father? Has the elder sister finally gone mad from grief? Elder sister, father is already dead. You need to pull yourself together. Lin Qinxue's face showed pain, her eyes brimming with tears. Pull yourself together? Hurry and treat him, or it will be too late. Lin Qinfeng shouted, her urgency palpable. Elder sister doesn't seem to be crazy. Although Lin Qinxue didn't understand, she still activated her innate ability on Lin Tian. A beam of light fell, and the wounds on Lin Tian's chest slowly healed. Moments later. Cough. The already deceased Lin Tian suddenly jerked his head to the side and coughed up a large amount of filthy blood. He's really alive. Lin Qinxue was so shocked her jaw nearly hit the ground. Isn't her ability group healing? When did it also have a resurrection function? Why am I here? It's so cold. Lin Tian struggled to sit up from the coffin, looking confused. Dad. Lin Qinfeng was overjoyed, hugging Lin Tian tightly. Lin Qinxue also arrived at this moment. Looking at their father, sitting up from the coffin, a surprised expression finally appeared on her usually cold face. Second sister, you saved father. Huh? I don't know. Lin Qinxue was still dazed. When she awakened her ability, she had used group healing on the deceased Lin Tian more than once. Not once had it worked. But why did it succeed this time? Just as Lin Qinxue was about to ask her elder sister for clarification, the clanging noise in the corner suddenly grew louder. Sitting on the pot, Lu Li's expression suddenly changed, and he exclaimed, You all get out quickly. I can't hold it anymore. Chapter 67. The sincere Lin Qinfeng, offering herself? Lu Li had thought that the soon-to-mature soul-calling grass would be difficult to deal with, but he never expected it would be this hard. Damn, he was careless again. Just as Lin Qinfeng and the others retreated outside, it seemed as if a violent explosion occurred inside the room. Boom! Crash! Lu Li, along with the black pot under him, smashed through the wall and flew out. Elisa hurried over and lifted the black pot that was pressing down on Lu Li, asking with concern, Master, are you okay? I'm fine, just a bit of pain in my butt. Lu Li gritted his teeth and got up from the ground, looking somewhat disheveled. Super, fill up my luck value? I'm getting serious. Huh? Elisa looked at Lu Li in confusion as he rushed back into the wall, belatedly activating his talent. Blessing of the goddess of luck. No one knew what had happened inside the room. All they knew was that after a series of loud explosions, a disheveled Lu Li walked out of the room. The crisis was averted. All right, this time it's truly settled. Lu Li exhaled a mouthful of black smoke. Although the process was a bit messy, the reward was quite good. The seed of the soul-calling grass, an excellent medicinal material for increasing mental attributes. In his previous life, to obtain this herb, Lu Li needed to enter the demon eye to search. Although with his strong and powerful soul, it was easy for Lu Li to smell the fragrance of the soul-calling grass. However, entering the demon eye was indeed a dangerous matter. This shows how precious the soul-calling grass is. Unexpectedly, in this life, he got it just by saving an old man. Lu Li stored a seed the size of a fingernail in his spatial ring, feeling quite satisfied. Next, they could discuss the rescue plan properly. Just as Lu Li was thinking this, Lin Qinfeng suddenly took 2 steps forward and knelt down with a thud. Mr. Lu, Lin Qinfeng, will never forget this great kindness today. Before Lu Li could say anything, Lin Qinfeng turned to her younger sister and said, "Qinhua, bring me the servant contract." Elder sister. Lin Qinhua had just felt the joy of having a family member brought back to life, but in an instant, she was pulled back into the worry of almost losing her sister. After signing the contract, it meant being a slave for eternity. Lin Qinfeng's gaze was resolute. "Mr. Lu has great kindness towards us, and the Lin family has already regarded him as our master. Signing the contract is just a matter of course." At this moment, Lu Li finally reacted. What is going on? Why did Lin Qinfeng suddenly want to sign a servant contract with him? Didn't he just save an old man by chance? Is this woman really that sincere? Is she really offering herself so directly? Actually, not signing is also fine. As long as your Lin family completes the tasks I assign on time, we can maintain a good cooperative relationship. Because of being betrayed in his previous life, Lu Li found it hard to easily trust others. Just like the Lin family. Although Lu Li always regarded the Lin family as mutually beneficial partners, the tasks assigned to them were actually inconsequential. Even if the Lin family betrayed him, Lu Li wouldn't be affected. It was a subconscious precaution. This kind of precaution was hard to let go of, unless it was like Elisa, who had signed a servant contract. Otherwise, Lu Li would still find it difficult to trust others. But now, Lin Qinfeng actually took the initiative to request a servant contract with him. This truly surprised Lu Li. Hearing Lu Li say that not signing the contract was also fine, Lin Qinfeng not only did not get up from the ground, but instead became even more determined in her thoughts. Signing the contract is entirely Qinfeng's own choice. I hope Mr. Lu will grant it. After saying this, Lin Qinfeng bit her fingertip and dripped blood onto the servant contract. No regrets? 9 deaths, no regrets. Lu Li pursed his lips and took the contract. Looking at Lin Qinfeng, he noticed a hint of softness in her gaze. Ding! Detected that the servant contract has been signed. Player Lin Qinfeng voluntarily serves player Lu Li as master, and the contract is now in effect until death. Seeing Lu Li help Lin Qinfeng up, Lin Tianxia, who had just been resurrected, finally couldn't hold back. He had just come back to life and saw his eldest daughter signing a servant contract with someone else, putting aside his position as the head of the Lin family. As a father, Lin Tianxia found it somewhat unacceptable. "Kid, you better give me an explanation," Lin Tianxia shouted, wanting to clarify. Unfortunately, his body was weak, and after taking barely half a step, his legs became weak. If it weren't for Lin Qinhua and Lin Qinxue supporting him, this old man would probably have knelt down on the spot. However, after Lin Qinfeng explained the whole situation to Lin Tianxia, the old man still knelt down to Lu Li. Mr. Lu's great kindness, Lin Tianxia will never forget. "From now on, my life belongs to you." As Lin Tianxia spoke, he was about to bow to Lu Li. Lu Li was afraid that this old man would get too excited and also want to sign a servant contract with him. So he hurriedly helped him up. "Old Master Lin, you're being too polite. We will work together sincerely in the future to make the Lin family bigger and stronger." All right. Lin Tianxia's eyes were filled with gratitude, tears streaming down his face. However, soon he seemed to realize something and looked around. Where is Qinhue? Why haven't I seen her? Lin Qinhua and Lin Qinxue exchanged glances, both unsure where to start. Should they tell their father that Lin Qinhue had taken a huge risk and turned herself over to the Zhao family as a hostage? Lin Tianxia would probably be furious on the spot. In the end, it was elder sister Lin Qinfeng who comforted him. "Dad, Qinhue is under the control of Zhao Jin. But don't worry, she won't be in life-threatening danger for now." Mr. Lu came this time with the intention of discussing a rescue plan for Qinhue. What? This little girl is just adding to the chaos. Lin Tianxia was greatly shocked to hear this, almost fainting. The 3 sisters persuaded him for a while before they convinced Lin Tianxia to return to his room to rest properly. After settling the old Master Lin, Lu Li and the Lin sisters went to the conference hall. As soon as they sat down, Lin Qinxue said straightforwardly, "If you ask me, we should just turn over Zhao family's territory in Yongcheng. We will surely find clues about our little sister." Lin Qinhua frowned. Won't doing this alarm the enemy? Lin Qinfeng also felt it was a bit reckless. The Zhao family is in collusion with Sakura, and the woman who abducted our little sister is also from Sakura. Even if we turn over Zhao family's territory, it might be useless. Perhaps our little sister isn't even in Zhao's territory right now, but in the hands of the Sakura people. Lin Qinhua nodded. I think to rescue our little sister, we need to gather information from multiple sources and spend resources to ask other families for help. That would be the most prudent approach. Lin Qinhua retorted, her tone fierce and full of killing intent. Spend resources to ask other families for help? Second sister, have you forgotten how we were tricked by the Zhao family? If Mr. Liu hadn't been there during that massacre in the secret realm, we would have long been sisters in the underworld, among the other 6 human-level families. Can you guarantee that any of them won't betray our Lin family? Lin Qinhua felt wronged. That is still better than alarming the enemy. What if it harms our little sister? How do we explain that to father? Seeing that the second sister was about to argue with the third sister, Lin Qinfeng quickly intervened. All right, both of you calm down. Let's listen to Mr. Liu's suggestion. Hearing this, Lin Qinhua and Lin Qinhua immediately fell silent, both directing their gaze towards Lu Li. In their eyes, Lu Li was like a god. The god's suggestion must be incredibly correct. Lin Qinfeng thought so too. But what shocked the 3 Lin sisters was that their Mr. Liu seemed to be completely absorbed in his own world, as he was intensely focused on swiping the data panel. From time to time, he would type something. Chapter 68, They Want Me Dead, Mr. Liu? Lin Qinfeng called softly. Lu Li still did not respond. It was kind-hearted Alicia who heard and gently poked Lu Li's shoulder. Huh? What is it? Lu Li awoke from his daze, looking at the 3 sisters with a confused expression. Mr. Liu, do you have any suggestions for rescuing Qinhua? Lin Qinfeng said with a wry smile, repeating the question. Suggestions? The suggestion is not to suggest. Huh? The 3 Lin sisters, including the background character Alicia, were momentarily stunned. Lu Li shifted his gaze from the panel and smiled as he corrected. What I mean is, you just need to cooperate with me next. The 3 sisters' expressions brightened. Does Mr. Liu have a way to find our younger sister? Sort of. Lu Li signaled Alicia to open the data panel and continue to the Lin sisters. You can check the message I posted in the global trading market. The 3 Lin sisters immediately complied. As soon as they logged in, they saw Lu Li's trading message. Urgent help. High price for items or methods that can remove the demonic corruption negative effect. The Lin sisters? What the hell does this have to do with rescuing Lin Qinhua? Because Lu Li did not use an alias and directly sent it with his real name. Many players replied below the trading message. My god, the top-ranked Lu Li is here. Is it really the Lu Li? It can't be that idiot impersonating him, right? Demonique corruption. What kind of negative effect is that? It sounds terrifying. Did the big boss Lu Li encounter a powerful monster and get injured? Lu Li, big boss. I have intermediate life elixir, but I don't know if it can remove the negative effect you mentioned. Hey, I know you want to flatter big boss Lu Li, but hold on. Intermediate life elixir looks like it can only restore health. Lu Li, I have unrefined purification potion, big boss. Are you interested in a private chat? Facing the puzzled gazes of the 3 sisters, Lu Li smiled without saying a word, simply replying one by one to the players who'd him. Tang Jahod, intermediate life elixir. Cannot remove demonic corruption. I've tried it, but thank you for your attention. Makabazi, unrefined purification potion. Can only clear poison-type negative effects. It does not work on demonic corruption. After replying, Lu Li sent 4 more trading messages in quick succession, directly reaching the daily limit for sending trading messages. He looked anxious, as if he could die at any moment. Lin Qinfeng showed concern and said apologetically, Mr. Liu, I apologize on behalf of my younger sister again. I didn't expect demonic corruption to be so hard to clear. If she hadn't been willful back then, you wouldn't be troubled by this. Lu Li replied without looking back, It's okay. I've already removed that negative effect. The 3 Lin sisters were stunned again. You've already removed it? Then why are you sending trading messages? It makes it seem like you're very anxious. Seeing that the 3 sisters were not following his train of thought, Lu Li explained, I'm sending trading messages to lure the snake out of its hole. This negative effect demonic corruption is very rare. Besides me, probably only the Sakura people know how to remove it. Lin Qinhua became increasingly puzzled. So Mr. Liu is urgently sending messages to make the Sakura people reveal how to clear demonic corruption. Lin Qinhua succinctly stated, How could the Sakura people say it? They would want Mr. Liu dead. Lin Qinfeng nodded in agreement. Exactly, The Sakura people and the Zhao family might be secretly enjoying this in the chat channel right now. Lin Xinhua spread her hands, looking at Lu Li. Then what's the point of doing this? Just to let them watch a joke? Lu Li teased, so I need your cooperation. Alicia joined the chat channel and replied to me, saying that you have a way to clear demonic corruption, but need to trade in person. The three Lin sisters turned their gaze to Alicia. The cat-eared girl who was playing the background character did not expect to be involved and felt a bit awkward. Me? Okay, master. Soon, another message appeared below the trading message posted by Lu Li. Lu Li, I have a way to remove demonic corruption, but it requires an in-person trade. As soon as it was sent, it triggered a barrage of ridicule. Lucky Alicia, so many players have no solutions. How do you have a way? You must be trying to trick Big Boss Lu Li. Lucky Alicia, if you really have a way, just say it publicly. Why insist on an in-person trade? Lucky Alicia, friend, what are you thinking? You want to meet Big Boss Lu Li privately? Are you trying to rob him in the chaos? Big Boss Lu Li is the top of the level rankings. This lucky Alicia can't be foolish enough to have her eyes on him. It's always best to be cautious. Lu Li watched the atmosphere in the channel gradually escalate, a smile creeping onto his lips. After Elisha's message, he replied, Lucky Alicia, is an in-person trade really necessary? I'm not in good condition right now, worried about unexpected events. As soon as this was said, the entire chat channel fell silent for 3 seconds. A full 3 seconds. After 3 seconds, messages erupted like an explosion. Big Boss Lu Li isn't in good condition? Then definitely don't go for an in-person trade. Yeah, be careful of tricks. This Alicia clearly has bad intentions. Killing and robbing. It must be killing and robbing. I'm too familiar with this trick. Lucky Alicia, still the same thing. If you really have a way, just say it publicly. Insisting on an in-person trade is definitely suspicious. Lu Li patted Elisha's shoulder. Now it's your turn to reply. Just say, believe it or not. If you want to clear demonic corruption, it's an in-person trade, otherwise forget it. Alicia nodded and typed the reply as Lu Li instructed. Now, the chat channel became even more lively. See? They aren't pretending anymore. They laid it all out. They just want to blacken Big Boss Lu Li. And believe it or not, such a big tone. Big Boss Lu Li shouldn't go. It would infuriate this Alicia. Lu Li typed again, but if demonic corruption is not cleared soon, it will turn into deep corruption. Lucky Alicia, where are you? I'll come find you. Alicia looked at the messages in the channel and asked Lu Li, Master, should I reply with the trading location next? But Lu Li stopped her. Not yet. Let the bullets fly for a while. First listen to everyone's opinions. The three Lin sisters were all confused. Listen to everyone's opinions? Isn't this just you two performing a duet? What else is there to listen to? Sure enough, shortly after Lu Li's message was sent, players in the channel began to offer him suggestions. Some offered to be bodyguards for Lu Li, protecting his safety during the trade. Others proposed to act as intermediaries, representing Lu Li in the trade. All sorts of ideas were thrown around. However, the most widely accepted suggestion among the players was to agree on a trading location, allowing players to act as supervisors to oversee the trading process between Alicia and Lu Li. The discussion quickly shifted to choosing a trading location. Ultimately, it was decided to meet outside the shelter in the center of Yong City. Chapter 69. The rabbit running towards the stump, looking at the messages on the public frequency. Lu Li nodded in satisfaction. Now you can reply to me. Just say I am upright and fear not the shadows, according to everyone's wishes. The trading location is set outside the shelter in the center of Yongcheng. Okay. Elisa typed the reply. Subsequently, Lu Li also confirmed this trading location on the public frequency. The time was set for noon the next day. Lin Qinfeng asked curiously, Mr. Lu, can this really draw the snake out of its hole? Lu Li nodded confidently. That's right. But among the players who just confirmed the location, there are not only no Sakura people, but it seems even the Zhao family members are absent. Lin Qinhua pressed on. How does Mr. Lu know they will definitely come? Lu Li chuckled. Because this is a good opportunity, a perfect chance to kill me. Do you remember what happened when that Sakura woman named Little Dog turned into a parasitic demon? Subarashi. Ishii Sankin stared at the messages in the chat channel, excited like a drunkard. Little Dog Sauce is truly prophetic. She is indeed our Sakura's hidden dragon. The Komatsu Little Dog, occupying Lin Qinyue's body, scoffed. This Luli is more foolish than I imagined. I thought he would eliminate the demonic corruption before coming to trouble us. I didn't expect that he couldn't eliminate it and was foolish enough to ask on the public frequency. Zhao Erwu analyzed the messages on the public frequency line by line, hesitating. Although Luli's approach is a bit reckless, I have to admit he has indeed found a solution. That player called Lucky Elisa can help Luli eliminate the demonic corruption at noon tomorrow. Ishii Sankan patted Zhao Erwu's shoulder with a smile. So what? Erwu-san, do you see where they chose the trading location? It's right outside the shelter in the center of Yongcheng. Isn't that your territory? Zhao Erwu smiled awkwardly. It is indeed my territory. Could it be that Ishii-kun plans to take action while Luli and Elisa are trading? Ishii and Komatsu nodded simultaneously. A trace of disdain flashed in Zhao Erwu's eyes, secretly laughing that these two Japanese didn't carefully read the content of the public frequency chat. Tomorrow's trade would have other players witnessing and supervising it. Even if Ishii could take down Luli and Elisa, could he eliminate all the players present? What if there were spies from Earth, Leveler, even Heaven-level families among the onlookers? If Ishii caused a commotion, wouldn't Zhao Erwu's little plot of land be directly wiped out? Thinking of this, Zhao Erwu decided to remind the two Japanese, "You two, it's not that I want to discourage you. Luli's trade tomorrow noon will have other players as witnesses. You can take action to kill Luli. I have no objections. But leaving everyone behind, won't that be a bit difficult?" He thought that after saying this, Ishii and Komatsu would take it seriously. To his surprise, the two laughed even more wildly. "Erwu-san, you don't need to worry about this at all," Ishii said arrogantly. "We have items blessed by the Holy Lord that can ensure those onlookers have no return." Zhao Erwu was taken aback, his face full of skepticism. "Really?" Komatsu little dog looked at Zhao Erwu with a garbage-like gaze. "Of course it's true. At that time, you can freely choose their talents as a reward for your cooperation with the Moriyaka clan. In the capital city, inside a heavily guarded safe house, an elderly man in a Zhongshan suit stared at the messages on the public frequency, frowning in deep thought. After a long time, he turned to his secretary and said, "Ask old Jean if there are any records of the negative effect demonic corruption at present." The secretary quickly typed in a message, and after a moment replied, "No." The old man's brows furrowed deeper. "Old Jean, have you tried divining?" "I have divined. It was a canned hexagram. Aside from this, there was no other useful information." The secretary replied, "Sigh." The old man sighed long and hard, as if wanting to expel the accumulated frustration in his chest. "Have General Ao take people over there and make sure to protect Luli. He is very likely the hope of Huaxia." The next morning, Chizu got up early. He planned to leave the abandoned building where he had hidden for 3 days and head to the center of Yongcheng. Not only because it could provide 3 meals a day at the shelter, but more importantly, he wanted to join in the excitement. Luli, ranked first on the leaderboard, is a true big shot at level 15. If he was lucky enough to get close to him, wouldn't the following days be smooth sailing? With this thought in mind, Chizu happily set off for the city center. Little did he know, this time of joining in the excitement would forever change his life. On the way, Ifeyu encountered no daños. Compared to the dangers at the beginning of the apocalypse, the city was much safer now. It wasn't that the monsters had all been killed. It was mainly that the average combat power of the players had significantly increased. After the initial massacre, many players with poor talents and no survival abilities had become corpses. Those who survived had decent talents and had spontaneously formed teams, greatly increasing their chances of survival. On his way to the shelter, Chizu encountered such a survivor team. They were said to be residents from Sunshine Community. After the disaster broke out, they relied on supplies from a supermarket near the community to survive. But just yesterday, that supermarket was inexplicably looted. There was not even a pair of socks left. To avoid starving to death, the community survivors had to relocate en masse to the shelter in the center of Yongcheng. "Little Chi, you don't know how perilous the world is now. Just the day before yesterday, our community kindly took in 3 high school students, but unexpectedly, these 3 attracted enemies. Not only did people die in the community, but the supermarket supplies were also looted. In this world, good intentions are not rewarded." Aunt Zhang chattered incessantly, like an angry old fly. Looking at the resentful eyes of the other party, Chizu even felt that among those 3 high school students who brought disaster, there might be his name. With the mindset of making friends while out and avoiding trouble, Chiziyu could only awkwardly smile. He hoped to endure until they reached the shelter, and then his ears could finally be at peace. Unexpectedly, Aunt Zhang suddenly grabbed Chiziyu and asked with a smile, "Little Chi, seeing you out here alone, your talent must be quite strong. Do you have any enemies?" Chiziyu recalled carefully, confirming that the closest person to the definition of enemy was only the one who had tricked him, Su Xiao. He decisively shook his head. "Aunt Zhang, I don't have any enemies." Aunt Zhang's smile grew even wider, like an old chrysanthemum. "That's great. How about joining us? Everyone unites and helps each other to survive in this perilous world." Chiziyu was momentarily puzzled by Aunt Zhang's intentions. After a long time, he finally spoke. "But aren't we all heading to the shelter? At that time, we will all be in one group." Aunt Zhang waved her hand, her face full of the expression young. "You don't understand. Where there are people, there are rivers and lakes. Can you guarantee that the shelter we're going to won't form small groups or have internal strife? Rather than waiting to be messed with by others, why don't we unite first and mess with them?" Chapter 70. The Best Actor and Actress Hiss. "That makes sense." Chiziyu silently agreed with Aunt Zhang's statement. If there really was infighting among small groups in the shelter, the first to suffer would definitely be players like him who played solo. Rather than being passive later, it was better to take the initiative now. With that in mind, Chiziyu immediately agreed to Aunt Zhang's proposal. The other survivors in Sunshine Community welcomed Chiziyu's addition unanimously. The atmosphere was warm, like long-lost family members finally reuniting. As the sun was about to reach its highest point in the sky, the survivor team that Chiziyu belonged to finally arrived at the center of Yong City. Many people had already gathered outside the shelter, mostly to witness the transaction. Players chatted idly in small groups. Chiziyu observed, but felt an inexplicable strange feeling rising in his heart. It was as if these players were not friendly individuals, but rather hyenas waiting for rotting flesh. Oh, that Luli really knows how to make a scene. So many people came to witness the transaction. Aunt Zhang clearly knew about what happened in the public channel yesterday, and kept murmuring, "Xiao Qi, let's hurry into the shelter. It's likely to get chaotic here soon." Hearing this, Chiziyu looked at Aunt Zhang with confusion. "Aunt, what do you mean by that?" Aunt Zhang cautiously glanced around and whispered, "Luli has many enemies. Yesterday, he caused several deaths in our Sunshine Community. Who knows what kind of trouble will arise today? Listen to me. He's not a good person. Let's keep our distance." After saying this, Aunt Zhang didn't care whether Chiziyu was listening. She grabbed his arm and headed into the shelter. Chiziyu had no choice but to follow her inside. Time reached noon. Just a second ago, it was bright and sunny, and the next second, dark clouds rolled in. Thunder rumbled, as if it would rain at any moment. Just when all the players were puzzled about why the two parties involved in the transaction hadn't appeared, the roar of a car engine suddenly echoed from the street in the distance. Getting closer and closer, a black Maybach rushed through like an unstoppable wild beast. Under the gaze of the crowd, the car drifted and came to a sudden stop, stirring up a faint burnt smell in the dusty air. The rear door opened, revealing a pair of long, fair legs. A body-hugging skirt accentuated a tight and seductive curve, while a black veil concealed her charming face. Her enchanting eyes captivated everyone. Most strikingly, the woman adorned herself with cat ears and a tail. A real beauty, absolutely alluring. The male players present collectively became restless. They had thought that lucky Lisa might be a beauty, but they never expected her to be so unreasonably stunning. The slender branches bore luscious fruits, delectable yet fiery. A wasp-waisted beauty with a lovely back, tender chest, and long legs. Tonight's dream material was ready. Even in the apocalypse, she was cosplaying a cat-eared girl. The allure ran deep in her bones. The words of the male players became increasingly explicit. After all, this was the apocalypse, and morals and laws could no longer restrain human nature. If it weren't for the fear of Lisa's unclear strength, someone would have probably jumped in to unleash their primal desires. Meanwhile, the female players rolled their eyes at Lisa's outfit, trying to cover their inner jealousy with disdain. Alyssa ignored the reactions around her, standing quietly like a picturesque scene, waiting. Her demeanor was drastically different from when she was in front of Luli. As time passed, Luli still hadn't appeared. Just when all the onlookers thought he might have stood them up, a distortion of light and shadow suddenly appeared in front of Alyssa. A man in a cloak, with thin armor underneath, materialized out of thin air. He seemed to be in terrible shape, unable to stand steadily. Wow, his face looks pale. He really seems to be in bad condition. Now I understand why the transaction time was set for noon. Why? Don't you remember? From noon to 3 every day. That's when the challenge mechanism activates. So if someone kills the top player during this time, the rewards will be substantial. So the person who set this time is quite wise. If possible during this time, everyone can rely on their own abilities and compete fairly. Listening to the unabashed discussions around her, Alyssa silently gave Lu Li a thumbs up in her heart. Her master guessed correctly. The players coming to supervise this transaction indeed all had ulterior motives. After briefly going through the script Lu Li arranged in her mind, Alyssa began to perform. She lifted her chin and took out an item from her spatial ring. This is an excellent quality purification potion. Drinking it can purify all negative effects, including the demonic energy erosion on you. I'm not asking for much, just trade it for a perfect quality item or equipment. Upon hearing this, the onlookers displayed a playful expression. Excellent quality for perfect quality? What a bold request. It's a seller S market now. This woman knows that the big boss Lu Li needs her purification potion to save his life. Don't even mention perfect quality. Even an epic quality item would have to be reluctantly produced. Lu Li's face showed shock, tinged with a bit of pleading as he said, I don't have any perfect quality items. Can I trade 2 excellent quality pieces instead? As he spoke, Lu Li took out 2 arm guards from his spatial ring. Alyssa shook her head. Only perfect quality. I have plenty of excellent quality items. As soon as she said this, the crowd erupted in an uproar. Plenty of excellent quality items? Who would have thought? This beauty is actually a rich woman. At that moment, the gazes directed at the two of them were filled with even more greed. Lu Li looked bitter, but I really don't have any. How about this? I'll take out all the items and equipment on me for you to see. You can pick whichever you like. After saying this, Lu Li didn't wait for Alyssa's reply and started rummaging through his spatial ring. Weapons, armor, essence crystals, medicinal materials, skill books, and dungeon tickets were all piled up on the ground. Watching all those good things scattered around, the eyes of the onlookers went wide. Even a few, with less patience, had quietly taken out their weapons. Seeing the crowd's reaction, Alyssa felt secretly pleased. It seemed everything was going smoothly. Next, she just needed to follow the script. The next scene should be Alyssa getting greedy and suddenly launching a sneak attack on Lu Li. Alyssa silently went through the plot in her mind, reaching for her spatial ring. However, just as she was about to take out a dagger to kill and seize the treasure, an unexpected figure suddenly barged in. It was Su Xiao. The girl looked anxious. Lu Li, here's this perfect quality equipment for you. Quickly use it to trade for the purification potion. Chapter 71. Luring the snake out of its hole. Su Xiao, what are you doing here? Even the uncrowned Oscar King, Lu Li, was wide-eyed in shock at this moment. Su Xiao completely failed to understand Lu Li's expression and anxiously shoved the equipment into Lu Li's hands. Hurry up and exchange it for purification potion. It's a matter of life and death. Lu Li looked down and found it was a skirt. JK Girl's Temptation miniskirt. Wasn't this the perfect gear he had originally opened from a treasure chest and given to Su Xiao? It seemed like a bound item that couldn't be traded. Lu Li secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the performance accident wasn't too serious. With a bit of manipulation, it might even turn into a performance effect. Clearing his throat, Lu Li pretended to examine the skirt. Then, he feigned anger and said, "This item is bound and cannot be traded. Are you trying to kill me? Get lost." With that, he threw the skirt to the ground. Su Xiao was taken aback, her eyes slightly red. She apologized with a hint of guilt. "I didn't notice it was a bound item. I'm sorry, Lu Li, I didn't mean to." As she spoke, she bent down to pick up the skirt. Surrounding players were watching closely, and the circle surrounding Lu Li and Eliza seemed to have shrunk considerably. Lu Li was anxious and simply kicked Su Xiao's behind. "Get lost. We owe each other nothing now. If I see you again, I will kill you directly." Su Xiao was caught off guard and kicked away by Lu Li, getting covered in dust. She looked pitiful, making even Eliza feel sorry for her. The master is so fierce. But while feeling sorry, Eliza understood Lu Li's predicament. The unrelated personnel had cleared out, and the performance continued. Eliza quickly took out a dagger from her spatial ring and thrust it towards Lu Li's chest. Immediately after, she exaggeratedly recited the last line. Haha, Lu Li, you're so foolish. If I kill you, won't all these good things be mine? The onlooking players were stunned. Oh no, that annoying woman got ahead of us. The subtly balanced atmosphere was instantly shattered, and chaos erupted on the scene. Someone shouted, "Kill Lu Li, split the equipment." All players immediately turned their spears toward Lu Li. Or rather, they had intended to deal with Lu Li from the start. They just needed a signal. All right. You all wanted to take action against me a long time ago, right? Lu Li knelt on one knee, holding his wound, looking as if he was at the end of his rope. A voice among the players shouted, "Lu Li, don't say such harsh words. You have so much good equipment. What's wrong with sharing a bit with us? Yeah. You're at the top of the level leaderboard. You have an obligation to help us improve our combat power and levels." Taking advantage of this moment, Eliza casually picked up 2 pieces of equipment from the ground and retreated behind the crowd. This scene happened to fall into the eyes of some observant individuals. In their view, Eliza had also profited and left, which seemed very reasonable. So no one suspected it. Moreover, no one stepped in to stop it. After all, compared to Eliza, a player in peak condition whose details were unclear, Lu Li, who was under negative effects and had just been stabbed, was obviously easier to bully. However, before the players could all launch their attack, Lu Li suddenly covered his forehead with one hand and laughed wildly. "Do you really think that with just this many people, you can take me down? I am a number 1 on the level leaderboard." As his voice fell, a dense swarm of Mantis Soul soldiers materialized out of thin air, firmly protecting Lu Li. A torrent of kingly aura swept across the scene, causing the players to feel a bit breathless. Wise ones, get lost quickly. I don't kill mere chickens and dogs under my sword. Lu Li's right arm transformed into a blade, and crimson mist swirled around him. To the other players, Lu Li at this moment seemed like a Shura-killing god emerging from hell. Damn, which bastard said Lu Li was done for? Lu Li is clearly doing great. I'm sorry, Lu Li. I was blinded by greed. I'm leaving now. Lu Li is unparalleled, incredibly impressive. I won't dirty your eyes. My insignificant self. The fragile alliance that the players had just formed instantly collapsed. The players retreated one after another, indicating they would no longer target Lu Li. But just at that moment, someone shouted, "Everyone wait. Lu Li is just putting on a show. He is not as strong as he seems." All the players were stunned and turned their heads toward the source of the voice. A short, chubby man with a round face and bean-shaped eyes appeared in their view. From his outfit, he didn't seem to be Chinese. It was none other than Tojo Hihara, the capable assistant of Ishikawa Mikado. Listen to me, everyone. Lu Li has a negative effect of corrupted energy on him. He can't hold out for long. If we all attack together, we can kill Lu Li. Not only can we get the killing treasure chest, but we can also split his equipment and items. Don't be afraid of not being able to beat him. I have a secret item that guarantees we can kill him. Although Tojo Hihara's tone was odd, the players took his words to heart. In an instant, the vast majority of players stopped retreating. Only a few who feared Lu Li's Mantis Soul soldiers left without a backward glance. Seeing that the Sakura person finally showed up, Lu Li sneered. "You little Japanese, instigating Chinese to kill each other, you really know how to use others' knives. Everyone, please leave quickly. This is a grudge between me and this fat little Sakura." Upon hearing this, a few more players chose to leave. However, in the face of profit, a significant portion of players still chose to stay and cooperate with Tojo Hihara. Lu Li looked at the greedy gazes and gradually lost warmth in his eyes. Tojo Hihara looked at the players who stayed behind, nodding in satisfaction. He took out an item and placed in his palm. "Everyone, this is the item I used to defeat Lu Li, powerful excitement canister. Inhaling the gas inside can temporarily triple your attributes. Everyone, inhale deeply. Let's take down the number 1 on the level leaderboard, Lu Li." With that, Tojo Hihara threw the canister into the crowd. Lu Li instinctively retreated and took out a gas mask from his spatial ring to wear on his face. He had never seen such a thing as a powerful excitement canister and had never heard of any item that could provide such a powerful boost. It wasn't until a large amount of black-green gas spewed out from the canister that Luli finally understood. This was no powerful excitement canister. It was clearly a smoke bomb filled with corrupted essence. The black-green gas spewed from it was not some stimulating gas that could temporarily boost attributes, but an extremely dense demonic energy. Luli immediately recalled his Mantis soul soldiers to avoid being contaminated by the demonic energy. This move was seen by Tojo Hihara as a sign of cowardice. Everyone, look, Luli really can't hold on. He even forcibly recalled his summoned creatures. Everyone attack. The first person to kill him will receive a killing treasure chest reward. Chapter 72. Fight. Higahara Tojo. Due to the unusually dense magic energy and the active absorption, players were immediately afflicted with the negative effect of deep corruption. The ethereal sense of power deceived their nerves, quickly eroding their sanity. Kill Luli. Get the treasure. Kill Luli. Get the treasure. The frenzied players charged at Luli like mad dogs. Luli did not retreat, but advanced. The blade cut through the air, severing tendons and breaking bones. Although the players' attributes had significantly increased after the deep corruption, the corresponding influence of magic energy had made their actions incredibly reckless. A normal person might feel intimidated or fearful when facing such a frenzied group of enemies. But Luli would not. In his previous life, he had fought against tens of thousands of demons alone. Now, dealing with these deeply corrupted players did not put much pressure on him. Although he did not have a holy talent and needed to constantly monitor the level of magic energy corruption affecting him, Bloody Massacre had already finished cooling down. The second phase of Massacre could purify all negative effects on him, including magic energy corruption. Therefore, what Luli was most worried about was Higahara Tojo escaping, because if that happened, he would completely lose the lead in finding Lin Qinwei. Fortunately, Higahara Tojo did not intend to escape. He moved around outside the crowd, constantly throwing powerful invigoration canisters to corrupt more players. It was like a skunk continuously releasing toxic gas. Not only that, he also taunted Luli. Luli, are you exhausted? You can hardly hold on. Can you? The top of the leaderboard is nothing special. I haven't even used my talent ability yet. Look at these Huaxiao people. Don't they look like the good dogs I raised? Ha ha! The scene of Higahara Tojo mocking Li was clearly seen by Ao Zhan, who was not far away in a building. At this moment, he clenched his fists tightly, his body tense. Ao Zhan had secretly arrived in Yong City the night before. The reason he hadn't appeared before the transaction was mainly due to his dissatisfaction. As a player with an awakened ultra-rare talent, Ao Zhan believed he was the hope of Huaxia. His divine possession not only had the highest diamond talent grade, but its effects were also exceptionally powerful. So when Ao Zhan received the mission, he was dismissive. Just the first on the leaderboard. Who knows what kind of luck that is? Not the strongest in combat. It doesn't matter if he fails. But after watching Li's battle with Higahara Tojo, his thoughts changed. He realized that Luli was not just a lucky fool. This person is very strong. During the observation, Ao Zhan had put himself in Li's position. He found that while he could handle those frenzied players, it was difficult to avoid injury. However, the only injury Luli had sustained so far was from that woman-ass stab. The gap in strength was obvious. Attention, all teams. Wait for my command to encircle them. Don't let anyone escape. Especially the cherry blossom brat. If you let him run away, you little brats can just wait to die. Yes. A deep and powerful response came from Ao Zhan's headset. I'll make the first move to relieve some pressure for our friend Luli. After saying that, Ao Zhan prepared to use his talent ability. But at that moment, he suddenly stopped, because there was a new change in the battle not far away. What the hell? Still holding back. Ao Zhan instinctively retracted his ability, surprised to see Luli summoning 4 puppets out of thin air. Each puppet wielded a long knife, and their faces were replaced by a monotonous, fierce character. Puppets without even facial features? This is 2. Before Ao Zhan could finish saying next, the 4 knife-wielding puppets had already charged into the crowd. The seemingly random swings of the long knives accurately harvested lives with each strike. The situation was reversed in an instant. Under the onslaught of the knife-wielding puppets, Heads fell to the ground like ripe wheat. Even Ao Jean, who was accustomed to scenes of life and death, felt a shiver at this moment. What terrifying puppets! Higahara Tojo watched the change before him, the earlier mockery immediately freezing on his face, looking as ugly as frozen lard. Little Matsumoto's intel was indeed correct. This Lu Li's puppets were quite troublesome. It seems I have to use my talent ability. Lu Li, prepare to face the judgment of the King of Hell. Higahara Tojo threw the canister away and crazily inhaled the dense magic energy. He ripped his clothes apart, revealing a tattoo underneath. It was a green-faced, tusked demon. Fighting while stripping? What a perverted habit. Lu Li tightened his gas mask, looking alert. As Higahara Tojo trembled all over, the tattooed demon actually moved. Its razor-like claws hooked onto Higahara Tojo's shoulders, struggling to emerge from the skin. In a breath, it expanded to a height of 3 meters, exuding immense pressure. Meanwhile, Higahara Tojo himself transformed from a bloated fat man into a muscular beast. Not far away, Ao Jean couldn't help but exclaim, "What kind of talent is this? It can enhance itself while summoning a demon." The ambush team members inquired. "General Ao, that little brat's momentum has suddenly increased a lot. Even if Lu Li has 4 puppets to assist, it might be difficult to handle. Should we go in?" "Go!" Just as Ao Jean was about to give the order, he saw Lu Li wave his hand, recalling all 4 puppets. "I'll zone." The team members lurking nearby. What is Lu Li doing? Does he think he isn't dying fast enough? Lu Li looked at the terrifying demon pressing forward, his expression strange. He seemed to be holding back laughter. Ha! Lu Li suddenly burst into laughter. The loud sound made everyone's heart skip a beat. Higahara Tojo was completely stunned, staring blankly at Lu Li, who was laughing heartily. "What are you laughing at?" "Ha ha! I'm sorry, a little demon actually dares to call itself the King of Hell. That's just too funny. Baka, you dare to insult me, I'll kill you." Higahara Tojo's veins bulged. The demon howled wildly and lunged at Lu Li. Not good. Ao Jean's heart sank. He could tell that this attack was exceptionally fierce. Lu Li might not be able to dodge it. And indeed, as Ao Jean thought, Lu Li showed no intention of moving and was instantly engulfed by the demon. Higahara Tojo clearly did not expect Lu Li to be so vulnerable. After a moment of daze, he began to laugh maniacally. "Ah, I thought you had some trump card, but it turns out you've been scared silly, ha." The demon laughed along with Higahara Tojo, its voice like a deflating drum, eerily unsettling. However, as they laughed, the demon suddenly fell silent. Only Higahara Tojo remained immersed in the joy of victory, appearing extremely out of place. Chapter 73. A Little Ghost Daring to Claim Kingship? Ha. After laughing for a long time, Tojo Fuhara finally sensed something was off. He opened his beady eyes, looking puzzled at the evil spirit in front of him. The evil spirit's eyes were vacant, its expression dull, with not a hint of ferocity left. "What is going on?" Tojo Fuhara stepped forward, wanting to retrieve the evil spirit. The moment his palm made contact, the evil spirit suddenly turned its head. For the first time, its copper bell-like eyes revealed a look of fear, startling Tojo Fuhara. "What is happening?" Lu Li's voice droned from within the evil spirit, like a funeral bell tolling. "Soul Devour." In an instant, the evil spirit's body twisted and shattered, entirely vanishing into Lu Li's mouth. Devoured LV. 8 Ghost Spirit Sherwinya. Soul points 50. How is this possible? My King of Hell. Tojo Fuhara felt a tightness in his chest and spat out a mouthful of blood. His once robust physique was instantly deflated, like a punctured ball. Lu Li smacked his lips, feeling unsatisfied. A little ghost dares to claim kingship? What? Tojo Fuhara stumbled backward, his beady eyes wide open. "Why can you devour my King of Hell?" Lu Li said impatiently. "I already said it's just a little ghost. Isn't it awkward for you to keep calling it that? Is there anyone else? No need to trouble yourself. Just summon them all at once." "All right, this is what you asked for." Tojo Fuhara's teeth ground together. His body trembled violently. For more evil spirits crawled out from his limbs, manifesting from his tattoos. Although these 4 evil spirits were slightly weaker in size than the first, Their ferocity was not to be underestimated. In an instant, they surrounded Lu Li completely. Tojo Fuhara's body swelled again. Even his height increased significantly. He looked like a ferocious beast. Watch closely, Lu Li. These are 4 ghost spirits. I can go all out. And you won't die in vain. Tojo Fuhara was extremely arrogant. He thought he could see fear on his opponent's face. However, Lu Li only looked disappointed and said, "This is it? This is all your strength? Not much at all. Soul Devour." Lu Li activated his innate ability again. The 4 evil spirits didn't even have time to react before they transformed into 200 soul points. Tojo Fuhara sprayed blood wildly, his robust figure shriveling, becoming a mere bag of bones. He muttered in disbelief. "Impossible, this absolutely cannot be. How did you do it? Why can you devour my ghost spirits?" Lu Li certainly wouldn't, he explained to Tojo Fuhara. He just dug at his ear and joked, "Because I am the king of hell." After saying that, Lu Li's figure suddenly vanished. Invisibility activated. When Tojo Fuhara caught sight of Lu Li again, a rapidly enlarging fist was coming at him. Bang! A powerful punch shattered the nose of the Sakura ghost and sent him flying 3 meters away. Lu Li had held back after all. He still needed to extract Lin Qinyue's whereabouts from Tojo. Taking 2 steps forward, Lu Li grabbed Tojo's hair and lifted him off the ground. "Tell me, where's Lin Qinyue?" Tojo Fuhara was stunned by the punch, unable to speak for a while. Lu Li slapped him twice more, waking him up a bit. You're strong, but if you think you can get information out of me, you're being too naive." Tojo Fuhara grinned, revealing a broken tooth. "I am a warrior of the great Sakura Empire, a warrior who would rather die than yield." "Ha ha!" Lu Li's expression turned cold. "Are you sure you won't talk? I want to say a word. Go ahead and kill me." Tojo Fuhara straightened his neck, his face resolute in the face of death. Truly the spirit of samurai. Lu Li sneered, secretly channeling all his soul points into a soul weapon. "I wonder if this samurai can withstand its torment." As soon as the words left his mouth, a large amount of black mist surged around Lu Li. A gigantic, ghostly figure, 5 meters tall, quickly coalesced, exuding a terrifying aura. Is this my ghost spirit?" Tojo Fuhara was dumbfounded. He had figured out why Lu Li could easily devour his summon. In the blink of an eye, Lu Li summoned another identical ghost spirit. No, it was a ghost spirit several times stronger than his. "I was still pondering how to interrogate you, and your little ghost just made my job easier. I really should thank you," Lu Li said with a smile. He naturally recognized the 5 ghost spirits summoned by Tojo Fuhara. They were not the so-called king of hell, but 5 little fortune spirits, positioned in the southeast, southwest, northwest, northeast, and center. While they could serve as henchmen, the 5 spirits were not primarily adept at combat. Their greatest strengths were fortune-telling and mind-reading. The 5 little ghosts could not only collect wealth without breaking into homes, but could also decipher people's hearts and steal their thoughts. Tojo Fuhara clearly did not understand his own talent, simply using these ghost spirits superficially as ordinary summons. So when Lu Li mentioned that his little ghosts could help, Tojo Fuhara was still in a daze. "How can they help? By torturing me into a confession? I, Tojo Fuhara, am a warrior of the great Sakura Empire. Even if I'm beaten to death or torn apart, I would never reveal a hint about Lin Qinyue. Whatever means you have, go ahead and use them. If I tell you Lin Qinyue's whereabouts, I might as well be your son." Tojo Fuhara spoke provocatively. "I don't want you as my unfilial son." Lu Li was too lazy to waste more words with his ghost, directly ordering the ghost spirit. Central ghost spirit Sherwinya, search his soul. The ghost spirit, upon hearing this, showed a look of surprise in its copper bell-like eyes. It clearly did not expect Lu Li to call out its name instantly, and a surge of joy filled it, as if it had met a great talent. This new master knows its true abilities. The ghost spirit Sherwinya excitedly bowed and immediately placed its hand on Tojo Fuhara's head. Poor Tojo Fuhara still didn't know what he was about to experience and kept shouting. It was only when the soul search began that he couldn't help but scream. Actually, according to Sherwinya's original level, it couldn't completely search Tojo Fuhara's soul. But with Lu Li around, it forcibly elevated its level. Sherwinya didn't even have to exert much effort, and the soul search was completed. All of Tojo Fuhara's memories were turned upside down. Even the image of peeking at the neighboring village's widow bathing as a child was crystal clear. Well done. Luli Praiza, Rakaling Shibanya. Unlike other soul weapons, the 5 fortune ghosts did not dissipate in black mist, but formed 5 fearsome tattoos, imprinted on Lu Li's chest and limbs. After being completely soul-searched, Tojo Fuhara had become a fool. Lu Li acted decisively, killing him and devouring his soul. Devour LV. 8 players soul, soul points 30, plunder ability, ghost spirit possession, emerald. Do you wish to retain soul consciousness? Yes, no. Without thinking, Lu Li directly chose to erase Tojo Fuhara's consciousness. Scum like him doesn't he deserve to be his soul guard? However, the Sakura ghost's innate ability caught Lu Li's attention. Ghost spirit possession. Now that's a good talent. Chapter 74, Introducing Myself with Fists. Shadow spirit possession. Recopies 80 of the attributes of summoned creatures and adds them to oneself. Summoned creature attribute stacking limit. 5. Remembering the changes he experienced when Tojo Haihara summoned the evil spirit, Lu Li smiled even more. Soul Devour allows him to accumulate soul points by continuously devouring souls. The more soul points he has, the stronger Lu Li's soul weapon becomes. However, he ultimately cannot grow himself and is somewhat overly reliant on summoned creatures. Now that he has shadow spirit possession, it perfectly compensates for this shortcoming. As long as the summoned creatures continue to grow stronger, Lu Li's own strength will also rise. When necessary, he can also elevate the level of his soul weapon based on different combat situations to gain stronger attributes. Very flexible. However, now is not the time to be happy. Confirming that there are no enemies nearby, Lu Li's mind sank as he began to check Tojo Haihara's memories. There was a lot of filthy and bloody content, and even with Lu Li's 2 lives, he couldn't help but frown. Beasts. Skipping over the unpleasant segments, Lu Li quickly learned Lin Qinyue's whereabouts. However, just as he stopped watching, a mix of male and female voices suddenly caught his attention. It was Lin Qinyue, parasitized by the parasitic demon. I won't leave this body for now, pretending to be Lin Qinyue while you hold me captive. If we really can't defeat Lu Li later, you can let him rescue Lin Qinyue. A Trojan horse that has passed through the city gate can easily kill Lu Li. This girl is actually trying to scheme against me. Lu Li raised an eyebrow. Fortunately, he had the fortune ghosts and saw Tojo Haihara's memories. Otherwise, Lu Li might have truly fallen into a trap set by Komatsuwaki. It seems the plan needs to change. Lu Li stroked his chin, thinking of countermeasures. Just then, a sudden sound of footsteps approached not far away. Lu Li looked up and found 10 personnel dressed like special forces coming this way. The leading strong man had a tiger's back and a mantis leg, clearly a formidable fighter. Hello, my name is Ao Jean. Without any false pleasantries, the strong man extended his right hand towards Lu Li and introduced himself. I am here on the orders of the highest commander of Huaxia to protect your safety. Also, Lu Li's eyes narrowed, rapidly recalling memories from his previous life. Ao Jean, ranked in the top 10 of Huaxia's combat strength, an extremely rare talent with the awakened ability divine spirit possession. He once single-handedly dispersed 3 waves of insect tides, single-handedly defending the capital. In his last life, Lu Li met Ao Jean a year after the apocalypse broke out. Because their powers were evenly matched and they had experienced life and death battles together, the two formed a very good relationship. He could be considered one of Lu Li's few close friends. This big guy came at just the right time. A warm smile appeared on Lu Li's face, and he also formulated a plan. This time to rescue Lin Qinyue. Perhaps he could leverage Ao Jean's strength. Thinking this, Lu Li not only did not shake Ao Jean's extended right hand, but instead slapped it away. You. Ao Jean was taken aback, just about to say something, but Lu Li preemptively said, I don't like casually getting to know softies. What's your name? Tell me with your fists, not your mouth. Arrogant. Conceited. The team members following Ao Jean took a step back in fear. Oh no, this kid is a hothead. The general is definitely going to get angry. As expected, Ao Jean was surprised and let out a light laugh, releasing 2 jets of air from his nostrils. His tiger-like eyes locked onto Lu Li with great interest. Kid, are you sure you want me to introduce myself with my fists? The team members quickly whispered, General, don't be impulsive. We're here on a mission to protect, not to kill. Shut up. A.O. Jean bellowed. Do you think I'm an idiot? Can't you understand the nature of the mission? If you guys dare to talk back again, I'll beat you all up. The team members fell silent, not daring to say another word, because they knew that when General A.O. Jean went mad, he really went mad. Not to mention his own team members, he would dare to hit his own father. Seeing A.O. Jean reprimanding his team, Luli was not afraid. Instead, he became even more playful. Oh, only bullying those in your own nest? I'll zone. Good kid. Very arrogant. Then let me see if you have the capital to be arrogant. Without any warning, A.O. Jean instantly activated his talent ability. A sacred phantom exploded in the night sky like lightning, and a tremendous pressure erupted from this man, strong as a mountain, shattering the earth. Divine spirit possession. Giant spirit god, coalesce. Damn, he starts with the giant spirit god. Luli was shocked in his heart, but on the surface, he remained calm. He made a pause gesture. Wait a minute. A.O. Jean forcefully halted his fist that was about to swing, dissatisfiedly shouting. Don't be cowardly. Luli rolled his eyes. I'm not cowardly. You just let me prepare a bit first. Saying this, he opened the data panel and temporarily removed the title hanging after his name. Seeing this, A.O. Jean sneered. Hurry up. You're acting like a woman. Move faster. Bring out all your strength. Luli touched his nose, half smiling. Bring out all my strength? I'm really afraid of killing you. UTMD. Alzum, Inhajid. Shouted. If I don't beat you until your face is blooming like a peach blossom today, you want to know why the flowers are so red. After saying that, he swung his fist, as big as a sandbag, and smashed it towards Luli. Without the worry of absolute kill, Luli also let loose. All power-type talents activated simultaneously. Luli's right fist suddenly struck out, directly colliding with A.O. Jean's fist. Boom! It sounded like a heavy thud of metal clashing. Both Luli and A.O. Jean's figures paused. The ground beneath them shattered, creating spiderweb-like cracks. Ha ha ha! Good hit! A.O. Jean laughed wildly, his momentum soaring. Although Luli appeared calm on the surface, he secretly gasped. Damn it, he really is worthy of the extremely rare talent, divine spirit possession. With this punch, it actually broke the bones in his right arm. If it weren't for Luli's strong will, he would probably have cried out in pain by now. Extreme healing quietly activated, healing the invisible injuries. It seems that just having strong power isn't enough. His physique must keep up too. Thinking of this, Luli decided to directly use the talent he had just plundered, shadow, spirit possession, to completely crush A.O. Jean. Luli specifically chose a soul weapon with excellent physique and strength. The stone-skinned man he had killed in the Nexus arena was the best choice. After activating the talent, Luli's muscles bulged, and his height instantly increased. Boundless power filled his entire body. With another punch, he actually pushed A.O. Jean back half a step. Alzon, instead of getting angry, was delighted, his fighting spirit blazing. Good. Come again. The strong man stepped forward, the divine spirit phantom behind him suddenly solidifying. Seeing this, Luli was greatly shocked, knowing that A.O. Jean was about to use his killing move. He hurriedly raised the stacking attributes of shadow spirit possession to the maximum and attacked first. 5 times attribute stacking. His fist slammed hard into A.O. Jean's face. The strong man was like a train hitting him, being smashed into the concrete ground by this punch. Chapter 75. As long as you can catch up with me, I'll let you hee looking at A.O. Jean, whose head was buried in the ground. Resembling an upside-down scallion, the atmosphere on the scene was deathly silent, with even the sound of a pin dropping audible. The onlooking team members had prepared to rescue Luli, but now it seemed that the one needing rescue was their own leader. General, are you okay, General? Quick, treat the General. The team members rushed forward, attempting to pull A.O. Jean out of the ground. But before they could get close, a stronger aura suddenly erupted from A.O. Jean, forcing everyone to retreat repeatedly. It's over, General A.O. is angry. Everyone felt a chill in their hearts. A.O. Jean supported himself with both hands on the ground and forcefully pulled his head out. The phantom of the giant spirit god seemed almost solid, glaring angrily as if it was about to devour someone. You little brat, you really hit hard. I'll zone Huarid. In the next moment, his figure suddenly accelerated. Like a cannonball fired from cannon, heading straight for Lu Li. He wanted to teach this ignorant kid a lesson. Even if the king of hell came today, he would have to wait until Ao Jean had beaten Lu Li to a pulp. However, just as Ao Jean's fist was about to hit the target, Lu Li suddenly revealed a mischievous smile. His whole body instantly transformed into black mist, changing into another pitiful-looking figure. No way. Why is it me again? Xing Amlin looked at the fist hurtling towards him in despair. Without any surprise, he was knocked away by Ao Jean's punch. Did he hit, or did he miss? Ao Jean was momentarily taken aback and hesitated for a long time before looking around for Lu Li's figure. After a while, he finally found that annoying figure at the entrance of the shelter. Hey, you big dumbass with developed limbs and a simple mind. I'm over here. Lu Li waved his right hand and shouted loudly. If you have the ability, come chase me. As long as you can catch up with me, I'll let you hee. After saying that, Lu Li rushed into the shelter without looking back. Ao Jean, who was straightforward by nature and had a rigid thought process, hated being called stupid the most. He especially despised being called a big dumbass with developed limbs and a simple mind. It is said that dragons have reverse scales. Lu Li's simple provocation could not be said to have touched Ao Jean's reverse scale. Instead, it was like directly pulling on the reverse scale. I'll make sure to beat the crap out of you today, even if you've cleaned yourself up. Ao Jean was completely enraged. At this moment, he didn't care about completing any tasks. All that was left in his mind was the thought of violently beating Lu Li. He immediately rushed towards the shelter. Seeing Ao Jean charging towards the shelter like a ferocious god, Zhao Erwu, who was hiding in the dark and observing, was so scared he almost wet himself. He hurriedly opened the data panel to notify Ishii and the 3 dogs to retreat. Before he could input a single character, he suddenly felt a pat on his back. Turning around, Zhao Erwu was terrified to find it was none other than Lu Li, who was surrounded by black mist. Hello, nice to meet you. Lu Li's tone was polite, completely different from when he provoked Ao Jean earlier. At first glance, it seemed like they had known each other for many years, as if they were close friends. Wait, close friend my ass. A bad premonition rose in Zhao Erwu's heart. What do you want to do? Lu Li smiled and waved his hand, his tone relaxed. Don't be nervous. I won't do anything to you. I just want to ask you for a favor. The sound of Ao Jean's furious roar reached Zhao Erwu's ears, and his bad premonition grew stronger. He looked at Lu Li warily and retorted, I don't know you. Why should I help you? Lu Li pretended to be sad and shouted, Oh dear, how can a 37-degree mouth say such cold words? Have you forgotten that we once escaped from the wilderness together, released sheep, and played hooligans for love? Worked together, got off work, beat up our boss, and won awards. Seeing Lu Li rambled on without stopping, Zhao Erwu quickly interrupted. Stop. When did I ever release sheep with you? You're just talking nonsense. Before he could finish his sentence, Ao Jean had already caught up. Lu Li solemnly patted Zhao Erwu's shoulder, as if entrusting a life-and-death brother, and said, Brother Zhao Erwu, this big dumbass behind you is up to you. Give him a good beating for me. What? Zhao Erwu and Ao Jean exclaimed in unison. The former was full of disbelief, while the latter was filled with rage. Lu Li didn't give the two of them a chance to react, activating his invisibility ability and instantly disappearing. Only Zhao Erwu and Ao Jean remained, staring at each other wide-eyed. So you're going to stand up for Lu Li, huh? Ao Jean laughed angrily, his fists the size of sandbags cracking ominously. Zhao Erwu kept waving his hands, shaking his head vigorously like a rattle drum. No, I'm not standing up for Lu Li. I don't even know him. Still pretending. Ao Jean glared angrily. Do you really think I'm a dumbass? What is this about working together, releasing sheep, and playing hooligans for love? Your experiences sound colorful. That's all made up by him. I really don't know him. Zhao Erwu was almost in tears. He was just a weakling without any talent, let alone a fierce god like Ao Jean. Even a dog would be hard for him to handle. Really don't know. Ao Jean gritted his teeth, the grinding sound sending chills down one's spine. By the heavens, I really don't know. I'm just an innocent passerby. Zhao Erwu wished he had 2 more mouths to speak faster. Then are you Zhao Erwu? Ao Jean's tone suddenly calmed, his eyes losing some impulsiveness and gaining more thoughtfulness. "Oh, yes. Then you're still saying you don't know Luli? Eat my punch." Listening to Zhao Erwu's continuous screams, Luli silently gave Ao Jean a thumbs up at his heart. This big dumbass was quite useful. With him around, even if he couldn't kill Zhao Erwu, he could temporarily protect the survivors in the shelter. Thinking of this, Luli's expression became serious again. He had learned the secret of the central shelter in Yong City from Dong Tiao Faihar's memories. The entire shelter was a resource library for the Cherry Blossom People's experiments. They charged the magic tofu clay statue with human lives and suffering to hunt for high-quality talents, creating deities. In his previous life, Zhao Erwu was able to possess Heart of Frost and become the Frost Lord, most likely because of this evil artifact. Although Luli wasn't altruistic enough to want to save all of humanity, he could not just stand by and watch the Cherry Blossom People scheme succeed. After all, the entire Zhao family was on Lu Li's revenge list, and the Cherry Blossom People had already colluded with the Zhao family, paving the way for their demise. "Qinfeng, take people to ambush at this location and wait for my orders." Lu Li sent the laboratory coordinates to Lin Qinfeng, worried that the other party might act impulsively. Lu Li also sent the location to Eliza. "You go to this location. No need to show up unless necessary. But if Lin Qinfeng tries to enter the laboratory, you must stop her." Chapter 76. Cherry Blossom Demons. Leave no one behind. After arranging everything, Lu Li hurried to his destination. He maintained an invisibility state along the way to avoid revealing his tracks. The Cherry Blossom People's laboratory was underground. Planning to sneak in quietly, Lu Li deliberately avoided the heavily monitored entrances and chose the nearest sewer instead. After confirming the general direction, several soul soldiers appeared around Lu Li. This time, they were not the blade arm mantis, but the burrowing bee. This creature was inherently skilled at digging, making it very suitable for tunneling. Additionally, Lu Li intended to upgrade the soul soldier's level. In less than 5 minutes, the tunnel was successfully opened. The noise was minimal, and no one noticed. Recalling the soul soldiers, Lu Li continued to maintain his invisibility state and infiltrated the laboratory. His rescue plan was not complicated. It could even be said to be very simple. He just needed to quietly eliminate all the Cherry Blossom People in the laboratory, and everything would be accomplished. With the enhancement of the invisibility talent, Lu Li resembled an invisible death god. With a swift stroke, he reaped lives one after another. The fallen bodies were also fully utilized. With the auxiliary talent of corpse transformation into crystals, all the corpses could be turned into crystal shards, which Lu Li collected. Although doing so would significantly reduce the number of personnel in the laboratory, which would eventually be discovered by the Cherry Blossom People. Lu Li was not worried about being exposed. By the time anyone noticed the intrusion, the entire underground laboratory would likely have been cleaned up. Those that remained probably wouldn't pose any threat to Lu Li. As for whether the little Cherry Blossom would use Lin Qinyue as a bargaining chip to threaten Lu Li, he was quite concerned about it before searching for souls. But now, knowing the Cherry Blossom People's overall plan, Lu Li was completely unconcerned about Lin Qinyue being harmed. After all, the one controlling Lin Qinyue's body was the little Matsuko. To ensure that the Trojan horse could smoothly enter the enemy's city, the Cherry Blossom People would certainly ensure the hostage safety. It was also for this reason that Lu Li did not let Lin Qinfeng and the others accompany him into the infiltration, only asking them to guard outside. On the one hand, this provided an extra layer of insurance against any fish that might slip through the net. On the other hand, it could also prevent Lin Qinfeng from becoming flustered out of concern. It was fine if she couldn't help, but if she became a burden, that would be a big problem. The silent massacre continued. Finally, a piercing alarm sounded. With a flick of his knife to shake off the blood droplets, Lu Li knew he had been exposed. He simply withdrew his invisibility state and summoned a large number of Mantis Soul soldiers. Since there were still many unfortunate souls captured by the Cherry Blossom People in the laboratory, Lu Li was concerned that the Mantis Soul soldiers might not accurately distinguish between friend and foe and could harm the innocent. Therefore, he summoned the Soul Guardians Xing Anlin and Chun Hao. Leave no Cherry Blossom demons behind. Good. Xing, Anlin, and Chun Hao nodded in unison, each leading a team of Mantis Soul soldiers to kill elsewhere. On the other side, Ishikawa and Matsuko stared intently at the images on the monitor, their expressions dark as if they could drip water. They had anticipated that Lu Li was strong enough to take down Higahara Toyo, but they never expected him to directly invade the underground laboratory. Setting aside how Lu Li had infiltrated silently, the very location of the laboratory was top secret. Unless it was the Cherry Blossom people or the upper echelons of the Zhao family, no one knew about this hidden corner. The Cherry Blossom people could not possibly expose it. After all, those involved in the plan had been carefully selected. They were rare talents in the Empire. After much thought, the only person who could expose the secret was that one individual. That bastard Zhao Erwu must have betrayed us. Matsuko's face revealed hatred. Ishikawa furrowed his brow in confusion. Zhao Erwu's talent was taken by the demon-shaping clay statue. To regain it, he must cooperate with us. Why would he betray us and expose the location of the laboratory to Lu Li? Matsuko's eyes were filled with disdain, a softa like Zhao Erwu. If Lu Li casually makes him suffer a bit, he would definitely spill everything. The Huaxia people lack the noble samurai spirit of the Cherry Blossom. Ultimately, they are untrustworthy. A bunch of cowards. We need to execute the next step of the plan quickly. Let Lu Li rescue Lin Qinhua. Ishikawa nodded, a hint of shame showing on his face. It seems to be my mistake, mistakenly trusting the lowly Huaxia race like pigs and dogs. Matsuko, please give me a chance to rectify my error. I will bring back Lu Li's head to apologize to our fallen Cherry Blossom compatriots. Matsuko instinctively wanted to stop him, but upon thinking of Ishikawa's special talent ability, she changed her mind. Matsuko nodded. Ishikawa-senpai's talent is powerful. As long as you act, you will surely succeed. However, since Lu Li is as cunning as a fox, for safety's sake, please be sure to take away Zhao Jing's talent. With his immortal body, your strength will be greatly enhanced. After speaking, Matsuko took out the demon-shaping clay statue. The item had long been fully charged and could be used at any time. Ishikawa was overjoyed. Matsuko's preparations are truly thorough. She is indeed an excellent citizen of our great Cherry Blossom Empire. Then, as if recalling something, he changed the subject. However, if I take away the talent, Zhao Jing's soul will dissipate. Once Zhao Quan finds out, we won't be able to continue using the Zhao family. Don't worry, Matsuko said confidently. Just store Zhao Jing's remnants of the soul anywhere. Later, we can find a suitable body for him. I think Zhenfei would be a good container. After saying this, Matsuko turned to look at the corner of the room. There were still a dozen hostages there, most of them women, completely naked. Zhen Naiha was squatting among them, staring blankly at the ground, looking like she had gone mad. Ishikawa thought for a moment and found this method feasible. The transfer process was very quick. Feeling the powerful force brought by his dual talents, Ishikawa inexplicably felt a surge of lewd fire rising within him. After all, Lu Li hadn't found this place yet. He could take the opportunity to torment the hostages in the room a bit more. The pleasure was secondary. The main thing was that he could use this process to further enhance his strength. 3 minutes later, Boss Lu, I've cleaned up all the demons on my side. Brother Li, aside from a room in the northwest corner that I can't access, everything else has been cleared out. Lu Li picked up the last crystal shard from the ground and simultaneously received reports from Chun Hao and Xing Anlin. I'm coming over. Lu Li responded and directly exchanged positions with Xing Anlin. What stood before him was a sturdy metal door. It could stop a soul guardian like Xing Anlin, but it couldn't stop Lu Li. Spirit possession activated. Great strength activated. Mountain shaking activated. Various talents stacked upon each other, amplifying Lu Li's strength to a terrifying degree. With a single punch, he blasted the metal door apart. Chapter 77. Pervert to a New Height. Lu Li stepped into the door. The scene before him was unbearable. Dozens of pale bodies lay twisted on the ground, marked with blue or purple bruises. Ishii Sanyuan was crouched among the pile of people, tugging at a woman's hair and torturing her wantonly. Lu Li's lips wisha. Truly, a perverted country with perverted people. No matter when, Sakura could always make one feel a wave of darkness. The base was about to be dismantled, Yet Ishii Sanyuan still had the mood to do such things. This was truly a perversion to a new height. Luli naturally wouldn't wait for Ishii to finish before taking action. With a thought, arcs of electricity swirled around his palm. He raised his hand and shot 3 lightning arrows, aiming precisely at Ishii's rear. He thought he could injure or interrupt Ishii. However, to his surprise, after being hit by the 3 lightning arrows, Ishii not only remained unharmed, but laughed even more joyfully. His actions quickened, and the woman he had grabbed was in even greater agony. Finally, after satisfying his perverted desires, Ishii contentedly tossed the half-dead woman aside and slowly stood up. He mumbled, "How despicable! There's still the youngest one left to enjoy, and you barged in." Luli raised an eyebrow and mocked, "What's wrong? Knowing your death is imminent. So you're indulging yourself?" Ishii shook his head, a lewd smile on his face. "These women are merely tools for me to enhance my power. If we're talking about enjoyment, it must be with girls under 14. As he spoke, Ishii had already walked to the wall. He took a samurai sword, rubbed it for a moment, and then, without warning, swung it at the nearest women. Those unarmed hostages had yet to recover from their pain before they met their doom. Seeing this, Luli immediately flew forward to stop him. Unfortunately, Ishii's speed was incredibly fast. Luli exerted all his strength to rescue the closest girl. Even so, he was still severely slashed by the samurai sword. The wound was gaping, as if a blood-soaked centipede was lying on him. Ishii laughed heartily, his expression exceedingly arrogant. "The top of the rankings, Luli? It seems you're not so impressive after all." Luli ignored Ishii's taunts and looked around, confirming that Lin Qinyue was tied to a chair and unable to launch a sneak attack on him. Luli quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, it seemed that the plan of the little Shiba Inu hadn't changed. Ishii just wanted a one-on-one fight, with no more worries in his heart. Luli formed a knife arm with his right hand and pointed at Ishii Sanyuan. "Do you really think there is no one in Huaxia? You eastern beast." Ishii rested the samurai sword on his shoulder, a face full of mockery. "Don't just rely on your words. If you have the ability, come and kill me." Luli frowned slightly. Although he had searched through Tojo Fuhara's soul, he was not clear about Ishii Sanyuan's innate abilities. This guy usually hid very deep and had never revealed his talents in front of others. The only thing he understood was that Ishii's attributes were higher than average. Without using his innate abilities, he could crush players of the same level. If it was just a talent that enhanced attributes, it wouldn't be too hard to deal with. But why was he so arrogant, as if he didn't regard me at all? Could it be because of the demon transformation mud statue? Had Ishii Sanyuan obtained a powerful innate ability through it? Thinking of this, Luli couldn't help but feel vigilant. If that were the case, he would have to use all his strength. He couldn't be careless anymore. Unfortunately, Elisa wasn't here to boost his luck attribute. While Luli thought, he quickly opened the data panel. He re-equipped the title of over-level kill. He also took out the short dagger from his ring and firmly grasped it in his left hand. The 5 different attribute soul weapons quickly took shape, rapidly strengthening Luli's body under the effect of shadow, spirit possession. The soul weapons level was maxed out. As if feeling this wasn't enough for insurance, Luli turned to Ishii Sanyuan and said, "Wait a moment, let me prepare a bit." Seeing that the other party had no intention of attacking, he took out various enhancement potions from his ring and consumed them one by one. These were all good items bought from a merchant of the myriad worlds. Although they couldn't permanently enhance attributes, they could temporarily boost combat power significantly. Watching Luli frantically stack buffs for himself, Ishii's expression was half disdainful and half surprised. The disdain was because he thought Luli was too timid. After all, based on little Shiba Inu's description, Luli should be the type of person who dared to kill and fight. But now, it seemed that the courage of this top-ranked player was about the same as that of Mouse. The surprise was due to the fact that Luli had so many good items, one bottle after another of potions, one item after another of tools. Ishii Sanyuan waited for a full 5 minutes, and Luli still hadn't finished taking his medicine. This was clearly longer than the time he spent with 10 women combined. "Hey, are you done yet?" "Just preparing. Does it take this long?" "Almost done. I just need to finish this bottle, gulp gulp, and this one, gulp gulp." Time passed quietly for another 5 minutes, until Ishii's patience ran out. Lu Li barely finished his preparations. "Come on, I'm ready." Ishii had long been impatient, raising his samurai sword and charging at Lu Li with a strange scream. Lu Li's body tensed, fully focused. He even used the footwork from the Chun family knife technique. As the samurai sword was about to strike, Lu Li twisted his steps and slightly shifted his body to avoid the blade. Then he simultaneously flipped both arms, the blade suddenly slicing through the air, targeting Ishii Sunyuan's chest and throat. All-out attack. While attacking, Lu Li did not forget to activate his defensive talent to reduce the potential damage. However, what surprised Lu Li was that the battle did not become as intense as he imagined. It even ended. Rather hastily, Ishii completely could not avoid Lu Li's attack. After 2 sounds of blades slicing through flesh, Ishii's head detached from his neck and rolled onto the ground. The dagger also struck his heart, like a leech that had been starving for 10 years, desperately sucking the life force from his body. Before long, a headless corpse lay on the ground. "I won." Lu Li was somewhat stunned. He felt it shouldn't be over yet. Ishii must be playing tricks. So, Lu Li cautiously sent out the soul weapons to stab Ishii's shriveled corpse with 80 strikes. Even Ishii's head was stomped into a mush by the soul soldier, trampled repeatedly 100 times. Is he really dead? Lu Li examined the pile of corpses that were no different from meat paste. After confirming that the other party was truly dead, he hesitantly activated Soul Devour to steal Ishii Sunyuan's innate abilities. Upon seeing the innate abilities, Lu Li's doubts were finally resolved. Ishii Sunyuan had 2 innate abilities, namely the Diamond Tier, Yin-Yang Supplementation, and the Emerald Tier Immortal Body. It was not to say that these 2 abilities were weak. On the contrary, the combination of these 2 abilities was very powerful, but such a strong innate ability, unfortunately, encountered Lu Li, a cheat, resulting in a direct demise. Chapter 78. Help you tie it tight. The effects of the 2 talents are as follows. Yin-Yang Complementation allows players to randomly increase their attribute points while exercising. Although there is a daily limit of 3 times, it can be continuously accumulated. The growth potential is nearly infinite. Given time, a player's 4-dimensional attributes can be stacked to a terrifying degree. On the other hand, Immortal Body is even more powerful. It allows the total of a player's 4-dimensional attributes to be treated as their constitution attribute. For example, Lu Li's current attributes are Strength, 15, 8, Constitution, 15, 6, Speed, 15, 9, Spirit, 15, 2, totaling 62. 5. After activating Immortal Body, Lu Li's Constitution will directly become 62. 5. The combination of these 2 talents can no longer be described as having 8 billion points of meat. It's a rhythm that directly leads to the opponent being beaten to death. The reason Shiji Sanku is so confident is precisely because of this. With the boost from his godlike Constitution attribute, there are almost no players at this stage who can kill him. But unfortunately, Shiji Sanku happened to run into Lu Li. At that time, Lu Li had plundered a special talent, Law-Breaking Domain, from the Hellhound, which can nullify the effects of all talents lower than Lu Li's level. During the fight, Lu Li naturally activated this talent. This led to Shiji's Immortal Body becoming completely ineffective, although there were still some attribute points accumulated from Yin-Yang Complementation. Under the effects of the bug tooth short dagger that absorbs target attributes and the numerous negative effects attached to the blade arm, those points would be of no use. Not to mention Lu Li had also stacked a series of buffs on himself. It is not an exaggeration to say that just now, Lu Li could even kill Ao Zhan, who had fully activated Divine Possession. If I had known it was this weak, I wouldn't have taken so many potions. Lu Li felt a bit pained. Although those potions were not expensive, and he still had plenty, damn it, even mosquitoes are meat. The road ahead is still long, and such wastefulness is unacceptable. But now that the potions have been taken, there's no way to spit them out. No use regretting it. It's better to get on with the business. Lu Li lifted his leg and walked towards Lin Qinhua. Seeing Lu Li coming over, the little Matsukoa puppy quickly squeezed out a smile and pretended to be extremely surprised, saying, "Lu Li, you finally came to save me. Boo-hoo-hoo. You have no idea how much grievance I've suffered here." Lu Li perfunctorily nodded. "Oh, really? Then you can relax now. I not only can let you suffer grievances, but I can also let you be tortured." What? The little Matsukawa puppy's expression froze, feeling a bit confused. Luli chuckled awkwardly and quickly changed his words. Aha, what I mean is, are the ropes on you tied too tightly? The little Matsukawa puppy nodded repeatedly, a hint of barely noticeable killing intent in her eyes. Yes, these cherry blossom people are really hateful. They tied me so tightly. Luli, quickly help me untie them. Okay, I'll help you right now, Luli replied. He walked around to the back of the little Matsukawa puppy and began to get busy. However, after a long time, the little Matsukawa puppy still felt that the ropes binding her hands and feet had not been untied. Instead, there was an increasing sense of pain from being tightened. Luli, have you untied the ropes? Why do I feel like it's getting tighter and tighter? Luli's mischievous voice slowly came out. It's right to feel tight. You stay here for now, and I'll deal with you after I'm done. Huh? Oh, I'll come back to take care of you after I'm done. Luli had a bright, sunny smile as he left the Lin Chinua tied up in place. Meanwhile, he began to clean up the battlefield. After rummaging around, Luli successfully found the demon clay statue. Looking at the ugly cherry blossom design of the statue, Luli's face was full of disdain. What terrible taste. In fact, there is no item called demon clay statue in the Apocalypse game. Instead, there is a magical material called imprinting clay. Theoretically, it can be shaped into any form according to will and is used to store and exchange souls and talent abilities. The demon clay statue seems to be made from imprinting clay. However, for some reason, the cost of use is turned into suffering, requiring torture of people to energize the item. In short, the item is very powerful. But for Luli, it is of no use at all, because Soul Devour can completely replace the function of the demon clay statue, and it does not require the sacrifice of suffering. However, Luli did not throw away this item. After all, Soul Devour can only take in and not out, and it can only work on corpses. To deal with the little Matsukawa puppy that is parasitizing on Lin Chinua, he still needs the demon clay statue. It takes the suffering of about 10 people to complete one charging. Should I catch 10 cherry blossom people and torture them a bit? Luli thought as he walked toward the other side of the room. There was another metal door there, looking even more solid than the previous one. Based on the principle of doing things thoroughly and cutting off the roots, Luli planned to go in and take a look. What if there happened to be 10 little bastards hiding inside, and the charging requirement for the demon clay statue could be fulfilled? However, before Luli could reach the door, a groan suddenly sounded from within the room. Luli turned around and found that the girl he had saved was trembling all over, kneeling on the ground. What's wrong? Just as Luli was about to step forward to check, the nearby Lin suddenly spoke. She was drugged by the cherry blossom people, and now the effect of the drug is probably kicking in. Drugged? Luli was taken aback. What kind of poison? Where's the antidote? Lin Chinua had a strange expression. It's not poison. It's an aphrodisiac. Aphrodisiac? That's right, and it's a strong aphrodisiac. Hiss! Luli gasped. Can't we use healing-type talents to detoxify? What about holy blessing? None of them work. Lin Chinua shook her head helplessly. This drug was specially made by Shiji Senku, and I estimate there is no antidote at all. What will happen if we leave it alone? Luli had an ominous thought. She will go insane, Lin Chinua said with a half-smile. Besides vigorous exercise, there's no other way to save her. Luli immediately felt troubled. He was not acquainted with the girl. Although he was trying to save her, the essence of exercise would not change. If he really did that, would it be too inhumane? No. How can I be like those cherry blossom bastards? There must be another way. Luli shook his head, trying to find a solution from his memories of his previous life. But just then, a pair of delicate arms suddenly wrapped around him from behind. His train of thought was completely interrupted. The hot and fiery body temperature stimulated Luli's skin, and the curvy figure rubbed against Luli's back. Please take me. Hurry and take me. The girl exhaled softly, her voice enchanting and charming. She even stuck out her tongue, playfully teasing Luli's earlobe. Chapter 79. I'm done. I slept with a super strong girl. When Luli turned around, the car couldn't stop in time. The girl's eyes were misty, shy yet eager. Her slightly hot breath released an enticing signal. Looking further down, there was a body completely naked. While saving her, Luli's attention was entirely on Shijing Sanquan, and he hadn't noticed these beauties at all. Now, however, it was hard to look away. Reborn. Luli was already at an age full of vigor. Even with the resilience from his past life, it was still difficult to maintain composure in front of an active beauty. I really appreciate you saving my life just now. Can you save me one more time? Please take me quickly. I beg you. I'm really feeling so uncomfortable. The girl's delicate and moist lips slightly moved, whispering words that made one's face flush and heart race. Wait a minute, this face seems a bit familiar. Luli finally reacted and wanted to take a closer look at the girl's face. However, his action was misunderstood by the girl as a signal of agreement. She immediately pressed against Luli's body, wrapping around him like a water snake. The dry wood ignited a fire, and it was all too easy to catch. Before Luli could recall the girl's identity, his mind went blank. His body was taken over by the most primal instincts. It was as if a hot metal spoon had slid into butter, melting them both in the transfer of heat. Luli and the girl indulged themselves, composing a wonderful symphony together. After everything ended, nearly 2 hours had passed. The girl curled up in Luli's arms like a weary young beast, sleeping extremely soundly. He actually slept with her, and it seemed to be her first time. This is a disaster. Luli looked at the girl's face, feeling a bit flustered. He had recognized who the girl was. None other than Liluo, the female assassin who held the top position in his past life. Known as the Shadow Rakshasa. Even in his past life, Luli was unaware of this female assassin's true strength. He didn't even know what her innate abilities were. He had only heard that she wielded a short dagger made from insect fangs and would collect money for lives. Once she struck, no one survived. After panicking for a moment, Luli decided to calm down. After all, no matter how terrifying Liluo was, she was still the Liluo of his past life. Right now, she was just a weak girl and had not yet become the #1 female assassin. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been taken hostage by Shijing. At worst, when Liluo woke up, he would explain everything to her. After all, Luli had acted with good intentions to save her. It was just that the process was a bit out of his control. Thinking of this, Luli felt much more at ease. He raised his hand to take out a bed from his spatial ring and gently settled the girl down. He planned to continue with his original plan and see what was behind that metal door. Ahem, is it finally over? Are we not going to do it again? Just as Luli straightened up, a teasing voice came from behind. Damn, he had been so engrossed that he had forgotten someone was watching in the room. A live broadcast? Luli had never played this wild in his past life. Seeing Luli awkwardly turn around, Xiaosong Ji Quan continued to tease. I didn't expect your skills to be quite good, very high in terms of viewing pleasure. Luli faina tin diferenza. Secretly cursing in his heart. No matter how good my skills are, can they compare to your Sakura's skills? Once the magic tofu clay is fully charged, I'll devour your soul. Ignoring Lin Qinyue, Luli raised his leg and walked toward the metal door. Seeing that, Luli seemed to want to open the metal door. Xiaosong Ji Quan's expression changed slightly, and she hurriedly stopped him. Luli, don't open that door. Untie me first. Luli's hand, which had gripped the doorknob, paused, and he turned to look at Lin Qinyue. What's behind the door? Untie me first. Xiaosong Ji Quan urged even more anxiously. No way. You tell me what's behind the door first, or I'll just open it. Luli pretended to tug at the door. He didn't exert any force, but a dull sound came from behind the door. It seemed something heavy had slammed against it. Don't open the door. Come help me untie. Xiaosong Ji Quan twisted desperately in the chair, trying to escape. In fact, the ropes that had originally bound her were just a distraction. With a bit of skill, she could easily break free. But the last few loops Luli tied were solid and reliable. She couldn't break free at all. What exactly is behind the door? Luli sensed that something was off, took a few steps back, and summoned his soul weapon to guard in front of him. Bang! A dull crashing sound came again. The heavy metal door instantly deformed, bulging outward significantly. Now, it wasn't about me wanting to open the door, but rather what was inside wanting to come out. What exactly is behind that door? Luli Castionat Starli. The air suddenly fell silent, as if nothing had happened. Lin Qinyue's mouth moved slightly, seemingly wanting to reveal the answer. Before she could speak, a loud noise suddenly erupted. Bang! The deformed metal door slammed toward Luli's position like an out-of-control train head. Fortunately, Luli had been prepared and let his soul weapon take most of the impact. Otherwise, if he had taken it head-on, he would have likely been injured. Li Luo was also startled awake by the loud noise. She propped herself up, feeling sore, and looked toward the direction of the sound. In the dust, there seemed to be a familiar shadow. "Mom?" Li Luo instinctively called out. But what responded to her was not her mother's voice, but a piercing scream. "Roar! Detect!" Lu Li quickly cast a detection spell, and relevant information instantly appeared on the panel. Name: Demonized Transformed Chaos Mother Bug, Lord Creature. Level: LV 30. Hint 1. This creature has undergone a series of demonized transformations and has completely deviated from its original biological template, becoming chaos, unable to obtain more relevant information. Hint 2. The actual combat power of this creature is unknown and is severely inconsistent with the displayed level, exceeding the combat power assessment range. Immediate evacuation is advised. Demonized transformation? Human experimentation. Staring at the figure slowly emerging from the dust, Lu Li's heart sank to the bottom. It was a woman, one who looked about 70 to 80% like Li Luo. Her vacant eyes held no trace of human spirit, only filled with a mad desire for slaughter. The woman's arms had long disappeared, replaced by a pair of grotesque, mantis-like curved blades. The upper body was connected to the massive abdomen of the Chaos Mother Bug, with rough wounds constantly oozing black blood. It seemed to maintain this grotesque combination, as the woman carried 2 gas tanks the size of thighs on her back, with gas continuously flowing into her body through pipes. What kind of madness could lead to the idea of combining humans and monsters? Lu Li nearly lost control of his rage and raised his hand to kill Xiao Songji Quan. "Mom!" Li Luo shouted again. At this moment, she had already gotten off the bed, looking at the Chaos Mother Bug with eyes full of despair. It seemed to have heard her call. The woman slowly turned her stiff neck and looked toward Li Luo. Chapter 80, Mysterious Talent. Mom! Li Luo kept shouting, stumbling towards the woman. As the distance between them closed, the woman suddenly twitched, her arm faintly trembling. Upon seeing this, Lu Li's pupils constricted. "Oh no, it's an attack signal. Danger!" Lu Li quickly accelerated, wrapping one arm around Li Luo's slender waist and pulling her back. In the next moment, a blade swept by, cutting off a tip of Li Luo's hair. "Soul weapon, block it!" Lu Li retreated rapidly with Li Luo, dodging the attack while launching swarm deterrents against the woman. Although the target was a modified chaos creature, it still had the term Mother Bug in its name, so swarm deterrents remained effective. However, Lu Li was significantly lower in level. Even using his talent to its fullest only caused a momentary delay for the woman. Fortunately, with the soul weapon blocking, it bought some time, allowing Lu Li to create a safe distance and reach outside the room. Mom Li Luo looked at her distorted mother in the distance, tears streaming down her face. Thankfully, she was only sad and did not lose her sanity to rush forward, which temporarily relieved Lu Li. "It's too dangerous to stay here. You need to leave. Go outside the laboratory. My people are there to protect you." Li Luo shook her head vigorously. "No, my mom and dad are still here. I don't want to leave." Lu Li fronat. With the formidable enemy at hand, he had no patience to persuade the girl to leave. Since she was unwilling to go, she could just stay in a corner. Before Li Luo could say another word, Lu Li raised his left hand and lightly struck the back of the girl's neck. Afterwards, he summoned the Soul Guard Chun how to watch over the girl and ensure her safety. After arranging this, Lu Li turned back to the room. Although Lu Li had a large number of soul weapons, they were coming in an endless stream. However, facing the absolute level difference, they were still unable to harm the Chaos Mother Bug. To completely kill it, Lu Li had to take action himself. He thought the medicine he took earlier would go to waste, but now with the Mother Bug here, it was just right to test his strength. Faced with the terrifying monster, Lu Li was not afraid. Instead, he felt a bit excited. However, excitement aside, he still needed to be rational. Lu Li did not immediately engage in battle, but looked at the corner where Lin Qing was. "Hey, does this thing have any weaknesses?" The little dog spirit, Xiaosong, was about to respond, "This is the work of Ishi Song. She doesn't know the specifics." But then she thought, she was currently playing the role of hostage Lin Qinhua. If she said too much, wouldn't it seem abnormal? So she immediately spoke up. "You ask me? Who do I ask? I only know there's a terrifying monster locked behind the metal door, and I told you not to touch it. Yet you didn't listen." Your summoned spirit, 1T lasts long. Come help me untie the ropes. Lu Li scoffed, leaving Lin Qinyue side once again. With a thought, he summoned the 5 ghosts of wealth. Lu Li quietly asked, if you 5 search her soul, will it harm the other soul inside her? The other 4 ghost spirits looked at Shi Wenye in unison, seemingly regarding him as the leader among the 5 ghosts. Although Shi Wenye could not speak, he understood Lu Li's meaning. After a moment of thought, he nodded regretfully. All right, it seems I need to explore this myself. Lu Li nodded and recalled the 5 ghosts. This scene sparked quite a ripple in Lin Qinyue's heart. The little dog spirit thought to herself, I didn't expect Lu Li to be able to take away Senior Dongqiao as 5 ghosts. What a terrifying talent. If I can kill Lu Li and obtain his talent, I could definitely become a hero of the great Sakura Empire. Wait, I already have such a terrifying talent. Why should I still be loyal to Sakura? I can become Sakura's first female emperor, making all of Sakura loyal to me. No, it should be the whole world. Lin Qinyue had a fervent expression, and when she looked at Lu Li again, her eyes were filled with undisguised greed. She was really curious what rank such a terrifying talent could be. Lu Li did not care about the little dog spirit's calculations. At this moment, all his attention was focused on the Chaos Mother Bug, a monster that was 15 levels above him. Level mainly serves to enhance 4-dimensional attributes. Some special talent abilities will also unlock powerful effects as levels increase. For example, Ao Zhan's Divine Possession can continuously unlock more powerful gods as the level rises. Although Lu Li had once defeated a level 10 Bee Queen at level 0, that was based on his knowledge of the Bee Queen's weakness. He could use his past experiences and combat skills to forcibly make up for the level gap. But the current situation was completely different. Lu Li did not know the Mother Bug's weakness, nor did he know its talents, because his level was lower than the opponent's. He could not use the talent, Breaking Law Field. Furthermore, he had to withstand a 15-level attribute gap while being on guard against magic corruption turning into deep corruption. Moreover, the most troublesome part was that the actual combat power of the Chaos Mother Bug was severely inconsistent with its displayed level, exceeding the combat power assessment range. In other words, the actual combat power of the Mother Bug might be far beyond level 30. Such a powerful monster. If not for the assistance of 4 knife slaves nearby, Lu Li might have died several times by now. This was the most exhausting battle since Lu Li's rebirth. As a result, Lu Li began to unintentionally use sword techniques. Unlike back in Hub Arena, this time Lu Li used sword techniques that came directly from that broken sword manual, without any modification. The blade rose, wild intent surged. In an instant, it seemed as if wind and thunder were rolling in the entire underground space. The arrogant and unrestrained momentum continuously piled up on Lu Li, slowly amplifying his power attributes. Lu Li's combat power had already reached its peak. However, he still could not defeat the Chaos Mother Bug. That deformed creature seemed to have a cheat. No matter how many attacks it endured, it could recover in an instant. In contrast, Lu Li was hindered at every turn. As long as he made 1 or 2 mistakes, he would lose his life here. The situation was not optimistic. Lu Li's brows were almost twisted into a knot. After trying so many times, he not only couldn't kill the Chaos Mother Bug, but he hadn't even found the opponent's weakness. The only clue he had was the magic gas canister on the back of the Mother Bug. If he could destroy the gas canister, he might weaken the Mother Bug's regeneration ability. However, the Mother Bug clearly knew the importance of the gas canister and protected it well. Even if Lu Li used lightning arrows to strike, the Mother Bug would block it all with its body. If this continued, the outcome of the battle would undoubtedly end in failure. Should he run? After all, there was only the little dog spirit watching, and they would definitely have to silence him afterwards. Thinking about it, running away seemed like a good choice. Not disgraceful at all. Just as Lu Li was pondering how to make a graceful retreat, Chun Hao's startled voice suddenly came from outside the door. Boss. The person is gone. The person is gone? Lu Li was taken aback, and from the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a dark object that swiftly darted into the room. It silently slipped into the shadow of the Chaos Mother Bug like a fish entering the sea. Chapter 81. She was born for assassination. How could someone just disappear? Lu Li stared intensely at the shadow of the Chaos Mother Bug and shouted, That's right. She woke up and saw me guarding her, so she begged me to save her mom. When I refused, she started crying, and then suddenly turned into a puddle of black water. Shen Hao's voice trembled, clearly frightened. It wasn't that he, a grown man, was scared by a girl's strange behavior. He was mainly worried that Lu Li would erase his consciousness. After all, as a soul guardian, his existence depended entirely on Lu Li's decision. Turned into a puddle of black water? Lu Li muttered to himself. Could this be Li Luo's innate ability? Shapeshifting? But if she truly turned into a puddle of black water, how could she move quickly? Wait, if it was black water, how could it blend into the shadow of the chaos mother bug? No, the ability of the shadow Rakshasa could not simply be shape-shifting. Just as Lu Li made this judgment, the shadow of the chaos mother bug suddenly became active. Breaking away from the most basic physical laws of light and shadow, it boiled like a pot of boiling water, crazily bubbling. At the same time, the movements of the chaos mother bug slowed down, becoming increasingly sluggish, until finally it became stiff and could no longer move an inch. Forcibly controlling it, Lu Li was shocked. He finally understood why Li Luo sat firmly on the throne of the number 1 female assassin. She could quickly infiltrate and forcibly control her opponent. It was simply an innate ability tailor-made for assassination. However, Li Luo seemed still quite unskilled in controlling her powers. She only managed to control the chaos mother bug for a short while before the boiling shadow gradually calmed down. The mother bug regained its ability to move and bared its teeth at Lu Li. This girl is unreliable. I have to run. Lu Li dodged to the side, avoiding the mantis blade aimed at his head. Invisibility activated. The chaos mother bug missed its strike and howled, wanting to attack Lu Li again. But as soon as it raised its arm, it found that Lu Li's figure had already vanished from the room. Only 4 dull-witted puppets remained standing in place. Although the chaos mother bug lacked intelligence, it understood that those hard, stiff things were not easy to deal with. It had to pick the soft ones to squeeze. So, it turned its head and looked at Lin Qingyue, who had been watching from the corner. Little Song Jijun was now completely panicking, because the development of the situation was entirely beyond her expectations. She had considered everything. Even Lu Li's strength was within her predictions. Even if Lu Li killed everyone in the laboratory, she could still use Lin Qinyue's body to escape unnoticed. But why had things developed into this horrifying state now? Not only was she tightly bound to the chair and unable to break free, but she was also about to be torn to pieces by a monster. Wasn't Lu Li here to rescue the hostage? Why did he abandon Lin Qinyue and run away? Where did it all go wrong? As the chaos mother bug gradually approached, despair filled little Song Jijun's eyes. She watched as the chilling mantis blade slowly rose, pausing at its highest point for a moment. Suddenly, it accelerated downward. Little Song Jijun had received professional training from the Empire and could overcome her inner fears. Usually, she wouldn't be afraid, but in the face of real death threats, Little Song Jijun sadly realized that all that training was utterly useless. "Help me!" Little Song Jijun instantly broke down and cried out loudly. Just then, the rapidly descending mantis blade suddenly stopped. Invisibility. Lu Li stood behind Lin Qinyue, his eyes wide with surprise at the scene before him. The shadow of the chaos mother bug seemed to solidify. A large number of sharp, conical black spikes shot out from a shadow, either piercing or penetrating the body of the mother bug. The petite Li Luo had appeared at some point, using all her strength to resist the mantis blade with the help of the black spikes. She was also crying out, "Mom, Mom, wake up. Don't kill anyone." But the chaos mother bug had already lost its mind. In response to the girl's cries, it desperately twisted its body, trying to break free from the black spikes formed by the shadows. Controlled again? It seems like an opportunity. Lu Li raised his eyebrows and condensed his arm into a blade again, taking advantage of the mother bug not having fully regained its ability to move. He found a right angle and struck fiercely at the magic gas canister. The blade cut through the air, making a whirring sound. This time, Lu Li's attack did not miss and hit the target solidly. The magic gas canister was instantly shattered, and a large amount of black-green gas burst out, filling the entire room. Lu Li had been wearing a gas mask, so he was relatively fine. However, both Li Luo and Lin Qinyu accidentally inhaled a large amount of magic gas. Among them, Li Luo was the closest and inhaled the most concentrated magic gas. Already on the brink of her limits, she immediately lost strength and collapsed to the ground, fainting. The negative effects of magic gas erosion quickly manifested and deepened over time. If something wasn't done soon, within half a minute, Li Luo would suffer the irreversible negative effect of deep erosion and turn into a magic cocoon. Quickly use your innate ability. Lin Qinhua. Lu Li kicked the mother bug away and roared at the person in the chair. He intentionally emphasized the name Lin Qinhua. If Li Luo was corrupted into a magic cocoon, I would not hesitate to kill you. Looking at Lu Li's fierce gaze, little Song Jijun felt her heart skip a beat. The other soul sleeping within her, the true owner of this body, seemed to show signs of awakening in response to Lu Li's threat. How could this be possible? Suppressing the fear in her heart, little Song Jijun still planned to negotiate terms with Lu Li. Using her innate ability was fine, but she wanted him to untie her ropes first. You're looking for death. Lu Li raised his blade and stabbed, instantly piercing Lin Qinyue's abdomen. Before little Song Jijun could scream in pain, Lu Li withdrew the blade and raised his hand, preparing to stab down with a second blow. They say that the bold fear the reckless. Lu Li's reckless demeanor completely frightened little Song Jijun. She suddenly recalled earlier when Zhao Jin attempted to threaten Lu Li with Su Xiao. It seemed to have not achieved the desired effect. Lu Li really seemed to not care about the hostages' lives. I'll listen to you, don't kill me. Little Song Jijun hurriedly shouted. I will use my innate ability right away to clear the magic gas erosion. The radiance of divine blessing fell in response, quickly clearing the erosion effects from Li Luo and Lu Li. However, Lin Qinyu did not use it on herself. Lu Li noticed, but did not expose it. After all, he still couldn't separate little Song Jijun from Lin Qinyue's body, and blind exposure had no benefits. Supporting Li Luo, Lu Li threw extreme healing at her. Once the girl recovered a bit, Lu Li immediately said, now you have two choices. The first choice is to leave here immediately. The second choice is to cooperate with me and kill that monster. Chapter 82. The hidden skills I don't want to choose. She is my mother. She is not a monster. Li Luo cried out hoarsely, trying to break free from Lu Li. But she did not succeed. Slap. The sound of a slap was crisp and clear. Li Luo's cheek quickly swelled up. Lu Li's expression remained unchanged. You must choose. Otherwise, I will kill you immediately. Li Luo covered her face. Her eyes filled with fear as she looked at Lu Li. Choose quickly. Lu Li glanced at the mother bug, not far away, urging her. The mother bug he had kicked away was now crawling up, looking ready to launch another attack at any moment. In this brief moment, the 18-year-old girl must have gone through a mental struggle. Suddenly, she changed from her previous cowardice, her gaze becoming somewhat unfamiliar. I choose the second option. How do you want me to cooperate? Control my mother with my talent? Lu Li was somewhat surprised. He had thought Li Luo would choose to leave. Suppressing his surprise and curiosity, Lu Li immediately nodded. Right. How long can you control her? I don't know, very short. Li Luo replied quickly. Maybe less than 2 seconds. That's enough. Lu Li turned to the chaotic mother bug. As long as you can control it for 1 second, I am confident I can kill it. Li Luo's eyes darted away. She tentatively asked, can you leave the opportunity to kill it to me? Lu Li doubted his ears. Why? Li Luo's gaze dimmed. Because she is my mother. Even if she is turned into a monster, she is still my mother. And you saved my life. You are my benefactor. I don't want you to become my enemy because you killed my mother. Just a few sentences left Lu Li feeling a multitude of emotions. I will try my best. Armed with a knife, all abilities unleashed. This time, with Lin Qinyue's holy blessing, Lu Li completely let go, no longer worrying about demonic energy erosion. Soul Guardian. Lu Li whispered. Black mist spread and condensed. 2 figures appeared in front of Lu Li in succession. This time, it was not Xing Amlin and Chun Hao, but 2 women who looked similar. They were the opponents Lu Li encountered in the 12th match of the Nexus Arena, the Black and White Twin Killers. Looking at these 2 Soul Guardians summoned for the first time, Lu Li smiled faintly. Black Killer and White Killer. Are you willing to show your hidden skills in the upcoming battle? The Black and White Twin Killers exchanged glances. then knelt on one knee and said in unison, "We are willing to serve our master." Luli nodded and looked back at Li Luo. During the battle, keep your eyes wide open and don't miss my signal. Li Lu, Ugai. It was as if they had discussed their tactics in advance. Lu Li and the black and white twins charged at the chaotic mother bug, with 4 puppet knife servants assisting them. 7 figures took turns attacking, already able to fight the mother bug to a standstill. Li Luo stood in the corner, waiting for the signal to unleash her talent. But Luli did not signal for a long time. As she waited, Li Luo became dazed. It wasn't that she was distracted, but because she was mesmerized by Lu Li's battle. The refined moves and swift attacks seemed to imprint directly in Li Luo's mind. After delivering a heavy blow to the mother bug, Lu Li quickly stepped back and glanced in Li Luo's direction. Seeing the girl completely engrossed, his suspicions were confirmed. Sure enough, Li Luo had become the top female assassin in her previous life, not just because of her talent. She also possessed a terrifying insight that even she was unaware of. Just by watching a battle, she could effortlessly enter a flow state. If developed and trained, the heights she could reach in the future were immeasurable. To allow Li Luo to stay in the flow state a little longer, Lu Li fought the chaotic mother bug for more than 10 minutes. Only when his stamina was depleted did he shout to Li Luo, "Now is the time. Use your talent to restrain it." The girl woke up and hurriedly activated her talent. Just as Chun Hao had said after using her talent, Li Luo quickly transformed into a pool of black substance. But it was not black water, rather a shadow as thick as water. The shadow that the girl transformed into moved rapidly, soon merging into the mother bug's shadow. After a brief pause, the shadow boiled. Countless sharp spikes suddenly shot out, piercing towards the mother bug in a frantic manner. The mother bug tried to dodge, but the dense spikes left no gaps to escape. Lu Li seized the opportunity, slashing with his knife arm, cutting off half of the woman's body from the mantis's body. At this point, the battle was over. Without the supply of demonic energy, the chaotic mother bug's injuries could no longer heal. What remained was to deliver the finishing blow. Li Luo shed her shadow form, staring blankly at the woman who was baring her fangs and claws in front of her. "Here." Lu Li reached out, presenting the bug's tooth to Li Luo. "Stab it down from the center of her forehead. If your mother still has consciousness, doing so won't cause her pain." A simple sentence made the girl burst into tears again. Lu Li thought Li Luo would struggle for a long time before acting. But unexpectedly, she just took a deep breath and sent the bug's tooth into the woman's forehead. Accurate and forceful. After this action, the girl knelt beside the corpse, lost in thought for a long time. Lu Li knew Li Luo needed time, so he deliberately gave her space and did not disturb her. Transforming the chaotic mother bug's corpse into a crystal, Lu Li initially planned to enter the room to search for loot. However, before he could go in, Lin Xin suddenly shouted, "Lu Li, now that the danger is resolved, can you help me untie the rope?" The little Shiba Inu's voice was loud and somewhat unusual, as if deliberately trying to attract attention. Lu Li frowned and turned around, about to brush off the little Shiba Inu. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of a shadow rushing toward him. "I will kill you." Due to the proximity, there was no time to dodge. Just as he said it, Lu Li instinctively turned and raised his hand to block the attack. But he was still a beat too late. The sharp scalpel plunged into his chest. In that moment, Lu Li could even see the triumphant smile on the ambusher's face. However, the muffled sound of the blades striking flesh did not resonate. Instead, there was a crisp sound of metal colliding. Ding! What? The smile on the ambusher's face instantly froze, turning into disbelief. Before he could comprehend what was happening, Lu Li's powerful punch came crashing down. Crack! Under the stacking of several strength-type talents, Lu Li's punch shattered the ambusher's jaw. That startled me. Lu Li, still a bit shaken, glanced at his chest. There was a deep scratch on his light armor, with faint traces of demonic energy remaining. It was known that this piece of equipment had cost Lu Li a fortune in the Nexus arena. It was currently the light armor with the highest defensive attributes. The ambush just now had actually left a mark on it. Lu Li looked at the ambusher. It was a middle-aged man with an honest face, a stranger. "Who are you? Why do you want to kill me?" However, the ambusher's jaw was already shattered, and he could no longer speak. Just as Lu Li was about to summon the 5 ghosts to search his soul, Li Luo's scream suddenly rang out. Chapter 83. Once the contract is signed. We're on the same side. Do you recognize him? Li looked at Li Luo, who was staggering over, and said in surprise, "Of course, that's my dad, Zhenaiha." Seeing her father's jaw shattered, Li Luo's eyes were filled with heart-wrenching pain. She wanted to blame Li, but couldn't bring herself to say it. "He's your dad?" Li's expression grew even more shocked. Li Luo's father? Why did he attack him? Could it be that he saw his precious daughter doing exercises with him? But that was to save someone. Wait. Li frowned, sensing that things were not simple. He suddenly remembered how, just before entering the room, the little pine puppy had deliberately shouted loudly. Could it be that there was another soul inside Zhenaiha? If that's the case, he couldn't recklessly let the 5 ghosts search for souls. Otherwise, if Zhenaiha's soul got hurt, Li Luo would probably hate him to death. Li didn't ask Lin Qinyu but instead called upon the black and white duo to restrain Zhenaiha, then activated extreme healing on him. His jaw injury quickly healed, but for some reason, Zhenaiha still struggled to speak. Not only was his articulation unclear, but even the order of his words was somewhat chaotic. "Li, I'm begging you, make sure to. Kill you. Take care of my daughter. Kill you. The Zhao family won't let you go. I'm begging you." After listening carefully for a long time, Li barely discerned 2 meanings from Zhenaiha's words. One was a desire to kill him, while the other was a plea to take care of Li Luo. Indeed, there were 2 souls in one body. The one asking Li to take care of Li Luo was likely Zhenaiha, while the one shouting that the Zhao family wouldn't let Li go could only be Zhao Jin. One was already enough of a headache, and now there was a second one. Li felt quite distressed. According to the energy standards for the demon innate statue, separating the little pine puppy and Zhao Jin's souls would require at least sacrificing the pain of 20 people. Where is he supposed to find that many little bastards? Seeing Zhenaiha in such a disordered state, Li Luo immediately realized the problem. The little bit of blame she had for Li vanished completely. She nervously rubbed the bed sheet wrapped around her, her little face filled with a pitiful expression. "Benefactor, what's wrong with my dad?" Li hesitated to speak. "It's a long story, but to prevent your dad from hurting himself, let's tie him up first." "Huh? Can we not tie him up?" Li Luo instinctively tried to stop him. But when her gaze fell on Li's chest, the words she had started to say were swallowed back down. Her father's sudden attack was indisputable. Li didn't raise his hand to kill him. He only restricted his movement, which was already very merciful. The black and white duo acted quickly and soon had Zhenaiha securely tied up. Confirming that there were no more threats in the lab, Li opened the chat interface and typed a message. Soon, Lin Qinfeng arrived with a group of Lin family members. Eliza was among them and brought some surprising news for Li. She had been followed. Although the other party was very careful, they still couldn't escape the keen perception of the cat-eared girl. According to Eliza's description, it was a young man dressed like a special forces soldier. It was easy to guess that he belonged to A.O. Zhan. Li didn't mind A.O. Zhan getting involved. On the contrary, it was he who had intentionally exposed Eliza's whereabouts. He had planned to fish for someone willing to take the bait, not expecting A.O. Zhan's people to actually bite and follow right behind. When did this big guy become so smart? He actually figured out that Eliza and I are in cahoots. Li thought to himself. However, since the other side had come, he didn't need to worry about handling the subsequent matters here. It was best left to the professionals, concerned that Lin Qinfeng might not keep an eye on Lin Qinyu. Li specifically asked Eliza to return to the Lin family with them. As for himself, he chose to visit the shelter first. 1. To explain the situation clearly to A.O. Zhan. 2. To check if Zhao Erwu had been killed. Although Li Luo wanted to follow Li, she couldn't just leave her father behind. So she could only follow the main group back to the Lin family. Surrounded by strangers, Li Luo didn't dare speak casually and could only silently follow, like a pitiful little tail. The observant Eliza quickly noticed this. She quietly approached the girl, took out a long coat, and handed it to her. "Here, you can't just keep wrapping yourself in a bedsheet. Put this on first." Li Luo stared at the coat in front of her for a moment, hesitated for a long time, then carefully accepted it and thanked her. Eliza continued, "You don't need to be afraid. Li is a very powerful master. Following him is definitely a wise choice. Li Luo felt something was off, but couldn't pinpoint what it was at the moment. She could only nod and quietly ask, "Did you also get saved by the benefactor?" "Of course." Eliza proudly patted her chest. "If it weren't for Master Lu Li, I wouldn't have lasted through the first round of the gladiatorial combat." The two soft mounds trembled continuously, leaving Li Luo a bit dazzled. The girl looked down at her own. Feeling a bit self-conscious. Gladiatorial combat? That sounds so scary. Li Luo also couldn't understand Eliza's second sentence. However, it didn't prevent her from developing a good impression of Eliza. Although this cat-eared sister spoke a bit strangely, the kindness she exuded felt very genuine. This made Li Luo feel very safe. She wanted to maintain this sense of security, so she tentatively asked, "Sister, can I and my dad follow you?" Eliza was taken aback by the question, looking at Li Luo with a bit of surprise. Seeing this, the girl thought she had asked something offensive, shrinking back her neck like a frightened little rabbit. "If it's too much trouble, just pretend I didn't say anything." "No." Eliza waved her hand and smiled. "I thought Master Lu Li had already accepted you." Upon hearing this, Li Luo immediately lowered her head. She quickly glanced at the impressive sight in front of Eliza and said self-consciously, "The benefactor did save me, but it seems he didn't say he would take me in." Eliza patted Li Luo's shoulder, her face full of confidence from someone who had been through it. "You have to take the initiative with these things. How can you wait for Master Lu Li to speak up?" "Wait a moment. I'll ask Lin Mei if I can get another contract. As long as you sign the contract, we'll all be on the same side from now on." "Is that so?" Li Luo's mood immediately brightened like the sun after rain. "Thank you, sister." "All right, we've been talking for so long, and I still don't know your name." Eliza suddenly remembered something, scratching her head a bit awkwardly. "If you want to sign a contract, you have to write down your name and drop some blood for it to take effect." "My name is Li Luo," the girl obediently replied. Chapter 84. You Can't Be Fine. Lu Li was unaware that during his solo journey to the shelter, his chief servant Eliza had already taken care of the future #1 female assassin for him. Now he was just standing at the entrance of the shelter, headache looking at the opposite Ao Zhan. Zhao Erwu, who had been beaten half to death, was lying on the ground, no longer able to shout. If it weren't for the healing ability users in Ao Zhan's special team continuously applying healing effects, Zhao Erwu would have probably died 800 times by now. "I thought you kid ran away. Come on, keep fighting," Ao Zhan shouted, looking ready to charge at any moment. Lu Li raised both hands in a gesture of surrender. "I surrender. I admit you're awesome. Is that okay?" "Ao Zhan, right? I'm Lu Li, the bizarre Lu Li. Nice to meet you." As he spoke, Lu Li quickly stepped forward. Taking advantage of Ao Zhan's moment of inattention, he speedily grabbed his hand and shook it. "No fight. No friendship. We'll be good friends from now on." Ao Zhan looked at the hand he had just shaken, then at Lu Li's bright smile. He was dumbfounded. What was going on? Wasn't this kid very arrogant at first, saying things like, "I don't like getting to know weaklings casually. If you want to introduce yourself, use your fists, not your mouth"? How had he changed so much after just a few hours? Was it because he saw Zhao Erwu's miserable state and got scared? With this thought, Ao Zhan's anger dissipated by more than half. Although he had been punched by Lu Li and felt a bit embarrassed, Lu Li's brother Zhao Erwu had also been beaten by him for several hours. He was almost dead. Comparing the two, Ao Zhan still had the upper hand. That's right. It fit the logic of no fight, no friendship. Realizing this, Ao Zhan became friendly again. Not only did he not hold any grudge against Lu Li, but he also felt a bit embarrassed. Well, I got a bit carried away just now. I might have hit a bit hard. But don't worry. Your brother's injuries are on me. I'll make sure he fully recovers." Saying this, Ao Zhan pulled Zhao Erwu up from the ground, seemingly wanting to reassure Lu Li. However, he didn't control his strength well and accidentally broke 2 more bones. Poor Zhao Erwu fainted from the pain. "Hey, how did it break again?" "I'm sorry, brother Zhao Erwu. It wasn't intentional." Seeing that Ao Zhan was really treating Zhao Erwu like his brother, Lu Li hurriedly explained, "He is actually not my brother." "What?" Ao Zhan was dumbfounded again. "Don't joke with me. If he is not your brother, how could he last this long?" Lu Li felt embarrassed and muttered to himself, "You didn't give him a chance to give up." "Huh? What did you say?" "Alzon looked foolish." What I mean is, this guy has secretly colluded with Sakura and all the survivors in this shelter are actually preparatory materials for the underground laboratory. Luli decided to lay out the facts. After all, A.O. Jean's people had followed Eliza and discovered the existence of the Sakura laboratory. Rather than waiting for them to waste time investigating, it was better to provide them with clues and direction directly. Perhaps his report would even earn him a reward. Having lived again, Luli knew that the old order in Huaxia had not collapsed. It was just that various factors affected the ability to control the situation effectively. However, upon hearing Lu Li's report, A.O. Jean still looked dumbfounded. It wasn't until one of his subordinates whispered a few words in his ear that the general gradually reacted. "Oh, is that so? Ah, so that's how it is. What? That damn Sakura bastards are doing human experiments? Initial estimates show around 50 victims? Damn, they haven't even cleaned up their own mess in their country, and they're eager to target us. Oh, 3 people survived? Where the hell are they? Don't tell me they're still locked in the laboratory. Huh? They were rescued, right? Who rescued them? You better tell me." The Special Forces member who had followed Eliza was almost turning into a bitter melon. He had hinted so clearly, yet his leaders still didn't get the message. In the end, Luli sighed and directly told A.O. Jean, "The 3 surviving survivors were taken away by my people. Don't worry, they will receive proper treatment." "Oh, so that's how it is." A.O. Jean suddenly understood, then turned and slapped the back of the Special Forces member's head. "It's just a matter of one sentence. Why are you using sign language with me? Did you leave your vocal cords at home?" The poor Special Forces member was immediately slapped to the ground, lying there for a long time before tremblingly getting up. Luli's Mot Wisha. He then shot a sympathetic glance at the other Special Forces members. He had been wondering why A.O. Jean had suddenly become clever. It turned out the order to follow Eliza wasn't issued by this big fool at all. It was all thanks to the meticulous Special Forces members. Moreover, if it weren't for these members taking the initiative, Luli really wouldn't have been able to smoothly shift the blame for the laboratory onto them. By the way, the mission. A.O. Jean slapped his head and hurriedly looked at Luli. "I came to Yong City this time specifically to protect your safety. By the way, you still have the demonic aura erosion status on you, right? How can that thing be eliminated?" The Special Forces members all had expressions of despair, wanting to complain, but having to hold it in. "You old man actually knew there was a mission in Yong City? You knew you had to help Luli eliminate the demonic aura erosion. If there was really something wrong, waiting for you to protect him, he would probably be a corpse by now." Luli chuckled and explained, "Demonic aura erosion is just a guise. The main purpose is to attract those Sakura people hiding in the dark. I have no problems myself." To reassure A.O. Jean, Luli even specially showed him his attribute panel. However, A.O. Jean's brows furrowed even tighter. "No, you can't be fine." "Why?" Luli was puzzled. The Special Forces members were even more confused. What was wrong with their leader? Luli was perfectly fine, and there was no demonic aura erosion effect on him. Why was he so adamant about something happening to him? What kind of madness was this? A.O. Jean's eyes widened, his expression extremely serious. The hexagram is the hexagram. Old Jin's divination cannot be wrong. Hexagram? Old Jin? Luli was taken aback. An old figure immediately appeared in his mind. A sense of foreboding surged in his heart. Could it be that old crow's mouth? The old Jin you mentioned, it couldn't be Jin Guoxuan who has the divination talent, could it? Luli asked anxiously. Upon hearing this, A.O. Jean's face lit up with excitement. "Oh, Brother Lu, you know that old man? It's Jin Guoxuan." Luli's expression quickly turned to stone. This was bad. It really was that unlucky old man. Chapter 85. Bad Omen. Jin Guoxuan, male, 81 years old. His appearance features white hair, a white beard, and white eyebrows, and he enjoys wearing a plain white long shirt. Except for a pair of black eyeballs, the rest of him is entirely white. He has an otherworldly demeanor, transcending the mundane. Yet this old man, completely white from head to toe, reminds Lu Li of a pitch black bird, a crow. Every time he sees him in his previous life, not for any other reason, but because of Jin Guoxuan's gifted ability to divine. Whenever old Jin uses his ability, the predictions he makes are never optimistic. Out of 10 divinations, 9 are life and death situations. As for the remaining one, it's a guaranteed death. If old Jin's predictions were inaccurate, it wouldn't be a big deal. The person seeking divination would just be experiencing a streak of bad luck, nothing serious. But the problem is that this old man's predictions are incredibly accurate, not to the extent of being 100 correct, but out of 100 predictions. Hitting 98 is an effortless feat over time. A couplet began circulating among players. Old Jean doesn't speak, and the world walks sideways. When old Jean speaks, there's no way to survive. As a result, Jean Guoxuan was given the honorary title of Old Crow's mouth by many players, and everyone avoided him. This old man, why is he making random predictions for me? Has he ever asked for my opinion as the person involved? Lu Li silently roared in his heart. However, now that the divination has been made and the results have appeared, no matter how mad Lu Li gets, it won't change the facts. After quickly calming down, Lu Li asked Ao Jean, the result of old Jin's divination is can hexagram. Does he have any other information? Like what to do to avoid this disaster or something similar? Ao Jean tilted his head and thought for a long time. Finally, under Lu Li's eager gaze, he shook his head. No, the divination result I learned is just can hexagram. Seemingly worried that Lu Li wouldn't understand what can hexagram means, Ao Jean seriously asked, do you know what can hexagram means? Lu Li responded weakly, bad luck. Mom opens the door for bad luck. Oh, what does that mean? Ao Jean's brain stalled again. Talk about bad luck. Lu Li supported his forehead with one hand and took a deep breath. Old Jin's divination result has a validity period of 24 hours. If the divination result brought by Ao Jean is true, Lu Li will inevitably face a great disaster today. If not handled well, the outcome would be death. Thinking of this, Lu Li began to check for potential threats around him. Is it the little puppy concealed within Lin Qinyue? But I already know her plan. There's no way she could have the chance to act. Is it an enemy coming to my door? But the Zhao family influence in Yong City has already been mostly cleaned up by me. If Zhao Quan really sends someone to settle the score, it would take at least a couple of days. Could it be Li Luo? Suddenly, a scene of the girl transforming into a shadow appeared in Lu Li's mind. The future number 1 female assassin's gifted ability is indeed strange. However, with Li Luo's current level, a breaking law domain would render her helpless. Moreover, Zhenai's issues haven't been resolved yet. So Li Luo has no reason to harm Lu Li. Who could possibly put me in a desperate situation? Lu Li thought in circles, but still couldn't find a clue. Just then, a commotion suddenly broke out in the distance. Lu Li looked up and saw a large crowd gathered at the entrance of the shelter. A rough glance revealed that there were 2 factions. The crowd was pushing and shoving, suggesting some conflict, but the specific reasons were unclear. What are you doing? The cautious Lu Li was still organizing his thoughts when the straightforward Ao Jean had already shouted out loud. Too ostentatious. Lu Li fronat. Just as he wanted to quietly retreat behind Ao Jean. Unexpectedly, a large hand blocked his path. Lu Li, come with me to take a look. Ao Jean had a smile on his face as he casually tossed the half-dead Zhao Erwu to his special forces member. Lu Li's mot wisha biulanli. He almost forgot that this big guy has a habit of meddling in others' business. Brother Ao, I still don't have a clue about old Jin's divination result, how about? Lu Li didn't want to get involved in the conflicts of other survivors. He still hadn't resolved his own problems. Ao zon lao gid iarchili. His big hand patted Lu Li's shoulder again. It's just to mediate the survivors' conflicts. It won't take much time at all. Besides, Brother Lu, you are so strong. If there is any disaster, it won't come from these survivors. That's not necessarily the case. Lu Li frowned, still not agreeing with Ao Jean's optimistic view. His previous life experiences taught him that maintaining caution at all times is the only way to survive in the apocalypse. But Ao Jean completely didn't give Lu Li a chance to stand by and watch. With a stretch of his arm, he directly hooked Lu Li's shoulder and walked toward the crowd. Unable to refuse, Lu Li simply activated his invisibility ability, becoming a transparent person. When Ao Jean charged into the shelter and hung Zhao Erwu up for a beating, the survivors in the shelter were all watching. Although they couldn't figure out Ao Jean's identity, his big fists certainly opened everyone's eyes. In the apocalypse, strength is respected. Therefore, when Ao Jean intervened, the survivors didn't let him just stand aside. Instead, they began to recount the facts in a cacophony. Lu Li listened for a short while and discovered that the conflict arose when a group of people wanted to expel a few survivors. I'm not being alarmist. Those few disaster stars will really bring calamity. Keeping them in the shelter is irresponsible for everyone's safety. Aunt Zhang shouted loudly, saliva flying everywhere. Ao Zhang wiped his face, somewhat disgusted. I say, Aunt, we're all survivors seeking refuge. We're the same. There's no such thing as someone bringing calamity. Seeing someone speaking up for her. A capable-looking woman squeezed out from the crowd. It was Wu Siyuan, who had earlier led Su Xiao and the others and almost broke in to catch them in the act. She also rebutted Aunt Zhang. Yes, Aunt, we are all survivors seeking refuge. You want to kick out our 3 members based on a baseless accusation. That's unreasonable. Aunt Zhang placed her hands on her hips, her eyes rolling. How can you not distinguish between right and wrong, girl? I'm old enough to know better. Can I just talk nonsense? Those 3 members of yours have numerous enemies outside and can be retaliated against at any moment. If they're not disaster stars, then what are they? If you don't believe me, you can ask the people behind me. After saying that, Aunt Zhang twisted her ample waist to showcase her witness. The residents of Yangwang community began to chatter like a swarm of noisy flies. Wu Siyuan frowned and listened for a long time before she could barely grasp the situation. She rebutted loudly. Don't get it wrong. My team members are also innocent victims. They're not the targets of those people's revenge. The shelter is safe. I can vouch for it with my integrity. The crowd quieted down for a moment. Seeing this, Wu Siyuan wanted to say something more. Just then, a beer bottle suddenly flew out and smashed on her head with a bang. Chapter 86. Disaster Star, what does your personality count for? Can you guarantee the lives of everyone in the shelter? Harsh curses erupted from the crowd. The sound of glass bottles shattering was like a rapidly burning fuse, igniting the already restless crowd. Conflict erupted in an instant. Due to the survival pressure of the apocalypse, all survivors were boiling with anger, coupled with some deliberate provocation. When the fight broke out, it was all about hitting to kill. Within half a minute, someone was already injured and bleeding. Ao Zhan saw that the situation was not right and quickly activated his talent ability, Divine Possession. With the giant spirit's phantom roaring in anger, he managed to calm the chaotic crowd. However, even so, many people were still injured. The problem needed to be resolved. Ao Zhan frowned and looked at Aunt Zhang and Wu Siyuan. Where are those 3 disaster stars? Bring them out for me to see. Wu Siyuan frowned, her gaze towards Ao Zhan showing more disappointment. They're my teammates, not disaster stars. Ao Zhan looked awkward. I just said it casually, just let them come out first. Wu Siyuan maintained a serious face and waved her hand behind her. The crowd parted, and 3 familiar faces appeared in view. Luli was stunned, a bitter smile appearing on his face under the invisibility state. The 3 disaster stars were no one other than Su Xiao, Wang Chao, and Ma Han. Among them, Wang Chao and Ma Han had already activated their talents and were glaring angrily at everyone. Su Xiao, on the other hand, had her head lowered, looking like a child who had done something wrong. Wu Siyuan put her arm around the girl's shoulder and whispered comfortingly, "Don't be afraid, Xiao Su. No matter the outcome, I will never abandon you." Su Xiao sighed sadly and whispered, "Thank you for your kindness, Sister Wu. I'm the one who dragged you down." Ao Zhan scrutinized the 3, raising an eyebrow. Just these 3 young people? Aren't they still high school students? How can they be disaster stars? Aunt, listen to me. If those 3 stay in the shelter, they 1T bring disaster. Aunt Zhang, hearing this, had the proud smile she was about to show disappear instantly, and she began shouting again. How can someone who looks so strong say such brainless things? Ao Zhan's expression stiffened. They've already explained. The 3 of them are innocent victims, not the targets of revenge. Aunt Zhang turned her head. I don't care. As long as they are here, that disaster star named Lu Li will show up, and the safety of the shelter cannot be guaranteed. Wait, Lu Li. Ao Zhan suddenly came to his senses. The disaster star you're talking about is named Lu Li? Aunt Zhang and the survivors from Sunshine Community nodded. Yes. That disaster star is named Lu Li. Brother Lu is not a disaster star. If it weren't for him back then, you would have all been dead. Wang Chao argued loudly. That's right, back in Sunshine Community, if it weren't for Wang Xiyan leading them, everyone wouldn't have been in danger. Why don't you go after the perpetrators instead of making things difficult for us victims? Do you think we 3 are easy to bully? Ma Han also shouted defiantly. Unfortunately, No matter how loud they yelled, their voices could not compete with the crowd's roar. Su Zhao's expression grew more sorrowful. She tugged at Wu Siyuan's sleeve and whispered, "Sister Wu, let us forget it. This shelter doesn't welcome me. I should just leave." "No, you three are already my teammates. I said I wouldn't abandon you." Wu Siyuan insisted. The members behind her echoed, "That's right, Xiao Su. This is not your fault. If you listen to their nonsense and leave, then you really will become a disaster star." "Xiao Su, don't go, Sister Wu. I say we just fight them. Yeah, let us beat them until they shut up." The atmosphere became tense, and it seemed another conflict was about to break out. But at that moment, a sudden voice broke the tense atmosphere. "Hee, brother, did you hear? These people say you are a disaster star." Where's my brother?" Ao Zhang looked around as if searching for someone. Aunt Zhang narrowed her eyes, as if looking at a lunatic. "You came here alone from the start. Where's your brother?" "No." Ao Zhang pointed at the air, then at himself. "There's clearly someone next to me, didn't you all see?" Aunt Zhang rolled her eyes and ignored Ao Zhang. She turned to the crowd and shouted, "Everyone, let South work together to drive these 3 disaster stars out. Get out! Get out! Get lost! You're not welcome here." A few impatient ones had already stepped forward, grabbing Su Zhao's clothes and dragging her outside. The scene was chaotic. Ao Zhang wanted to stop it, but now, no one was willing to listen to him. He couldn't use his ability either. After all, divine possession was too powerful. If he accidentally hurt an innocent person, he wouldn't be able to explain it to the higher-ups. Wang Chao and Ma Han could resist, but Su Xiao kept shouting for them not to fight back. The two could only passively defend, looking very awkward. Wang Chao unwillingly yelled, "If Luli were here, would you dare to be so arrogant? You just think we're easy to bully." Aunt Zhang sneered sarcastically. "Then why don't you call Luli here? If you bring him, we won't dare to bully you." As soon as she finished speaking, a deep voice suddenly answered her. "I'm right here." Invisibility was withdrawn, and Luli looked at the crowd before him with a faint smile. Aunt Zhang was so frightened that her face turned pale, and she stuttered, unable to speak. You, that's right. I am Luli." Luli nodded, as if wanting Aunt Zhang to see more clearly. He deliberately leaned down and brought his face closer. Then, word by word, he said, "I am the disaster star you speak of." Aunt Zhang took 2 steps back, almost falling over. Fortunately, someone behind her supported her, allowing her to barely stand firm. Feeling the support behind her had retreated, Aunt Zhang regained her confidence. She rolled her eyes and put on a mean face. "Since you know you have many enemies and are a disaster star, why don't you hurry up and take your little girlfriend away? We have so many innocent people here. What if you drag them down? Do you think you're committing a sin? Committing a sin?" Luli seemed to hear a very funny joke and burst into laughter. "So your theory of victim guilt doesn't commit a sin? I'll make it clear today. Su Xiao and the others have nothing to do with me, and my enemies won't find a shelter." Actually, Luli wanted to say that the Zhao family forces in Yongsheng had been cleaned up by him. But considering that some of the shelter's managers might still have ties to Zhao Erwu, he didn't elaborate. Unexpectedly, as soon as he said this, Aunt Zhang and the others not only did not let Su Xiao off the hook, but instead became even more aggressive. "Since they have nothing to do with you, then don't meddle in our business. Expelling them is an internal decision of our shelter, and it has nothing to do with you, an outsider." Chapter 87. The madman. Since reasoning doesn't work, then it's time to take action. Luli's gaze was cold, and black mist swirled around him. Hundreds of Mantis Soul soldiers emerged, surrounding the entire exit of the shelter. Ao Zhanzhou's eyes widened in shock as he looked at the suddenly appearing Soul soldiers, speechless. Aunt Zhang and the other residents of Sunshine Community also stepped back in succession, huddling together like a frightened flock of sheep. "Luli, what do you want?" "Nothing." Luli replied expressionlessly. "Su Xiao and the others cannot leave the shelter. Those who agree, this is the exit, and you can leave now." After saying this, the Soul soldiers behind Luli parted, creating a small gap. "Those who disagree, stay here. You have 1 minute to think it over." With that, Luli crossed his arms and began to wait, ignoring everything Aunt Zhang said. Wu Siyuan was the first to lead her people through the gap. Before leaving, she gave Luli a thumbs up. "You're not bad, kid. You're a man." Luli didn't look at Wu Siyuan, only coldly stated, 40 seconds left. Ao Zhan sensed the killing intent from Lu Li and tried to stop him. Brother, don't be impulsive. Things can be discussed. It hasn't come to that. Lu Li glanced at Ao Zhan, his tone calm. You should leave too. Don't think about stopping me. You can't. What? Ao Zhan was stunned and laughed nonchalantly. Brother, don't joke around. Before Ao Zhan could finish, Lu Li directly activated his ability, law-breaking domain. Centered on him, all abilities within a 20-meter radius immediately became ineffective, including Ao Zhan's divine possession. I'm not joking. Lu Li looked at Ao Zhan again, his words devoid of emotion. 20 seconds left. I don't want to kill you too. You. Ao Zhan sensed something was wrong and was left speechless in shock. The special forces outside realized the situation was dire and rushed into the gap, dragging their leader out. Looking at the soul soldiers filled with killing intent, many residents of Sunshine Community chose to leave. Aunt Zhang's eyes showed panic, but perhaps feeling embarrassed, she still didn't move. Lu Li, there's so many of us here. Are you really going to kill us all? Lu Li didn't respond, just continued counting down. 10 seconds left, just to let 3 people into the shelter. Are you going to kill so many innocent people? 5 seconds left. Are you crazy? How are you any different from those monsters? Time's up. Lu Li's lips curled into a smile. You have a chance to live, and you're still useless. The slaughter began. The Blade Armanuses excelled at ambush. And with the effect of law-breaking domain, killing Aunt Zhang and the others was as easy as chopping vegetables. In less than 10 breaths, only one person remained. Lu Li Deliberatelli Isparata Unzal. At this moment, she was so frightened that she was trembling and mumbling something on the ground. Upon closer inspection, it was a garbled Amitabha. I'll give you another chance. Lu Li smiled, his expression kind. Go apologize. The Buddha will forgive you. Aunt Zhang felt as if she had been granted a reprieve and tried to get up from the ground. But after several attempts, her legs seemed to have lost sensation and wouldn't move at all. In the end, Aunt Zhang could only crawl on her knees to Su Xiao, tearfully saying, I'm sorry. I was wrong. I shouldn't have called you disaster stars. I spoke recklessly. Su Xiao showed a look of compassion and turned to Lu Li. Why did you have to kill them? They just like to gossip. They didn't deserve to die. Lu Li Shukalat. He mimicked Aunt Zhang's earlier tone and said lightly, Killing them is my personal decision as a madman. It has nothing to do with you, Saint. You. Su Xiao was momentarily speechless, unable to retort. Behind her, Wang Chao and Ma Han looked pleased and secretly gave Lu Li a thumbs up. Aunt Zhang looked at Lu Li, hands clasped in prayer, pleading, Lu Li, Uncle Lu, I've apologized. Can I go now? No. Lu Li stated bluntly, You can't leave. You have to die here. Why? Aunt Zhang exclaimed, panic-stricken, screaming. You said once I apologized, the Buddha would forgive me. Lu Li smiled even wider. That's right. The Buddha will forgive you, so I'll send you to meet him first. With that, Aunt Zhang's head fell. The soul soldiers withdrew. A gust of wind swept through, stirring up dust. The entrance to the shelter was drenched in blood. The surroundings fell into a deathly silence. Only Ao Zhan, held down by several special forces members, murmured, The hope of Huaxia is a madman. Lu Li didn't care about the gazes of others. He patiently dealt with the corpses on the ground, devouring souls, and then used corpse crystallization to create crystal cores. Just when everyone thought this bloody farce would end with such a conclusion, a new change occurred. A man suddenly appeared at the entrance of the shelter, staring intently at Lu Li in the pool of blood. Lu Li, you're really strong. Chi Ziyu murmured, and in the next moment, he took a step forward, approaching Lu Li. Lu Li noticed someone coming closer and raised his head in confusion. Here to take revenge? Chi Ziyu shook his head repeatedly, his eyes gradually revealing fervor. No. I just purely admire your strength. Lu Li, can I shake your hand? Seemingly worried that Lu Li would refuse, Chi Ziyu hurriedly added, I've done business with Su Xiao before. She has my friend. I'm not a bad person. I genuinely admire you, Lu Li. Hearing this, Lu Li instinctively glanced at Su Xiao. Su Xiao looked equally puzzled. She asked Chi Ziyu, You've done business with me? Who are you? Chi Ziyu. The one who exchanged crystal cores with you. You even tricked me a bit back then. Chi Ziyu chuckled, showing no sign of anger. So it's you. Su Xiao felt a bit embarrassed. Seeing that the newcomer didn't seem like someone seeking revenge and had done business with Su Xiao, Lu Li's guard relaxed considerably. However, he still didn't blindly agree to the handshake request. How about we skip the handshake? I still need to deal with these corpses. Luli puliteli declinat. Unexpectedly, Chiziu stepped forward 2 more steps, seeming like a fan finally meeting his idol. He excitedly said, "Just a quick handshake, Lu Li. It won't take much of your time. I'm really in awe of you." Chiziu got too close. Luli fronat, about to say something else, when Chiziu suddenly lunged forward, crashing into Lu Li in the blink of an eye before anyone could react. He reached out and grabbed Lu Li. Plunder. Chiziu shouted excitedly. Chapter 88. The conch sounds in an instant. Lu Li felt an unbearable pain in his palm, as if pierced by countless steel needles. He wanted to activate the breaking law domain, but it was too late. The familiar sensations vanished completely, replaced by a strange emptiness. His talents were gone. All of his talents had disappeared. Even Soul Devouring had turned into a non-usable locked state. In contrast, Chiziu's entire face was flushed with excitement, veins bulging. Ha, it worked. I made it. Seeing his talent being taken away, Lu Li did not stand there in shock. Instead, he quickly withdrew his hand and took out the Chun family's knife puppets from his space ring. Kill him, Lu Li kumanda. And the 4 puppets drew their knives in response. Realizing the danger, Chiziu immediately stepped back to evade. At the same time, the exposed skin on his body rapidly hardened, forming a thick layer of stone armor. It was one of the talents Lu Li had once acquired from the Nexus Arena. Granite armor. The blade struck down, causing sparks and debris to fly, but it couldn't harm Chiziu at all. Ha, such a strong talent. Truly deserving of being number 1 on the leaderboard. Seeing the situation turn unfavorable, Ao Zhan immediately activated his talent, wanting to help. However, just as he got close, the effect of divine possession was directly shattered by breaking law domain. In the end, he could only rely on his already formidable physique to fend off Chiziu. However, as they fought, Ao Zhan began to feel something was off. Chiziu used different tactics to respond to each attack. For example, last time, he chose to withstand a slash with granite armor. This time, he used speed to dodge Ao Zhan's punch. He was quickly becoming familiar with Lu Li's talents. So Lu Li's talents are this strong? Even Ao Zhan, with his simple mind, realized that Lu Li hadn't used his full strength when they were fighting before. But he didn't expect that Lu Li had held back so much. Now that it was Chiziu using the talents, Ao Zhan felt the pressure of death. After several exchanges, not only did he fail to injure Chiziu, but he found it difficult to escape from the fight. Ao Zhan, right? Your talent seems pretty good too. Why don't you just give it to me? Chiziu laughed wildly, his face filled with ferocity. What? Ao Zhan was taken aback. Just as he tried to step back and dodge, a lightning arrow struck him head-on. As long as it hit, Ao Zhan would lose the ability to move in an instant and become easy prey for Chiziu. Ao Zhan wanted to dodge, but the speed of the lightning arrow was too fast. It's over. Ao Zhan was in despair, preparing to face his end. But just then, a figure suddenly blocked in front of him. It took the astonishing lightning arrow head-on. Lu Li, are you crazy? Without your talent, you'll die. Ao Zhan's eyes widened in shock. Lu Li let out a muffled grunt, but was not injured. Do you think I rely solely on talents? Arcs of electricity danced around him, incinerating the outer coat and revealing the light armor inside. Lu Li flipped his palm, and a beautifully crafted conch appeared. In the puzzled gazes of Chiziu and Ao Zhan, Lu Li blew into the conch. A sound like a ship's horn erupted from the conch, ringing painfully in their ears. Chiziu was on high alert, not daring to let his guard down. However, nothing happened. It was neither a sonic attack nor caused any damage. The item Lu Li used seemed to be just a slightly louder musical instrument. Are you here to make jokes? After confirming there was no threat, Chiziu couldn't help but mock. Lu Li remained silent, quietly waiting, with 4 knife puppets restraining him. Chiziu couldn't approach him for now, nor could he escape. He just had to wait. Come on, hurry up, why is it so slow? Although Lu Li looked calm, he was feeling a bit anxious inside. After all, it was his first time using the mythic quality unique item, Mysterious Conch. He didn't know how long it would take for the interdimensional merchant to arrive after blowing it. If he had to wait half a day, Chiziyu would definitely have run away by then. Fortunately, the situation Lu Li feared did not occur. Just 3 minutes after the conch was blown, a thunderclap suddenly exploded in the sky. A deer with a massive burden, several times its size, trampled through the void and arrived. Lu Li skinta, and saw that the red figure sitting in the center of the burden was indeed the red-clothed merchant, relieving much of his concern. It was good that it was the red-clothed merchant. The deer landed, its forelegs leaving 2 deep skid marks on the ground. The red-clothed merchant excitedly called out to Lu Li, "I didn't expect we would meet again so soon. Have you found my beloved lollipops?" Lu Li forced a smile. "There are plenty of lollipops. But this time, I didn't call you here to buy items. I want to buy a service." The red-clothed merchant was taken aback, and a battle-hungry smile immediately appeared on his face. The unique NPC, interdimensional merchant, had more than just trading functions. Lu Li also knew the special functions of each merchant. The red-clothed one was aggressive and could hire assassins. The blue-clothed one was cowardly and could spend money to escape. The yellow-clothed one was cunning and could purchase answers to questions for a chance to obtain enhancement items. Without needing Lu Li to say more, the red-clothed merchant understood. He looked around and asked, "Who do you want to kill?" "Him." Lu Li pointed at Chiziyu. "No problem." The red-clothed merchant raised his arm, aiming at Chiziyu's neck, slowly extending a finger. Although Chiziyu didn't know who this suddenly appeared red-clothed gnome was, his body instinctively reacted in the best way. He unexpectedly sidestepped, avoiding the invisible spatial force. The red-clothed merchant failed to deliver a killing blow, only severing one of Chiziyu's arms. "Oh, I actually missed," the red-clothed merchant said in surprise. Lu Li felt anxious, but didn't want to rush him. "Don't worry, this time it will definitely work." The red-clothed merchant spread his fingers, aiming at Chiziyu. Chiziyu wanted to escape, but found that several invisible walls seemed to have appeared out of nowhere around him. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't break free. "You can't escape." The red-clothed merchant chuckled, slowly clenching his fist. Just as the spatial force was about to crush Chiziyu, he suddenly took out a secret realm entry ticket, shouting, "Lu Li, if I can survive in the secret realm, I will definitely kill you." Ha ha ha. The entry ticket exploded with dazzling light. The red-clothed merchant was startled and tried to tighten his fist, but it was ultimately too late. Chiziyu vanished on the spot, leaving only an empty ground behind. He ran away. Sorry Lu Li, I accidentally let him get away." The red-clothed merchant's face showed an embarrassed expression for the first time. Lu Li also didn't expect that Chiziyu still had a secret realm entry ticket on him. After a moment of silence, he waved his hand to the red-clothed merchant. "It's fine, I didn't expect he had this backup." The red-clothed merchant's face was full of unwillingness. If it were any other secret realm entry ticket, I might have been able to interrupt, but it just had to be the rule's secret realm. Upon hearing this, Lu Li asked in return, "Can you tell what rule's secret realm he entered?" The red-clothed merchant nodded. "Of course, it's the rule's secret realm, Fairy Tale Town." Chapter 89. Rule's Secret Realm, Fairy Tale Town. Lu Li's eyes lit up. It seemed he had an entry ticket for this secret realm, which he had purchased earlier from the red-clad merchant. Moreover, as far as Lu Li knew, Fairy Tale Town was a medium-sized rule's secret realm that required at least 2,000 people to start the ghost story. Chiziyu had just entered, so he would probably have to wait for a while. With this in mind, Lu Li immediately took out the entry ticket from his spatial ring. After thinking for a moment, he also took out a super lollipop and handed it to the red-clad merchant. "This is for me?" The red-clad merchant looked puzzled. "But I haven't completed the service you requested." Lu Li shukulad legally. "Consider it a thank you for coming all this way. There's an old saying in Huaxia. When a deal doesn't go through, kindness remains. If there's a chance, I look forward to our next transaction." The red-clad merchant was stunned for a moment, then grinned. "All right, next time we meet, I'll give you a discount." A.O. Jean, who was beside them, noticed that Lu Li seemed ready to enter the secret realm and worriedly said, "Lu Li, you're not thinking of entering the secret realm, are you? You don't even have your talent right now. It's so dangerous in the secret realm. Aren't you looking for death?" Before A.O. Jean could finish, Lu Li had already used the entry ticket. "Hey, I haven't finished my sentence yet." Only the red-clad merchant and A.O. Jean were left, staring at each other. After a long while, the red-clad merchant finally spoke up. Rare treasures from all realms. Honest business. Fair prices. No cheating. I wonder if this guest wants to buy or sell. You have now entered the rule secret realm. Secret realm name. Fairy Tale Town. Secret realm limited number of people. At least 2,000. Currently 1995 people. Estimated waiting time, 5 minutes. Would you like to be teleported to the waiting square? Just in time. Luli glanced at the waiting time and chose not to teleport to the waiting square, even though it was very safe there. Under the rules, players in the waiting square were not allowed to initiate attacks. They could trade items, sell information, and even form teams in advance. But for Luli, all of that was unnecessary right now, because he wanted to clear the secret realm alone and reclaim his own talent. Showing off brought no benefits. Keeping a low profile was the way to go. The waiting time soon ended. Luli felt a darkness before his eyes, and the scent of grass and soil suddenly filled his nose. The rule ghost story began. Luli reached up to touch the mask that had unexpectedly been placed on his face. He felt a sense of reassurance, just like in his previous life. The first ghost story of the Fairy Tale Town trilogy, The Big Bad Wolf and the Three Little Pigs. Luli looked around and found himself standing in a vast grassy field. Surrounding him were players, all wearing little pig masks, chatting in groups of 3 or 5. Luli didn't rush to find Cheesy You. He simply sat cross-legged and quietly waited for the rules to appear. Soon, the cartoonish sky was filled with twinkling stars that quickly moved and stitched together to form lines of rules. Welcome players to participate in the ghost story of Fairy Tale Town. Please be sure to follow the rules below and try to survive until the end. The first part of the Fairy Tale Town trilogy, The Big Bad Wolf and the Three Little Pigs. 1. The sun is set, and the Big Bad Wolf will soon appear. Please hurry, little pigs, and return to your houses before the Big Bad Wolf eats you. 2. The Big Bad Wolf is a terrifying creature that loves to hunt little pigs. They are nocturnal, usually waking up at midnight and going to sleep at 6 a.m. 3. Mama Pig said that pigs do not have the ability to fight against the Big Bad Wolf. To ensure their safety, pigs can only build pig houses to keep the Big Bad Wolf out. 4. The space of the pig houses is not infinite. Each house can accommodate a maximum of 300 little pigs. 5. Little pigs are safe and harmless companions, but they will keep all outsiders outside the pig houses. There were only 5 rules, but they contained a wealth of information. After carefully reading through them, Luli felt relieved to find that they were consistent with his previous life. He stood up, ready to head towards the pig houses along the path. However, after taking just a few steps, he was stopped by 2 female players also wearing little pig masks. Friend, are you from Huaxia? Luli didn't stop, and, while bypassing the 2, replied, yes. Want to team up? The 2 girls seemed to see a glimmer of hope and spoke rapidly. We arrived late and didn't make it to the waiting square, so before they could finish, Luli bluntly said, I'm not teaming up. Why not? The 2 girls asked in unison. Having teammates is definitely better than going solo. Luli nodded as he walked further away. You're not wrong. But my talent is a Black Iron Tier scouting. Are you sure you want to invite me to join your team? Black Iron Tier scouting? The 2 girls exchanged glances and could see the disdain on each other's faces. I thought that light armor looked so nice. I expected some big shot. Turns out he's just a useless person. He probably dies soon. What a waste of our feelings. Sister, let us go over there and take a look. With so many people gathered, there must be strong players. Okay. The 2 girls quickly abandoned Luli and headed in another direction. After that, Luli received several more team invitations. However, upon learning that his talent was a Black Iron Tier scouting, no one was willing to team up with him. To avoid further attempts to team up, Luli took out a set of sportswear from his spatial ring and put it on to cover his light armor. He then opened his attribute panel and switched to the secret realm chat channel. Talent, scouting, Black Iron Tier, no teammates, interested parties can private message at the signpost. The secret realm chat channel does not display players' real names, using numerical identifiers instead. Plus, with everyone wearing little pig masks, which concealed their true appearances, Luli was not worried that his messages would attract Zu's attention. Soon, players began to notice Luli's message, casting glances toward the signpost. Unlike the initial enthusiasm from the 2 girls, these gazes were filled with mockery and derision. There were even a few bored foreign players who specifically came to Liu Li, continuously insulting him with words and gestures. Liu Li naturally didn't care. After all, his goal was to make these players lose interest in him. Only in this way could he better clear the entire rule ghost story alone. The chat channel was mostly filled with mocking comments. Player 1414. I believe your fate is likely to be the same as your number. You're going to die. Ha! The one above hit hard. He just wants to team up. There's no need to mock him like that, right? Black Iron Tier scouting? Brother, were you kidnapped into this secret realm? Ha ha! Player 1414. Although I can't team up with you, if you have any wives or daughters outside the secret realm that need taken care of, I can help. Only one message, mixed in a torrent of ridicule, flashed by. Chapter 90. Team and Lone Wolf Liu Li scrolled up and quickly found the message. Player 1203. If you really can't find teammates, you can come find me. I'm under the first tree on the mountain path. Liu Li raised an eyebrow and looked up the path. Sure enough, under the first tree, he saw a figure wearing a pig mask. Liu Li did not reply and strode up the mountain. As he got closer, he could see the figure waiting under the tree more clearly. It was a tall, blonde woman with particularly striking long white legs. Even with his 2 lifetimes, Liu Li couldn't help but take a second glance. Seeing Liu Li approach, the blonde woman asked in slightly broken Chinese, "Are you player 1414? The Black Iron Scout with no team?" Liu Li nudda. The blonde woman made an okay gesture. Then we are teammates now. Liu Li was quite curious about her behavior. I want to ask first, why did you choose to team up with me? You don't think a Black Iron quality scout can play an unexpected role in this rule's secret realm, do you? The blonde woman took off a hair tie from her wrist and gathered her hair into a long ponytail. She replied, "Of course not. I just bet that you might be a little stronger than you look. Besides, I happen to have no teammates and need a helper." After saying that, the woman extended her right hand in front of Liu Li. "Let me introduce myself. I am Nikita, the gambler Nikita." Looking at the hand in front of him, Liu Li shook his head and said softly, "Thank you for your kindness, but I actually don't want to team up. I'm really sorry." After saying that, Liu Li continued to walk forward. Nikita stood there stunned, momentarily forgetting to retract her right hand. It wasn't until Liu Li's figure disappeared into the forest that she seemed to come back to her senses, murmuring to herself, "Do you really not want to team up? What strange man." As Liu Li walked up the mountain, players on the grass also set off one after another. The fairy tale of the Big Bad Wolf and the 3 Little Pigs was well known among most players. Even those who hadn't heard it were briefly educated by their teammates. The main content of the story is about Mama Pig raising 3 little pigs, sending them to build their own houses to defend against the Big Bad Wolf. Among them, the eldest pig chose to build a house of straw, taking only a day. The second pig chose to build a house of sticks, taking 2 days. While the third pig, being the most practical, chose to build a house of bricks and cement, working hard every day for a full 20 days to finish the house. Because of this, the eldest and second pigs mocked the third pig, saying he didn't know how to enjoy life and wasted all his good time building a house. The third pig didn't care about this and just focused on building. In the end, when the Big Bad Wolf came, he blew down the straw house of the eldest pig and smashed the stick house of the second pig. When it came to the third pig's brick house, the Big Bad Wolf was at a loss because it was just too sturdy. The fairy tale itself aims to convey the lesson that one shouldn't take shortcuts or be careless. However, in the rule Weird Tale, the situation might be different. According to the 5 rules provided by the Secret Realm, we should quickly head to the pig house and not think about confronting the Big Bad Wolf. A bald man spoke up. He was dressed in an exquisite suit and wearing leather shoes, looking like a professor from a certain university. Professor Huang was right. According to rules 1, 2, and 3, entering the pig house is our only survival option. Moreover, we cannot enter the houses of the eldest and second pigs, as their houses are not sturdy enough to withstand the Big Bad Wolf. That's right. The players nodded in agreement, believing Professor Huang's reasoning was sound. But soon, someone pointed out a problem. However, the rules state clearly that a pig house can only accommodate 300 little pigs. With so many of us, how can we squeeze into the third pig's house? The atmosphere fell silent. Perhaps it's first come, first served? A girl dressed as a student tentatively suggested. Chiziyu sneered at her words. If it were really first come, first served, there wouldn't be a 5th rule. What do you mean? The female student turned around and looked at the one-armed man behind her. Haven't you thought about why each of us is wearing this thing on our faces? Chiziyu pointed to the pig mask on his face. Pigs are safe and harmless companions, but they will keep all outsiders out of the pig house. Guess what? If you take off your mask, do you think you can still get into the pig house? Beneath the cute pig mask, Chiziyu's eyes glinted with a chilling light. The female student was so frightened by his words that she staggered back, almost falling. What do you mean by that? Are you trying to make us fight each other? A muscular man in the crowd retorted. He seemed to be a companion of the female student and was trying to protect her. Chiziyu looked at him with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. I never said everyone should fight each other. I'm just interpreting the rules. By the way, I remind you, those of you with poor abilities should take care to protect the masks on your faces. The muscular man felt his pride wounded by Chiziyu's words and couldn't hold back anymore. I'll just rip that mask off your face. The boy lunged at Chiziyu. The opponent only had one arm and didn't look very strong. The muscular man thought that no matter what, Chiziyu shouldn't be a match for him, a fully capable university student. However, he overlooked one fatal factor, talent ability. Before the muscular man's hand could touch the mask, a sharp long knife pierced through his abdomen first. Knife arm. The muscular man stared blankly at the wound on his stomach and collapsed to the ground with a thud. Chiziyu stepped forward slowly and stomped hard on the boy's face. The pig mask and his nasal bone shattered simultaneously. Before you act, weigh your own strength, trash. Seeing this, the players dared not say a word. Instead, the female student, who had been protected by the muscular man, suddenly spoke up in agreement. This big brother's right. Before you act, you should weigh your own strength. The boy's already pained face was filled with disbelief. The girl he had protected not only didn't help him, but even turned around to speak for others. Shall we? What are you doing? What's wrong with me? The female university student raised her chin, her whole body radiating disdain for the boy. Did you really think I would like you? If it weren't for the disaster outbreak, you chasing me every day to treat me to meals, shopping, and buying bags, I would have dumped you long ago. You should take a look in the mirror and see what kind of person you are. A mountain chicken can't match a phoenix. Trash. The boy wanted to speak, but his throat was already blocked by blood. He could only watch helplessly as the goddess he once pursued looked at others with a face full of flattery. Chiziyu was also unceremonious, pulling the female university student over. In the boy's desperate gaze, he used his blood-stained hand to recklessly squeeze and play with her. Chapter 91, another way to clear the game, being treated like a toy and played with at will. The female college student not only showed no dissatisfaction, but instead kept flattering. She was completely different from the previous disdainful appearance towards the boys. She held on to Chiziyu's arm and said sweetly, "Good brother, my name is Shall We. Please take me along. You can make me do anything." Chiziyu's lips curled up. "You're quite clever. Then follow me." The other players looked on with disdain. Some even spat on the ground in contempt. But no one dared to act directly against Chiziyu like the muscular guy did. Everyone understood. The weird tale had just begun, and they needed to conserve their strength. However, just when everyone thought the storm had passed, Chiziyu suddenly shouted, "Everyone, the situation is now very clear. Only by entering Pig Old 3's concrete brick house can we safely clear the weird tale. There are limited spots, and 298 are left. If you want to sign up, act fast." After saying this, Chiziyu smiled even more happily. The curve of his smile even surpassed that of the pig mask, looking extraordinarily arrogant. What right do you have to decide everyone's life and death? Do you really think that just because you killed one person, everyone will be afraid of you? Chiziyu glanced at the person who shouted back and retorted, "Aren't you all afraid? Of course. Your talent ability is just turning your arm into a knife. You can kill one, but can you kill us all?" The person who shouted raised his arms, trying to incite the anger of the crowd. But before he could finish, a lightning arrow struck his face. The shout man flew backward, crashing hard against a tree trunk. "Who told you that my talent is only one?" Chiziyu was surrounded by red mist, and his speed suddenly increased. Mountain shaking activated. With immense power, he stomped down, breaking the shout man's leg. Chiziyu did not kill him directly, but allowed the victim to scream in pain. He kept twisting his toes and looked at the crowd again, his gaze condescending. "Now, is everyone scared?" The faces of the players changed in unison. If you're not afraid yet, I still have this. Just as Chizuyu's voice fell, a large amount of black mist surrounded him. Hundreds of Mantis Soul soldiers emerged, glaring at everyone. At this point, the players were completely subdued. Chizuyu really had the ability to kill everyone. Boss, I want to sign up. Boss, I don't want to die. Please take me with you. The crowd became restless. Chizuyu pressed his palm down, signaling everyone to be quiet. Then he slowly said, if you want to sign up, young and beautiful ladies have priority. As soon as these words came out, many male players froze. But they could only swallow their dissatisfaction and dared not voice it. A small number of players, knowing they had no hope of joining Chizuyu, simply left the main group early and headed up the mountain. Chizuyu did not stop this part of the variable. In his eyes, these people were like ants that could be crushed at any time, unworthy of attention. The 300 spots were soon filled. It was Chizuyu and the remaining 299 young and beautiful female players. Nevertheless, many female players were still excluded. At this moment, they were surrounding Chizuyu, pleading desperately. Some even stripped off their clothes on the spot to offer themselves for a spot. The scene was lewd and unbearable. Chizuyu did not stop it. After all, his goal was to use these female players to strengthen himself. Yin-yang complementation activated. Chizuyu seemed like a fish, freely swimming in the sea of beauty. Meanwhile, the early departing Li had already passed the straw hut and the tree branch hut and found the third pig house. Looking at the sturdy house made of bricks and cement, Li had no intention of entering. Memories surfaced in his mind. In his past life, he had avoided the big bad wolf's attack in this house and successfully cleared the first rule of the weird tale. At that time, Li, like everyone else, thought hiding in Pig Old Three's house was the safest option. The reality was otherwise. The weird tale, the big bad wolf, and the three little pigs had another way to clear it. Find a fourth pig house. The clue was hidden in the third rule. Mama Pig said that pigs have no ability to fight against the big bad wolf. To ensure their safety, pigs can only build pig houses to keep the big bad wolf outside. The three little pigs can build pig houses to ensure their safety. Mama Pig can do the same. Most players wouldn't think of this point, and all crowded to fight for the third pig house. Little did they know, the fourth pig house hidden at the end of the small path was the safest zone. The only thing to note was that they had to arrive before midnight. Li set off early with plenty of time. Only Mama Pig's pig house was suitable for someone like him who had no talent ability, the little pig. Seeing that no one was around, Li did not linger. He continued up the mountain along the small path. Not long after Li ascended, the grass by the path rustled, and suddenly a blonde woman emerged. Nikita looked at the pig house by the road, then at the direction Li had disappeared, confused. Why doesn't T-1414 enter the third pig house and instead keep going up the mountain? Didn't he know the background story of the three little pigs? After thinking for a moment, Nikita felt it was unlikely. If the 1414 player really didn't know the background story, he should have chosen to follow the main group instead of taking risks alone. Could there be another way to clear the game? Nikita opened her data panel to check the secret realm time. There was still an hour until midnight. It was worth a gamble. I'll follow and see. If 1414 really finds another way to clear it, I won't have to fight for a house with other players. Maybe I can even get a special reward. With this thought, Nikita, driven by her gambling addiction, followed suit, striding along with her long legs. After passing the third pig house, the path up the mountain became much narrower. The dense weeds nearly covered the path, as if no one had walked here for a long time. If it weren't for Nikita following closely, occasionally catching sight of Li's back, she might have given up long ago. But the further she went up, the more anxious Nikita felt, because the vegetation along the way became thicker, dim, silent. A sense of deviating from the main line arose. After following for nearly half an hour, Nikita decided to give up. I can't keep messing around with him. I need to go back. At this moment, if she just turned back, she could still return to Pig Old Three's house before midnight. But just as Nikita prepared to turn back, she suddenly realized something was wrong. She couldn't find the way back. The vegetation was too dense. The path down the mountain had vanished. Nikita's heart sank to the bottom. Looking up the mountain, Li's figure had also disappeared. A terrifying thought surfaced in Nikita's mind. She was lost in a rule-secret realm where a terrifying monster was about to appear. Chapter 92, The Fourth Pig House, What to Do. The surroundings were quiet, and Nikita could even hear her heart pounding. A huge sense of helplessness enveloped her instantly. At this moment, Nikita deeply regretted her reckless decision. Is anyone there? Nikita tried to shout. No one responded. That black iron scout. I can't find my way. Can you come help me? Nikita shouted with all her strength, but there was still no response. It was as if she was the only player left on the whole mountain. Right? The data panel. I can send a message to 1414 in the secret chat interface. It felt like grabbing a lifeline. Nikita quickly opened the chat interface and sent a private message to Luli. 1414, I apologize for my stalking behavior, but I'm lost right now. Can you come help me? The message was sent, but it was like a stone sinking into the sea. Luli didn't reply. Not even a punctuation mark. Please, 1414, I really know I was wrong. If you don't come to find me, I will die on this mountain. Nikita sent another message. Still no reply. Gritting her teeth, Nikita typed a third message. She was actually already in despair. The reasoning was simple. If she were being stalked at this moment, would she help the stalker? The answer was obviously no. She would rather the stalker get lost. As long as player 1414 had a normal thought process, they wouldn't come to rescue her. But even so, Nikita still sent the third message. Hopefully, he is a normal man. However, as soon as the message was sent, the grass beside Nikita rustled. The sudden movement scared the long-legged beauty into a sitting position on the ground. Luli emerged from the bushes, his gaze still lingering on the recently opened chat interface. He glanced at Nikita, then at the message he just received. Then, he read it out word by word. If you can save me after leaving the secret realm, I am willing to exchange my first time. Nikita's skin quickly flushed red like a ripe shrimp. It sounded like a good deal. Luli looked at the long-legged beauty with a half-smile. And Nikita, at this moment, felt so embarrassed that she wished she could find a crack in the ground to hide in. After a long time, she finally said in a voice as small as a mosquito's, we have to wait until after leaving the secret realm. All right, come on. Luli didn't say much more, just urged Nikita to quicken her pace. The reason Luli turned back to save this long-legged beauty was mainly because he was worried she would attract other players. If Nikita kept calling for help halfway up the mountain, it would easily attract players who had already reached the third pig house. At that time, the fourth pig house would definitely be exposed. If Chiziyu found out, Luli's own safety would also be compromised. Now we are temporarily teammates. Don't reveal the situation here to anyone. I will lead you through the ghost talk. Luli said to Nikita without looking back. Okay. Nikita nodded obediently, feeling a surge of goodwill towards Luli for saving her life. Her tense mood relaxed a lot. When people relax, they tend to talk more. Since we are now teammates, you should tell me your name, right? No need. Just call me by my number, 1414. Oh, then 1414. Where are we going now? The fourth pig house. Aren't there only 3 pig houses? You'll know when we get there. Oh, fine. Why don't you just tell me your name? I already told you my name is Nikita. Say it. I really don't want to give my first time to a man whose name I don't even know. Luli stopped in his tracks, and his gaze at Nikita clearly showed he was annoyed by her chatter. My name is Guingu. I. Now shut your mouth, or I'll leave you in the mountain. All right, Mr. Guingu. I. Nikita made a zipping motion at her mouth and indeed stopped talking. There were 5 minutes left until midnight. Luli and Nikita finally reached the fourth pig house. Unlike the previous 3 pig houses, the fourth pig house was not built from traditional materials. It was not made of straw and branches, nor bricks and cement. Instead, it was made of thick bones. The fierce skulls with long fangs were piled around the house, forming a small low wall. All of them were the bones of big bad wolves. Luli gasped in shock. No wonder it was the safest safe zone. The pig mother is terrifyingly powerful. Nikita was also shocked by the sight of the pig house, her mouth agape. But she quickly became worried. Guingu. I. Can a house built of bones be sturdy? Luli shot Nikita a glance. He didn't know if it was sturdy, but it was definitely safe. After all, no sane big bad wolf would have any ideas about a house made entirely of wolf bones. Wolves with ideas were probably already built into the house by the pig mother. Let's go in, and remember, don't take off your mask. Luli reminded her, and took the lead towards the pig house. He gently knocked on the door knocker, made of a big bad wolf jawbone, and took a step back. The door opened. A very imposing figure appeared behind the door. With a cigar in its mouth, a chainsaw on its shoulder, dressed in 4 bras, and muscles bulging all over, the pig mother stood in front of the two. She squinted her eyes, seemingly examining the mask on Lu Li's face closely. After a long moment, she finally spoke in a deep voice. "Two poor little things. Come in and hide." Lu Li and Nikita dared not make any extra movements, nodding repeatedly as they entered the pig house. Compared to the terrifying darkness outside, the inside of the pig house felt much warmer and brighter. The fire in the fireplace was burning brightly, and the soup in the pot was bubbling, giving off a rich, meaty aroma. Although the pig mother appeared rough, she still conformed to the essence of pig. That is rule number 5. Pigs are safe and harmless companions, but they will keep all outsiders locked outside the pig house. This means that as long as Lu Li and Nikita do not take off their masks, they can safely spend the night in the pig house. Not only that, the pig mother also served 2 bowls of meat soup from the pot, warmly placing them in front of the two. "You must be starving. This is freshly made wolf meat soup. Drink it to warm yourselves up." Wolf meat soup? There shouldn't be any problems, right? Lu Li felt wary in his heart. After all, it was his first time spending the night in the 4th pig house. He had never experienced the scene of drinking meat soup. However, before Lu Li could verify further, Nikita beside him had already eagerly picked up the soup bowl. With a few gulps, she drank the entire bowl of soup clean. Nikita let out a satisfied sigh, but the next second, she screamed. Chapter 93. The wolf is here. What's wrong? Is the soup problematic? Lu Li asked in a hushed tone. Nikita first shook her head, then nodded. After stammering for a while, she finally spoke. "This soup can increase attribute points. My constitution just increased by 10 points. "Really?" Lu Li exclaimed in delight, picking up the bowl to take a sip. As expected, his constitution points increased by 2 points, just as Nikita had said. Finishing the entire bowl indeed raised it by 10 points. While Lu Li and Nikita were excited about this unexpected gain, other players were facing a completely different situation. Halfway up the mountain, outside 3 pig houses, the small path was littered with corpses. Most of them had been killed by Chiziyu. The remaining few had grotesque, bite marks on their bodies. Each time a strange, twisted shadow flickered between the bushes, several corpses would inexplicably disappear from the ground. The crunching sounds of chewing echoed like cicadas in a summer night, rising and falling in the dark mountains. Inside the straw house of the pig boss, 300 players huddled together, cursing Chiziyu incessantly. The terrifying noises from outside made these players feel like they were sitting on pins and needles. If they could choose again, they probably wouldn't have entered this rule secret realm even if they were killed. Bang, bang, bang. A sudden knocking at the door startled the players inside the house. "The wolf is here." Before they could react, the entire straw house collapsed in an instant. The twisted shadows rushed into the crowd, and the players scattered in panic. Despite knowing that all the pig houses were already full, the overwhelming instinct to survive drove most players to run up the mountain. The twisted shadows were not in a hurry. They harvested each life at their own pace, ensuring none were missed. Players who narrowly escaped soon arrived at the 2nd pig house. "Open the door. The monster is coming. Open the door. Let us in." They desperately pounded on the door. But how could the players inside the pig house open it? It was already full, and they knew that. "Stop knocking. You're all going to die anyway. Don't bring the big bad wolf over. Don't blame us for being cruel. Blame Chiziyu, right? If we open the door, we'll all be done for. We don't want to die either." The players outside, upon hearing this, had their already tense nerves completely snap. "Since you want to open, then let us all die together." Many players began to smash the door. Some even used their talents, preparing to destroy the tree fork house of Pig 2 directly. The tree fork pig house swayed precariously. A few players saw this and opted to keep running up the mountain, even though they knew the 3rd pig house was already full and that Chiziyu would never open the door under the threat of death. Even if they could live 1 more second, these players would choose to keep running without hesitation. Soon, the twisted shadows reached the 2nd pig house. Compared to the beginning, the size of the shadows had obviously expanded significantly, and their numbers had multiplied several times. They formed a loose circle, gradually closing in on the pig house entrance. The sounds of wailing, pleading, and cursing abruptly stopped. Instead, a series of spine-chilling chewing sounds replaced them. Just when the players inside the house felt a momentary sense of relief, bang, bang, bang. The urgent knocking at the door suddenly sounded. Damn it. These short-lived fools are really troublesome. What should we do? The tree fork house may not hold. Panic swept through the pig house quickly. Why don't we all go out and fight the big bad wolf? A player suggested. Are you stupid? Didn't you read the rules carefully? Rule 3 clearly states, pigs have no ability to fight the big bad wolf. For their own safety, pigs can only build pig houses to keep the big bad wolf outside. We are all pigs now, and we can't deal with the big bad wolf. But the proposing player wanted to say something more. However, the subsequent tremors made him swallow the words back down. Bang! The entire tree fork house shook. Bang! Fragments of branches began to fall from the ceiling. Bang! The walls cracked, and the cold wind howled into the house. It's going to collapse. Everyone run. Someone shouted. The originally calm players were thrown into chaos. They shoved and trampled each other, rushing toward the exit. The twisted shadows, just like before, effortlessly harvested the lives of the players. There was no rush. Some players managed to temporarily escape, running toward the third pig house up the mountain. These players had witnessed Chi Ziyu's methods and knew he was not to be trifled with. So they didn't T-smash the door or curse, but kept pleading, hoping Chi Ziyu would intervene and use his powerful talent abilities to save them. Chi Ziyu leaned back in his chair, surrounded by carefully selected beauties who were massaging his shoulders and legs. At his request, these women were completely naked, paired with the masks on their faces. They indeed resembled pigs quite a bit. Hearing the pleas from outside, the college student Xiao Wei, who was kneading Chi Ziyu's calves, suddenly looked up, seemingly worried, and asked, Ziyu, you won't go soft and let them in, will you? Chi Ziyu sneered, don't worry, I won't. Focus. After saying this, he switched legs, signaling Xiao Wei to continue. Enjoying the service of the beauties, he took a cup of tea beside him and drank it all in one go. This was the tea of Pig 3, with a total of 3 cups. Each cup could increase 1 point of mental value. Naturally, it all went into Chi Ziyu's stomach. After finishing, Chi Ziyu casually tossed the cup aside. Immediately, many female players scrambled to grab it, even fighting over it. They stuck out their tongues, trying to lick up the remnants of the tea as much as possible. Watching the scene of everyone fighting, Chi Ziyu couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction. Being powerful is just great. So what if Lu Li is first on the leaderboard? In the end, he was still defeated by him and lost his talent. Although it cost him an arm, what he gained was an experience akin to having cheats in life. Worth it. I wonder what Lu Li is doing now. He is probably hiding in some corner crying. The combination of inner expansion and the comfort from the massages around him made Chi Ziyu involuntarily shiver. So comfortable. Shall we rub her sore wrists and looked up again? Ziyu, I suddenly had an idea. In a good mood, Chi Ziyu shot a glance at the college student and casually asked, what idea? Rule 3, Xiao Wei said, deep in thought. Since we can only be considered pigs and enter the pig house while wearing masks, does that mean that if we take off the masks, we can fight the big bad wolf? What do you mean? Chi Ziyu frowned. Do you want me to take off the mask and go save the players outside? Of course not. Xiao Wei shook her head vigorously. Those lives are cheap. They're not worth you stepping in, Ziyu. What I mean is, if we can kill the big bad wolf and obtain wolf meat, Ziyu, your strength could advance even further. Chapter 94 New Clue indeed. Chi Ziyu relaxed his brow. I heard from pig number 3 that his mother once made wolf meat soup for him. It is estimated that wolf meat is like pig number 3's tea leaves, which can increase attribute points. Speaking of this, the players in the room thought Chi Ziyu was ready to take action. But unexpectedly, he changed his tone, and his whole face darkened. But what if after taking off the mask, it still doesn't harm the big bad wolf? Chi Ziyu suddenly made a move, grabbing Xiao Wei by the neck. Are you trying to plot against me? To make me die for nothing? Xiao Wei hurriedly shook her head. No, that's not it. Brother Ziyu, I have a way to verify this guess. You don't have to try it yourself. Chi Ziyu flicked his hand and threw Xiao Wei to the ground, coldly snorting, speak. If you can't say it, I'll kill you right away. It's not that Chi Ziyu's reaction is too big. He has always been timid by nature. After gaining Lu Li's powerful talent ability, his strength surged too quickly, making Chi Ziyu instinctively feel insecure. So, whenever there is a slight disturbance, he gets very nervous. Shall we cough for a while before speaking? Let the players outside take off their masks. After all, they can't enter the house. As long as there's a way to survive, they will definitely try. It must be said that Xiaoyi's method is indeed clever. Just by moving her lips, she can put others' lives at risk to verify the guess. If the guess is wrong, Chiziyu and the others staying in the pig house won't suffer any losses. Let's do it your way. Chiziyu thought for a moment and nodded. Xiaoyi hurriedly squeezed toward the door and shouted to the players outside. Take off your masks. You might be able to harm the big bad wolf. If we work together, we might be able to kill the big bad wolf. The players outside initially had no intention of listening, but when the shadows closed in, they had no choice. Damn it, since we're all going to die anyway, let's give it a shot. Someone tore off the mask on their face. Soon, exclamations of surprise rang out. Wow, this method really works. After I took off the mask, those shadows all turned into real wolves. The attacks are effective. I pushed back the big bad wolf. I killed one. The big bad wolf can be killed. Everyone, let's go together and kill all the wolves, and we can survive. The players in a desperate situation saw hope, their fighting spirits soaring. However, the number of big bad wolves was simply too many. Even if the players outside exerted 120 of their fighting power, they still couldn't defeat them. The number of players dwindled. At this moment, the door of the pig house suddenly opened. Chiziyu, surrounded by black mist, strode out and gently took off the mask on his face. Let me save you, a bunch of useless fools. Mama Pig saw that Lu Li and Nikita had finished the soup and asked, How is it? The soup tastes pretty good, right? Lu Li and Nikita nodded repeatedly. It's already past 12, and it seems no little pigs will come over anymore. If you like this soup, you can drink it all, Mama Pig said. Really? Lu Li and Nikita's eyes lit up even more. Of course. Mama Pig puffed on her cigar, looking very relaxed. But Mama doesn't like little piglets who take without working for it. If you have something to trade, Mama would be very happy. I wonder what Mama likes. Luli asked tentatively. Although the items in his hand were not many, they were not few compared to ordinary players. Trading items for a soup that can permanently increase constitution points is a deal worth discussing. Mama Pig pondered for a moment, looking a bit troubled. Mama is very easygoing. Anything is fine. If it's food, that's even better. The more delicious the food, the better. As she spoke, Mama Pig's mouth started to drool. Food. Luli and Nikita were both stunned. The former was unsure which of the many food items in his space ring to choose, while the latter had no food on her at all, only half a pack of leftover red sausage. Let's each take half of the meat soup and bring out food to trade. Luli, unaware of Nikita's predicament, casually took out a large box of high-end chocolates from his space ring. After thinking for a moment, he felt it wasn't enough. He simply took out 2 bottles of high-end red wine for smoked beef legs and a whole bluefin tuna from the ring. Although the total value of these items was still less than 1/10,000th of what Luli had stored in his ring, the quantity and taste were impressive. Looking at the good items on the table, Mama Pig's eyes lit up. She sniffed the beef legs vigorously with her pig nose, showing a satisfied expression. Good children. Mama is very satisfied. This pot of meat soup is yours. Upon hearing this, Nikita discreetly shoved half a pack of red sausage back into her pocket. Although she also wanted to get half of the meat soup, compared to taking out half a pack of red sausage, which would starkly contrast with Lu Li's luxurious food and might anger Mama Pig, it was better to pretend she had no food. Mama Pig didn't mind, but Lu Li found it a bit strange. Didn't we agree on half a pot of meat soup each? You don't have any food on you? Nikita was frustrated about not bringing food and losing out on the meat soup. Hearing Lu Li's question, she immediately took out half a pack of red sausage and threw it at Lu Li. I only have this. It's better than being embarrassed. Lu Li looked at the red sausage in his hands, speechless. He decided not to say anything more and prepared to pack the entire pot of wolf meat soup into a space ring to take out and drink slowly. Just as Lu Li was about to pick up the pot to pack it, he suddenly noticed a line of small characters on the edge of the pot. It wasn't a rule, but more like some kind of hidden hint. This pot is dedicated to commemorate the eternal friendship between Mama Pig and the hunter. Hunter? Lu Li was taken aback. The originally incomprehensible connections gradually became clear. Seeing Lu Li staring blankly at the pot, Nikita curiously leaned over. Upon seeing the small characters on the edge of the pot, she asked puzzledly, Hunter? I don't remember a hunter appearing in the story of the Big Bad Wolf and the 3 Little Pigs. Indeed, it's not from that story. Luli explained while packing the meat soup. The Rule horror story, Fairy Tale Town, is divided into 3 parts, and the hint above may relate to the next horror story. Luli looked up and asked Mama Pig, "Mama, are you on good terms with the hunter?" "Of course." Mama Pig nodded. "Besides this pot, that chainsaw was also given to me by the hunter." Just as I thought. Luli understood in his heart. According to the 3rd rule, pigs have no ability to fight against the big bad wolf. But Mama Pig, being a pig as well, could kill the big bad wolf and use its bones to build a house, which contradicts the rule. There must be a reason for that. It seems that the reason lies in the chainsaw given by the hunter. That is a special item that can easily kill the big bad wolf. If this item can be obtained, perhaps the next horror story can be cleared in a faster way. Chapter 95. Little Red Riding Hood and the Big Bad Wolf. Thinking of this, Luli directly spoke up. "Mom, are you selling your chainsaw?" As soon as he said this, both Pig Mom and Nikita were stunned. Nikita looked at Luli as if he were crazy, tugging at his clothes and lowering her voice. "What are you doing? Did you get drunk on wolf meat soup?" "Don't provoke, Pig Mom." Luli maintained a calm expression, his eyes extremely serious. "Mom, I really like this chainsaw. If you can't sell it, I can borrow it for a few days." The surprise on Pig Mom's face gradually faded as she took a deep puff of her cigar. "Selling it to you is definitely out of the question. This was given to me by a hunter, and it has great significance. But borrowing it for a few days is fine." However, a glint of shrewdness flashed in Pig Mom's eyes. "Little piglet, to prevent you from just taking the chainsaw and running away, you need to provide an item of equal value as collateral." Luli smiled bitterly in his heart. He hadn't planned on returning it at all. But now that Pig Mom had spoken, he couldn't negotiate further. "Okay, I'll use this item as collateral." As he spoke, Luli took out a short dagger made from bug teeth from his spatial ring. Pig Mom took it, glanced at it casually, and nodded. A growth-type item. Quite rare. Its value is sufficient as collateral. You can take the chainsaw, just don't break it." "Thank you, Mom." Luli expressed his gratitude, stood up, and stored the chainsaw into his spatial ring. The entire process was smooth, leaving Nikita in a daze. Did he really get the chainsaw? Can the rules of the secret realm be played like this? Nikita wasn't sure how the chainsaw would help with the upcoming ghost stories. But one thing she was certain of, this item was definitely powerful. Ordinary players wouldn't be able to provide an item of equal value as collateral. Yet, Luli casually traded a dagger for the chainsaw. What did this imply? It meant that Luli's background was shockingly rich. How could a player with such a strong background only have a black iron tier investigation talent? There was definitely something off about this man, named Guangwai from Huaxia. Nikita pondered to herself. She felt that once she left the secret realm, she needed to report what had happened here to her father. The long night passed. After enjoying the delicious food provided by Luli, Pig Mom quickly fell asleep on the sofa, snoring away. From the looks of it, she seemed completely unprepared for the big bad wolf. Luli and Nikita also curled up on the sofa, ready to sleep. Nikita actually wanted to chat a bit, but unfortunately, Luli showed no interest. No matter how she asked, she always received perfunctory responses. In the end, Luli simply closed his eyes and pretended to sleep, leaving Nikita feeling quite frustrated. Bored, Nikita had no choice but to open the data panel to see if there were any messages from other players in the chat interface. As soon as she opened the secret realm chat interface, she nearly jumped off the sofa in shock. The screen was filled with messages, all 12:03 and 14:14, which were Nikita and Luli. 12:03 and 14:14, are you still alive? Where are you now? Is there anywhere else to hide from the big bad wolf besides Pig Old 3's pig house? 12:03 and 14:14, reply immediately. The Great Cheesy U wants you to respond. Have you both died? I don't know where you've hidden, but you must have secretly reaped a lot of benefits, right? You selfish bastards, hoarding information. Nikita initially wanted to reply, but seeing the increasingly unfriendly messages, her hand retreated from the data panel. Why should information be shared with you? When you were fighting over the pig house, why didn't you consider giving it to others? Nikita rolled her eyes and muttered to herself. Although she hadn't witnessed the players fighting over the pig house, she could scroll back through the chat records and check the player's survival status. Most of those who sent distress messages to Cheesy U had already died. The few who were still alive hadn't made any noise. After scrolling for a while, Nikita felt bored, decided not to reply, and directly closed the chat interface to go back to sleep. When she woke up again, it was already the next morning. The first rule ghost story had been easily passed. Luli, who had woken up at some point, was looking at something on the data panel. Seeing Nikita awake, he pointed to the milk and bread on the table. Eat a little, and in an hour, we'll enter the next ghost story. Pig Mom even prepared breakfast. As Nikita ate, she felt great. Although it sounded unbelievable, last night was indeed the best sleep she had ever had. It was prepared by me, Luli said lightly. Because in the next ghost story, you might not have a chance to eat. Huh? Nikita paused her chewing. What is the next rule ghost story? Is it dangerous? It's Little Red Riding Hood and the Big Bad Wolf. Luli closed the data panel. It's all on the panel. You can take a look while you eat breakfast. You need to choose a camp. Nikita nodded and opened the data panel. As Luli had said, there was indeed a detailed introduction to the second rule, ghost story. Congratulations to all players for successfully surviving. In 1 hour, the second part of the Fairy Tale Town trilogy, Little Red Riding Hood and the Big Bad Wolf, will begin. Before the ghost story starts, all players must choose their camp. Camps are divided into 3 types: Big Bad Wolf Camp, Little Red Riding Hood Camp, and Hunter Camp. Big Bad Wolf rules. 1. The Big Bad Wolf possesses great strength and agility, being the most terrifying creature in the forest, invincible. 2. The Big Bad Wolf's disguise is unrecognizable. 3. Remember, the Big Bad Wolf must not be overly hungry, or it will uncontrollably howl like a starving wolf. 4. Little Red Riding Hood is too cute, so the Big Bad Wolf must eat her. Killing Little Red Riding Hood is the ultimate goal of every Big Bad Wolf. 5. Never attempt to confront the hunter, or you will end up as a wolf skin carpet. 6. Do not ambush on open roads without cover. Doing so will not only allow Little Red Riding Hood to escape, but could also attract the hunter's attention. Little Red Riding Hood's instructions. 1. Little Red Riding Hood is a lovely little girl, smart and clever, but she cannot confront the Big Bad Wolf. When encountering the Big Bad Wolf, don't hesitate. Run fast. 2. The hunter is Little Red Riding Hood's good friend. With him around, Little Red Riding Hood will be very safe. 3. Little Red Riding Hood must reach her grandmother's house before sunset, as the dark night is particularly dangerous for little girls. Hunter's notes. 1. Hunters are great. Hunters with guns are super great. But if Little Red Riding Hood dies, the hunter will be so sad that he will die too. 2. Hunters must hunt. The Big Bad Wolf is the best hunting target. Kill them all and turn them into wolf skin carpets. 3. Little Red Riding Hood is a good child. The hunter must protect Little Red Riding Hood's safety, but at the same time, he cannot delay hunting. 4. The hunter can only enter Little Red Riding Hood's grandmother's house after the moon rises. 5. The hunter has a wealth of experience. As long as he hears a wolf howl, he can accurately locate the starving wolf's position. Chapter 96. Choosing a camp. Nikita finished reading the introduction and stuffed a piece of bread in her mouth. It doesn't seem dangerous at all. I remember in the original fairy tale, Little Red Riding Hood was saved by the hunter from the wolf's belly. Even the disemboweled Big Bad Wolf seemed to escape alive in the end. It could be considered thrilling but not dangerous. But this isn't a fairy tale. It's a realm of rules. Luli reminded her. In the original fairy tale of the Big Bad Wolf and the 3 little pigs, no one died either. But look, how many players are still alive now? Okay. Nikita scratched her head. Actually, according to her own thoughts, she would choose the Big Bad Wolf camp. After all, from the perspective of the rules, the Big Bad Wolf's goal is simple. Just eat Little Red Riding Hood. In the original fairy tale, the Big Bad Wolf did disguise itself as the grandmother and indeed ate Little Red Riding Hood. Moreover, according to the second rule of the Big Bad Wolf, no one can see through the Big Bad Wolf's disguise, which also indirectly supports the plot development of the original fairy tale. Correspondingly, the Little Red Riding Hood and Hunter camps seemed very passive. Both had tasks to complete. Little Red Riding Hood must reach her grandmother's house before sunset. The hunter must protect Little Red Riding Hood while not delaying his hunting. But the Big Bad Wolf didn't have such constraints. Although it had the ultimate goal of eating Little Red Riding Hood, it wasn't a mandatory task. Plus, the Big Bad Wolf could ambush Little Red Riding Hood at any time on the way. If there were no opportunities, there was always the ultimate plot of disguising as the grandmother. In contrast, the Little Red Riding Hood camp constantly faced the threat of death. The hunter camp didn't have to worry about the big bad wolf, but it was bound to the Little Red Riding Hood camp. If Little Red Riding Hood died, the hunter would also die of excessive grief. Therefore, it also had a very high probability of death. However, these were ultimately Nikita's own judgments. She wanted to hear what kind of advice this mysterious Chinese man in front of her would give. So which camp should I choose? Facing Nikita's inquiry, Luli answered without hesitation, the hunter camp. Why? Curiosity sparkled in Nikita's eyes. Because it's the safest, Luli simply analyzed. Little Red Riding Hood has the risk of being eaten. The big bad wolf has the risk of being shot, but the hunter does not. According to the 5th rule of the Big Bad Wolf Code, the big bad wolf cannot confront the hunter. As an allied camp, Little Red Riding Hood is even less likely to harm the hunter. So the hunter camp is almost invincible in this ghost story. Swallowing the last bite of bread, Nikita said in confusion, but if Little Red Riding Hood dies, the hunter will also die of excessive grief. How can you say it's the safest? Because I chose the Little Red Riding Hood camp. What? Nikita just sprayed half a mouthful of milk out. Luli calmly took out a tissue from his ring and wiped his face. Are you crazy? Have you forgotten what your talent is? Black Iron rang scouting. Luli smiled. I haven't forgotten. Then why did you still choose the Little Red Riding Hood camp? Nikita rubbed her messy golden hair. I have the oil saw of the pig mother. Nikita was stunned, a glimmer of realization rising in her eyes. But after checking the camp selection results, she panicked again. Only Luli chose the Little Red Riding Hood camp. The others were all big bad wolves. Over 300 big bad wolves, all glaring at Luli's single Little Red Riding Hood. Can he handle it? You should choose the big bad wolf camp with the oil saw. That way, your survival rate is the highest. Nikita cried out in distress. Luli was too lazy to continue explaining, leaving behind a sentence. Trust me, you should choose the hunter. If you don't believe me, then choose the big bad wolf. Nikita looked at the number of people in the hunter camp. Sure enough, it was 0. If I choose the hunter, it means I have to fight alongside that man against over 300 big bad wolf players. Nikita's heart raced. For an ordinary person, they would mostly choose the big bad wolf camp at this moment to save their life. But Nikita was not an ordinary person. She was a thorough gambler. In the last ghost story, following Luli, she not only encountered no danger, but